Now it's just like, man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race. Like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know? But you have to step away from it.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to CWL London Live here in the Gfinity Arena. It's Championship Sunday and we are ready to go. My name is Bryce and I have some excellent talent to kick this off. First of all, Jack Dunlop, aka Courage, a.k.a. children's entertainer, is joining me on the desk. Jack, how are you?
Honestly, we start off with a compliment, so I'll take that over anything. I am feeling great. 2.5 hours of sleep last night, so I'll probably crash at some point today and stop making any sense, which I tweeted. It's tough to make less sense than I normally do. So Bryce says I look awful. I feel 100%, though. It's going to be a fantastic day of European Call of Duty.
All right, and joining him, of course, Philip Whitfield, a.k.a. Momo, ex-pro player and one half of the VP Brothers.
Thank you very much. I've had a bit more sleep than Jack, so hopefully I won't crash and burn, but we have got a lot of Call of Duty from the European side of things, which we're going to break down, and we have got one hell of a game to start with.
That we certainly do. Elevate are taking on Team 3G. Team 3G already shocking all of us here in Europe by getting as far as they have. Can they do one further? Can they go top 3? That is the question everyone has been asking. But before we find out and answer that question, let's have a little look at where we are. Yesterday, started off Splyce and Orbit, Infused Epsilon, 3G and Elevate. That led to Orbit Infused, Team 3G and Elevate all going through. Loser bracket time, Splyce, of course, fell to Orbit early on in the tournament, but they took down Epsilon in fairly dominating fashion, moving through the loser bracket. Then we had Aware Gaming versus Fnatic, and Aware Gaming shocked us all again by taking down Fnatic. So, it's time for the winner's bracket. Like I said, we're starting off. It's going to be a big one. 3G versus Elevate. Then we have Orbit Infused. The losers of the games play Splyce and Aware. So, guys, how excited, how stacked is this bracket?
This has me pumped because of one thing and one thing only. This top half of this bracket, still with the matchup between Orbit and Fuse, has me very excited. But first, this lower half, 3G yesterday, all they have to do is beat Aware. So that was their last big test after their victory versus Orbit. Now they're going up against a little bit more of a formidable opponent in Elevate. We were just talking to Reedy. Obviously, as always, confidence high as ever. So this will be a big test for 3G because I think of all the potential opponents they could have had in round one of the bracket, they lucked out with having Aware. And they now know that if they want to keep running through this winner's bracket, it is going to be a tough road.
Yeah, I think so as well. And we actually had the pleasure of Reedy joining us in our green room this morning while we were getting ready. And he said he's really confident, but he has said, he's had a few issues with Search and Destroy this event, and he can't figure out why. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that.
Yeah, and that was, predominantly his best game mode, as a team, as an individual. I think this tournament he has played pretty well at as well, but there's something missing from Elevate, Search and Destroy. Losing a 5-0 lead, that says everything you need to know about it. However, that game is not only so important because you have all the storylines, which we'll break down for you, but we've also got the loser playing Splyce.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that because anyone just joining us today, Splyce fell to Orbit straight away. We ended up having Orbit and Splyce meet up in the first round because Orbit lost their group game to 3G. Like I said, this tournament hasn't worked out the way we thought it did. Everyone thought Splyce was number 1. Everyone thought Orbit was better than 3G. 3G beat Orbit. Orbit beat Splyce. It's raining cats and dogs, I just don't understand. How have we got to this point?
It's that Call of Duty triangle where Team A beats Team B, B beats C, and C should be A. But it never works like that. It just doesn't. We get these upsets. We've had, I'd say, 2 major ones this tournament, maybe 3. I mean, we've had Aware kind of progressing through, beating Fnatic. But it's Call of Duty. You have to perform on the day. And it is, a very kind of high-skill game, which, you've got to perform consistently.
Yeah, I think so. And for me, Splyce clearly very upset. They didn't really. I asked them a few times. They said we don't know why we lost. Yeah. They just said we just lost. We just weren't good enough.
Yeah.
Which I think shocked them more than anything. The fact they couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Orbit seemed it's like we knew this was going to happen. Groups didn't really matter to us, and 3G did take us down, but it won't happen twice, is what they said.
And we've only been talking about really who's still in it and who's going to be playing Championship Sunday. Other big storylines as well. Fnatic bowing out early on. You saw a tweet from Tommy, frustrated in their performance. How are they going to bounce back as these events go on? In Europe, still a lot to play for prior to the CWL LAN League starting up in April, as we've heard in the announcement. So Fnatic, a rough weekend for them. We talked about Epsilon, their lack of playtime up until this event. It definitely showed with their top 8 placing as well.
It said, and we all thought when we kind of saw that Fnatic game going on that, Fnatic have got Aware. They should be able to continue going forward. No, Aware shocked us as well. This new team, not exactly the biggest names. 3 players only just turned 18. Shocked Fnatic. That has some serious vets in it.
Yeah, and not only that as well, it does split the divide. We talk about European Call of Duty, and everyone has that same thought. You know, it's just stacked full of UK rosters. We put Aware Gaming in there, and we've got something spicy. You know, we've got something different, and I like that. I like the challenge in the representing. I spoke to I think it was Geff and Benji, and they were just saying, you know, he's proud to represent their country as well. Not only their organisation, their team, the players. They're representing a country. You know.
Well, this is it. You know, Epsilon and Fnatic both top 8.
Yeah.
That's kind of great. No one would have really predicted that. Now, Epsilon have said they didn't practice enough, which, while it is an excuse, it is no excuse to have not practiced at this point in the game. They've already made some mistakes at the start of this year, and now they've got to practice even harder. They've got to really step their game up going forward.
And now for the teams in the losers bracket as well, they get a little bit of a later start today. You know, a little bit more sleep. They get to not only sleep in, but they get to watch, if they're awake, these matches that potential teams are going to be facing, see what certain players are doing, see how it's all playing on out. They can do a little bit more homework coming into that losers bracket match. And when you've got some formidable opponents down there, don't count anybody out. We talk about how if we do go to a grand finals, there could be a second best of 5 if the team from the losers bracket winds up forcing it. If you get Spliced coming from the losers bracket into your grand finals, I expect to see a 2-series grand finals.
Well, funny enough, I was speaking to Jerd yesterday, and he just said, "Oh, well, now we've got to win 2 best of 5s."
Yep.
He ignored the rest of the bracket and went, "Yeah, now we've got to win 2 best of 5s."
It's confidence.
And, you know, Orbit, you know, they said, you know, we beat them now. I go, but it'll just be typical for them to come back and beat us in the final. You know, it happens so many times. We've seen a team drop down and come back in the final and kind of take them on. So Orbit will be thinking about that. They'll be watching very carefully how Splice do in that loser bracket for the kind of revenge game coming on. So I'm kind of curious to see how this bracket plays out. And like I said, Splice, big fish in the loser bracket. Nobody wants to drop in there anymore. You're thinking, oh, you know, maybe you can get a little bit forward. But if you drop in there, it's almost a death sentence.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, we talked about, you know, endurance going through the whole tournament. This is day 4, and with Splice, you're going to be coming up against a very well-rested Splice. They get a little bit more sleep. They can watch the games. They can calculate their thoughts. I think anyone dropping into that loser bracket against Splice has obviously a very big mountain to climb. But Splice, hot favourites to maybe make a loser bracket run.
Yeah.
Orbit doing well. I mean, there's a big upset so far. I've got my eye on 3G, though.
All right, well, you know what? Let's start talking about 3G. For the simple reason being is this team has, in fact, shocked a lot of people. And here, of course, is their roster. And like I said, Niall, Quicker, Weeman, and Zerg, they certainly have shocked a lot of people by getting this far. Can they go one further? Can they go top 3?
Honestly, I think it may be maybe a bit too much of a task to get top 3. These 4 have played phenomenal. A little bit of fact, Niall actually DM'd me last night. He was like, you know, are the VODs up yet? We want to watch them back. This was like 1 a.m. I was like, dude, I'm trying to sleep. But that was
leave me alone.
Yeah, but he was like, I want to watch our games back. I want to learn. And that was literally last night. He wanted to get back in, and you know, he knows who he's playing. He knows the 4 players. He knows the squad. But they are very, very confident about this. They say, we're going in with no pressure. We're going in the underdogs. People underestimate the likes of Weeman.
Yeah, and you're also looking at that booth right now. What are you noticing on them? No jerseys. These guys don't have an organization right now. And if they have a great performance here, we just saw Fnatic obviously pick up Tommy's team. You got to wonder what other organizations are out there looking to get into Call of Duty. As player salaries continue to go up, as prize pools go up, you know that is also something on these guys' mind as this weekend goes on.
Yeah, I think realistically, Team 3G are now looking like a hot prospect.
Yes.
For a new organization to kind of take a little look at. It would be a good, wise punt to kind of go, well, you know what, actually, I'm gonna give these guys a bit of a shot. Now, they've already shocked a few people, but let's move over now. Let's look at Elevate, one of the top teams coming into this competition, top their group, come second in the last 2Ks.
Yeah.
Have been impressive. Reedy, Shawnee, Watson, and Zed.
Yeah, this is an example of an organization that comes into European Call of Duty this year, shocks the world by going away from the North American type rosters and picking up a formidable EU squad. We've talked so much about how this team works. Zed, Watson, and Reedy, a lot of respect for each other as players. Sometimes we have seen, though, some of these players in the respawns this weekend can be hit or miss, but thankfully they've been able to pick up the slack for each other. An 80% map win percentage. Great numbers from them, and Shawnee, for me, still is the glue for this team.
Here's the interesting thing. Their statistics, pretty much identical to 3G's. Nigh on identical. And here's the great thing, they're both in the winner's bracket. They both had to face tough competition.
Yep.
If anything, 3G may have actually had harder competition coming through this point.
That's sorry to cut you off, but that's actually a very important thing when in the U.S. college football, when they wind up showing like the strength in numbers when they get rated. Strength of schedule is a thing in a weekend. So you could say These guys, yes, they're in the same spot right now in the tournament, but how they got here has definitely put them at an advantage in this position. They've learned more. They've faced better opponents. Wondering if that transfers over now to Call of Duty. We'll see as we get started with Championship Sunday.
All right, now I'm going to bring in a concern here, and it's going to be a little bit off the cuff, shall we say. Now,
I'm scared.
we don't usually mention things
I'm
like this in an
actually
analyst panel, but I know for a fact some members of Elevate just not good sleepers. People like Watson, he really struggles to get a good night's sleep at these events, always has done.
Zed tweeted about it too, right?
Yeah, I think so. Like I said, it's something that we kind of have to at least kind of take a little look at and say, if they start to underperform, are they actually just that tired this morning? They are first game.
Yeah, it's day 4. It's like they're here from 9 a.m. They've had 3 days of, 12-hour days?
Yeah.
It's very important. Everyone says it. Get your rest, get that sleep in.
Watson's very bad at doing that.
It could hinder.
So am I,
However, whilst I was having my breakfast, the Elevate squad all together having
That's a
theirs.
good point. They were wide awake this morning.
Yeah, Reedy was in our green room. I'm like, Reedy, what are you doing at this time? Like, usually he strolls in like, oh, who am I playing? But he's ready for this. And I can tell as well, Zed is so hungry for his first championship.
Yeah.
He's come second already at Gfinity, but I think he's ready.
Yeah, it certainly is. All right, well, I'll tell you what. Speaking of Zed, let's go into our key player matchup. It's Zed versus Wee Man.
I give Zed the advantage here strictly because of the tattoo on his arm.
I mean, look at the
Analysis
numbers.
from Jack as always.
I give him the advantage because
I
it
love
says first, second, and third there.
No, that has nothing to do with it.
That
It's
is-
strictly the tattoo.
That is some phenomenal stats there. To be first in one category, fantastic. But to be second and third in the 3 main categories that we judge these players off, it is phenomenal. But moving over, also in Niles DMs, he said, if I'm not in that key player matchup, I'm going to be angry because I played phenomenally. He's also great. That is it's a true statement. But Wee Man, the new kind of player to all the scene.
First major.
He's been making marks. He's been making moves. He's had a few shaky maps though, Bryce.
Well, he was an amateur till last year, so he's just kind of risen up here. This is a very different environment. I don't think people understand how hard it is to kind of come straight into this. You can play well at home, you can play well in some online tournaments and such, but here's such a bigger deal. The game feels a little bit different when you come to play at these events. It's a very different atmosphere. Your teammates are right next to you. Your team chemistry, if it's good, it's great. If it's bad, it gets worse.
I've seen those Gfinity admins. They are on top of their game. It's not like when you're at home where you finish map 1, you're okay. All right, I'm going to go get a bowl of cereal. I'm going to go take a bathroom break. Here, it's like, get ready. You're going into map 2. The pressure's on every single moment. Even if you drop the map, you got to be focused and ready to go for map 2 because it's starting before you know it. And that's an entirely different factor to these guys.
It certainly is. Well, speaking of maps, here are the maps for this game. As you can see, Scorch, Crusher, Precinct, Retaliation, and Throwback. Okay, guys, now we've seen the maps, we've discussed the teams. Let's get the predictions. Momo, hit me with it.
Elevate, 3-1. I think I would have said 3-0, but that Scorch hard point, I actually think favors 3G. So I'm going to go Elevate 3-1.
Elevate 3-0.
Okay,
I only
both
predict 3-0.
on the side of Elevate, 3-1 and 3-0. It's time to throw over to our casters. It's Tun and Jonas.
Thank you very much, Brycey, Jonas. I'm super excited for this game. It's 3G taking on Elevate, first game of the day, Championship Sunday. What a beautiful, beautiful thing. Scorch, Search, and Destroy coming up first. How are we feeling?
Point.
Yeah, we're top point. Come on. I mean, you know what? I nailed that intro as well, and then I just messed it up with that.
It happens, but one thing
these
for
things
sure, I'm very surprised to see Team 3G here. They've had a great tournament so far. They looked very composed, but can they take on one of the best teams in Europe, Elevate? This is a much bigger challenge. 8 really good players. It's all going to come down to the team who is going to stay most composed, most focused, and who's going to be the best of the best for that Championship Sunday.
I agree with you, Jonas. For me, I'm going to go towards Elevate to win this game.
That's an easy one.
All the players on that team are very strong. We're going to listen to one of their strongest, though, and what he's got to say about this game. Let's hear what Watson's got to say.
We're up against Team 3G, who consists of Delio, Quicker Than You, Niall, and Weeman, who are all pretty good players. But we'll take it easily 3-0, and then we'll go on to the winning bracket final, also win that.
Well, the first indications, Watson, is you might not, because 3G here to play. All 4 men of Elevate do go down, and they've got control of the hard point here, Jonas.
Yeah, very nice positioning by Niall. Just very nice read of the spawn. However,
Ooh, he gives him the drop shot.
You gotta get the nice shots because Reedy is gonna take him out, and there is just players dropping all over the place. Berserk is gonna remain alive in the hard point, getting 3 kills at the row. Hasn't died yet. Very nice start from Team 3G. 30 points on the board already, and Elevate yet to pick up any single point. They're gonna flood into the hill. Zed's gonna be the last one alive.
Look at it though, 3G do have that spawn for the next rotation, and they're going to be able to hold this one down. On board with Zed though. What can he do?
Very nice rotation from Team 3G as well. Elevate players going to wait for each other. They're going to go round the back to try to secure the spawn. And very nice kill from Watson, just taking it slowly.
Look at the 4 stacking down this left-hand side. Zerg's going to take down 2. Shawnee does answer back quicker than you coming in with the Scarab kill though. And Niall's going to clean things up, and that one did not work for Elevate. Will they be thinking about a different tactic this time around, but quicker than you is going to catch a couple of them on the bridge yet.
Huge start from Quicker.
How is he good there?
7 and 2. However, as I say that, it gets taken out in a gunfight that it probably should have gone, and Niall is going to have a lot of work on his play, not going to be able to make any difference. Zerg's going to fall, and finally the break from Elevate is going to come in. But look at the clock. It's only 30 seconds in, so good job from 3G. They had the rotation. They were able to hold on to this hill for a little while. They're going to be able to try to go for one more break, but even if they don't, they still have the lead, and they're going to go for the rotation. Zerg on your screen is in a very nice position, as they are also going to be able to secure that scrap time. So very ideal situation for Team 3G as they're going to secure this new hard point.
Yeah, that worked out really nicely because we're going to see Niall come back around behind bridge as well, so the reinforcement's going to come in there. But the kills are going to come in for Team 3G. Momo predicted 3G to win this map, and it's looking pretty good for him so far. Although I do want to say, as we do go on board with Watson, a lot of the time these teams have been quite close on that first rotation. We always then tend to see a team start to pull away. This is far from over. Great kill by Watson as he pushes in there. Only a couple of members of 3G left alive in there. It's going to be Zerg and Niall. They're going to get the kills. On board with Zerg, he goes down to Shawnee, who's been phenomenal so far this weekend. Quicker than you. Going to have to try and stay alive. Shawnee and Reedy pick up 3 kills between them.
Very big kills coming in from Elevate, but Quicker is going to stay alive, going to allow his team to have favorable spawns. 20 seconds left into this hill, and Watson is just trying to stay alive, making sure that 3G doesn't score too many points on the board before moving on to the next hard point. And once again, 3G is going to have both the rotation and the scrap. Look at Weeman. We talked about him. He was the player to watch. He was having quite a game so far, but huge 3 kills from him. 92 and 50 as we head into the last hard point of the first rotation.
Really good work by Weeman there. Pushing in, taking down 3. He's going to get those final few scrap points. Elevate in control of this next point. Let's go with somebody from 3G. Oh, let's see what Shawnee can do to defend this one. Switch comes in. Is he going to be getting taken down? Weeman again is not losing gunfights. Going to push in there with his teammates, but Watson isn't either as he takes down 2. Zed taking down 2 of his own also. And 2 players from Elevate taking down all 4 members of 3G. Watson's going to spot the spawn. Are they not going to know that they're coming from the mid? Judgment's going to come in. Oh, he's in a fantastic position. Going to pick one. Is he going to pick the second as well? Not quite. Weeman is suddenly left all alone. Goes down. And a really good rotation. It's just taken Elevate a little bit of a while to get warmed up, to get into this game. As there's 15 seconds or so left on Joe, they're going to take a lead going in to the second rotation on hardpoint.
Indeed, Elevate in the lead for the first time going into this first rotation. And it's been kind of a weird one because it felt like 3G had the upper hand. They had the rotations, they were able to pick up the scrap, but Elevate doing a really good job. And now you see all the players heating up, really eating their gunfights. And Quicker and Zerg doing the best that they can. But it just comes down to this little difference. I mean, look at Watson picking up 2 kills yet again. Reedy is going to pick 2 as well to make sure that Elevate can stay in the hill. Huge work from him.
He's 50 points off a Tri-Rocket here. And this is going to be really good if he can manage to get a hold of that score streak. And they've got the spawns for the next one as well. They're going to be knowing now that 3G are pushing towards bridge. Reedy, if he can pick up a kill here, that's a massive kill by Weeman. I think he probably doesn't know it either. Really well played. And he's going to push on through, but Elevate do, as said, have these spawns. Weeman going to just about survive, going to be challenged. How the hell has he managed to get away? It doesn't. Shawnee takes him down. And as we can see, Elevate do have the spawns. As 3G pick up that final little bit of scrap time, they're going to be within around 25 points.
Zerg's positioning is going to be so important as they're trying to go around the back once again to go for the control of the spawn. Reedy is going to be hiding there and picking up both kills. 2 more players coming in for the break on the side of 3G, but good job defending by Elevate. Women's going to be able to pick 2. No anymore, and it's now 145 to 112 in favor of Elevate. Just really, again, warming up. We keep seeing this first rotation that is closed, and then you see those elite teams, the one that you expect to go big, to just secure our points at the row. Impressive stuff coming in from Elevate. 30 seconds left on the hill, and is 3G going to be able to break in?
Let's see if they can try and push in. It's going to be one last little go. I think the shot's going to be fired quicker. It is going to take down Zed, but needs help from his teammate. Shawnee does take him down. A cute angle does take him out, though, but Zerg taking down Reedy, just trading between each other here. Niall's going to have to make this kill. Oh, Shawnee is not missing shots once again. 3 streak for him. And he's not going to be too far off that Trinity Rocket as he does pick up that scrap time for his team. And Reedy has got an important job to do here. E-Ride in hand.
That is huge. If Reedy can stay alive, he's going to make sure that his team get control of the spawn. However, he is going to drop. Niall's going to pick up 2, and 3G is going to be in control of the rotation for Angar. It's going to be a very important one. If they can get maybe a good 40, they could well be back into this game. So be careful, Elevate. You don't want to let this one slip.
Zed's going to push on through. Let's see if he can do anything here. A couple of kills going to come in. Shawnee did get one. On board with Zed. Rewind available, and he just breaks that hill with ease. Zerg taken down. Reedy cleans things up. And suddenly Elevate just pinch all together. Really well moved. And on board with Zed here. If he can lock this one down, then Elevate are going to be in pole position to win this first map at the next rotation.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for 3G. They did all this work for the rotation, but they weren't able to stay alive and make those kills inside the hill. They spawned so far out. They're going to have one more chance at trying to break. Shawnee and Watson still alive, but they're going to go for the rotation as there is only 10 seconds left on that Angar hill. And it's going to be 201, 140. It was just a little scrap for 3G. They've scored about 40 times in the past, 40 points in the past 6 hardpoints. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's been very strong from Elevate ever since that second last hardpoint on the first rotation. Weeman is going to get a kill on Reedy, though. He's the guy that could potentially do something for this team to get them back into this one. Niall is going to lock it down here. Shots coming from above. Zed's going to take him down. Zed, what is he doing, Zed? Landing on top of his head and taking him down. Zed, phenomenal play out of him. And we, you know, the team have said that Zed is potentially one of the best players in Europe, and that was a strange double kill, but he does manage to pick it up.
Yeah, nice reflexes from Zed indeed, and Reedy also hitting up for the side of Elevate, going 23 and 16, 23 and 14 for Zed on your screen. Still on a 3-kill streak, just staying alive inside the hill, and it's going to be 10 seconds left on this hill. If they can secure it, they're going to be so close of closing this one out. Once again, we keep seeing such a strong hold of Elevate.
He is just not missing shots today. On board with Zed as he does move into the central hardpoint, killing everything in his way. Nobody in control just yet, but Watson's going to pick up a couple of kills here. Is he going to be able to make a second? Not quite. Shawnee, though, he's going to be able to use that reactive armor in just a second. They're going to try and push in here. On board with Zed, just trying to get a hold of this hardpoint. 3G are still hanging on, but here comes the pinch from Elevate. They're going to secure map number 1, 250 to 152.
Amazing work from the boys on Elevate. They didn't look really strong, but once again, they were able to come on top. Very impressive hardpoint. It was about 90 to 60 at some point, I do believe. So if you think about it, it's about 200 to 60 point.
Yeah, a really good second round of rotations from Elevate there. And just looking at the scoreboard, I'm sure we'll get that on your guys' screen in a second, but a really good game from them. And there you go, on your screens now. Zed, 28 and 15. 26 and 18 from Reedy as well. Scoreboard back up, Jonas. Jonas, why are you changing things? Put the scoreboard back on.
Sorry.
God damn it, French. 15 and 23 from Watson. It's not fantastic, but you know it's irrelevant at this point. You know, you're picking up the important kills no matter what, especially if your team are winning by nearly 100 points. Look at the other side of things. Okay, quicker, going 21, 23 is all right from him, but we need to see a little bit more objective work from him. And if he isn't going to put the objective work in, then he needs to be making more kills than that. Search and destroy on Russia.
Excited.
Yeah, I think so. You know, we've quite often seen close games irrelevant of the scores, but that one, Elevate really started taking over towards the end. Their pinches when they moved into the hardpoint were very well coordinated, and it just worked out well for them. But the thing is, 3G were picking up a lot of scrap time, especially on that second one, on the first rotation, on the second hardpoint in the first rotation, I should say, sorry. Picked up a lot of scrap points, and they had the rotation towards Hangar as well. So they could have capitalized on that.
Gunfights.
Yeah, they did well, but it makes you wonder what changes in the second half of that to make them
Well, I'll
Who's
tell
so
you
hot?
what, Reedy and Zed heating up really helped.
Yeah.
They really went huge at different points in the game, just picking up those very important and clutch kills inside the hill, all for the rotation. And you know, sometimes it comes down to just one kill inside the hill, little things that could have gone differently, and all of a sudden it can become into 40 points on the hill. So small details, but here is the scary. So is that now we're going into S&D, and now I look at the players in Elevate, and I see Reedy, and I'm like, well, he should be going for the S&D.
They should be going for the S&D, but they've said they've struggled with S&D this
Yeah.
weekend, and we've seen them struggle with S&D this weekend. Obviously, the Epsilon game is going to come to mind more than anything. They did close out that last map, albeit only 6-5. As we move into this next one, it is going to be Crusher, Search and Destroy. Let's have a look at those rest of those maps. Jonas, where do you see this game going from those maps?
Well,
I think 3G could win that uplink.
I do think 3G can win the uplink as well.
And they could win this
Definitely-
S&D also.
Yeah, it's... honestly, it's really 50 for me, in my opinion. You know, R-Point going the way of Elevate, I'm not that surprised. But it's going to be pretty much like every map. I would favor Elevate for every single map, but I'm sitting on the fence here. I do believe that
You're sitting on
3G
the fence. You've got no spine. Come on, give me a prediction.
I'll say Elevate will win 3-1 overall, and that 3G will pick up the uplink.
Okay.
But
I can get down with that.
I wouldn't
think-
be surprised if anything else happened, because I do believe that 3G is capable of beating Elevate in pretty much every single map. I would be surprised if they won the second R point though.
I can get down with that. I can get down with that, Jonas. As we do move into Crusher, Search and Destroy, and at least that's Scorch again. Then we just played Scorch. What do I mean? Crusher, Search and Destroy as we go into it. And as the rig dragged on your screens, nothing too crazy going on. Just the standard thing that we do see.
Them old.
And yeah, just having a look at the teams. It's going to be KVARs all around from Elevate.
Yeah, I'm currently on board with Zed, the most aggressive player on this Elevate lineup, playing so well during the first map. He's probably going to go for an aggressive push towards that B bomb site. His team is acting as a unit, and he goes
really
straight away. He's
aggressive.
going to be taken down by Zerg, but the trade coming in.
Oh, really should be able to make this trade. He's going to be able to as well. Shoney taking down quicker. Niall did pick up a kill on his way down, but Weeman left alive on his own. Going to make that first one. Is he going to make the second?
Reedy against women. Reedy definitely
played
a
that
lot
well.
of experience.
He's played that very well. Let's see which way this one's going to go, though. I'm looking at Reedy on my screen as well. These two.
One situation. This is very tense. It could be
Oh,
big if
gonna be a
women
time
could get
better.
that 1v2, and he is. Very nice work for women. And surprisingly, they take this round, but they had a great push, very aggressive. Zed may be a little too aggressive on the right side, but it didn't matter because the trade came in.
Yeah,
Very
that
big
was it,
work
wasn't
from
it?
Reedy, but he's left alone in that 1v1 situation, has no idea where women is, and women is going to be checking the bomb. Good job from 3G. They really need to get this first point off the board for their own confidence.
Let's go on board with the attacking team now. So see what Niall's going to do with this bomb. And we've seen a lot of variation on this map, and that's why I really do actually like it. We don't always see the teams go
Look at the
towards
minimap.
B. And yeah, we've seen aggressive defense from Elevate. They now can read that though. Although, yeah, okay, they've rushed over there, they've guessed it wrong. Now they're in a position where they can flank round. They found out the fact that they are planning over a day very, very quickly.
All right, Zerg, I'm looking at you, buddy. You've got the whole team of Elevate coming for you. They're hungry. They've got 30 seconds to find 4 players, and the first kill is going to come in from Chani, and he makes it 2.
Shoney going to make the third as well. Is it going to be the ace for the Scotsman? Thinking about that. Bomb defuse already, but Reedy's going to take down quicker than you, and Elevate just sweep on through.
All right, Shani, you got it, buddies. Just gets in, gets 3 kills straight away. And Elevate, we've seen that time and time again. Teams just ticking as a unit in the defensive round, rather than going for these 2-1-1 strats that you used to see, one in the
This
middle,
game's
one big
so
bomb
much
side.
about trades.
Exactly.
Yeah, they
And-
have to stick together. They do that every single time. But what I was saying is I really do like this map because they do go different bomb sites. And it's not always concentrated on round 1. And then that can, just
have to
mix
take
things up a
gambles.
little bit. Yeah, you have to play this one carefully. But we can see on the defense 3G are splitting a little bit. They're sending one guy towards A.
Going
He's not
for
going to see
3-1.
anyone. But now this is an interesting push from Elevate. Are they going to catch them out in the middle of the map here? Zed's
Well-
just about not going to be spotted, but they're going to wrap round through middle towards B. Traded away.
This is not ideal for Elevate, where, 3G was in a really good position to be able to read that. And just like that, they're going to pick round number 3 to lead 2-1 in this S&D. And very nice read once again. I was looking at the minimap, the whole map. They went straight away, very aggressive on the B bomb side to make sure they had the information. They saw that Elevate wasn't pushing B, so they came around the back.
Yeah, they were going towards A though, that was the thing. So then they just collided, and I think it was Niall who was left at B. And he did die, but I think somebody got taken down because he was there. And if he hadn't died, obviously that round would have went a lot easier for 3G, but if they'd managed to keep their guy alive, Elevate, then they would have been in a much better position to do that round, and they would have been able to push through the B, but they got stuck in because Niall was over a B.
Ooh, similar situation. Quicker is going to be such a good position to take that first blood. Shani is going to come in and get one. The trade's coming. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Weeman's going to pick up one more. Watson left alone in a 1v2 situation.
Yeah, he's going to get the hell out of dodge, and does so. But they need to defend here. Watson, not in a fantastic position. Zerg has the bomb for Team 3G.
Oh, he's just hoping that someone comes in at this point. And it's going to be reversing roll with...
He needed that kill. Great shots towards there. Oh, and a really nice shot on the wee man's head. Watson did put bullets into Zerg as well. Zerg's health will have recovered now.
He's got plenty of time. 30
with
seconds
Zerg.
to work with.
Let's go with Zerg. Oh, he's going to catch him, actually. Watson just completely outbraining both 3G members there. Really good shot on the wee man. Zerg has got no idea where he is, and the bomb is going to get defused.
Really nice shot from Watson indeed. And again, the strategy from 3G almost paying off. They went through the middle, Elevate. It's twice that we've seen them going as 4-man unit defending, but no one really checked around the back. And 3G was very fast in going through the middle and rotating around the back for that B-bomb site, picking up the first kill, but it was not enough. Watson able to pick up that 1v2 and staying tied up with a 3G. It could have been a 3-1 lead for 3G, but you know, Elevate keeping it close. We've had 2 1v2 in this game so far. 1 for 3G and 1 for Elevate as Reedy picks up the first kill on Quicker.
Yeah, picking up the snipes as they move towards B there. Reedy sitting in
I
the
like
spawn.
this.
Yeah, let's go on board with Reedy as that bomb goes down.
Okay, has he seen anyone? He's been tagged up, so he's definitely been spotted by the enemy team, but they do not care about him. They're going to go around the back, and there was
Shawnee.
no information. But yeah, Shani once again kind of saving Elevate.
Yeah, Reedy going to come around the back there, and they know exactly where Niall is. Shot's going to come in, surely going to go down, and does so. And I like that from Reedy because, you know, Elevate know that if they come around the back there and they do get taken down from that side, then at least they've got that insurance policy with Reedy around the back. But Shawnee managed to pick up 2 kills as they did push towards him. Zed cleaning things up there.
And I'm just not sure in this round how they didn't manage to find out where Reedy was because he was tagged up, and surely they must have saw they went back to the B-bomb site, but he actually stayed hidden and managed to stay alive, and that was the defining factor for that 1v2 situation at the end because Niall had no idea where it was. Now it's going to be for the first time elevating the lead.
I like this play from 3G. Look, go on board with Quicker if we can quickly. Oh no, Elevate say no. Quicker they knew was not far off 4 members of Elevate jumping around the corner.
He's
And
actually
they've
waiting
sat
for them
back.
to
Yeah,
rotate.
they've sat back, and that's actually going to play out very, very nicely for them. Smart players coming out of 3G.
Yeah, that's very well played.
Elevate aren't going to have a clue what's going on here.
We've seen that happening a lot as well. We didn't used to see it that much, but because
Yeah,
again
when
they
they
play as
hang
a
back in
4-man
the
unit,
spawn, yeah, it's just about rotating around the map at the right times and getting the bomb down and
Okay.
then being able to try and defend it.
Shani, you've done it once before. Retake, triple kill. Can you
So
do it
hard to
again?
retake. They are well and truly dug in here. The game fights are going to come in. The trades do come in though as well. Shawnee getting the kill onto Quicker. Does have that reactive armor. Zerg gets a kill on the Watson. He's going to get pinched surely. How the hell has Shawnee got through? Wee Man takes down his teammate. Last guy alive is going to be Reedy. He's going to be able to make the kill as well. Wee Man unfortunately killing his teammate Zerg there. And that's going to be 4-2 now. That's just an unfortunate
little
situation.
mistake.
Yeah,
Little
it's hard
mistake.
to say. I mean, he might have just jumped in front of his gun. So, I mean, we can maybe forgive him because he's played so well for Team 3G.
I'll
so far
forgive
this
him. I
weekend.
don't know if his teammates will. That was an important round.
It was a very important
But look
round.
at Reedy, very smart plays, just hiding in a dead body, making sure that he could get that extra split second that's going to allow him to get the first shot in, and he's going to pick up that 1v1. Again, coming down to those clutch situations, the experience of a man like Reedy is invaluable for Team Elevate. It's going to be Team Elevate now 2
Reedy's
rounds in
using
the
it.
lead.
Reedy's using his payload. Let's see. I think he might be using, yeah,
Overdrive.
overdrive. He's going to get in there very, very quickly. But, I mean, if anything, it is a little bit wasted.
Yeah,
he gets there at the same time as
completely wastage.
I think it was just there to cover mid, and he has gotten himself into a good position here. But once again, 3G read the wrong bomb site as they do try to push on through. But it's the best way to push. I understand why they push through and get aggressive through there, because as soon as they spot there's nothing really going on a B, it's the easiest way to take the site back. Really needs to get out of there with an E-Rad.
Well, a very different scenario than earlier when the bomb was planted at A. All the players from Elevate are hiding in the back. Watson's going to pick up the first kill. Is finally going to be taken down, and what a great use of Rewind from Zed. Going to be able to take that kill. Zed going to find two, and this is it. Very nice defense from the boys on Elevate after planting that bomb. 5-2 up. It's not looking great for 3G once again.
No, and really coming in there with that E-Rad, never going to miss that gunfight. And
Zed really making a difference.
I mean, Zerg nearly got a hold of a couple more kills there as well, and I think Zed, that's when their payloads come into fruition. You know, that's when they become really valuable. We can see Zerg on the other side of things is using his. Let's see if we can go on board with Zerg. He's just done the same thing as what Reedy's done, pushing through mid-map. And they're going to wrap all the way around. It's actually going to work out really nicely for 3G.
Watson. Yeah, but Watson wins a great position to find Quicker. He was just expecting it.
Why is Quicker not with his team there? Why is nobody able to trade that?
All right.
And suddenly they're going to know what's going on. Elevate are cutting on to 3G's plan on board with Watson as they look to try and close this one out. Weeman does answer back, taking down Shawnee. They're stuck in the worst position possible here. This is not where you want to be. You're not anywhere near bomb sites. You need to rotate now. Elevate know exactly where they are. Weeman does have that reactive armor available. I think he's going to need it this round.
Reedy is in a great position to just make sure they're not going to be able to rotate back to B, which is exactly what 3G is trying to do. And Niall is going to be the one coming in for a gunfight. He's going to be able to take a huge kill against 3D. Now 3G stand a chance in that maybe last round. Watson again left alone in a 1v2 situation. He was able to do it earlier. Is he going to be able to close it out?
If he can get one kill here, he's on his active. This is a massive round. Oh, he's just going to slide by the wrong side of the wall there.
That Call of Duty timing, Chris, once again coming into full effect. Watson has no idea where they are.
They're just going to back off from the shots are going to be fired, and that is now spelling curtains here for Watson. Going to be able to try and do something here. If he can manage to pull off this round now, it'll be absolutely miraculous. Going to go for the first kill, going to get the second. Is he going to be able to punk that active? Surely. Not going to use it this round.
I got a little scared for a second. I think
in that situation, it's hard to process using that. I think he maybe had to preempt that at the same time.
Yeah, Niall had that kill every day.
Would it have been a guaranteed gunfight if he popped that active camo, because we know how powerful it is?
I'm not sure, because Niall literally saw the slide and the movement that Watson was going towards, so he was definitely going to pre-shot it. Where it just became a little scary is when Watson was able to hide behind that rock, and for a second Niall had no vision on it. But anyway, round for 3G, they're still alive, but is it for long as Watson picks up the first kill?
Weeman had his payload available as well. As they push on through here, we do see Watson, who does have his. Shawnee takes down Niall. Quicker does answer back at 2 versus 3. Watson currently using his now. So that would have been active camo as well. He's going to push on through.
Huge kill.
Shawnee taking down Zerg, and suddenly Quicker is left alive all on his own to try and help 3G get a map back, but it's not going to happen. Elevate goes 6-3 up, win the map. 2-0 is now the score, and looking like they want to get in that winner's bracket final, Jonas.
Not gonna happen so far for Team 3G, as they are not looking great. Backs against the wall. They kept it close for a second, but you know, when it came to those clutch situations, really able to win that 1v1 gunfight, and Watson with the 1v2 definitely made a difference into that SND. Looking at the scoreboard, huge map from Shawnee. We saw it during that 4v4 retake on the A bomb site. He was able to pick up 3 kills to get the defuse, and that was pretty much the first round when we saw the real Elevate into the SND. From that round onwards, that was a new Elevate into this SND.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot better from the SND from Elevate here. So, good work by them. They're going to be able to take it. Moving into this uplink now. As I said, I still think 3J could take this map. We'll see, though, because I think the team that's turning up from Elevate is a team that could potentially go on and win this event the way that they're playing currently.
Yeah,
they're making 3G look very, very average, I think.
And they are, and
they are average.
No. They are making 3G look average, but at the same time, is 3G playing their best? I don't feel like I've seen the 3G that be Orbit so far.
Yeah,
we
haven't seen that fast in front of gameplay in the hardpoint really didn't work out for them. The S&D was I mean, it was comfortable from Elevate. There was a couple of rounds that were clutched up, of course, but I mean, that's just shown like 3G maybe need to be closing those rounds out, making it a lot closer. You know, one round that you win is another one for you and one less for the other team, so it's a lot closer game.
It's a 2 rounds difference.
Yes, exactly. So, you know, moving into this uplink, we need to see more from them, especially. For me, I think Weeman has been performing all right, but I need to see the rest of the team step up. Niall, especially, we can see more from Niall when he can get heated, when he can start getting kills on the board. He's a strong character in that team. There's Weeman on your screens. We need a big map from him as we see.
And they seem
whole
a
of Team
little
3G.
down. I'm not sure how the morale is inside the boost.
Yeah,
but
that's when they need Quicker to say, you know, he's the guy that has been in these situations. He's the guy that has been in the teams that have played well and placed well. He needs to now be that guy to say, right, come on, there's 3 more maps that we could win here. We know we can do better than this. If they can do better than this, they could potentially match Elevate. Let's have a look at those 3 more maps that are going to be coming up. Uplink on Precinct. If we need it, Hardpoint Retaliation. That's a map that I would probably still favor Elevate on.
Exactly.
But
even if they can get this one, I don't see Elevate.
I think they're better on the rotations, and their long range gunfights are stronger.
And same if it goes down to throwback once again, it goes down to those long lanes, and I still favor Elevate. So it's going to be a tough task for 3G. If they want to take it to me, they really need a strong moment so they can get some momentum going, some fire in the boost. We've seen their faces; they don't really seem very hyped or motivated. Their heads are down, and this is definitely not the attitude that you want to see against a team like Elevate, who is extremely confident in the win.
I mean, this is not the last we'll see of them if they do lose this. Of course, this is the winners bracket semi-final here at Gfinity. Uplink on Precinct up. And Jonas, I'm going to ask you for a score prediction.
It's going to be a close one. I would be surprised if there was more than 2, maybe 4-point difference, but I will still, despite what I said earlier, I'm going to say Elevate. I just don't think that 3G have it in them with the way they've been playing. They seem, again, it comes down to their attitude. If you look at their faces, it doesn't look like the face of people that believe they can win.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be disappointed because they're two maps down, but for me, I do agree with you in a way. You know, they don't look pumped in that booth. They need that leader quicker than you to say something to them. But, you know, 3G are on the preferred side, if you like, so they need to get a lead in this first half. I think if they don't, it's going to be curtains.
Shirley's not going to be able to go for the 1. Is it going to go in? And it's not. It's going to be a miss. Good try, though. I'm very surprised that 3G let it go that far. Weeman is going to be able to pick up the defensive kills. 1 kill only to his name so far. Been having a decent series, but not the Weeman that we've seen yesterday. So I look forward to see if he can do any better. Zed, however, is going to be able to pick up a couple kills. Going to be taken down. I'm just looking at the scoreboard. Zerg, 4 kills already. They're going to be able to get the control of the drone. And now Elevate, here comes the defense. Here comes the important kills. And let's not forget that 3G is on the preferable side as Niall tries to go for the 1. It was very close to be able to throw it, but not going to work. Now Weeman left side. He's going to have 2 players in front of him, including the drone carrier. He's going to be able to take him down, and good kills coming in from both teams. 2-on-2 situations. Weeman going to pick up 1 more. It's going to be a 1-on-1. Watson is going to be able to try to go for the 1. It's not going to go in, but it's going to pick up the kill. I wonder if there is someone else able to eat that 1 on the Elevate side.
Yeah, I mean, they might have been able to, but at this moment in time, let's see which way this one's going to go. I mean, Zed's got another chance here. Let's see if he's going to be able to put this one in. This looks like an easy 2 here, and going to get that one in. Really well played by Zed. And they're going to be able to lock this down here. Are they going to be able to control that mid-map as well? Let's see.
Oh, that could well be a real 8-ton with the way it's looking. Sean has been able to pick up 2 kills. Rady is in control of the drone. He's going to pass it to Watson. It's going to be another 2.40 to Elevate on the least preferable side. And look at the streaks as well. Watson, 5 kill streak. If he could pick up some score streaks, that would be huge.
Oh, there's somebody going to go over the top of Reedy, actually. He's not going to notice it. He should get this kill, but surely he should get traded out. He's going to make the second as well. Surely he's not going to make the third. Not quite. 3 members of Elevate do go down. Zed now going to push through. He's in a great position to shut this down, though. Going to give them his position and go down, actually. Let's see, anybody going to go for that drone pickup? Not quite. Kill's going to come in from Reedy and Shawnee. The answer back. Zed's going to pick up second. Not going to be quite able to pick up the third as the drone does reset back to the middle.
That was huge from Zerg, but he wasn't able to pick up that last kill against Reedy. Reedy really getting all those gunfights for Team Elevate. And again, look at Quicker just staying alive, and Watson wasn't in a very good position to pick up that gunfight. Almost did so. and it's going to be Team 3G trying to stay alive as there is so much pressure and so much kills coming in from the side of Elevate.
Yeah, Reedy's 11 and 6 right now. The kills are coming in. Are traded by both teams here, though, so on board with Quicker, some defensive work, but this is really not what they need on this side. They need to be able to put in as many points as possible.
I just feel like 3G is trying to survive, to get some breathing room, because Elevate is
They can't.
so much pressure on them, and they keep doing so. So 3G really not in a great position. They're going to be able to, they're going to need to do much better if they want to be able to go for any
They've
points.
got-
But now
they've
they
got
get all the
control of
kills.
tickets, yeah.
Yeah, this is the chance.
They're going to be able to get control of tickets. Let's see what Zerg can do from this position. Is he going to go for the 1 and just go for the 2? It looks like he's going to go
Oh,
for
so
the
short.
2.
Oh my
no.
God!
That's the sort of moments where you've got to get those 2 points.
They finally get
they
it.
did get it.
It could have been a complete disaster. You can't let that happen. This
But
is
even it is a little bit, you know, I know for a fact that if they could actually getting those points, then it wouldn't have meant Niall would have had to sacrifice himself. Let's see if that drone's going to go in. The interception coming in, actually. Really good work there by Team 3G to intercept that.
Yeah, I think it was actually gonna go in, Chris. I really believe it was a good 1-pointer, but anyway, it was intercepted. Very nice setup from 3G to be able to anticipate that 1-point throw. It's gonna be 4-2 3G. Finally getting some points off the board, but here comes the push from Team Elevate. Shane is going to be in control of the drone. He's going to trying to get those kills quicker. Flying in with 2 kills is going to be able to push back Elevate. It's going to be the second opportunity, 30 seconds before the end of the half for Team 3G. They have one opportunity to tie it up.
They need
This
this.
reduces the score.
They need this so
Be
bad.
able to do so, surely. Zerg is going to go in this time around, and 4-4 just before halftime. Really good reaction from 3G, but again,
It's not
very
enough.
scary.
It's not enough.
It's the favorable side, and we've seen Elevate put on so much pressure. I almost feel like this is pretty much a miracle score for 3G. They've been dominated the whole half.
They have been dominated the whole half, and that is actually not going to be good enough for me. I think Elevate should surely go on to win this map now, but let's see if they can do it. Let's see if 3G can answer back and do what Elevate did to them. They pinned them in for so long. And it's a map that we do sometimes see that happen.
We've
I
seen
think
it
if
with
you
Fnatic
can
as well.
establish that mid-map control. We've seen it with Fnatic against the Fuse, but they went on still to lose it. So sometimes that control is great to have, but with all that control, are you heeding enough points from that? I think on that side, Elevate did. 4 points on that side against the 4 points from 3G's side of things as well. It's good enough for Elevate. I think they should go on and win this one, but let's see what 3G can say about that.
Reedy is going to try to be looking for the kills. Watson is going to be able to pick up to Reedy. Is going to be controlling the drone. This could be a great push, but Quicker comes in. Very nice positioning. It definitely saved the opportunity, but
this team,
is
though.
someone else going to be able
Oh, they missed it.
to... Huge kills coming in. And once again, Quicker coming in huge. Going to use that rewind to stay alive. Wow, if he hadn't been there,
they
that
can
was
wrap that-
definitely a 2-point.
If they can wrap that round, Elevate are defending with 3G. I like this, though. They're taking their time. They want to establish control. They want to get in a position where they're not panicking for a 1. They're in a position where they want to try and set up for 2. Not going to happen this time around. Those Elevate
look at
have
Reedy.
answered back. Really going to come around behind, get a takedown quicker with ease. And we're seeing Ebrad come into fruition a little bit more now. A lot more teams tending to use it. Over range, obviously, it has nothing on the K-bar or the MV4 as 3 kills actually come in for 3G. 4 kills coming for 3G. Can they get it set up now? Niall's not in a bad position to push on here, but he's got a couple of kills that he still needs to make from this position. Going to try and stay alive, though. I like this play. They're pushing around the back. Niall's trying to distract, but the uplink is going the other way. The kills are going in the way of 3G.
Yeah, they're getting all the kills. 4 players on the right side of the map is going to be an ideal position for Zerg to try to go for that 2-point.
They can set up relay, the kills are coming in.
It's going to be a tough one. Can he go for the 1? He's going to try to go for the 2.
Sort of went around the other side.
Yeah.
I understand it because they want to try and set up the relay here, but they need to try and make that 2 points and then just try and defend for their life. Zed does use rewind.
That was a perfect setup as well
Yeah,
from 3G. But when you push that right side, the spawn from Elevate makes it so easy to defend. And you could tell they literally spawned on the uplink and 3G wasn't able to convert.
The thing is, if you look towards the scoreboard, they're just that's a great shot on the quicker than you. The thing is, Elevate are just slaying better. They're outgunning them at the right times. And for me, it's going to be a really hard task for 3G to win this game now. Reedy picks up 2 with the Scarab. Let's have a look. Reedy does actually have his payload available. Anybody on the side of 3G close to it? Only Zerg. That one's going to be pushed through.
Oh.
Reedy, overdrive coming in. They're going to shut that down. That's big plays.
Zed, if he can pick up that second kill, that could be a score. He's gonna try to go for it. He's gonna get the 1 point. That was huge. Zed, we highlighted him as a key player for Team Elevate, definitely showing why we are talking so much about him. On the other end, women having real struggle in this game, going 14 and 20 as Quicker is going huge for the team. The most experienced player in this 3G lineup. They have 2 minutes and 18 seconds to come back in this game. It's only 1 point, definitely doable, but you don't want to leave Reedy with the drone. Again, they're going to get the control. They're going to be able to get some time as all the players from Elevate go.
Few members of 3G going to be converging in on Reedy. A couple of kills going to come in. He's going to make one onto Quicker. Shawnee makes another himself as well as that drone is pulled away. Just trying to waste time here now, Elevate, but it's not out of contention for 3G. Quicker Than You makes a couple of good kills, though. Potential overextension here from Elevate. As we see, Zerg, Rabbit.
There's 3 players from Elevate. There is no way he's going to be able to even go for the 1-pointer somehow.
They need the lead blockers to be making kills, and they're just not making them. Niall's the only one to make one there, Jonas. All 4 members of 3G go down once again, and Elevate just keep sweeping them every single time there's potentially a chance 3G just go down.
And I don't know if I agree with 3G trying to wrap the drone on the right side of the map. They've not been successful to do so. And every time we see that favorable spawn for Team Elevate, just allowing them to defend this drone very nicely, it was close enough and it was a good opportunity for 3G, but not able to come back into this game just yet. However, the drone is not going to trying to go away. Big kill from Niall, and did almost get the turn on. But it's still going to be 5-4 to Team Elevate with only 1 minute left. Elevate 1 minute away from going into winner bracket finals done.
Well, Quicker Than You is going to go down. Elevate are in control of this drone. Couple of kills going to come in from 3G. Reedy has some defensive work to do, but his teammates going to do it for him. Shawnee does take down Wee Man. The catalyst from 3G, which we thought they would need, is Wee Man. He hasn't performed so far here. Niall going to get 2 kills. Active camo is available. There is potential in this push from 3G. 30 seconds left, Jonas.
Oh, is he still alive somehow? This is big. If Niall can stay alive, there's one more player. He needs a lead blocker. Reedy is gonna go down. He's got the camo available. This could be it, Chris.
Camo is popped. Wee Man makes 2 kills. Do they know where he is, or does he just go for the 1? He goes for the 1 and draws things up with 15 seconds remaining. I like that play. He didn't get too greedy. Could have went for the win, but that's really well played. Zerg, is he thinking about trying to make this a game that 3G can win with 5 seconds remaining? Really not going to be able to do anything from this. We're going to overtime. Well played, 3G.
Wow, I got a little scared. You could feel by the movement, by his movement, you could tell, what do I do? Do I go for the 1 or do I go for the 2? I'm sure there was enough room for the 2, but he really messed up his movement. Decided to settle for the 1. That was a great decision.
It was a great decision, more
but he could have gone for the 2 if he didn't mess up his movement.
I don't think it was necessarily the movement. I think there was members of Elevate in and around that area where you thought they could have potentially made the kill. Safe play. I like it. For me, overtime gives them a better opportunity to win this game.
Second time that 3G comes back within the last seconds of the game, not being to force overtime. Last time, they were extremely successful. They scored on their last push, and it could be it again. Niall is gonna go for it, and just like that, 17 seconds for Team 3G. Again, they force overtime last seconds and they go for a crazy push. Elevate, we saw they had this in the back. They look great all game long, but just like this, from this double kill from Niall, staying alive, they force overtime, and now they look in a great position. Elevate, if you can do better than 17 seconds, I think I'm just gonna lose it, Chris.
Yeah, if they can do better than 17 seconds, they deserve to win this game. It's gonna be very hard for them to do so. That is a big factor, though. If Watson can use this camo and use it well, then Elevate could definitely win this one. Zed gets
the
kill.
First couple kills. Oh no, Reedy, what have you done?
Oh, that could not have went worse. 3G are gonna win the map.
No way. And 3G comes back into the game.
The stars were aligned. The stars are aligned, and Reedy says, nope.
Zed must be so upset. He was able to get the first 2 kills on the round. There was definitely an opportunity to go for it.
Oh,
but even
God,
with camo,
so upset.
It could have gone down to...
There we go, Niall getting pumped in the booth now.
It could have gone to Alpha second, Chris, because literally, I don't think it's easy to score. I don't even know if it's doable to score faster than 17 seconds without overdrive. So even if he had that camo, he would have gone down to the movement.
9 seconds. Yeah, I think he would have had just about enough time. But wow.
Quicker. 31 kills to his name. Niall only 24, but it was definitely the biggest factor in that last push. that allowed them to go for overtime, and 3G somehow stay alive in the series. And now maybe they stand a chance. You know, I was telling you, Chris, I think they need something big. They need a
That's the
big
sole game.
action
That's a
to
good
get the momentum
change,
going.
yeah.
And that is exactly that. It couldn't have gone any better for 3G.
You've got to ask the question, though. I mean, obviously, we don't exactly know what went on with Reedy in that moment where the grenade did kill him. Maybe he had a grenade in his
I
hand and
think
he
it
got
died.
killed.
I think
yeah.
it died and it dropped on him.
Yeah, and Watson had no option but to go that way, and that will be a stressed out Elevate team and
That's
a
just goofy.
pumped up 3G team. Look, that's a much better booth there now, isn't it?
And honestly, I think for 3G, it's better to win that way than to win like 18-0. Because
it's the
right
momentum,
now,
it's the big hype moment,
it's
isn't
going
it?
to be, and Elevate are going to be thinking about this. They're like, guys, how did we let them force overtime in the last second? And how did we let them score in 17 seconds? But we've got very experienced players on the side of Elevate, so I'm sure we're going to see a great performance from them in our point. We favored Elevate going into this hard point. Sure, the momentum has changed, and 3G is going to probably put a better fight than they did in the first map, but I still got to favor Elevate, Chris.
Yeah, you still have to favor Elevate. And what a series so far. I came to the venue today, I was pretty tired. I was like, wow, man, this is the fourth day of casting. I'm goosed.
Aye, it's...
You know, this series has woke me up.
Yeah,
it really
it's
has that
warming up.
uplink. Wow.
Well, the first
Sensational
two
from
maps
2G.
weren't really close, but this one was definitely delivering up to the expectations. And 3G, going into this tournament, I just feel like everyone has been overlooking them, but they are a great
I mean, they
team.
have been overlooked, and I think rightly so. But at the same time, I think the top 6, 7, 8 teams in Europe are all quite close. Yeah. I still think, you know, after what we've seen this weekend, I know Orbit have beat Splice, but I don't think that was the Splice that we expect to turn up. I think Splice will still push on and set themselves up possibly for a grand final with Orbit.
It's gonna be a long road.
It's hard to say. There's a lot of games to play, but for me, all these teams aren't that far away from each other. There's not a massive skill gap between the
And
top
Chris,
8
even
teams.
Aware taking down Fnatic
Well, yeah, I mean, that
yesterday.
shows.
And
I
they
think-
played amazing. It's not that Fnatic wasn't great. There are people saying, oh,
I do
Fnatic
think
is not as good.
Fnatic weren't as great as I thought they were going to be.
I honestly thought that was Aware being impressive. Sure, Fnatic could have played better, but very surprised by Aware. Very surprised by Team 3GO as well. Still alive in the series after taking such a great map of Uplink. However, still backs against the wall as Elevate 2-1 up in this series. Map number 4 is going to be our point on Retaliation. Who do you want to catch up with?
Go with Nile. He was the guy that really got those couple of kills in that uplink, in that overtime to win his team the game.
Are we going to see the same scenario again? 3G going up and Elevate just dominating the rest of the game. They are going to dominate that first hill.
They're going to get into there, though, but they're not going to get the kills, not going to clear anyone out. And then you got 3G kills on the board, get a hold of Bridge, and they've got this well set up.
And Zerg is going to be, again, with that MV4. Zerg's been picking up a lot of very nice kills during the first high point. Let's see if he can do the same here as they get the first point of on the board. Deja Vu, but the pinch is going to come in quicker, and Wiman still alive. The rotation.
Everyone's dying.
He's far away, and very nice push from Elevate because they've made 3G spawn so far out that they weren't even able to challenge the scrap.
3G are better set up for Lower Street here.
What was that, Quicker?
That was a very, very nice kill by Quicker. That was what that was. Shoney does go down. Just patrolling around.
All right, Zed, is he going to be able to make anything special? He's going to pick up the first kill, Niall. Niall only able to pick up the first kill. The initial control is going to be in favor of 3G. Zed is just going to kill everyone, including his teammate. And he's going to be able to go around the back, pick up Niall.
Just look at this movement. He's flying around the map, picking up kills all over the place, and Zed is just an absolute tear. Opens things up for his team.
Just
gonna
looks
get
easy
control.
when you look at Zed. And he's on a 6-kill streak already.
6 and 1 out of Zed. Can he hold down Bike Shop?
He died on the first push, and Azad died since. On the opposite
Yeah, he
side,
just ran through Hotel. He was just running amok through Team 3G. Is he going to make this kill as well? Of course he is. There's the 7. There's the full score streaks available as well. And it's going to be very, very hard for Team 3G to deal with him for the rest of this game. Elevate have the spawns for this side, but they can actually afford to push this a little bit now and try and pick up some more of this scrap point because they know that Zed has those score streaks.
And on the
Really
flip
hasn't
side, it
been a
was
kill.
3G pretty much needed that scrap, so they could stay within distance of Elevate. You don't want to give them too much of a lead. Quicker, still on a kill streak. If you could pick
Look at all
up
the kills
some
coming in.
score streak on his own, that would be great. He's going to pick up a 4 skill, but Elevate, they have the rotation, but not only they have the rotation, they have the right setup on the map again
It's so
to make
well set up.
3G spawn so far right. It's going to take them 15 seconds just before they are within distance of that Cathedral point.
Well, as they push on through here now, they need to try and protect Quicker than you a little bit, because if he can pick up another kill here, it's going to be important for his team. Does get his Trinity Rocket. It's going to be able to get the bomb in as well. Not quite. Good kill by Reedy. E-Rad in hand is why that gunfight was a little bit more interesting than it probably should have been.
All 4 players of 3G going down during that break. And look at number 2, Reedy is going to go around the back. Very nice positioning again on the map from this veteran player. And this was a
gonna have
flawless
his team.
Cathedral R point from the side of Elevate. They're going to try to go for the rotation.
Streaks
Score streak
coming in.
And it's not going to make a kill.
Yeah, Reedy is going to push around, and it's going to allow the rest of his team to spawn near bridge with him to try and push into Broken. 3G already there, though. Shawnee does take down Zerg. More score streak's going to be coming in here, though. And that's actually going to be for Team 3G. So on board with Weeman, they are going to be in control at this point. They're well set up.
They
That
just
works
waited,
out, yeah.
On the side note, they just waited 5 seconds before because they were going for the setup instead of having someone in the hill. But the score streak is going to come in, so Weeman
Wasted by Elevate there.
Yeah, well, no, Weeman, it got Weeman half the hill for a few seconds,
fair.
but they were too far out. They were too far out.
But on board now with Weeman just holding this down. Let's go on board with, let's have a quick, yeah, okay, yeah, Zed. Let's see if he can push on through trying to use this Scarab. Not far off his Rewind trophy system, does defend that. Pushing in, and now it comes the pinch. Shawnee picks up 2, and that's going to be the catalyst for them pushing in there. Now Niall does take down Watson. Who's this coming around the back? Well, he's easily red. Niall gets the kill, though, and they should be able to pick up Broken here still. Shawnee's inside there, but all alone, he's going to do well to survive. And 3G are going to pick up those final few points as we move to Hotel Corridor.
Oh, that could be big from Weeman. The team kill's going to come in from Reedy. How many team kills have we seen on the Elevate? They just shoot at everyone, but they're still going to get that rotation. 120 and 85. Elevate still well within the lead at the end of the first rotation. Are we going to see the switch where the other team just completely dominates the second rotation? Could well
Possibly.
be.
Ooh, quicker than you, Nelly, picking up the second kill there. Niall going to come in, pick up a kill. Oh, and that wasn't far off. Shawnee does take him down, and Shawnee's just been a constant thorn in their side, just picking up 2 pieces here and there. Currently on a 4 streak, and Scarab is going to control platform.
And I don't want to say anything bad, but it's 140 to 86, and Watson is going 4 and 14, and Reedy is going 5 and 12. But you have 2 players coming out. It's very unusual to see such a big difference between the 4 players. You have basically this 2v4 situation.
They're just stealing all their kills. That's what they're doing, Jonas. But 3G do make the kills. They are going to get in there. Reedy picking up onto Weeman. On board with Quicker, though, as they do rotate around the bridge, and they need some points on the board here. They've got a pretty substantial lead already, Elevate. It's going to be about 165 to 86 as the rotation does come in.
I don't understand who 3G is killing. They are outslaying slightly by a kill or 2 maybe at the side of Elevate. Yet Elevate almost have doubled the points of Team 3G. It's looking great for them.
That's a nice take
Back
by
against
Zerg.
the wall for 3G. Once again, if they lose the map, they will be going to the lower bracket.
The thing is, I think that's a nice kill by Niall, actually, again. I think Elevate have always just got that rotation.
Look at
they,
Zed.
they picked up a lot of points on the lower street. They picked up a lot of points at Cathedral. And, you know, they stopped 3G picking up the full 60 at Broken. If they picked that up, it would have been a closer game. Then, you know, it was a bit messy towards Hotel Corridor. But look at the kills coming in from 3G.
Yes, and they've had a very nice hold of that bridge hard point. The kills are going to come in once again. Watson is
About
supposed
30
to go in
points.
for the rotation, but there's a lot of players from Team 3G that are now less than 60 points away, and they have the rotation. So if they can secure that second hard point,
It's a big kill.
get
It's a big
good-
good fight. Is Shawnee going to be able to win it? Niall does it as well. Zed going to get the kill onto Weeman.
And
Niall
all
gets
the kills.
another one onto Zed, so Niall really playing it well here. 3 streak for him, 3 streak for Quicker. They're not far off their streaks either. This could be a big hard point. 3G are catching up. There you go, Quicker than you. He's not too far off at this moment in time. Does actually get the Scarab, sorry.
This is
Weeman
looking
getting
a
the
little
kill.
shaky for Elevate. They looked really good, and just like this,
Oh, Shawnee's
you
gonna get
see
the kill, though.
3G coming back into the game. Pika is gonna stay alive.
big
He's on a
kill.
7 kill streak, make it 8. Quicker just coming back into this game. And a minute ago, I thought this game was over, and surely that they had it in the bag. but Quicker brings it back, going 25-10. And in a few seconds, we're gonna see Team 3G in the lead. Yet another comeback here at Jeffinity map number 4. We could be heading to map number 5, Elevate. They need to wake up, Chris.
Yeah, they're going to get those final few scrap points. Do they have anybody with some streaks to help them out here? Are 3G going to choose to use them now? Yes, they are. It looks as if it's going to be coming in to just give them some more uncontested time on that point, and it's been completely wasted. Quicker than you.
Shawnee
Not
in a
able
great
to use it.
position.
Shawnee's going to try and push in. Not going to get one. Niall once again is there. Weeman is with him. Here comes the kills. Reedy picks up 2 with the E-Ride. The score streaks are actually going to come in, as it does seem as if Cathedral is going to be retaken. You have to be careful not to bombard your teammate. Get out of the way, Zerg. That's going to really slow them down as well.
Good call out from the boys on 3G, not to team kill any of the teammates. Oh, Shawnee, huge kill. It's not going to be enough. And 2v2 situation inside the hill. 1v2 now. Zerg needs to go huge. 3G is now in the lead by 10 points. If he could get this grab, that would be absolutely huge, but he's not going to be able to do so. Now they're going to have no choice but to go for the rotation. This game is going to be all tied up. This is so close. It's going to come down to who's going to be able to break or secure those last 2 hills.
Well, it does seem as if 3G are the first guys there. Quicker hasn't picked up a kill in a little while. And if I'm honest with you, I think those score streaks weren't utilized as well as they could have been.
Well, it's
3G
Quicker using score streaks.
Yeah,
so
well, yeah,
we've seen that time and time again.
3G do have control, though. They're in control of Broken, and Elevate have to take their time. Reedy does take down Niles. He peeks. Probably shouldn't have. We're going to see the pinch coming in. Let's see if Watson's going to be able to do anything here. Zerg does get 1 kill. Going to get jumped over, though. Watson comes in behind him. Suddenly, there's only 1 guy left. Elevate pinch in, and it's just so easy. Elevate just move together, make the kills, win the gunfights where they need to. And 3G are suddenly on the back foot, and they need to push in quick here.
All right, they need to make this break work. Elevate can't win on this hard point, but they're going to be very close to winning if they're able to secure it. 2 kills with the Scarabs are going to come in. The kills coming in from 3G. This could be it. They could be breaking into this hill. They badly need it. They need to stay alive.
Oh, they need the kills as well, though, Jonas. They pushed in. Camo's been popped. He's going to get 1. He's going to get the second as well. Not quite sure. He's all over it.
Huge kill from
20/20 vision or what? 230. They're nearly going to be there. Our elevators, we move into Hotel Corridor. Are they going to be any vacancies, though? 3G are available. On plat is going to be Zed.
Right,
Quicker than you. They need to hold this down, and they hold it well. It does have that Scarab, which can become an important tool on this point. Reedy gets the kill in here. The points are in the favor of 3G. Shawnee coming around behind, though. Is it going to cause problems? The answer is yes. 2 kills come in just like that. Is it going to pick up the third? Not quite. Quicker than you with an important kill on the Shawnee. But Elevate are in control of that point. They're still in control of it. Are they going to the winners bracket final? Niall says no, not quite. Quicker than you picks up another kill as well. And they're going to hold it down. They're going to push Elevate out. There's 30 seconds remaining. Team 3G can win it on this point if they can hold this down, Jonas.
Shawnee is going to be taken down through middle, but Zed is going to pick up the first kill. Watson is going to have a gunfight here. It's not an easy one to hold on to.
Zed's going to go in.
1 more kill, and this is going to be it. Elevate walk away with the win. 252-37. 3-1 for Elevate. But what a great game of Hardpoint we just had. 3G, they gave it all. Quicker went big time and time again. Chris, wow.
What a sensational series, and what a way to end it. That hardpoint, very close game between these 2 guys. Elevate walk into the winners bracket final. Bryson, the guys, what did you think of that one?
Thank you very much. Wow, what a game. Quicker versus Zed. And this time, Zed walks away the winner. Team Elevate will continue through the winners bracket. Momo, your prediction was pretty bang on.
Yeah, I thought, I didn't actually think the uplink, I know Jonas mentioned it during the cast, he actually said the slip map would be the uplink. But yeah, 3G weren't going out without a fight. We saw that in the hard point as well. The search and destroy, it was back and forth with that game. You know, both of those squads very closely talented, but I think Elevate did deserve the win. Individual play stood out for me, which I'm sure we'll break down.
Yeah, I think realistically, this game was actually pretty good. Like I said, the first hard point and then the S&D, I was like, this is really great. And then the uplink was fantastic.
I'm happy to see Elevate continuing to move on because they have provided us with, in my opinion, the best series so far this weekend. Obviously, their one versus Epsilon, now this one as well. The overtime uplink with the 15-second dunk, some great plays in the search and destroy, and then even there in the hard point, you heard the energy from the casters, and then the gameplay really spoke for itself. how many times that map when we were watching where you could literally pinpoint a play from every single person in that lobby, whether it's Quicker, whether it's Zed, whether we walk up here, you start yelling about Shawnee, the 2-piece he gets. I love games like that.
I think this is the key thing that you have to look at. Some of the stats don't really tell you the truth because some of those kills were massive.
Yep.
Like just making one entry kill when they went for that rotation into Broken, like just one, I think it really got one, and then you could see them start to snowball. Like we've just got to make these picks and push forward. Then Watson comes through, picks up 2. They kind of neutralized the camo from 3G. So much could have gone wrong, and I've got to give props to Team Elevate for the simple reason being is they were up by a lot of points, lost that lead, and then at that point a lot of people start panicking. They didn't. They kept it tight all the way to the end. Now, we're going to go through this map by map in just a second. But before we do that, we're going to throw it down to the floor. It's Lottie with Watson.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Such an exciting series for you guys. I mean, it was certainly exciting for us. Let's talk about the first map. So Zed Slade for the first map. Is he a game changer in your team?
Yeah, Zach's by far the most impactful player on our team. Him going off can win us games alone.
And you guys are dominating the tournament so far. What separates you from all the other teams here?
I think one of the things that separates us is our hardpoint game because we haven't lost a hardpoint yet. We made a pretty good comeback against Fnatic yesterday, and just our general composure.
Going back to the series, your S&D looked really strong at the beginning. 3G pulled it back for a 5-3, and then you managed to secure the win. What happened there?
We just said, again, we went up and they started coming back. It's happened in 2 S&Ds so far, and we just said, let's all stick together, hit something together, and just trade the kills, and that's what we did, and we won.
Let's talk about your uplink now. You did lose that map. Was the pressure just getting to you guys when 3G were pushing that hard?
Again, it's just us making mistakes. We should have got at least 4 ones that we missed. We just got to work on that, but we're by far the better team.
And your final hard point, that was crazy. I mean, it was really, really close. At one point, I think we all thought 3G were going to pull that back. Talk me through what the booth was like, what the atmosphere was like.
Honestly, props to them 3 because I was having a nightmare of a game. I was like 8 and 23, and them three kept in the game. They kept me in the game. They kept me composed, and we pulled through and won.
Awesome. And going into the winning bracket, what is your attitude like as a team now?
Well, we know we can take it. Like I said, we've not lost a single hard point this event, and we plan on keeping that streak going. So just confidence.
Thank you very much, Watson, and very good luck for your next series. Back up to you, Bryce.
All right, thank you very much. Well, Watson, again, you can hear him screaming in the booth, but he comes out, it's like, yeah, I'm okay with this. I'm all right, it's fine. It's just every other day. Like, just the energy level. As soon as you walk to the booth, the energy level, he's like, yeah, I'm back to normal, I'm okay.
Yeah.
But, again, Watson kind of said what we were saying. There are very few points where they seem to really go out of their way and be in a lot of trouble. They always kept composed when they were under the fire. And for me, that's really kind of putting them in that elite level bracket. Like we were talking about at the start of the weekend, elite level teams, who are they? Elevate, when under fire now and when under a lot of pressure, are not buckling.
And not only are they an elite team that we're beginning to see, but they are led by an elite player in Zed. Watson talked about how he's the most impactful player on this team. Prior to that match, we did the key player matchup. Zed was on there, first, second, and third between the 3 stat lines, top 5 and everything. The guy's having an incredible event, and when he mentions they're undefeated in hardpoint, I would put a lot of that towards the performances we've seen from Zed so far.
Well, I think so. I mean, actually, Watson mentioned the scoreboard there. She was something like 8 and 23. We actually see it on our second screen. He finished 15 and 26.
And he went into the second to last hardpoint with 8 kills.
Yeah.
And, to kind of just, he said his team kept him composed there, but to go in and just nail 7 kills in one rotation at one hardpoint itself, that's crazy. And yes, he will admit, very poor 9 minutes for him.
Yeah.
But those last 60 seconds, he was on fire.
Well, I said it when we were sitting kind of watching him waiting for this game to finish. Like, I just saw what he was doing. And I'm like, oh my goodness, they just smashed that setup they had.
Yep. Yeah.
And, it was Watson's 2-piece that really broke it for them and allowed them to get in that rotation and not bleed out all those times. 3G had that rotation. But I'll tell you what, we're talking about 4th map. Let's start at map number 1. Let's start with the first hard point and how we think it went.
Well, back with Scorch, this was one, too, where Momo... at times you thought, wow, 3G come out of the gate hot. We were sitting over the steps watching, and immediately they get out to a 20-second lead. But as time goes on, Elevate show why they have been arguably the best hardpoint team this weekend as they begin to kick it into gear, their kills on rotation have been the thing that's most impressed me.
Yeah, the one thing about me, yeah, like you said, rotation for these guys. And I think that comes from, we talk about Zed and his impactful kills and the likes of what Reedy is and whatnot. Shawnee, again, for me, this new addition to this squad, he's so humble in the way that he comes. It's not about anything, not about the scoreboard. All he's focused on is what he's hearing in, Reedy's voice, and if he's been told to rotate early, that's exactly what he's doing. He really, really is one player that I will say 1,000,000% he's playing for the victory. There's nothing that goes through his head as, I need to get this, double kill. It's going to be a fancy play. Let's hit the rewind. It's not. It's like, I'm getting this rotation. If I die here, it doesn't matter because this will happen. It is all about the victory, and that is why I'm actually, over this weekend, becoming such a fan of Shawnee.
Well, I think, it kind of helps. That entire team has that mentality, and their coach has it a lot. He says we sit down and we go over these games. We go over these mistakes and we stop them from happening. But let's move on to map 2.
This was a map where Wee Man had a couple clutches. This was one of them that you're seeing on your screen right now. This was a 1v2 early on in the game. Bryce, I looked over to you. I said, I think Crusher's been my favorite Search and Destroy map this weekend. I've loved to see how teams approach going towards that B-bomb. You talk about Shawnee's impact. This was the 3-kill round he had again early in the game, and then it all began to develop later on in as well.
Yeah, it was a really kind of masterclass from Shawnee in those early rounds. You see here, this is the kills being traded out so well. And I think that's what, was the difference, in the two teams. Not particularly this round in particular. We had a team kill going down there for Wee Man. But
smart play from Reedy.
Yeah, really, really smart. And it just seemed to be that one little step ahead that Elevate seemed to be. The Search and Destroy, they actually looked really, really strong in this time.
Well, I think what we're seeing now as we move forward with Elevate is the way this team composition works. Watson he's always had a disgusting AR. He's always been the most ridiculous of shots in Europe. It's been like that for so long. The only issues he had was his inconsistency and maybe decision making.
And his attitude.
And his attitude. The team seems to have fixed a lot of those issues. Zed, of course, he had a few issues as well, decision making, but was just a great speed player. He's doing that again. Then you've got Reedy and Shawnee, who seem to be filling in all those gaps and in-game leader. But let's move on to the map they lost, though. This is Uplink, 4-0 up. Didn't end that way.
Yeah, the overtime, we'll get to it in a minute, which literally was one of the quickest overtimes I've seen on this map, under, I think, 16 seconds for the score. Nice interception that winds up coming in here on the side of 3G. This was the game mode where I thought Elevate would actually close it out. I predicted a 3-0 for Elevate. It does go to the game 4. Biggest standout things for me, how even these two teams looked throughout this entire map. There was never one point where you thought one team was going to pull away. No, it was neck and neck, even through the overtime. If there wasn't a team kill with that grenade, you think Elevate might have a chance to match the time that was put up by 3G.
Yeah, the uplink really was, I thought this could be the real momentum shift. Quicker has been reverse swept quite a few times. I thought, if he wins this, he'll go into that second hard point a lot more confident. And the way they won it as well was, a bit of a sucker punch towards Elevate. It was last second, last minute. But yeah, so close individually. Great plays all around from Team 3G, though.
And here's the moment right here where we talk about the grenade. Winds up killing Watson, and they had 2 lead blockers pushing down the street.
And camo.
And active camo. Not sure if the time would have worked out, but either way, definitely would have been close.
It certainly would have, and they will regret that massively. They had so much going for them in that overtime. Problem was, they had such a time to beat, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's literally just so narrow that one mistake, done. If we were talking like a minute, you probably would have gone, well, they might have had it. They still had active camo in the bag.
You got to say, just super smart play from Team 3G, though. 15 seconds, you're thinking, I don't know, I'm just going to lob a few grenades in there, push them back, bide my time. Came out for them, though.
All right, well, let's move on to map number 4. And a hard point that started very one-sided, but ended in a kind of a rip-roaring fashion.
One thing we haven't talked about a lot on this desk, and I know you guys have been mentioning back and forth to each other off air, has been the matchup of Quicker versus Zed. Zed starts out 13-3 this game, dominating everything, leading his team in the objective, leading the game in the objective, leading in kills. The heroic-like performances keep in, but then Quicker goes, you know what, anything you can do, I can do better. You see here he's on that 4 streak, now 21-10. I believe it's coming up here where he gets fully streaked on out, and this is actually the hard point where 3G take back the lead. So the 2 previous Hyper Games players who were such dominant forces in Hardpoint Online in the CWL last year, now going up against each other on LAN here at Gfinity, but in the end it is Elevate coming out on top in 4 games.
Yeah, I think so, and obviously this all means 3-1 Elevate, continue forward. They're guaranteed top 3. 3G, though, will fall into that loser's bracket. A loser bracket that isn't looking too easy for people. I believe the game they are playing is against Splice as well.
Yeah, they fall into a very tough category. They basically fall into a pit of snakes, literally.
This was the scenario we talked about. 3G in the group stages, they wind up having to beat Orbit. They do just that. And then now in the losers bracket, if they want to stay alive, they have to beat Splice, which coming into this weekend, everyone regarded those two teams as the top two.
They certainly would have done well from one big game to another. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, Orbit versus Infused, another winners bracket game. We'll see you right after this.
Sometimes teams have 4 players that can do every single role, but personality clashes, sleeping patterns, people being lazy, or the way they think the game plays can differ, and so if it differs, then you've got to make a change. Currently in the EU, I'd say I'm team with the 3 best instead of having 1 best. I think I'm team with all 3 of them. There's other top players in the EU, like so Joe and Reese who I've teamed with before, but at the moment I think I'm team with the 3 best players in the EU. I chose to stay with Josh because me and him both had success in other teams, not just with Joe and Reese. So me and Josh came second at season 1 last year, so we knew we could play with other players, and we thought we'd have a change. The team wasn't working with Reese and Joe, personality clashes, so I thought I'd stick with Josh, who I've been teaming with for over a year now, and hopefully it pays off. Ideally, I'd love to see this end with Splice winning everything. European events aren't really much, they're more practice or the pro points mainly to get into the league, but the big thing will be COD Champs and the World League, and that's where we will want to win. We know how to play the game now, it's just putting it into action.
A granddad before, but teaming him recently, he's been picking up an SMG. At Champs, we placed top 16, which that's pretty poor from us. We placed top 8 at Anaheim last year. It's almost been 10 months since me and Mark have won an event, and with Moose and Nolson, I think we can achieve a first at this G-Finity. I think when we went to Vegas, it was really unjustified just because we lost to Elevate early in the open bracket, and it was a best of 3. A best of 3 is never good enough to show what a team's worth. I think me and Mark will continue as a duo. It's down to him as well. I can't fault him, and I can't see any reason why I would leave and pick up someone else. I'm pretty confident with this team as well, with Moose and Nolson, so looking forward to see how this year will pan out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL London. We are live in the Gfinity Arena, and we have another winner's bracket game for you. Another big one as well, Orbit versus Infused. A lot of people are looking forward to this matchup. Some saying Orbit, they doubted them yesterday. Some saying Infused have looked superb and expect them to get to the final. Now we are going to settle that. But before we do, let me introduce the two people on the desk. Better looking than my last panel, and probably just as clever. First of all,
again, he's given us both compliments, man.
Yeah, I feel like they're more heavily weighted towards me than you, but he has paid you a little bit of a compliment because I'm here as well.
you know what? I'm okay with you being on the desk, X. You know, I appreciate you being here. It's like, we've got Jack, but they brought you, so it's okay.
Yeah, I feel like I'm the only one who can kind of like match your meanness on a consistent basis.
I wouldn't argue.
Pretty mean, so I feel like somebody needs to fight him back here on the desk.
I don't think I'm mean. I think it's just love.
Misunderstood you?
I'm like a warm embrace, but as a person.
You look like a vampire.
That's coming from you.
Yeah.
Coming from you. If you hadn't been dipped in varnish before the event, like I'd expect you to be wearing a cape coming on the desk. Honestly, I need some of that, to do the patio out back. Jesus. Anyway, let's get into this game and talk
water
about
resistant.
Water resistant. Let's get this game. It's Orbit versus Infused as we go on into this one. All right, let's get our first impressions on how we think these two teams actually match up, because it's been kind of weird. People have been saying, they doubted Orbit, then they've been hyping up Infused. Where do we think they stack?
I mean, we doubted Orbit, and then they come in and they just run through Splice. I think Infused, you look at them, it's really been PD and Moose. Those two guys have just been unreal. Moose in the last series specifically. I think you look to them, see how they perform in this matchup. If they don't kind of keep up to how they've been performing in the previous ones, I think this is one Infused can lose actually, pretty large. I feel like Orbit can come in and take this pretty substantially.
Yeah, Orbit are in fine form this morning, but of course, Team Infused, Marky B, Moose, Nolson, and PD have set a few people's eyes towards them this event with how strong they've been playing. Taking down Fnatic, a lot of people were like, well, actually, Infused are here to play. And a lot of us wondering just how well they're going to do.
Yeah, and I think, if you look at their performances, we highlighted the individual performances we've seen, but we need them all to play fantastically well in this game, I think, to beat Orbit, because Orbit have looked very, very strong. I think, for me, this is the first time they've went up against an elite team this weekend.
Yeah, well, speaking of Orbit, there they are, Joe, Rated, Urban, and Zero. From a defeat against 3G early in the group stages, they come swinging into the bracket. They took down Splice in a 3-0 victory, which has put them here against Infused.
Yeah, I think the loss in group stage is probably the best thing that happened to this team. Rated has an awful performance in that matchup, kind of realizes, I need to step my game up. Going into the bracket play, they get a tough matchup against Splice. Splice probably the best opponent they could play because, obviously Joe and Rated even more motivated going into that matchup. But I think Orbit, we're definitely seeing them kind of realize their potential as a team. I was really high on this team coming into the event, had not seen great things outside of their PSX performance. But now they're really starting to show their true potential.
Well, here's an interesting thing. So first of all, we're going to look at the key player matchup now for this game. Two fantastic players that have detonated all over this event, Zero and Moose. Moose has been fantastic. Look at his statistics.
Yeah, fantastic would be a good way to put it. He's in the top 3 in all of our statistics shown. So, it just shows you the type of play that we've seen from Moose. It's really the first time in a very long time I can remember Moose really playing at this. Yeah, you keep saying new Moose. He looks the same as the old Moose, just playing a lot better.
The new Moose looks fantastic. He's majestic. The majestic Moose.
That looks the same Moose that we had last year, just with much better stats.
Subtle. It's very, very subtle. But no, obviously, you know, both these two players done really well as they go forward here. But there's also another match I would like to talk about. Now, yesterday, when Orbit played Splice, it was a little bit of the war of Josh and Bance versus Rated and Joe. Today, it's a little bit of a war of Zero and Urban against Marky and Petey.
It's true. Is it, though?
Well, so this is the way I understand it went down.
Okay.
Marky didn't want a team with Urban, but he wanted a team with Zero. Zero told him, no, I'm going with Urban. So they both ended up leaving. That's how that team eventually ended up splitting.
Ructions.
Yeah.
So I like to hear.
Well, if I remember, Urban was actually pretty poor at COD XP last year. He did not have a good event for Infused. So I can understand how, you know, Marky B, basing off that event, like, did not want to bring him into the team this year. But no props to Zero. Stays committed to his boys, teammate. They move on to Orbit, and they find themselves in a pretty good squad.
All right, well, here are the maps. Scorch, Crusher, Precinct, Retaliation, and Throwback. Guys, give me your predictions on how we think this one is going to go.
3-2 Orbit. I think, you know, Orbit are a little bit faster on the hard points. I think the S&Ds could go to Infused side, but I think that Orbit will take the uplink.
Rated's not going to like that. He said he's the best S&D player here this weekend, but X?
Yeah, you know, I kind of want to go out on a limb here. I want to say that Orbit's going to win this one 3-0.
Okay, both for Orbit, but differing opinions. Well, I'll tell you what, let's kind of find out how this game is going to go as I hand it over to our casters. This is Infused versus Orbit. Guys, please take it away.
Beautiful stuff, gentlemen. We are prepared for this winner's bracket semifinal match. Myself joined by the wonderful Rel. Rel is saying that this is our last time ever casting together. Rel, I'm not letting you retire.
It's not really an option or a choice you have, Jack. I'm sorry.
Well,
it's been decided.
I will take you back to the United States with me, and I will make sure Maven never casts again, and you can join me now. Deal?
But you love Maven.
I do. I can't lie to the people. We're going into game number 1, though. Infused versus Orbit. This is a series I know we're both very excited about. We heard the analyst predictions, Rel. From your perspective, though, where do you see this one going? Is this a short series or is this a 5-game series?
You know, this is going to be very, very close between these teams. I mean, let's put it this way: the previous Infused lineup has been split here. We have 2 ex-Infused players now playing for Orbit. They know exactly how each other are going to play this out. I'm thinking game 5.
You didn't give me a team.
I'm going to say Infused.
Okay, there we go. I didn't want the typical VP Brothers answer where no side is chosen. Let's get into it, folks. A winner's bracket semifinal matchup. The winner of this one secures themselves a top 3 placing here at the CWL London Invitational presented by the PlayStation 4. Off the break, we're watching Rated, the self-proclaimed, best S&D player this weekend.
Well, that's what he says. Let's hear what his thoughts were on the run-up to this game.
I think Infused have played really well so far, but I don't really think anyone's really challenged them. They beat Fnatic and Epsilon, who are both already out in 8th place, so I don't think they've really had anything that's challenged them so far, but I think they're a really good team. We've played them online a couple of times. They've beat us, we've beat them, so I think it can go either way.
All right, well, confidence once more there from Rated. We saw him opening up very strong. They had a great flurry of kills on that hardpoint area, but it does seem like Infused have just brought it back.
I think that's the most interesting thing for me. We saw the map counts between these 2 teams in the matchup card prior to the series starting. And you saw the better map record right now is Infused at 92% of maps won.
Yeah.
Orbit's was a little bit lower, and you could test a lot of that over to their Splice series where they got 3-0'd earlier this weekend. You think, though, Infused in this matchup, definitely their toughest test yet. Currently the score, 21-18 in favor of Orbit. 4 times multi-kill coming in there for Urban as we begin the rotation towards the back turbine hardpoint.
And I just want to get on board with Moose here. Moose had that unbelievable hardpoint performance yesterday. We're going to have to see if he can replicate this today. He's got. I don't think
he's stopped having good performances. This is arguably the best I think I've ever seen Moose play at an event. I'd like to see stats that prove otherwise, because right now top 3 in every major category, as Mr. X pointed out. The guy is going off. A big reason why Infused find themselves in this scenario. But there's also the storyline behind it of Zero and Urban and their pass with Marky B. Who of the duos winds up doing better? Currently, the score getting a little bit closer as Infused look to take the lead.
I mean, if you looked at these them as individuals and you looked on the previous title, I would probably say Zero and Urban were the better 2. But, you know, as you said, on map count, Infused have been the better team, so the switch really has been beneficial for them. You can see them now taking the lead. PT just going to secure all those scrap points, but rotation is going to favor Orbit.
God Champs runner-up Joe just got his first kill of the game. Now let's hop on board with Orbit for a second, see how they can hold down this hard point as the pressure begins to come in from Infused. Joe nearly just does miss that first player challenging from that underpass area, as Zero will lock down the hard point for his team. We saw Zero's stats this weekend, and you said you weren't all that impressed with what you've seen so far from Zero.
No, I mean, Zero is one of those players in the past who we've seen really doing standout performances. He's always been top of the leaderboards, top of the game, and in comparison to the other competitors here, he's not been putting up his usual numbers.
It reminds me of kind of like a karma factor, where when you've got some of the best players around you, there's maybe less on the map for you to have to go ahead and take down. Infused out to their largest lead of this game currently, 83-53. Remember, get involved with the conversation on Twitter. Use the hashtag CWL London. Make your thoughts known. Give your predictions for this series. I definitely want to see them because a lot of people going back and forth and on who they think will win this. Currently Infused giving some great effort as we will go to the final hill of this first rotation with a 50-second difference between these two teams.
Yeah, and this is really big for Infused. A lot of people actually favoring both of these teams to make it all the way to the final, so it's interesting that they should meet here. This is the winner bracket, though. This is, of course, a double elimination series, so even if they do lose this, Jack, they still have that shot.
Now, you did just see for a second when we hopped on board with PD, fully streaked out, went on an 8 streak, combined with his team, up to 13 kills in a row for Infused there across the last couple minutes, and you'd probably attest that back to the score lead that they now have. But Orbit do break on through a lot of pressure towards that observation deck area, but this is where the streaks begin to come into play. Trinity Rocket now falling on down. Nolson with the 2 entry kills. You've got a third there now, and the final Trinity Rocket does come on in to clean up Urban. That's a prime example of how streaks can force your opponents to play out of positions they don't want to be in, and how you can easily retake a hard point with a well-used streak. At the end of our first rotation, it will be over a full minute lead for Infused.
Wow, and this is bad news for Orbit. Still with Zero now as he makes it straight onto the hard point. And this is quite a difficult one to rack up a lot of points on, Courage.
Yeah, very scrappy. We saw that in the first hill where both these teams really left this hard point within about 2 seconds of each other. Orbit, I'm seeing the same style of hardpoint to where we saw them struggle a little bit at the start of this weekend when they had that matchup versus Splyce, as we talked about earlier on. How can they bounce back, though, in this map? So many times these top teams go down at the beginning, but then claw back into things as their slang improves over the map. Well, here you're facing Infused. You're not going to get that same luxury as you did back in group play.
Oh, no.
They have begun to claw back into things, now only down by 40, and they've got the spawns locked down for the new hardpoint at Turbine.
Yeah, this really is where the men separate themselves from the boys as we see Orbit finding 2 more kills. And they're actually on a nice little comeback here. Jack, you were saying before there was a minute between them.
A minute between them, but also look at the kill feed now. Look at your scoreboard. It's been all blue, rated from 5 and 10, now up to 10 and 10 on a 5 streak. He's finally making his presence known. Can Orbit, though, hold down these spawns? Because here comes a big push from Infused. 3 players hitting the outside catwalk area. Joe trying to stay alive inside Factory, but already hardpoint control has been flipped. You've got the members of Orbit spawning on out. An awkward scenario, as you can just see that they're pushing on in. Now, I do believe, you're looking at the stage, I do believe Zero is playing like this on purpose.
Yeah.
He's waiting for his team to get, no, he was playing like that on purpose. He was waiting for his team to get in a position to be able to follow this up. So look, gets the first 2 kills. Urban then hits that catwalk area. Now they'll be able to pinch on in. So it did look a little strange because he was waiting there for about 15 seconds. The right call in the end, as now Orbit will get the rest of the scrap time, it looks like, and bring themselves within 10 seconds, Rel.
Yeah, I mean, I was a bit confused. I was like,
you were standing up and looking at the venue. Is something wrong? What's going on here?
But no, he was playing it very smart. Urban has just unlocked his payload as well, so could be seeing that come into play as this is starting to become a very close game. That huge lead that Infused had not so long ago has completely gone.
This is an area, though, where Orbit need to take over in communication. Thankfully, Zero just goes full dad mode with the 3-piece because they were in a little bit of an awkward push. They sent in 1 player first. Zero makes the hero play happen, though, as he's somehow still alive. He buys enough time, though, for his team to push from that last hard point into the new one. And now look at the top of your screen. 160 to 157. Orbit have mounted the comeback. And earlier I was saying it's going to be tough to do this against Infused. Well, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Every time I count Orbit out, they always seem to come back into things.
And I've just got on board with Joe here. He's struggled so far in this game, finally finding the kill there. 7 and 13. Not the best of performances from him. He is over triple kills behind Zero, who, you know, I highlighted at the start of the game saying he's not really been standing out that much, but my goodness, he's having a fantastic hard point here.
Where's the slang been for Infused in these last few hills?
Mm.
It's been completely null and void, and Orbit know this now, right? Even with Joe struggling, what makes him a strong team is anyone can step up when they need to. We critiqued Zero's stats a little bit so far this weekend, but now he's going big for his team, 26-14. He's got reactive armor as well. Orbit win the kills on rotation, their largest lead of the game yet as they look to potentially close out map 1 on the next couple hills.
And Zero finally going down there has had such long lifetime. It's hard point coming under contest, and it is going to be Infused that come out on top. Moose, who we said had that outstanding hard point performance, gonna need to crank things up again to bring this back.
This one is down to the wire right now. PD just waiting. He's got teammates watching over. Enough time here for them to absolutely still play for this, and it's a quick rotation over towards middle map. Infused looking to retake this lead. You can see on your minimap, though, a pinch now developing. They've got to watch out for Rated. PD snaps onto him here. It's a 1v1 scenario. Nolson with the help. Infused now will take back the lead as they begin to show some strengths. 197 to 197 as Infused now begin to move towards middle map, and still the kill feed in favor of them as they're going to be set up this new hard point already.
PC is really getting fired up here. Some big kills, and there's another on a 4 streak now. And Infused taking this lead in quite commanding fashion. Oh, and there's the engagement on the hard point. Orbit on top.
With the ERAD, Joe beginning to show some life. It's been a quiet game for him so far. 10 seconds separate these two teams. Let's take a look, though, at our payload abilities. What's going to be available? A few will be available for the side of Orbit as we begin to move towards this new hard point. You've already got Zero with that reactive armor. Still can be such a great tool to break into this new hill. One thing to point out, though, Orbit do spawn out for this current hard point. They have nobody near the new hill, and look at the score. They still have to actually contest this middle hill. That's what they're setting up for right now, but PD is lights out. Another 4 streak.
And this is really good for Infused. PD as well with the armor. He could just go in there now and hold this himself.
Okay, he's about to earn himself a bombardment. Does he win the one-on-one engagement? There it is! PD fully streaked out, 26-18. Nobody near this new hill yet for Orbit. I think Infused are going to be able to close it out here.
And here comes a score streak by PT. And yep, I think this is going to be it, Jack, unless Orbit can just throw themselves at this.
This should do it, folks. Infused. Oh, you gave up the first big lead you earned, but then you wind up closing it out when you need to. My MVP there has to be PD. The guy winds up getting the scrap time in middle to bring his team within 9, and then there in the end calls in the streaks to shut the door on Orbit. Map number 1 goes over to Infused as they continue to improve on an already insane 92% map win percentage this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they had a brilliant start to that hardpoint game, Jack.
Yep.
They were just taking it. They were taking it away from Orbit to the point where it really didn't look like they had any shot at getting back into the game. But I mean, Orbit out of nowhere, huge performance from Zero, going 30-19 for the loss. Just wasn't enough.
And you could see Rated and Joe, they do what they can inside the objective, combined 3 minutes and 18 seconds in the hard point, but they go -8, -9, lowest in defense on their team. And when they're in the hard point the most, you expect those defense to be higher. But what it says is that they're not winning gunfights in the hard point. You need to see that improve if we do go to a game 4. But at least for the crew of Orbit, they now can move into search and destroy and slow down the pace a little bit.
This is it. The Orbit lineup here, we've got 2 ex-members of Infused, so there's a bit of a storyline there.
Yeah.
But Joe and Rated are ex-Splice, and Splice were top of the game alongside Infused on the previous Call of Duty title. So you'd think by gluing these guys together, they'd certainly be putting up big numbers here. But as you said, the ex-Splice guys really struggled. Rated and Joe just going so negative in that game.
Yeah, Rated and Joe did struggle a little bit, as we did touch on, though. They tried to pick up the objective when they could. Infused, you love to see how they wind up closing out that game. PD goes absolutely off. Back-to-back 6+ streaks, earns the full streaks as well, and then uses to shut down that final hard point. Players getting ready to go into game number 2. I do believe we should have that set quite soon, as we'll be able to bring that action. Crusher, Search, and Destroy going to be map 2. Rel, predictions for this map?
Well, where do you begin with this? That 92 map percentage win by Infused is the thing that's going to influence me here. I can see them taking this Search and Destroy. I think they will be a very formidable force on it. However, when we actually look at the Orbit guys, we've got, as we said, those ex-Splice members that are so good on S&D and Rated and Joe. It's going to be a really tough one to call. I mean, if I'm sticking by my original prediction and saying this is going to go final map, you know, I'm going to give this one to Orbit.
That's how you're going to side it. Okay, hey, yep. I've done that. I've done that many a time. You go with what you think your original prediction would wind up being. Look at the players in the booth now. Orbit, not the first time they've struggled in Hardpoint this weekend. I really wasn't impressed with it back in day number 1, and that's where I made the comment to Zero and said, are you guys really not doing well enough in Hardpoint so far this weekend? And he said, Jack, I'll show you tomorrow why we're one of the best, if not the best team in Hardpoint this weekend. And that's where they wound up taking the series versus Splyce as they now prepare to go into game 2. I'm seeing things getting moving now on my screen. I think you are as well.
Yes, yes. The wheels are in motion. And a real tense series. I know a lot of people are going to be tuning in for this one as well because, in my opinion, these teams are so evenly matched. There's so much history behind it as well.
Oh, yeah.
And there is this big X-infused rivalry for Zero and Durban. You know, those guys split ways between Marky B and PE.
I mean, you look at these two teams, so many veterans split between them. But even more than that, these guys have not only teamed with each other, in the last year, but these guys have probably swapped teams 4 or 5 times in their career where they've been on the squad versus with this guy. Oh, okay, over here, they teamed back in 2012. Some of these players, it's funny to see how that's happened in the European scene, where you just kind of go back and forth to who you're comfortable with. We see it in North America at times, but I feel like right now with how the CWL is, players need to begin to realize that they need to make sacrifices and move out of their old groups that they're used to make sure that they can wind up earning themselves a spot in the LAN League when it begins.
Yeah, there's so much that goes into this. Pro points are just such a huge factor now.
Yeah.
And it's events like this that can really influence people's decisions moving forward. I mean, we've got 5,000 pro points per player up for grabs for the victors, and many more to be split amongst those that are runners-up.
Some of the best things players did was utilize the pro point ladder for as long as they could. It gets to a point where, hey, if a team that's got if a player with a lot of pro points winds up getting dropped from a team or the roster winds up changing, you'd be surprised to see what other rosters would do to earn themselves a higher seed for some of these events and bring that new player in. Not going to see it quite yet, I think, but as the year develops, watch out for some of those roster changes to come into play. We appreciate the patience as we got this map 2 started on up. It's going to be Crusher, Search, and Destroy. If you're just tuning in, this is a winner's bracket semifinal matchup between Infused and Orbit. Arguably 2 of the top 3 teams in Europe right now, proving why they deserve to be in this top half of the bracket. Rel, off the break, it is going to be Orbit on offense. Which player are we going to watch?
I want to watch Zero, especially after seeing what he could do on that hardpoint game. I want to see what kind of damage he can do going onto this Search and Destroy. As you said, Jack, both of these guys are in the winner bracket. So a loss in this series is not the end of the tournament for them. They can still punch their way through the lower bracket, find a place in the final, and no doubt they're going to do some damage in there, whichever one of these goes down.
Let's get into it then. Game number 2 off the break. We are watching Zero monster performance in the hardpoint. As right now, the current defensive setup from Infused, they've put a little bit of pressure towards A, a 2-2 split, but they've already begun the rotation, so they see no grenades, no tacticals go flying out inside A, and that's an immediate call for them to rotate these bomb sites, and it looks like it's been the right decision so far.
Oh, and that's really unfortunate. Somehow finds a kill, and the team kill balance things up, and now Orbit on in that bad of a position. 2-2, 2v2.
They can absolutely do this. The first player charges on in towards that middle corridor area and just basically suicides, and now the pressure's gonna come in. Raiden gets picked off. Marky B as well as Moose in the 2v1. Nice job by Infused to bring the aggression to their opponents before they can get out of that awkward scenario in that side pocket. We'll take a look at it again from the perspective of Moose. But you mentioned right there, maybe a slight pacing issue. I don't think Moose was expecting his teammate to slide in towards that bomb by himself with no follow-up opportunity. There was no trade there. Absolutely no trade. Got a little bit closer than you would have needed if you're on the side of Infused, but hey, a round win is a round win. And now they'll take their hand at the offensive side.
Yeah, it's just 1 kill for Orbit in that whole round, and that was by Zero. We'll see what Petey can do. You said, Jack, he was one of the standout performers in that hardpoint game for Infused, who really tipped the tide towards them as he makes his way towards the B-bomb site. Conventional B push here, but this has been identified.
No trophies right now, which so far the recipe for success for planting a bomb at B on this map has been trophy systems. Orbit decide, let's just push on through. Don't give them the opportunity to plant this objective. Kills being traded down quite quickly in your kill feed. Marky B as well as Moose, still the same duo. Alive as last round. Moose playing this close quarter. Will peek and kill one. Second one is there as well. Moose continues to play out of his mind this weekend. We'll take a look at it again. 2 straight Round into kill cams for him here. Keeps the shots with the hip fire nice and clean. Again, Infused, their communication is there. When the hectic trading goes into play, they still come out on top for another round.
Oh, that was brilliant, and 2 rounds under the belt now, so great, convincing start by them. Urban still yet to find a kill in this game for Orbit. Let's see if he can change things up as they now make the A push.
This has been the entirety of European Call of Duty on this map. The teams that just get fed up just send 4 players inside of A, muscle out their opponent, and then force Infused here to play for the retake. Thankfully, if you're Infused, Moose already has a Scarab, which I absolutely think is a tool he should use in this round if the bomb gets planted. First blood, though, for Rated. That's not going to help at all for Infused, but now Moose actually earns his rewind at the start of round 3.
And Rated's in a great position here. He's just waiting for them to make a move. Urban's going to clean up Marky B. And this is looking like a great round for Orbit. Interestingly, they weren't going for that bomb plant for quite a long time. It's only now that they make that decision. Let's see if Knowlton can get around the flank.
I'm not entirely sure why Orbit kept on peeking towards that one side. Moose 5-0, doing everything for his team so far in this game. He does have rewind to use.
Yeah, and he was quite unfortunate there. Bit of COD timing as he missed the player to turn away. Oh, he had no idea. And that rewind could have come up clutch in a situation like that.
Do want to correct myself. I accidentally said Orbit kept peeking to one side. It was actually Infused who kept peeking that back door right there. When 2 players were behind cover with K-Bars watching that choke point, that's how the first 2 kills came in to give Orbit the number advantage. There, if you're Infused, reset the mindset. You still have a Scarab to use. Maybe bring those tools out to give you a chance to win that round.
Maybe it was just a bit of panic that set in. Yeah, you know, this is really tense. This is big stuff. The wins in the winner bracket, so much more important than the lower bracket. You advance further in this tournament, and this is a very, very tight contest between these 2 teams.
Remember, this is for a spot in the winners bracket final, which if you're there, you're guaranteed top 3 at the event.
So big stuff here. Winner bracket semi-final well underway. If you are just joining us, Infused are 1 map up after a very thrilling hardpoint game.
Teams are afraid right now to plant towards this bomb because there's no I'm seeing no trophies. They have no confidence in their ability to get the objective down, so they're just either flying out on defense or flying out on offense. That time around, it was Infused saying, let's try our hand at being the aggressive ones. They slide on out. But everyone's already there for Orbit. They read it like a book and they react accordingly.
Oh, that was a very easy round for Orbit as well. Infused pretty much just gifted them every single kill there. And it's, as you said, it's this lack of commitment that they seem to have. They don't have the trophies to support them when they're going for that bomb plant. So they just seem to hesitate and allow Orbit to take control of that area.
How do Orbit now play this? Because they go towards A the last time on offense. They know Infused like to stack towards this site.
And look at this.
Joe is actually holding such a deep angle that he won't see the player who just decided to cross middle. Infused are going to come flying out, and there's already a flank coming in from Moose. He actually gives away his position, though. You see the player get shot in the back. He doesn't clean anybody up. Now he'll use the rewind, but he's bought his team enough time to clear out the site for him, and now it's a 1v3. The last player's been spotted. Moose just needs to play his life here, as Joe should be chased down pretty quickly.
Oh, well ready with grenade in hand there. Does pop it. Is going to find one. And surely not. No, he is going to go down. Infused take round number 5. And it's nip and tuck stuff, this going back and 2 between them, but Infused just about edging the lead.
Here it is from Knowlton's perspective. Maybe if Joe doesn't pull out his fists there when sliding back in towards the back hanger area, he has a chance to get that kill. But Moose flanks so fast in that round, he does use rewind. So his payload now gone. Might have an opportunity to earn it if this game does go the distance towards this round 11. As we take a look at how Infused try to play this, and again, what do? They just change things up, send 4 towards A, and that's going to force Orbit out of the site. As I was saying, you just muscle out your opponent, play for a quick stretched plant, which right now PD should be doing. But no, Orbit are going to try flying on in. He's got Marky B watching over him. 3v3 now.
Yeah, and Marky is just reluctant to push around this corner. He is going to come head-to-head with Joe, and there he is. He sees him, backs off wisely.
Yeah.
So he's going to hit the full force of Orbit.
Pro tip, don't sprint around that corner, which Marky B almost did, but then realized his mistake before he could get gunned down for it.
Look. And, oh, this is very, very sneaky by Infused. They look like they are going to continue to push into A, but they're just trying to fool them.
And this is what I was talking about on the analyst test. This is why this is one of my favorite maps I've seen so far this weekend, map and game mode combination. You can play so many mind games with your opponent. Orbit send everybody over. Now Infuse decided, hey, we're going back to A. Literally all that happened, nothing changed in these setups. All that happened was 25 seconds have gone by. They're all back to the exact same place they were in.
That is so smart by Infuse, though. I mean, they literally fooled them. They played those mind games and made them think they were going for the rotation, and now they back off. And there is the opportunity to defuse this, and Orbit just going to run straight in there and get a very, very easy defuse.
And why was that so easy? Because of the lack of information of where Orbit were, Marky B actually couldn't plant that in the exact place he wanted to. He was just laying behind cover right there, getting the defuse. Look, multiple players were there for Infuse to try to kill him off that bomb. But because he was behind the cover, all they could see was his foot.
Yeah.
And that makes that scenario a little bit tougher. They didn't stretch it far enough out, and they're punished because of it right there.
It's always risk versus reward. That you want to plant it in an open area, but it's dangerous to do so. But it's so easy to defend once the bomb goes down.
I see. This is a play I like from Orbit now. This is the exact play I wanted to see. They're going to use this active camo, and look, smart by Marky to run away, but he goes back to challenge. First blood. This is the spot you wanted to plant in earlier on if you were an Infused fan. There is no way you're stretching that from around the corner.
Well, Joe does have payload in hand. Probably not going to utilize it on this particular round. But yes, that bomb site is, this is surely Orbit's round.
I mean, I just don't see how they wind up losing this unless they somehow let these kills come in favor of Infused.
Oh.
Traded back and forth. Nope, in the end. Orbit do win it, 4-3 now, as they take the round lead.
Yeah, and you could just, there was a little bit of a moment of panic as PD threw himself in there, some shaky shooting from Orbit, but they just had the pinch.
Yep. Urban pushing from that tunnel area, does clean up a few kills there. So I said I liked the Orbit play right there. They use their payload ability, secure an easy first blood, because you know every single round Infused have sent a player towards that A to try to defend by themselves.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here as every single player is going towards that B bomb site. Apart from Marky B, who's just holding back.
This is going to be a very fast round.
It is, yes. Oh, and bomb carrier does go down for Infuse. PD's down as well. Moose is down. And Marky is down, and that is, you were spot on, Jack. That was the quickest round of Search and Destroy I think we've seen.
It's super easy to read on the minimap right there. Why did I say that was going to happen? Infused were going over, and they took the long route to not show that they were going towards B, where you go all the way through the back of the spawn. Meanwhile, Orbit cut right across middle, and they send 3 players towards the wall run immediately and have 1 challenge towards that side crates area. Everyone wins their one-on-one gunfights. Orbit right now are the shot callers, are dictating the pace of this game. Even with this push right here, this is the timing window that we've seen multiple times this weekend. Payload usage in favor of Orbit 100% on this map.
Yeah, and you can see them now again just rotating, and that was brilliant use of overdrive. PT had absolutely no idea that he was going to be there.
And what's ironic enough about that is typically the timing you get is to catch a player while they're running through there. That player actually lays down to watch you and still has no idea what's about to happen. Now a 4v2 for Orbit, everything falling apart for Infused. As now, all Orbit need to do, play for an objective plant, stay active on the map, and make sure no ninjas can happen, and they will go ahead and tie up the series 1-1.
All right, well, you can see Moose and Knowlton buddying up here. It's going to take something special to pull this one out of the bag. Moose goes down, all up to Knowlton. Oh, he's not going to find one. It's going to be 6-3 to Orbit as they get a map back and tie the series up 1-1. They were pretty dominating, to be honest, in that Search and Destroy.
That was a very impressive map from Orbit. Their shot calling, their ability to realize exactly where the side of Infused were going to play and what their setup was and adapt as the game goes on. And then, as you saw, on offense, they wind up winning, I think, 3 offensive rounds just strictly off of their first bloods from payload abilities.
Yeah.
A sign of a team with great leadership as well as shot calling ability.
I just loved bringing up that minimap and just seeing things going on with there, because you could see how clever and how smart Orbit were in the way that they were playing. You know, even when they went for a double bluff, they went right back to their own spawn and let them go rotate around the whole map twice.
We heard from Rated, the self-proclaimed best S&D player this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. He says there he goes 9-5 with 3 plants. Beautiful stuff from Orbit as we begin to shift our focus now towards Precinct Uplink, which will be map 3.
Yeah, and Uplink on Precinct. We've seen a lot of this so far in this tournament, and it's going to be interesting to see how these 2 teams clash and go head-to-head with it. I mean, in terms of separating the 2, How do you feel about this, Jack?
Oh, this map, we saw how close the last series was in the winner's bracket semifinal of the bottom half of this winner's bracket, where it goes down to an overtime where a score is had in the first 17 seconds.
Yeah. And
I'm hoping it's the same here.
I mean, in pool play, we saw huge numbers being put up by these dominating teams, and you know there were 19-0 victories. There were just ridiculous scores. This isn't going to be the case between these two.
You know, Rel, that's a sign of a great caster right there. That's analysis what you just did.
Oh my God,
this is
taken 6 years.
This is not going to be a 19-0 game. You're right. You are very right.
Wow.
It's taken 6 years. Did you just say?
Taken 6 years, but
wow. And think that shows your character arc. In your final event casting, as you've said, you've now predicted something.
Wow. And I didn't even sit on the fence either.
You didn't. This is groundbreaking stuff. I can't wait to see it at your next event, because it's definitely going to happen. I know for a fact, Bryce, he will not let you not be at the next. He will come kidnap you and bring you to the next event that you're going to be casting at.
That really would not surprise me.
Trust me, it's going to happen. There's a trophy that teams are going to be earning today, the winning squad, alongside the biggest purse, the $25,000 prize pool. If you're just tuning into competitive Call of Duty for the first time, this is European COD. To some North American teams, they don't think very highly of it. This weekend, though, we've seen some good gameplay from the elite teams out here. These guys are going to be going up on the international stage in just a couple short weeks at the MLG Atlanta Open. For now, though, they have a title in mind, and that's here at the CWL London Invitational presented by the PS4. We're going into Game 3, tied up 1-1. Rel, who wins this match?
I am saying Infused to take this.
Woohoo! Okay.
But it's so difficult to call. I mean, both of these teams very, very strong on their uplink game. But I mean, as you were saying, this is a good opportunity for some top American teams to actually get a bit of intel. Infuse and Orbit are, two of the best that Europe has to offer.
Yeah, the only intel North American teams have gotten from European teams in uplink this weekend has been how to not throw the drone.
Yeah,
that's
very true.
They have been abysmal.
Yeah, it's not been great, and it's always surprising to see it happen so frequently. I mean, we talk about it, and when you think about it statistically, you could probably forgive them if 1 in every 10 throws was a failure, but it literally seems like 50% of the time they are missing.
50% of the time, it works every time. Let's get to the game. Orbit versus Infused. We're again watching Zero off the break. The last respawn game mode took over for his team, but it wasn't enough in the end. Now, though, they've gained back some momentum, and off the break of this game, it's just grenades flying everywhere.
Yep, and PT straight in there now, opening up with, it's going to be Nolson who cleans up with him, does get the assist, though, now, and things really opening up on this top avenue. It's going to be up to Rated to shut this down, and he goes down.
He does go down, but he did buy enough time for his teammates to come from that back alley area, and PD knows it, so he's going to have to drop back, try to see if he can find a new lead blocker. Oh, wait, what?
My goodness.
What? Oh, intercepted. The drone, though, still there. It's going to work out to be a dunk for PD. An extremely awkward scenario that actually works out for Infused.
Wow. And you did not see 2 points coming out of that at all.
Well, you heard me say he's going to wait for his lead blocker. I didn't think the player sitting in the top station window right there where PD just was going to get killed that quickly by the player. But you know what? He had an NV4 coming from bottom middle map.
Yeah.
Precise shots where he could only see the head of the player peeking out of there. Beautiful stuff. I believe that was Nolson that made that dunk possible alongside PD as Infused come out to an early lead.
Well, Rated was trying to just reset that drone as well. Manages to just get it back in that central area. Let's have a look and see what's going to happen. Joe does go down here as well, and things open up once more for Infused.
They've got lobby control, which so far in this map, Infused have locked this down, which is why you haven't seen Orbit really get much play with the drone as of yet. PD needs to figure out exactly where his teammates want to push this, because right now there's nobody dead on Orbit. Once they get that kill back station, you're going to see all the red arrows begin to push towards this side. PD does get around the corner in time. Marky B gets a kill, as well as Moose, but Urban on the flank, the two-piece should be enough. But no, his teammate does die, and now he'll go ahead, push in for this free dunk.
It's got to be 2. There we go. It does go in. Marky B with the follow-up kill as well, just wreaking havoc in the original spawn of Orbit. And they could be actually trying to get a bit of a relay going. Pass may come in.
Positive 10 now in the slang in just 2 minutes of gameplay. 11, sorry. For Infused, that is why you have yet to see any sort of offensive pressure from Orbit. They have been pinned in their base. So even like, for example, right here, they get 3 kills in their spawn. Infused are going to have enough time to not only come up, but challenge back towards lobby and stop any sort of pressure from coming in towards their base. It's this wave of kills right here that Orbit have failed to get so far this map. There's the entry. Can they follow up off of it?
Let's see if something can happen with this Scarab. Oh, it could be a big one, but Blast Shield denies that kill. Joe is in control, though, and Orbit need to produce something here. Infuse currently 5-0 up, and Orbit really haven't shown much.
And remember I talked about that wave of kills from middle map? There it is, 3-piece, dunk to follow up. Not exactly sure why Moose was playing so far back there. Did he have something called in? I'm not entirely sure. Instead, though, that'll be a free dunk for Orbit as they finally get kills in middle, and they're doing it again here. This is another scoring opportunity.
Very, very nice movement there from Zero, but he does go down.
Dunk.
And that is going to be another for Urban. Oh, no. Why did he throw it? All Infuse were down.
Maybe didn't think they spawned out towards that bottom statue area. This could actually come back to bite Orbit because now you've got a player all the way in the opposing team's base, Rated doing all he can to stay alive. Moose with the kill. Joe turns around the corner and doesn't actually see where the player is. The botched 1-point toss, though, from Marky B and crew as they go for something a little bit more of a different throw over that top station building. Doesn't work out for him there.
I just don't understand why he threw it. He was within inches of getting a 2-point capture with full armor.
There is some times where there can be a spawn right in this back stairwell where maybe he was a little worried that the player was going to be right in that corner. Could go for a body block. Beautiful streak from PD to actually stop that scoring opportunity. Joe, the last player here for Orbit as he tries to make a play happen. Not going to work out this time around. But yeah, back to what we were talking about, why he went for the throw instead of the dunk. I'd actually love to hear from his perspective what the communications were like, as that was just a weird scenario.
Yeah, and maybe we'll hear a bit about that in the post-game interview, depending on who takes this victory. Nolson finding 2, opening things up, and again, it is Infuse that capture another 2 points.
Marky B is the key player here. If we could switch on over to him, he's trying to stay alive near this white truck area. If he does, he's going to force a spawn still in back alley. Does get killed off, but he's got a teammate here, your top ticket. Did PD know the drone was being passed to him? I don't believe so. It didn't look like he was prepared for that. He was trying to watch over his teammate in back alley, and out of nowhere, a drone lands in his hands. And he's not in a position to go for a throw. He misses the 1-point play twice now for Infuse, where they have missed out on a point opportunity.
Yeah, and you just don't know if it's communication or what it is that's breaking down. Fortunately for them, though, they do still have quite a notable lead here, 7-3. Just about time left on this clock for one final push, and it's going to be by Orbit. That's Urban and Rated, the only 2 alive.
They might be able to go for a 1-point throw over the apartment buildings, but no, this one is done. 7-3, the lead at the half for Infused. It's very strong, don't get me wrong. They have looked very solid. Their slaying presence at the start of that half was brilliant. But you got to say there were a couple of botched offensive routes that they took that you definitely know they want it back.
Yeah, I've got to say they almost seem quite fortunate in a way, Infused, to be up on this. And there's been a few mistakes that have been made for either team. But still both bringing a good game here. Infuse certainly excelling in the slaying department. It's actually Zero who's having a tough time.
Our key player matchup at the start of the series was Zero and Moose. Look where they currently stand. Moose 17-8, Zero 5-12. Maybe a big reason why Orbit do find themselves down by 2 possessions in this game. Again, lobby control over to Moose and crew. He just doesn't seem to lose 1v1 engagements.
Yeah, this really does seem to be the difference.
Okay.
Look at that, Moose again.
Okay.
Having a storming game. 19-9. Does go down there, does have score streak unlocked. It's pushed now by Nolson.
Nolson's gonna drop the drone there, just try to stay alive, reset his armor. And now he'll actually be the lead blocker for PD. Don't know if anything's gonna actually develop off of this. If he can hit this high wall run, throw it over the apartment building, maybe a 1-point play. Nope, not gonna happen, it will reset.
Unfortunate there for PT. Gave it his best shot. Let's see what's gonna happen now for Moose. Still 20-10. An incredible performance for him so far in this game.
Definitely an incredible performance for him so far this entire weekend.
Yeah.
As 3 do go down on Orbit. Nolson will just grab this drone to try to stall out time because he didn't have much of a presence in lobby from the rest of his team. You saw he was going for that over the apartment throw. Doesn't happen there as the drone will reset towards lobby. This time it's Marky B trying to develop a play towards this back park area.
Yeah, and you said Marky B was causing all kinds of trouble, just trying to force the spawn of Orbit and get a relay set up. He's a great tactician, is Marky.
That was a little bit awkward for PD right there. Marky thought he was going to get the kill traded out much quicker than that, and it doesn't actually happen. So instead of being able to go for a drone opportunity with overdrive, they now have to wait things on out. Rewind used it. Moose does wind up losing that engagement. Not sure how much it meant in the actual scheme of things, though, as Infused still don't have enough pressure as of yet to get this drone forward. Now they do.
Yeah.
Now they do.
Zero and Urban, fortunately there, managed to clean up 2 and actually Orbit fight the way out of what was a sticky situation. Moose with that drone beside him, and he does lose it to Joe.
So there's that spot I was talking about, right near that back apartment stair. Look at how fast Orbit come off their base, go for the interception, and what you thought was going to be a 2-point play maybe, instead is an interception and a reset of the drone.
Well, Marky does have control of it now. He's taking it back to the original spawning point as they push right through the middle map. It's actually going to be Moose who's going to try and find some entry kills if they want to find their way to the uplink center.
More importantly, you have this overdrive available, which many would regard as a free dunk if used correctly. Camo as well as overdrive will both be earned by Rated and Joe with enough time left to make an impact inside two. Beautiful pass with the dunk as well from PD. He'll pop the reactive. Now a 3-possession game. You still have overdrive ready from Marky B. This might wind up being the dagger as this game closes on out.
Yeah, Marky finding 20 kills himself now, and this is looking quite a convincing performance from Infused. PT does have that drone in hand. They're still wanting to take this lead even further. A lot of time left on the clock. PD didn't get the opportunity to go for the throw.
Every single player on Infused positive right now. They're in full command of the slang of the drone, and the long-range throw hits off the roof right there. So it'll remain a 3-possession game either way with only 1 minute and 36 seconds left. Orbit have to triple their score. They've got Moose now on a 7 streak. I mean, I think this guy's got on a 7 streak every respawn I've seen him play this weekend.
Yeah, Orbit just needs to start going for some 2-point carry captures. Throws aren't going to cut it with this amount of time left on the clock. Big score streaks coming in from Infuse, though. They're just looking to close this one out now. 9-3, with just over a minute of gameplay left.
Look at the minimap. Where is Moose right now? He's somehow in the spawn of Orbit. He's claimed this portal as his own.
Wow.
And now they're going to move forward with the drone. He's still on a 10 streak. They've now got overdrive popped 11-3. This one's done. Infused, proving that they are, in this series at least, the better uplink team.
Oh, yeah. And
just go to Moose. This is the only thing I want to see now.
Let's have a look, see what he can do here. 3 right in front of him. Oh,
no. Of course we have to show that, huh? Caster curse.
That could have been huge. But as you say, I don't think much is going to really matter here. With only 40 seconds left, 11-3. And Marky B is just going to hold on to this uplink drone and see this game out.
Positive 24 is Infused right now in slang. Kills are not everything, but they are everything. You can quote that. You can put that on a shirt.
Jack Dunlop. 29th of January.
50% of the time it works every time is how I started this map too, so don't really know where I'm going with these quotes, but that's going to be GG. Infused will take the series lead 2-1, and we'll go back to another hard point where they looked lights out earlier on in this series. Rel, you thought this would go to a game 5 though, correct?
Yeah, that was my prediction, and purely because of how good both of these teams are. They're a great matchup against each other. That was a fairly one-sided game, in all honesty. The initial parts were towards Infused. As it went towards the mid-game, Orbit really kind of got back into it a little bit, but Infused just completely outclassed them towards the end, and they were just getting points for days.
Infused outclassed them from the first minute to the last. I mean, this was the team that got the 2 dunks in 90 seconds. They were outslaying by 10 kills by the halfway mark of side 1, and they didn't look back. 11-3, the final score on that map, as we'll take a look at our scoreboard. PD 30-24, but look at Moose, man, 34-17, a 2.0 KD. The guy is just untouchable.
Considering what his style of play used to be like, you wouldn't have thought that he would be as good as he is on Infinite Warfare with so much movement. And as we say, it's a completely different game. But here we go, putting up huge figures and making things look very easy against the best that Europe has to offer.
And we get to go to Retaliation, my favorite hardpoint map. Oh gosh, now I actually don't know where to call this. I do not know where to call this, because you've seen brilliant moments from both of these teams throughout the series. Orbit look beautiful in Search and Destroy, and you know that that is in the minds of Infused. They do not want to let them get back to that game mode that they just really picked Infused apart in earlier on in the series. If you're Infused, though, you're looking at this one, and my eyes are still on Moose. Does this guy go double positive again with close to 40 kills on another hard point?
Well, only time will tell. I mean, you know, we've seen, I mean, even PT for Infused, he had his moment yesterday where he went on a 15 kill streak.
Yep.
And we heard a few people saying before, the only thing that's got them this far is individual performances within the team rather than the team itself working well together.
I thought you were going to say it's PT's beard. Because that's been a hot topic, apparently, in the EU Call of Duty scene.
Yeah, he's looks different. He looks very different to the way I remember it.
That actually does happen when you go from not having a beard to having a beard.
That's very true. But yeah, nevertheless, Infused individual performances have been quite apparent throughout this tournament. And as we say, a lot of people saying that's the reason they're at this point.
Now, is this realistic, though, to expect these insane individual performances to keep up as the year goes on? For example, MLG Vegas, Facento, your MVP for Rise Nation as they took that title. He had his best event, arguably, of all time. But the big question that's been remaining in the North American Call of Duty scene is, can he do that again? Yeah. Can Moose keep this up outside of this event and just do it against North American teams, do it at the other EU events that are going to go on this year, or is this just a one-time thing for you?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's difficult to call because in terms of online performances, he's been strong there as well. I think it's the way that he works with this new lineup that he's found himself in. It just seems to bounce off them so well. He plays such a slate-heavy role, and as we say, normally we wouldn't expect him to be as good as he is on a game that requires so much movement. He usually sits back, just pops his head up somewhere, and picks up kills. But hey, there you go.
Rel, I love you. I just want to share that. If this is our last cast ever, as you're saying, which I will not believe for as long as I'm a person, I just want you to know that.
I appreciate that, Jack. You're okay.
Okay. That actually has summed up my entire life.
You're okay.
I admit my love to somebody and I get a "you're okay" back. So here we go. Let's get into game number 4, Orbit versus Infused. Let's watch Infused up. You've watched Orbit every time off the break, Rel. I'm done with your biased self. Infused have beautiful jerseys. Thank you again. As now we're going to get into this game 4.
And we will start off with Moose straight on the hardpoint area. Does go down. Marky B going for this wall run. Marky B, one of your favorites, isn't he?
He's just sneaking on up, and he's dead. Yeah, okay, maybe we should have watched Orbit. I'm sorry, because Infused they're just getting wiped off the map right now.
Yeah, great start from Orbit. They did go down in the first hardpoint game, and that was incredibly close, actually, going to the final stages of it. Infused just kind of stormed ahead thanks to big plays from PT. See if he can do that again here on Retaliation.
Tacticals now coming on out. The Jammer Grenade hits Joe right in the face, but look at your top scoreboard. 0 seconds for Infused right now. An 0-6 start from PD and Nulson. How do they begin to claw back into things? Maybe just an uncharacteristic first bridge hard point. 40-0.
Wow.
This is going to be a full time now over to Orbit. Joe should be cleaned on up, and there finally Infused will get on the board. But either way, slow start.
Yeah, that was almost a perfect start for Orbit. Incredible stuff. See what is going on now. I'm on board with Moose in the hardpoint area, and you can see he's just trying to keep himself away. He knows that somebody is under that barrier who is going to pick up the kill.
That bike shop area, the amount of times I've gone to slide through that when I'm playing and I just hit it with my forehead because I fail my movement has been one too many. 51-13 for Orbit. Look at teams now focusing towards top patio control. Moose actually flanking all the way through this hotel hallway, and Raiden reads it like a book. Beautiful stuff from him. There's the strength of the NV4. Every player on Orbit wins their one-on-one gunfight. But actually, look at the spawns that come in on your minimap. Moose, because he died first, before the spawns were pushed out by Orbit, he actually is alive near this back hotel area. This could spell disaster for Orbit. It looks like it's going to Moose. Big plays, huge kills, and that's example of where you don't see that in the scoreboard at the end of the game. But when you do that mid-map, this now has perfectly set up Infused to go for a full 60 to bring them back in this game.
Yeah, this could be huge for them, actually. Marky B isn't going to have any engagements.
It's going to be huge.
Orbit trying to make a collective push here. Kills RB in exchange. Marky B is going to come under some pressure now.
And this is not the gun he wants to have. That's where the K-bar is at its best. Joe shows it off right there. Clean break from Orbit. They push players in from not only the top bridge area, but through the hotel. That is the way you break this top Cathedral hardpoint. 93-29 now as Infused continue to fall further and further behind in this game. And Rel, your game 5 prediction is looking sweeter and sweeter by the moment.
Oh, I'm known for accurate predictions, Jack. Okay. Never get them wrong.
That is not true.
But it is certainly looking that way because Infused are just crumbling right before our eyes here. After putting up such a good show previously on Hardpoint, Orbit just seemed to be dominating them.
And if I'm Orbit right now, please, Infused, gladly give you the rest of this time, because right now Orbit are perfectly set up for this Broken Hill. They've got a player inside the top bar area. They have rated on your minimap that's #1 watching over top scaffolding. Urban peeking towards bridge. And they're going to have this spawn near this back scaffolding area. They're going to easily supplement this hard point. This 60-second lead is now up to an 80-second lead. If they hold off this wave, it'll go up to a 90-second lead. Infused know how key it is to break this hill right here before this game gets out of hand.
Yeah, and they're doing all that they can, but just don't seem to be able to find the way in. Petey has been chasing the opponent for so long. He's so desperate to get this kill that he's taking his eyes off the hard point. My goodness, he's been...
Oh, no!
Oh, and he finally gets it. If he'd have got taken out there, that would have been humiliating.
And still look at how much time has been burned. Great. Again, if Petey, silver lining for Infused, he gets fully streaked out again, just like that last hard point we saw. But here, Orbit, go ahead, Infused. Take the last 10 seconds. We've got 40 off that hill again. Up by 80 seconds right now. Our Orbit looking to force this game 5.
Yeah, I mean, the Infused are just getting completely outslayed. That's the problem here because, again, Orbit are first on the rotation. They are set up well, and Infused have to put in a lot of work and a big shift to break into this. And by that point, it's probably going to be next time for the hard point.
This is for a spot in the top 3, and both teams are playing like it. They know what's on the line here this weekend. So many pro points, 5,000 per player in first. 150 to 58. Love this spot that Zero is in. Just a good little contest spot. He can watch over his top bedroom window. As long as his teammates stay alive in the hotel hallway area, he should be free to get as much time as he wants for his team. Infused. I mean, look at Nelson, 4 and 14. Uncharacteristic from him. Not only is he doing poorly in slaying, now 4 and 15, but look at his objective time in the hard point. This guy can't do anything right now.
No, and it's quite embarrassing, really, for Infused, this, because they're just getting absolutely dominated. Whoop! This is not as close as we expected. Oh, and he doesn't make that kill.
The sound effects would have been way cooler if he did.
Yes, definitely would. Petey now finally bringing in those score streaks. Manages to find one. It does take down Rated.
Okay. Petey's like, guys, can I get any sort of help? I'm doing everything I can.
And it just doesn't seem to be enough. I mean, you highlight the fact Nolson, 4 and 16, quadruple negative.
Now he's just sprinting around, somehow finding these Orbit players. He's going to have his hands full, though, as 2 are around the corner. Okay, Petey, you can calm down now. He's going to go challenge another. Finally, Joe gets him while he's weak. But Infused are slowly crawling back into things. They were down by 110 seconds. Now just 70. Last time we were on this bridge hardpoint, it was Orbit getting 40+ seconds on it, while Infused only got 4. And they're just going to play around this contest. These are the gunfights that Infused were losing earlier on, these trades, right? For the moment, it does look like they will come out on top. There it is from Marky B. Beats down Urban. 162 to about 110 now will be the score line, as this rotation can be key for the rest of this map. How long can Orbit hold on to this lower street hardpoint?
Yeah, that was a huge hardpoint for Infused, but again, Orbit just too quick on the rotation, took down 3, leaves Moose all by himself.
And they know exactly where he's going.
Yeah, they're going to spawn out, and again, Orbit have a solid setup going.
This has been the story of this whole game. Orbit give up 15 seconds to earn 45 to 60. Kills still being blue for the most part. Finally, a player from Infused does have a presence inside the hill, but that is short-lived as Joe gets the 2-piece.
Certainly does, and Orbit now starting to run away with it. 250 is what they're aiming for, and Joe just finally coming under contest on that hard point. Nolson trying to step things up a bit. Only double negative now, 10 and 19. That's his second kill. And Infused really need to pull something out of the bag here.
If Infused do go to a game 5, Nolson just needs to realize, guys, I had an uncharacteristic map. I mean, even Moose right now, who has been your superstar this whole weekend. 12 and 15, only 21 seconds in the objective as well. This is it for me. This Cathedral hardpoint is this whole map for me. What do Infused do? Can they clutch up here?
Man, Zero is getting hyped in the booth. I can hear him from here. And we have headsets on, and they're concealed in a booth as he is going absolutely massive for his team. 6 kill streak. He got a huge 3-piece. Orbit looking to close this one out on, well, he won't make it on this hard point, but certainly get close.
Yeah, and now the streaks are coming into play. This is basically the last-ditch effort for both of these teams, as they know that Orbit can basically close the door here on this Cathedral hardpoint. Urban just trying to stay alive, doesn't actually spot Moose behind that cover. If Infused get these full 30 seconds, it will be 201 to about 155. But the rotation towards Broken last time was terrible for Infused. That's the scariest part of all of this. And Orbit are going to get that exact scenario again. So you have one player in Broken, one watching the close curve area. You've got Rated watching top bridge. And then you've obviously got a player top scaffolding. Can Infused pick this one apart? PD way ahead of his teammates here. He's got actually no one with him as of yet, but he's broken through the lines of Orbit. And now you should see a player spawn out towards the top market area. This is exactly what Infused want.
Oh, that could have been a huge kill if PD pulled.
They've got to go quick. Infused need to go very fast right now. These final two players, Nolson as well as Marky B, need to soar on in and try to get these kills. They're only going to get one. And why do I say that? Because the two players coming off spawn and market were trailing them right there. Best thing that could have happened for Orbit in that scenario.
Orbit could close the door on them right now.
No, this game's done.
On this hard point.
This game's done.
Infused need to go massive here. They have no other choice than to just go crazy with the slaying. And Market Moose is just edging his way in. And you're pretty sure this is done, Jack.
Yeah, I'm going to keep repeating it because Orbit are the better team at this broken hard point. Simple as that. They know how to regain composure quicker. They know exactly where they need to put priority towards with these spawns. And you've seen them continually. Right there, Zero just spawned there. There is no better area you can... Oh, there you go. Urban now available on the map. And why is this happening? Because they've got control of the top scaffolding area. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a Game 5.
Wow, uncontested on that final hard point. Orbit making it look very, very easy there.
Yeah.
Quite a convincing victory. Oh, and this is going to be a tense search and destroy, Jack.
That was a 100-second difference between those two teams with only an 8-kill difference in the overall slaying. What does that tell you? Orbit played that map better on a fundamental level. It wasn't like they were lighting up the kill feed at all times. Hell, PD got full streaks a couple times during that game. But what they did was get a 100-second difference on Broken alone.
It's incredible to actually see it, and it's like you say, it wasn't necessarily the kills that were the big difference there. It was the way that they could just hold on to a hard point. Especially that final one was a classic example. I mean, even the very first hard point, Infused got 1 point on. I believe Orbit got 44, 45.
We're finally getting to see some quality EU matches here, going to a Game 5 now. Here's your scoreboard for that hard point. Moose, quiet game, 17 and 18. Probably, honestly, one of his weakest hard points this whole weekend.
Yeah, and it's quite surprising to say that, given that he's only -1. Equal time distribution on the hills, really, there. All the players just kind of rotate between themselves. We've talked about the fact that there doesn't seem to be assigned roles. There doesn't seem to be assigned roles anymore within a team, Jack.
Well, these teams will get prepared for game number 5, Throwback S&D. This is for a spot in the top 3. The prestigious winners bracket final. They'll be able to sit back and relax and watch some losers bracket after this, I would assume, as we go ahead and keep the day rolling. After this, I think still 6 more series, potentially 7 if we do see a double best of 5 in the grand finals. Share the stream, folks. MLG.tv/Call of Duty. Go on social media. Put a picture of your favorite animal with it. I don't care. Just get it out there.
Sure, if that's what you want to do.
Pictures of animals gain a lot of traction.
This is how we're going to promote the event with animals. Brilliant, I love it. But yes, final map now. The guys are just going to be selecting their rigs. And boy, I mean, the previous search and destroy that we saw was fairly one-sided towards Orbit, and they were so clinical and precise. They had some great strategies. Double bluffs were going on as to which bomb site they were going to push. I think Orbit are going to take this now, you know.
You think so? You're with Orbit.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm going against my original prediction, but just based off that previous search and destroy, Orbit were they were unstoppable. I can't see them dropping S&D now.
I think I'm siding with you as well. I really do, because they picked apart everything of Infused on that map. Here on Throwback, though, definitely some play style differences that you can see in this game mode, but for the most part, S&D is S&D. And if Orbit are going to play it like they did in Game 2, then I'm siding with you as well. Also might help that you have the blue Orbit on that you're currently wearing.
That's right.
In person.
Yeah.
Wonderful suit there.
That's my bias coming out.
That's that. You did this on purpose.
I did.
You did this on purpose. Thankfully for either of these two teams, if they do lose this series, though, well, they're not out of things yet. They drop down to the losers bracket, and they actually face, I believe, Aware.
Yeah, and Aware are kind of the shock surprise team so far at this
They're
point,
the dark horse.
Yeah, definitely the dark horse now coming into this. They had a bit of an upset by knocking out Fnatic yesterday, which I don't think many people were expecting. And they put on a great display, and I think people aren't giving them the credit they deserve sometimes.
I still think they have a lot to learn as a team, but for their first showing, for a lot of these new young players, a lot of them not even based in the UK, great stuff from them. Folks, this is what it's all about. It's a Game 5. It's Championship Sunday, and it's Infused going up against Orbit. Off the break, it will be the Infused squad playing on offense. Search and Destroy, if you don't know how it all plays, there's 2 bomb sites to go to plant the objective. Either kill the team on defense before they can wind up holding it off and plant that bomb, or you basically just command the map, plant the objective, and let it explode to win it for your team. Some shots of the squads as we get into it. Who are we watching off the break?
Oh, we'll start off watching the attacking team. I want to see what's going to be going on for Nolson. Don't think we've given too much airtime so far, so let's see if he's going to be one of the more aggressive as we get straight into this. This is the final map in the best of 5 series between Infused and Orbit.
And, ooh, it's going to develop quickly towards middle already. 2 kills for Infused. Joe with the submachine gun trying to even things back out. Maybe a little bit too of an aggressive play from PD right there. Not sure why exactly he did that with no trade opportunity available. It might come back to bite Infused in this round, though, as they should have a 3v2 number advantage. Instead, it's 2-2.
Yeah, and this is a great position now for Nolson.
Swapping over to Joe.
Let's
go take a look at him.
See what he's doing.
Joe playing this close corner does. Check it. They could hold hands right now. Marky doesn't, or sorry, Nolson doesn't. There, Marky B goes flying on out. 1v1, and Urban's got all the information he could need.
Here we go, and surely Urban's gonna catch him off guard. Yes, he does. And first round goes towards Orbit.
You know, don't you think Infused would like to have another player alive right there?
Yeah, it'd be great if they had 5 on the team.
I'm mainly talking about when PD sprints towards middle map by himself with nobody near him.
Yeah, you know, well, this is it, and PT sometimes has received a bit of flack for being a bit of a loose cannon when it comes to search and destroy and taking risks that he might not necessarily need to. But I've got to say, from watching him and casting him for so long, it's he has changed his play style, and he does seem to have toned that approach down a bit.
Well, look at this setup now from Orbit. Their play style here, command middle map, let Rated with the NV4 shut down any sort of pressure that can come from this back train area. I don't think they have any idea, though, of where PD has now gotten to, though, on the map. Thankfully for Orbit, they call for a quick rotation, and that's actually best case scenario for them, as this is actually going to come down to a timing window. Let's see PD now on the flank. How exactly does he play this? Pokes out with the keyboard, actually doesn't get the kill. But he'll back on out with his life.
It's really, really unfortunate for him. Now 2 versus 2. Joe with the bomb in hand, PT, oh no, and he finds 2, and that could have been both kills for him. Kill is traded though, 0 against Marky B, ex-teammates going head to head.
In both of these 1v1 scenarios, the information advantage early on went over to Orbit. Last time they were able to win it, does it work out here? Right now, I don't think either player knows exactly where their opponent is. 29 seconds left. The one thing that favors Infused here is they know exactly where the objective is down at, and Zero has to plant it in the next 20.
So see Marky B's position. I don't think he's going to budge from there. So we'll get on board with Zero, who has managed to collect it now. As you said, Jack, they have no idea that they're pretty much touching toes there.
And that's a round win for Infused.
Yeah, and that was very, very easy as Marky cleans things up. Again, tense stuff, and this is the kind of thing that Search and Destroy brings.
Former teammates too.
Yeah,
makes it even more intense. Remember,
oh yeah,
these guys, they were together for a long time. This was not any short stint. This old Infused roster together for a large portion.
Oh yeah,
CWL Season 1. As now we're tied up 1-1, Infused back on offense.
I mean, they've got a lot to prove here. Obviously, these guys split up, as you said, Jack. They've teamed together for that long. They want to come out as being the more successful duo.
Yep, and both these teams have the same thing in mind. Sit in the back of the map, pre-aiming with our assault rifles.
Yeah. Seems to be the approach for the defense. But A has been left open a little bit. Is Zero going to be able to spot this?
And because of how passive the offensive team plays here, Orbit, they send 3 to B. They just think, oh, they've got to be a B site, right? No, they just decide to go for a late timing push, and it works out perfectly. Orbit punished for rotating a little bit too early.
Yeah, and I've got to say, Zero's positioning there a little bit questionable because he just completely left the A-bomb site open.
Well, now 28 seconds left. Orbit need to put the foot on the gas pedal if they want any chance of getting this round 1. You can see right now from Rated, he decides to trust in his teammates, and I think this is the perfect play call. There it is. The defuse comes in. That shows how confident he is in his teammates. Rated heads up stuff as his teammates go flying over towards the bike path. The other 2 members of Infused are playing baseball, basically. and they get punished for it.
Yeah, and it was a difficult way to place to defuse that as well. I mean, Infused had eyes on it, but put his trust in his teammates, and it paid off. We'll see what's going on now for the attack inside. Is there any particular play you want to watch, Jack?
I want to watch Joe really quick because he's already got his overdrive. A little ability. He's looking for the timing window in middle map, and they have, oh gosh, they have no idea that he is here.
He is, almost behind enemy lines there, but does get spotted.
And now Joe's gonna have to figure out how does he play this one. We'll toss out the cluster grenade to buy himself some time. Numbers now fully go in favor of Infused.
Yeah, Infused manages to find one. Still 2 remaining. Joe and Zero. Kill traded off though. Infused still in a more commanding position.
Joe does get his 2nd kill of the round, and now, again, back to a 2v2 scenario for Infused where they had a number advantage.
That's going to be quite disappointing. They should be closing this one out, and they've really just let it slip. You see Nolson give it chase, and Nolson needs to make that, and he does. 1 versus 1 now. Zero against Nolson, and Zero knew exactly where he was.
Nolson does the right thing by getting out of there right away. As both players will just let the round continue to develop. Remember, this time around, it's up to Nolson and crew.
Well, it's going to be a game of cat and mouse here, Jack. And they have completely lost each other. So, Bomb is likely to be going down awfully soon. Not long left on that clock. It looks like it's going to be coming down to the kills.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where the objective hasn't even been picked up yet. Nolson challenges. It's a round win, though, for Orbit. Nicely done by Zero to clutch that one up.
And they are standing out once more on Search and Destroy, unsurprisingly. And who are putting up the big numbers? It's actually Rated who's dropping behind.
3-1, the round count lead right now for Orbit. But think of this, round 1, Infused get a number advantage, play a little bit too aggressive, no trade opportunity, they lose that round. Now in round 4, Orbit wind up getting in a 2v4 with Joe pinned in top vending. Joe gets 3 kills somehow.
And Joe, I mean, he's going massive for his team right now. 9-3 in such a crucial map here. Bomb is going to go down.
Again, they give up a free site.
Yeah.
But this has worked so far for Orbit, so I can't question it. This time around, they're going from a completely different angle, and that is a pinch across all sorts of the map.
There we go. Bomb is down. And nobody is challenging it.
Look at this. Look at this. That's about to happen. This round going to end very quickly with the kills from here. Already 3v3. As the push towards Lemon is coming in, beautiful shots from Moose as he just snaps onto Zero.
That was incredible. Urban now left all on his own in a 1 versus 2. Time is against him. Oh, and he's going to go down as well as Infused claw around back. Take it within 1.
Moose saves that round for his team with the kill on Zero inside bottom grannies right there.
He does, and it was it was such a little pop shot.
Yep.
Very, very skilled to actually pull that off, and it's a good job that it didn't require 1 more bullet, or otherwise that could have been a very different round.
Most certainly Infused keeping this one close. You can't help but think that if they do secure the rounds where they get a number advantage, they are 4-1 in rounds right now. Up 4-1 in rounds, sorry. Instead, though, they're down by 1, and they're going to be on the defensive side again, going with a more passive play.
Oh, on which side is he going to go for?
He actually slid past.
Yeah. Decides to go on his own side. He is going to take some damage from the grenade, but is going to manage to escape now with the bomb down. Great for Orbit.
Oof, Rated does get taken out from behind, and now Infused will begin to put the pressure on. How do Zero and Urban try to play this, the duo?
Oh, got to be careful now. No one is going for the defuse.
He's just checking the moment. Oh, he saw the player. Did he not see him?
Urban's cleaning up there. It's all down to Nolson.
What?
Oh! That was dirty.
Nolson. 1 versus 1. Time is ticking, though.
Surely this time is going to be played now.
And Urban knows exactly when he needs to check it. Yeah. This will be a perfect timing window. 8-4 now for Urban. Ooh, that one was a little bit closer than it needed to be. But again, what happens there? Infused, 3v2, lose the round.
Yeah. That turn, by the way.
Whew. It's simple. It really is simple when you look at it. This is another example of a game where if I'm Infused's coach, I'm showing them this gameplay and going over it because there have been some major holes in the setup. You have Rated at 0-5, Zero at 1-4. This is a 2v4. The Joe and Urban show a combined 19-9.
Wow. Rated 0-5 on Search and Destroy. That is very unusual to see. The self-proclaimed best Search and Destroy
It happens
player
to me all
here.
the time.
Yeah.
Look at how far it got me.
Yeah, and we could be seeing Rated casting soon.
Wow. I mean, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I think he's still got a career ahead of him, even though he's gone 0-5 here. I think he's still in a pretty good spot to play professional Call of Duty.
Bomb is down. Rated does find a kill now.
He heard that. He heard that comment and said, no, 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 please do not put me on that level. Gets first blood for his team. Again, just going to dance around this site as they'll go soaring on forward. And the same mindset as before.
Risk.
Trusting in his teammates. Not going to happen here.
Very risky, but almost paid off. And Knowlton was just wanting a fist bump there. He was just left hanging. But Infused now, Infused within one round. Knowlton was just holding his fist out. No one was giving anything to him.
Yeah, I feel like you've experienced that before, Rel. You definitely
Many a time.
You empathize with him there.
Well, we are coming to the closing stages then of this Search and Destroy, but it really hangs on a knife edge.
Look at the scoreboard right now. 3 payload abilities ready for Infused. Talk about an area to swing this momentum in their favor. How do they elect to use it, though, as this time does go on?
Yeah, and it's whether they're going to condense all of them into one round and almost try and guarantee a victory for themselves, or take a chance and split it across the remaining ones.
Scarab now out. Does force the player off the site for a second, so no objective planted. Still, though, a minute left, so they have a ton of time to work with.
So, Marky, unfortunate not to connect there. The bomb now has been planted, so pressure is applied once again.
Here we go. We've seen the scenario so many times. It's going to come out to trading quickly, knowing how to call out the opponents, and cutting them down as fast as possible. There's a pinch coming in from Urban, though, in middle map, and he does give away his position. Still a 3 versus 3, 25 seconds remaining.
He can't just go straight with this defuse. He's going to have to find the kills here.
Oh, gosh.
He's searching everywhere, but just can't spot anyone. He's got to know that there's someone behind this bush, surely.
There's one, but Joe wins the gunfight inside bowling. This is an awkward scenario, not going to happen. Orbit now 1 round away from sending Infused to the loser's bracket.
Oh, and this would be really big for them if they can take it. And you can just see there the closing moments as Urban cleans up too. And this is big news for Orbit as well, because as we say, coming into this was so neck and neck between these two teams, and this is probably going to be one of their greatest challenges in this tournament.
All right, Marky B, this is where you come into play. This is where you're the leader we all know and love. Centurion ready to go. Do they go for a quick plant? Do they wait for a first blood? Look, go to Joe. Go to Joe. He's popped his overdrive again. He's completely behind Infused. 1 gunfight here behind the bus. Just need to chase down this kill as fast as possible. There it is. First blood for Orbit. So close to winning this game.
Yeah, very important.
Oh, it's
he made that kill, and it's going to be all over unless PD can pull something special out of the back. Manages to find one, but he does go down, and that is going to mean Orbit take it. And that is a huge victory for Orbit. Infused are being sent into the loser bracket, and Orbit have guaranteed themselves a top 3 placement and solidified their spot in the winner bracket final.
Search and Destroy wins championships, folks. And right there, Orbit put on a show.
Wow.
Crazy stuff from them. A combined 25-11 from Joe and Urban as they wind up taking that map and the series 3-2 over Infused. Our winners bracket semifinal number 2 did not disappoint at all. And now Infused will begin the losers bracket run after this.
Wow, well, there we go. It was a great game, Jack. I want to throw it over to the analysts now and see what they thought. Brycey, over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, map 5, we went all the way, but Orbit got away with it. But we are starting to see a little bit of weakness in the Orbit squad.
I thought they looked pretty strong. I thought Orbit was going to win. Definitely the wrong map count. I kind of undersold Infused a little bit. I thought, to be honest, I didn't expect PD and Moose to kind of continue their great performances. They did. Just Joe, too strong in that game 5.
Yeah, it really was. And we kind of said this, you know, I think Rated's not had the greatest of tournaments so far. And he said it himself. He goes, I don't know what's going on with my respawn this weekend. And then the S&D didn't start off well either. So obviously there's some issues there that he's trying to kind of work through. But if he plays a little bit better, it probably would have been 3-0.
I mean, the rest of the team are playing very well as well. So if he's got that trust in his teammates to do well, we did see some big plays from him from time to time, but I'm sure we'll go through that one soon.
Yeah, we certainly will. Of course, you know, still a big game from Orbit. Infused. We saw PD and Moose again. They just continuously seem to be laying an awful lot of hammer down on every team they come against.
Yeah, but you saw in the retaliation hardpoint, I believe it's PD that doesn't get off to the best of start, and they fall so far behind that they don't have the opportunity to make that comeback once he starts to heat up in the end. So I feel like Confused just relying on those two guys so heavily right now.
Yeah.
You need to see Nolson or Marky B really step it up going forward.
But maybe, hey, if they can do it every game, then maybe there's something there. I mean, PD, it does seem to
Sure,
be...
if you have two guys play on out of their minds every game, there's a good chance you're going to win, Brycey.
Hey, they keep doing it. That's right, only the retaliation, he slowed down, but he picked it up towards the game. The reason he started to come back.
Moose had a slow game on retaliation
Yeah.
as well, though. So, I mean, you're right. You can't just put all of their eggs in one basket, so to speak.
Right, I mean, those two guys are not picking up the kills. There should be kills for the other two somewhere. They should be able to pick them up. They're just not able to do so.
I found it very interesting. Zero, obviously, you could hear Zero getting hyped. He said something, you know, every single kill. He clearly was really getting into that game. They knew their respawn had suffered this weekend, but you know, they managed to pull it through. When we go into the S&D, we said, yeah, we're pretty sure they've got this as well.
What's the sign of a good team able to bounce back?
Yeah.
With some tough losses, right? I mean, you expect to come in here, Orbit. It would be a very good respawn team. Obviously, they're search and destroy with Rated and Joe. You expect to be very good as well. But when they drop the first, you know, respawn game modes, they're able to bounce back. Win those second ones, keep extending these series.
Yeah, I completely agree. Well, before we go too far into this and start breaking down the maps, I'm going to throw it down to the floor for an interview. It's Lottie with probably a very stressed Zero.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Are you stressed, Zero?
Very, yeah.
Well, let's talk about your first map. So, Courage, while he was casting, mentioned that you guys have shown the same gameplay style in the first hardpoint map as you have at the first of the series and the entire tournament. Was that your downfall for this one?
Well, Scorch Hardpoint is probably our worst map out of all the hardpoints. I played pretty well, but this weekend's been pretty inconsistent for like our players. We knew it was going to be tough with the Scorch as it's our worst, but we knew we could pull it through. And the other respawns and the S&Ds, we're a brilliant S&D team.
What have you got to do to improve your hardpoint going further into the tournament?
Just work on, well, we can't work on it, but we just talk about things, what we need to improve on. Like, we played that map so much better. We played Scorch Hardpoint so much better than we used to. But we just need to win now.
Of course. And also, let's talk about Moose on the opposition. A player like him on your opposite team must be really difficult. Was that quite pressurizing playing against someone like him?
No, because I know my teammates are. I have the 3 best teammates in Europe right now. Moose wasn't going to be a problem. Neither was Mark. Neither was Pete. None of them were.
And you dominated the S&D. Now, what was your strategy for this?
Which S&D? Because I didn't dominate anything in the last one.
Not like the second map. Sorry.
Second map, yeah, I played all right last map. It was all Joe and Dave. Reese at the end as well, but I had a shocking map.
I mean, as a team, as a whole, you guys did really, really well in it. So, what was your strategy for that?
We just know we're a really good S&D team. Like, either one of us can go off, or we just play as a team. At that point, Dave and Joe just had a phenomenal game. Me, on the other hand, it was pretty bad.
It was a really back and forth series, so the uplink saw you guys lose. Did that give you the motivation to push on in the final one?
Like I said, our respawn's been pretty iffy with the players. A couple of us playing neg, a couple of us going neg, a couple of us having a bad respawns. Like I had a bad uplink, but retaliation hardpoint, we didn't win that map online against them in the 2K. We got 100-point club and we come and land and destroy them.
And lastly, your last map was really awesome for us, especially in the audience. I'm sure very stressful for you. What did you guys capitalize on in that one?
Just said Dave and Joe, carry on doing what you're doing. I was just literally watching bomb. That's all I could do. I couldn't get a kill.
Well, it certainly worked. Well, thank you so much, Zero, and congratulations. Back up to you, Bryce.
All right, thank you very much. Very humble, Zero there. Didn't think he did an awful lot, but I think he did
Big
just
contributor
enough.
in Game 5.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he did enough. Like I said, I think the hardpoint then won, you know, Zero getting so hyped and you could hear him, that definitely was a contributing factor. For me, like I said, this team obviously has a bit of strength in depth. There's 2 duos that have come together. Their S&D looks very solid. Just obviously needed to step it up on it a little bit. He also threw some fire.
Yeah, I feel like he's in a different spot than he was last year.
Yeah.
Like last year, you almost kind of plug him into this Infused team, like in the role that Moose is, where Moose is just kind of consistently getting that support, just going off every game.
Yeah.
With 3 other very talented players around him. Obviously, the players around him last year are very good, but he does not need to put that much pressure on himself every game. Like if Joe's having a great search and destroy like he did in Game 5, like all he has to do, like he said, is just watch bomb, play different positions.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's actually go into this map by map then and start breaking this down. The first hard point was where it started to look a little bit shaky for the guys on Orbit. Infused started powering through, and again, Moose and Petey were the name of the game.
I think Petey for me was the guy that you had to look towards, though. I mean, Moose played it well, but I think it was in the last time we went to Middle Hill, and Petey really held it down. I think we might see it in the highlights. But yeah, really good game by all of them. For me, I think it was the Orbit we've been seeing in these hard points typically not perform fantastically. I know Trey said that this is probably their least favorite map, picking up a 3-piece himself there, though, anyway. And it was relatively close at points, but I think, you know, it was just came down to Petey having a good game again.
Yeah, I mean, Orbit makes a little bit of a comeback. They make it a little bit more interesting than it looked like it was going to be, but I mean, their rotations were not the best. You know, they didn't win the key gunfights in the hill when there was like those one-on-one engagements, and that's what gave it over to Infuse.
Yeah, I think when you look at these two teams, you know, there was a point where you thought, oh, you know, Orbit have got this, but it's Infuse seem explosive. I think that's the kind of the best way I can put it, is that you really can't count them out of this game, even if they don't look like they have control for a good portion of it, because they do have those explosive players at the moment, and that's what's making them so difficult to bet against.
You know, after watching the fourth Hardpoint, the retaliation, it kind of feels like a little bit of the same, except the only difference in this game one is that Moose and Petey both kind of turned it on and really brought it back, and they didn't, I mean, obviously they got an early lead. They were not able to let Orbit come back in the game. If you look at game 4, you know, the Orbit gets a big lead, and when Petey and Moose start to play well, they're just not able to come back.
Yeah. Also, Nolson did very, very well in that game as well. So they had 3 players really kind of laying the hammer down. Rated, again, not doing great. Just double checking his score. You know, I didn't think he did particularly well again. And we said this before, you know, Rated knows he's having a few issues of it. He has no idea why. Some of the pro players saying, yeah, we've been there. You know, it's just something that happens occasionally.
Everyone has bad games.
Yeah.
It happens all the time.
It's been a few bad games now.
Yeah.
It's been a few bad games. You expect him to bounce out of it, though, and it could be just he's kind of adjusting to his role in this team as well. You know, having some other players, you know, pick up a lot of the kills that he was used to getting.
Yeah, could be. All right, well, let's move on to the Search and Destroy then and see how this went down. It did end 6-3. But again, this is just Orbit. You know, you didn't really doubt them that much coming into this one.
No, and with you know, how good they are in Search and Destroy, you kind of favored them in this one, I believe. But looking at them as a whole as a team, this is why they're very scary. I mean, they're able to win these game 2s even after dropping the game 1, and they're right back in the series, and they have the firepower going into respawn game modes yet again to take it out. But I feel like if Infused wants to consistently be at the top, I feel like this is the game mode they need to go back and really work on.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't think it was anything particularly stand out for Orbit. They just looked the strong team. It was pretty close all the way through, and then they just pulled away at the end. A couple of good rounds by them. But I mean, realistically, we've just seen the typical Crusher gameplay that we've seen all weekend. Most teams just rotating around, rushing forward at times, and whether it's going to pay off or not. And it just paid off for a couple of rounds towards the end for Orbit there, and walking away with the win.
Yeah, they most certainly did, and I think for me, you know, Orbit, it's a theme that continues going on. You know, it's Orbit S&D, Orbit S&D. Kind of interested to see, you know, Orbit versus Elevate. See how that S&D goes down.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Reedy was hanging out a little bit with us earlier, and he was saying his S&D was this weekend has really kind of struggled, and you expect him to kind of lead that team in Search and Destroy. So maybe they're a little bit more vulnerable than usual Elevate is.
Yeah, I'll be curious to kind of see that matchup later on. But I'll tell you what, let's move on now to map number 3. It is the Uplink. And there was a point where we were like, can they come back? Can they? No, they're not coming back. It was pretty much how that game went.
Yeah, this one was a lot like, we've seen some crazy blowouts in Uplink this weekend. I mean, the games really just haven't been close. And when they have been close, it's just been because both teams are just missing 1-point plays and just not really kind of coordinating right. Get in for 2, and you see what happens when one team coordinates and the other team doesn't.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there was a point in this where we was like, you know what, it's going to be fairly close. There's a lot going on here, and I was convinced we were going to see another very tight finish to this. And then we go into the second half, and I'm just like, well, that was a stupid thought. Why did I even think that for? And yeah, it just looked stronger. Like, it was the respawn instead of going, is it going to be every respawn for Infused?
I think Infused were just setting up better, though. They got a couple of occasions where they could get a couple of relay points off. You know, they had a few decent opportunities, and I don't think Orbit they weren't really slaying on par with Infused on that map necessarily, so that really just let them down. They couldn't actually get any control from that point, and it was always going to go Infused way if they're going to slay as hard as they did against Orbit.
I mean, look, Infused, they win that one pretty handily, and I think the biggest takeaway for me coming out of this event is like EU's gone backwards in terms of uplink play from last year to this year. I don't know what it is. Maybe they just have not put enough time in yet on the mode.
I mean, I feel like
it seems like these games are just every one is just a blowout.
Yeah, but I mean, we spoke about uplink this weekend anyway and said we think the ones are too inconsistent right now. That's I'm convinced too inconsistent. So this map is very interesting for me because Orbit, fantastic start. And it looked like at one point they were maybe in danger of letting it come back. Petey started really heating up. But then, you know, so did Zero. So it was kind of countered in that part. So we talked about the hype coming on. There's also, I don't know if we're going to see this clip because it wasn't on Rated at this point, unfortunately. The customer didn't grab it, but Rated makes a great defense in Broken. He was basically alone. And if he had died, he gets a 2-piece. If he had died, they probably would have given Infused another 20, 30 seconds in it because his team had spawned out.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. You look at the scoreboard towards the end of the game as well, and he didn't actually put up that many numbers, but when you're making important kills like that, that's why we try not to necessarily focus too much on kills on the scoreboard, because if you do make the important kills, those are the big ones here. He is inside that hard point towards the end, and I just want to point out, Trey picked up a lot of kills in that second rotation. We looked at Bridge, he only had around 12, and he picks up a few more on the way around to the next side.
The entire reason his team are actually currently, you know, winning off this hill is the fact that Rated held it while his team spawned out, and they gave him time to get back into the action.
Yeah, he goes on, I believe, like a 4 or 5 streak there towards the end, but I was really just a combination of, you know, Moose not getting off to a great start and Nolson really hurting them at the beginning of that game. I believe Nolson was like double negative or almost triple negative at one point, and you know, when you don't have those two players who have been playing great, you know, doing that with Moose and Petey, and you have one player that's hurting you that much, you're going to see scores like that.
We certainly are. All right, well, let's move on to the final Search and Destroy. As we walked into this one, of course, playing through my mind and everybody's mind is Orbit are better at S&D, but it's map 5, anything could have happened. And for me, you know, you'll be quite curious about, is it, you know, you're better at S&D, but those map 5s always seem magical somehow, as if, you know, either team can win with just the pressure that's actually going on.
Well, I think watching this left-hand side, though, there was a couple of occasions, though, where 1 or 2 of their rounds could have went a lot better. There was that one where, I can't remember specifically what round it was, Infused got the bomb down at A, and they had 4 guys stacked up towards Lemons in and around the fences. And Orbit had the pinch. There was 2 guys either side, and they just never really coordinated together. It was a weird round.
Yeah, and they seemed they backed off way behind Lemon. They went through grannies, and like they were holding their own spawn. And when the pinch came in, they weren't able to actually push back forward, and then lost the gunfights.
Yeah, and I loved this play when Rated jumps on bomb, has the rest of his teammates push all the way through towards the bus and the stair side, and when they can't really check bomb, they have to fight all those gunfights. Rated just gets a free defuse there and a round win. I feel like that is one that kind of really threw the momentum in Orbit's favor. You get one of those defuses in, with everybody alive, everyone's joking around a little bit, some extra confidence there.
And it was one of those rounds where Infused didn't even just have to back off. They chose to back off. You see, Orbit went actually in and around the bomb site, and they just give it complete control. And suddenly Orbit run through the middle of the map, make big kills.
Typical Infused strategy, that though, to kind of plan and hide.
Yeah, that's kind of how a lot of the teams play it. They'll plant it. They'll either hide behind the stairs by the fence or behind the bus. But we just usually don't see a lot of teams just push straight through with a guy on the bomb. The difference is when you push straight through and have the guy on the bomb, obviously, you know, the defense, they know that there's somebody there. You know, they have to kind of kill the guy defusing, but they can't jump out and challenge or picking up free kills. I think even if they kill Rated off a bomb, they probably pick up those kills, have enough time to send somebody back to you.
Yeah, because of the confusion going on, someone would have screamed, he's defusing at that point. And at that point, going in your mind, you're trying to make 2 decisions. Always like, is my teammate going to get in while you're trying to have a gunfight? Because now you're worried it's being defused.
Yeah, even if Rated dies there, I believe they probably pick up the kills. They have another like 20 or so seconds to get back and defuse the bomb, so they probably win that round anyway.
All right, well, stick a fork in that game. It's done. But we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's time for our next loser bracket game. We are sending someone home. Will it be Splice or will it be 3G? Find out right after this.
Hello and welcome to In Just 60 Seconds. I'm here with Jack, or better known as Courage, Phil, Momo, as you probably know him, Jonas. Jonas, what is your gamer tag?
Jonas, Oxygen.
Oxygen. Is it? Oxygen?
Yeah, it is.
Why Oxygen?
Just completely randomly found by my brother when I was looking for gamer tag.
Breath of fresh air.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. First of all, the overall point of the game is to talk for 60 seconds about a random subject that I will be reading off these cards. The 3 rules are no deviations, don't go off topic, no hesitation, so no pauses, and the last one is
No repetition.
no repetition. That's it. Sorry, he knows it better than I do.
See, I will say Momo just recorded his, and I asked what he had to talk about. He wouldn't tell me, just in case we had to do the same topic. So I don't know. What is
Confirmed
planned?
that you're not doing the same
Okay,
topics.
okay,
You're doing
good.
different topics.
Good.
First subject is garden gnomes.
Garden gnomes, typically something you will find in a garden centre. You know, that decoration which everyone really feeds for, and something which you can get a lot of variations for.
The Queen.
Oh, the Queen, a person I am very passionate about. Actually, the last time I was in London, I watched a documentary on the Queen and all that she's done, seeing all the different presidents' lifetimes that she's lived through, all the different diplomats she's met, and the incredible things she's done as the Queen of England.
Rubber ducks.
Pass.
But my personal experience, I like the ones with the red hat, the long noses. You get those ugly kind of clown-looking ones. Stay away from them, usually the more expensive types as well.
Dentists.
The ex-husband of my mother was a dentist, so I actually know a lot about dentists, and I think they are very underrated because it takes a lot to be a dentist. There is a lot of knowledge, there is a lot of things that you can do wrong, but they're also quite overpriced because very often they're trying to make you do things that they shouldn't be doing.
Living obviously in Buckingham Palace, one of the most legendary buildings not only in the UK but all of Europe, an actual monument of the world. I would regard as one of my 8 wonders of the world, not 7 anymore. We've moved on to 8.
The gnome as well deviates from actual historic purpose in China. I don't know if you know this, and I could be lying. However, the gnome is actually a signal for the red dragon.
And when I was younger, I didn't take good enough care of my teeth and they were hurting, so I do keep a bad memory of not going to the dentist. So I would encourage anyone that it needs to take care of the teeth to actually go to the dentist very, very often.
Which was actually brought in. You're from Wales? Absolutely. It was actually turned into like a Welsh dragon, and the gnome was created because the dragon was too fierce. Apart from that, though, the gnome
I
was...
think that was a little hesitation there, Momo. Little?
Probably the longest standing monarch, I believe, of all time. I might just be making things up about that at this point, but that's what Americans do a lot of times when it comes down to facts, especially about the UK.
I have to stop you there. You were deviating a little bit there.
But coming back to my my ex-husband. It's just because I'm looking for the words.
We're gonna be that strict.
Oh, okay, all right. Let's reset. I'm fine.
I feel like that was fair.
No, that's
I mean,
okay.
I might get a bit of.
I forgot the deviating rule. No, we're good. We're
But
good.
that was a good start.
I feel I gave it a good go. I had fun doing it.
I'm impressed. Your first time was great.
I'd love for me to hold the cards, maybe give you, let you have a go and see.
I think
how.
I'm quite happy being the quizmaster here.
I'm the one who gets punished. I see how it is.
Every time.
But no, I enjoyed myself. It was good fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL London here live from the Gfinity Arena. My name is Bryce and we have another great game coming up for you. But speaking of great game, I'm joined by two analysts who could probably do with a little more height. But I should probably introduce them as well. Let's start. It's first of all, Rel. Rel, how are you?
I'm great, but you've... I came on the desk and I said to Bryce, shall I do 1 button, 2, shall I leave it open? He said, here, let me do it. And this is this is the end result.
I think it's great.
I think it's going to catch on.
I really don't at all.
I think you created a new fashion.
It's fine. It's absolutely fine, Rel.
I'm going to undo this now. This is quite tight.
All right, well, I better introduce Jonas while Rel sorts himself out.
Well, having a good day so far for a great first game to start things off. And we're going to have maybe an upset here as Team 3G has been very impressive. Splyce kind of disappointing. So a lot of really good games coming up today.
Wow, okay. So you're thinking 3G might win this then?
I'm saying... Before the tournament, I would have said Splyce was definitely going to take it on paper, but now I'm like 55-45 towards Splyce.
Oh, wow, not really with Splyce. Rel, do you agree with him?
I think Splyce are going to take it. I think
you're more confident. More confident.
Definitely. And don't get me wrong, I don't want to take anything away from 3G because they have been a bit of a surprise team here. I mean, we knew they were great. We knew they had some great players within it. Of course, Swedish champion Quicker. Love dropping that one in. But they've performed so well on the run up to this.
They certainly have. Well, before we get too far and too deep into this game, let's take a little look at the bracket and how everything is playing out. As you can see, we started all those games yesterday. Where we currently are, though, is in the losers bracket. Splyce versus Team 3G. After that, Aware versus Infused. Now, Splyce dropped early to Team Orbit, which means they've had to go through the likes of Epsilon so far and now 3G. They win that, they could be playing either Aware or Infused. We will find out as that continues on. But it's going to be a long day for Splyce as they keep going forward in this bracket. But Jonas, I've got to get back to this. You're doubting Splyce quite considerably, considering they were the #1 ranked team coming in. They've only lost to Orbit, who is, you know, easily top 3, maybe top 2, depending on who you speak to. Why?
Well, because it's not just the fact that Splyce isn't a good team. They're a fantastic team and they have the caliber of players that can win international tournaments, I do believe. But this tournament, they've not looked as fantastic as expected. On the other end, 3G coming into those tournaments, a lot of people have overlooked them the same way that we have overlooked Aware. If you look at the current rankings, we have Epsilon and Fnatic top 8, and Aware and 3G, they are sure to be top 6. The other thing to me is 3G, despite just losing, they still have a lot of stake because they are playing for pool play MLG Atlanta, and as long as Aware is in the tournament, they are risking to not go, so they need to win this.
Well, speaking of 3G, let's have a little look at their team roster and see how this one breaks down. Niall, Quicker, Weeman, and Zerg are this team. And you are right, Jonas, saying, you know, this team has surprised a few people. It's a big game for them. They don't want Aware to outplay them in pro points. Rel, what's your take on this squad?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've said before, at this particular Invitational, they've been doing exceptionally well. A team rating of 1.06 means that they are above the average. And they were getting fired up in that booth the other day. You could hear Quicker screaming and even slipping a bit of trash talk out in his post-game interview. So they're pretty confident considering they are underdogs.
Well, I'm a little bit upset because if 3G go out here, we won't get to see 3G play Orbit again after, you know, Shay called out Rated earlier on. So
yeah, that's true.
It is, but at the same time, you know, 3G, what I was most surprised with is their previous series earlier today, where they showed good resilience. They went down 2-0 in the series, they had a massive uplink game, again forcing yet another game in overtime at the last second, doing a crazy run in overtime, so amazing stuff from them, showing a lot of composure.
Well, speaking of their opponents, Bads, Josh, Jerd, and Madcat, #1 rated team coming into this event found themselves in the loser bracket straight away. Can they make this run?
I mean, it's just, it's interesting looking at them and seeing where they are at this stage. They have been underperforming. Everyone expected so much from them, especially after placing first in the previous two 2Ks and having very strong online performances and internationally as well.
Yep.
I can only see them beating 3G, but the informed team at the moment for me are 3G.
All right, okay. I think you know, you guys are maybe playing a little bit off the fact that Orbit took Splyce down, and I don't know. For me, that's kind of like it's Orbit. You know, for me, they're looking like they could be one of the elite level teams in Europe. They did take down Splyce. Splyce don't even really know why they lost. They just thought they had a bad game, but We'll find out. Let's actually go, though, into a key player matchup. It's MadCat and Quicker Than You. MadCat actually having one of the best statistics this event. He has been playing superb for his squad. He's the best performing, I believe, on Splyce. Against Quicker, again, good stats from him. He's in 10th, 11th in a few of these positions overall, but compare that to 3rd and 4th.
MadCat is always delivering. I mean, last year, a lot of people were considering him regarding one of the best players in Europe, again, showing this year. And to me, there may be another key player to watch is going to be Benz, because he's not been delivering to what we were expecting from him. He's been playing amazing all year long last year, and especially at COD Champs, someone that, you know, everyone was impressed with, and he needs to step up. I feel like I'm not going to say it's the reason that they are in the lower bracket, but if they want to win a tournament, he needs to step it up.
Okay, so... yeah, I can see that. I don't think Bance has performed as much, but I think it's because we expect so much of it.
Yeah.
You know, kind of the biggest breakout player of last year. Him and Zero mentioned in the same breath an awful lot. But yeah, I don't think he's living up to it. But maybe it's just a team difference. Maybe he doesn't have to excel as much now.
Well,
he
yeah,
changed his squad up. Yeah, he's got MadCat. Yeah, MadCat's stolen all of Bance's kills. Both, you know, aggressive slayers.
Well, one thing to note as well from the key player matchup is the fact that MadCat beat Quicker in every single category there.
Yeah.
Statistically, he is the better player, and the same could be said for the remaining players in Splyce.
All right, well, let's start getting into this now. Predictions. Jonas, you said 55-45
I'm going to say
to Splyce.
I'm going to stick to that 55-45. The closest I can get is 3-2.
3-2 to Splyce.
To Splyce. But it's going to be a close one.
Rel?
I think it's going to be 3-0, but it's going to be very narrow margins in terms of the victory, but I think a 3-0 win.
Okay, well,
for Splyce.
Both for Splyce.
Yeah.
And then we got Breakout, Scorched Frost, Throwback, and Retaliation. But the game is ready to go. So I'm throwing it over to our casters now. It's Mr. X and Momo.
Thank you very much, Brycey and the boys on the desk. We do have 3G and Splyce coming up head-to-head here. Splyce going in hot favourites. I don't know what's got into Jonas, maybe thinking 3G have a chance here, because I am firmly...
Jonas stayed out a little bit too late last night. I think that's why he comes in here. I mean, look, 3G to kind of back up his point a little bit. I mean, you know, 3G has been good. They've surprised a lot of people, very resilient. But I do feel like Splyce is a different animal than they played thus far. I feel like they're going to run into some trouble here.
I think as well, you know, after their slip up to Orbit, they've looked strong ever since, but prove us wrong, 3G. You know, they're coming into here, you know, no organization, just 4 guys put together, tallied up their pro points, and here we are. We're going to go into game number 1. Let's have a chat and see what Quicker had to say before the game.
So for me, Splyce, earlier on in the tournament, didn't really have a challenge, and then they went up against Orbit, and they lost 3-0. I think that we stand a really good chance of beating them. I think they're a very talented team, 4 really good players, but I think we've still got a really good chance of beating them if we perform as we have been.
Okay, so Quicker sounding confident, starts off 1-on-1, as we do see Jordan and the boys take control.
Yeah, sounds like he thinks that just Splyce has not played against anybody good. They've beat up on a bunch of the lower tier teams that were here, and I know the one game that they had against top competition thus far, against Orbit, they lost that pretty bad. So I think Quicker kind of looks at that match, gives him and his team some confidence.
Okay, well, Vance has had a pretty good start to the game already, 3-0. He's coming back to pick up number 4 and still going on a tear. Scarab has been unlocked, but, you know, no major points have been collected, and pretty much what you expect on this this rooftop. He's still going, though.
And I'm surprised a lot of the players are still running Scarab in respawn game modes. Everyone is pretty much running Flak Jacket, so you're not going to be able to take anybody out with it. Takes you out of your player. I've never been a fan of, you know, score streaks or kill streaks that take you out of your character. In respawn game modes, I feel like I know too many things can go wrong during that.
Yeah, just taking you actually, you know, off the battlefield. You know, you're replacing yourself, and your teammates may need you. MadCat, though, he will be locking down this second rotation. You do have 1 player spun now. That's Jerd. Triple comes in for the boys of 3G, and they're going to break this. And actually, there's 1 player right at the back. It's this man. It's Josh. He needs to stay alive.
Yeah, he's trying to stay alive for as long as possible there to set up a pinch. So if Josh would have been able to stay alive there, he would have had teammates coming through the front. But it's going to be Zerg and Co. able to lock down this back area as they do get control of the cell block hardpoint. They're racking up some score here, and see how far away Splyce is spawning. It's going to be very difficult for them to get back. They have to hit that wall run, get a player all the way in this back area, try and knock down these spawns. And now look, by the time they even get there, there's going to be maybe 10 seconds left on this. You should just start rotating over to Grave. Fantastic break and hold by 3G.
Yeah, it really is. This A cell block will be firmly in the hands of 3G. Looking at that rotation, though, Splyce have full control. Jerd's heading over. In fact, he's pushing up a little bit, but one player is hitting the flank. It's quicker. A player we've already highlighted for many reasons, and he'll be the one to be tagged up first. He's going to be taken down by Mad Cat. Zerd flanking from the other side as well. Trying to pinch, but it's not going to work off, and Splyce could just push them back here.
Yeah, now Zerg just waiting for some teammate support here as he's going to try and fly out over the top, but you got to get this player out of cave. You can sit behind that bulldozer inside the hardpoint, just rack up score, and have players in the cave with assault rifles just kind of reign supreme down on these players running in. But no, Splyce does not get another hold yet again. It's broken pretty quick here by the side of 3G with 30 seconds left on it. So a lot of time there for the taking. And whoever it was in cave for Splyce, I believe it was Jerd, just didn't provide enough cover fire. Josh challenges in the hill. Could have just stayed behind the bulldozer. I don't think Splyce played that well.
Yeah, 3G have broke that, and now they have the option to push forward. There is one player spawned out. It's going to be Bance, but he's going to be caught, obviously entering the hard point. Location will be revealed, but the last 5 seconds actually will go to Splyce, and that's not really a good thing. We see here the first person on... oh, it's Nile actually, straight in the Scarab.
But look, I mean, he's not going to be able to pick anybody up with there, and I mean, he has some teammates coming, provides some help, and he's able to pick up 2, but that could have gotten pretty dangerous. I mean, if Zerg doesn't pick up Bans coming all the way around the back, that would have been a free kill onto 1, and then he would have been able to take out Nile here inside his Scarab. So that's what I was trying to talk about a little bit about earlier.
Yeah, I actually completely agree. Nile's kind of gone off there, but it was with, you know, his weapon. You know, it wasn't the Scarab that really affected much. Josh and Zerg are going to exchange on the hill. Zerg still in control, and actually 3G break the triple-digit mark. Splyce do bounce back, and they will have control for the last 25 seconds until we hit rotation number 2.
And it's really odd to see Splyce start off kind of slow here. I mean, you have Mad Cat, 6 and 10, Jerd 5 and 10. Not great games from them thus far. Really, Bance has been the only one I can feel like has been pretty consistent for them throughout this entire tournament.
And that's showing right now here. Obviously dropping 13. We can see if we jump on board a try with Jerd as he falls to the opposition. Mad Cat's going to hit the rotation. Obviously, the next one being on those rooftops. And I think Mad Cat playing this one quite smart. He's going to be caught off guard. Quicker, too smart. And the first player jumping on, it's going to be Weeman. Someone we haven't really highlighted. I mean, first impressions of Weeman this tournament for myself, absolutely fantastic player, but he's just lacking a bit in this game.
Yeah, not showing it right now, but I do feel like he is the one player I had questions coming in when I watched this 3G team, how he was going to stack up against top competition. He's been good enough for them to get victories.
Yeah.
I think he's definitely made some big kills in some situations, but definitely going to need to see him step up in a prime spot to kind of secure his place on this team as they move forward.
Well, we're going to see here Splyce trying to reach that 100-point mark. They look comfortable to do so. Let's go on board with Bance because he's the one really lighting up. He does have another Scarab in his back pocket, picks up number 16. And again, he's not just getting the kills here, he's getting that objective work in as well. Josh finding another as they do break in. We're going to see a very close game here tying up going into cell block.
And I feel like some of the struggles for someone like Mad Cat or even Jerd, I mean, Jerd plays at such a fast pace that if his team doesn't have control of the hill or whatnot and he's leading the charge, it's going to be very difficult him going up against some of the assault rifle players at range as he's flying high. And I feel like with Mad Cat, this game, you need to rotate early, you need to lock down those spawns. And you know as well as I know, looking back at the Black Ops 2 days, like that's a really big mental game. You got to kind of play patiently. You got to know who you're going against, what spots they like to go to. It's definitely more complex than it seems.
And it's one of those things, you know, you talk about the mental game there. When you've not got that good spawn, that anchor at the back, you only have 1 or 2 chances. You know, you've really got to go for it. If you mess up on that first one, you could be giving 30 points away to the enemy team. And you've seen Splyce now, pretty much back-to-back kills, get every single point.
Yeah, now they've held down this cell block for the entirety of the hill. You do see it's going to be 3G rotating over towards Grave a little bit early here. And I'll be interested to see what Splyce decides to do. They have 1 more player left inside the hard point. So does that player go all the way towards mid-map, secure down caves with the rest of his team? Or do they try and set a pinch? So you see where number 8 spawns. That's going to be Josh. Spawns up near that last hard point. You're going to let the new one pop up. And you see now the pinch comes in. And look at where Nile spawned up. Number 1 on your mini-map spawns out. This is where Splyce, they need to realize this situation and go fast. They can't just wait here because Nile's going to come from the back, kill 2 or 3 players.
Yeah, we're going to have Mad Cat. Mad Cat needs to turn around because he spelled Nile already. The trade comes in, and that's fantastic breaking material from 3G. And you know what? They're in a fantastic position as well because they know every single player is spawning back. Grenades coming in from Jerd, though, will preempt this, and the numerical advantage favors Splyce just for a second. Jammer grenades going in as well. Trades left, right, and center. But again, 3G looking still very, very strong.
And this is one where Splyce is going to give up a ton of time where they should have actually broken it. you need to realize when you have that pinch going, you get that first kill, you have to know you block spawns on either side of the hard point. The player is going to spawn out. These are experienced guys. They should know that already. They need to be a bit faster getting towards the hard point.
Splyce have actually committed a lot to these last 10 seconds, Mr. X. I'm not sure what you make of this, but, you know, they're going to get the last 10, but they've given full rotation again to 3G. I know they're about 40 points behind, but this could be the comeback that 3G need right now.
3G has control of that helipad area. We saw Camo being used there to just kind of get some better positioning. Nile does not get a kill for it. It's going to be Jerd trying to push here towards the back, and all the kills go in favor of Splyce here. And man, that could not have gotten worse for 3G. This is one of the harder hard points to break. You have to either go towards that center where it's obviously wide open, not a lot of cover to make it through, or hit that wall run yet again. So I feel like 3G, their best opportunity to go towards that mid-map. The wall run, I feel like, is just a death trap.
Yeah, it is absolutely one of those choke points where it's like, come on, guys, it takes 3 or 4 more seconds, but we've got to go round. We've got to play it smart. Splyce taking every single second from this point, and you know what? It all came down for that Nile Camo versus Jerd Rewind. Jerd got the better of him, got the better spawns, and as the last 10 seconds come in, we're going to see a staggering lead coming in for Splyce.
Yeah, and it looks like, Splyce is going to take the rest of this time, work their way towards the center hardpoint. Bance does have reactive armor. You may see that popped here. I would probably opt to hold it for cell block in case anything kind of crazy happens on this hardpoint, but going to use that lower wall run, come up behind one player, and this is where you think Splyce can start to put a lot of pressure on the center hardpoint.
Yeah, good utilization of in-game mechanics there by Bance. He's going to find another and still continue his streak. 5-kill streak for him, nearly hitting 30, of course. Nearly as well on a 2.0 KD ratio. It's not everything, but he's also on 2 minutes of hill time right now.
Well, I think it's really, Bance obviously continuing the strong play throughout the game. And then also Madcat definitely picked up his performance. So struggling at the beginning, I believe at 1.6 and 10. Brings things back to a respectable, 20 and 17 right now.
Okay, well, 3G started strong, but they finished weak. 20 seconds is left on this hill, but they only need one. Splyce don't continue for a second there, but they are going to close out game number 1. In pretty comfortable fashion. They started a bit shaky, but Splyce ironed out the creases, and they take game number 1.
So the score is 250-155. Obviously a huge win for Splyce. I think that is actually even a more lopsided win than it actually looks, from the standpoint that they had that pinch we were talking about set up over by Grave. They just weren't fast enough. They go maybe a second faster. They break that, get another 40 seconds there. You kind of subtract this. This is really like a 250-110 game, barely over the 100-point mark for 3G. So I feel like, 3G, obviously, they get a ton of points off of a little bit of a mistake by Splyce. I think looking at the score, obviously, still a blowout in Splyce's favor, a little bit more lopsided than it seems, though.
Yeah, I do completely agree. Weeman struggled in that, maybe against these top caliber players. Hopefully he'll pick that one up in the Search and Destroy. But we do see from, every single player on Splyce, putting in something, contributing something to the squad. I'd love to, of course, hear what we're having in the booth, but I'm sure we can get that later on. Splyce versus 3G, though. Jonas obviously kind of put forward, the argument for 3G. And I just want to kind of talk about their run going through this whole tournament in very general aspects, but they've really turned up with no pressure, no organization. They've shocked everyone straight away, and now they have a chance, kind of the big dogs. Take this, they take almost Splyce's run, but I just don't see it happening.
But I mean, coming into this, you looked at all the teams, here and whatnot, and you probably thought that Aware and 3G make it to this position. You probably think they go out a little bit earlier.
Yeah, maybe top 8.
Yeah, so you probably just, you switch like one of the placings with Fnatic with one of these teams, and it's kind of where you thought everybody would be at this moment in time.
Yeah, okay, yeah. As well as Epsilon. You see Fnatic and Epsilon dip out at top 8. It does give a chance to these teams like 3G and Aware.
You swap those two teams. So if you swap Fnatic and Epsilon with 3G and Aware, it's pretty much what we kind of thought would be our top 8 at the end of this thing.
Yeah, that is correct. I definitely didn't expect Splyce to be in the loser bracket, but I'm sure they'll make a run. But I kind of had the top tier Splyce Orbit, then I had Infused Elevate, just below them, and then I had Fnatic Epsilon, and these two teams have trumped them, 3G and Aware, and I'm sure Fnatic and Epsilon will be wanting to bounce back, of course, many, many tournaments to come, but I'm hoping, and my eyes are on Weeman going into this one. He's a great S&D player. He'll be rocking the reactive armor, I'm guessing, as per usual. I'm looking at him to drop some big kills.
Yeah, and I think this is actually a particularly tough matchup for 3G in the sense that Splyce, obviously, some veterans, guys who are used to playing deep into tournaments, deep into Championship Sunday. you're 3G, you kind of just wake up this morning. It just feels like another day. Like you're just going to play.
Yeah.
It is not. It's a completely different beast. And you come in here and you kind of coast through it. And the group play has been so long. And then in the brackets, it's like you almost feel like probably in the back of your head, like you have another chance, but you don't. Like it doesn't feel like a loser bracket matchup.
Yeah,
probably.
I know exactly what you mean. I was trying to think back, actually, like personally, have I ever done like a 4-day Call of Duty event? Because I was thinking, this is, it is endurance. So much kind of. I mean, so
it's
much.
not really as much physical. It's like mental.
Yeah,
endurance.
It's draining. But imagine being in those booths. I mean, you've been behind some of the top players in the world, and for yourself, even as a coach, like you've got to put so much passion into that. These guys, are they going to run out of juice? Is the question.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough to keep it going, especially in an atmosphere where they're not used to. I feel like a 4-day event. It's one of the only ones I can really remember coming in. Obviously on this 4th day, you got to imagine these guys have been through so many tough matches, crazy in-game scenarios, and the game's moving so fast, right? Using so much just brain power to try and figure out, make these small decisions that impact the game so much. It's really impressive, from all these guys.
Well, we're going into map number 2. It's going to be Scorch, Search and Destroy. Splyce versus Team 3G. I got excited for a second as Jerd had the sniper, but he's pulled it away. Or put it away, should I say, and the MV4 is out. Strong push towards B. A very, very standard one, but he's going to be taken down by a sniper, maybe regretting his decision as Zerg strikes first blood. Yeah, we saw Jerd do some nice things with the sniper rifle the other day on a throwback Search and Destroy. I'm not going to bring it out here, but Zerg's going to be able to take him out right off the bat. So it's going to give a 2-player advantage as Zerg pulls out his pistol, able to take Josh out. Well, how he knew he was there, I don't know whether a call out or a sound was made, but a 2v3 maybe cut down, no? A smart play from the player of 3G backing off and playing that numerical advantage. You can see on the minimap they're backing off, but they're going to be caught with the pants down. That's Weeman giving it straight to Mad Cat and a 2v2. Bance is going to go high. Let's see what he's doing. He does have the bomb, and he doesn't want to die in an unfavorable position. And you know what? They're going to do it. A 2v3 clutch. I don't like the way they turn their backs on them. Yeah, and when you're the underdog and you get the man advantage and around a Search and Destroy, you need to secure those. Mad Cat with some nice shots, though. He's able to take out 2 players. One obviously right in front of control, the other over by observation, and then Bance just comes through the window. I feel like he catches that last player off guard, but a very good situation there. Played by the side of Splyce, winning that 2v3 scenario around that 3G will most certainly want back. Okay, well, Zerg is going to put the sniper away, and have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing an A push. There is only Bance for Splyce defending this. This could get very, very messy quite quickly. Bance is going to be seen, and he's going to call that out. He'll be running back, and the boys of 3G will be wanting to push and pin them down. Grenades will be going out, and First Blood has not been struck just yet. Now, I was just going to say, actually, before this round, most of the action happens over by the B-bomb site. Not a lot of A pushes. 3G catches Splyce off guard. Bance, the only one over towards the site. They just overwhelm him. The rest of the guys have to fly in through the narrow chokes. They fall. So a good push there by 3G catching Splyce off guard. I like that as well from 3G. They didn't go for the standard, we'll just try to be the better team at B. They thought, you know what, they won't expect A. Let's just full force. Push it down, and Bance really was caught off guard. You saw him almost panic, run away, and the call-outs will have come in, but it was too late. And I feel like we've seen those type of things work over the last few years in Call of Duty. You can think back to, some maps that had a really dominant bomb site. A team just goes to the opposite side of the map that first round, they almost certainly win it. Yeah. I feel like we just don't see it quite often. You see it from some of the, the unfavored teams in matchups, and they're able to pull out some rounds. I'm surprised we don't see it more often, though. Jerd in a fantastic spot here, ready to kill players that rotate in. Well, he's waiting for him to crawl through. Quicker's going to actually strike first. And you know what? Trades may come in. Oh, he's not finished him off. That's a bit of a mess, and now we'll clean up. 2 versus 3. Josh left in an unfavorable position now, but the bomb is down. It's the only thing going for him. Shaky shots, and you know what? It wouldn't surprise me. His nail is on the diffuse. He is. Can Josh get in there, make the kill? He might find one, but surely the diffuse will come in. And 2 rounds on the bounce here for Team 3G. Yeah, if he has a K-bar or an NV4 in that first gunfight, he probably wins it. No, that is one downfall for taking the submachine gun in this type of situation. This medium to long range gunfight. Just not going to win with the ERAD. Just can't take that first player out fast enough to make a play on the bomb. I think as well, I think it was Jerd, jumping around in the corners. It was a bit of a sloppy mistake there that he'll be regretting. Yeah, I don't know if that needs to be explained. Jerd's shots were not accurate at all. Just jumping around like a maniac. Well, now we'll be taking the bomb this time. Did Zerg have a sniper? Yes, he is. Let's see what he can pull off, as he will be challenged straight away. It's going to be Jerd. And you know what? I think it's sniper versus sniper. Maybe he did get tagged here Quicker's found one, and Quicker, what is Niall doing? Straight in the face, but he does have the bomb.
Yeah, it's kind of risky when your bomb carrier is the one leading the charge. If Niall wanted to play in this type of position, probably should have let somebody else grab it, but they're going to try and work this towards the B bomb site. Now, fantastic play there by Mad Cat. So he gets tagged up. Instead of challenging, sits behind the box, has two teammates there ready to trade that out. Very patient play there from Mad Cat.
And the one thing, I think it was Zerg, the last player, or the player to go down, he only saw one. He thought that was the same person. So the hiding of one and the appearing of the other, it really was a very tactical play coming in from Splyce, and they tied the game up 2-2. If you just join us, of course, Splyce take map number 1. Seems a little bit closer, though, on the Search and Destroy as we flick the sides. Let's have a look at Josh.
Yeah, which this is the game mode that I have just not been impressed with Splyce at all throughout this tournament. Their Search and Destroy has been really lackluster. I feel like just kind of conforming to a lot of strategies that other teams do, not really trying anything that fits their play style. I feel like, though, they definitely will get better as the year goes on in S&D. And you see Josh spots one. Going to be able to take him out. Nice long-range shots there with the E-Red.
Yeah, nice shots there, but there is going to be one on the flank, and straight away, they need to be prepared, and they are prepared. Spotted. He's going to eliminate that. That's going to be Niall coming in as the assist is offered by Quicker. Quicker should find another. Oh, traded in the back, and that's going to be Niall. I can't even jump on board with him. As a clean round there for Splyce. I think they only lost one in the action, and again, they favor A.
It seems like both teams in S&D, it's pretty much the offense will either, it just seems like both teams just pushing players to each site. And it's
Flip a coin.
It's like we either see them and we just fight, or we have to rotate all the way around to the other side of the map. It doesn't really seem like you have kind of players going on flanks in this one. It seems like it's just going to be pretty much both teams just challenging each other head on.
Zerg's put the sniper away, which is an interesting choice, and we'll see the pretty standard B push here from both teams. This could end very, very quickly here. Niall picks up one. Jerd's going to be the first to fall. And with the K-bar, Zerg a bit hesitant here on the wall run. Now they pushes a 4. This is good communication between them. Should find another. Niall comes in, a good assist as well. At a 2 versus 3. Can they finish this off? They should do.
Yeah, well, this would be the second 2v3 they could potentially lose, but now it's going to be a 1v2. Bant's the only one alive for Splyce, and I do feel like if Splyce is going to challenge that strong, like they did at the beginning, for a second there, I thought he was going to pop reactive, maybe able to take out the second player. But I think if Splyce challenges as fast and hard as they did at the beginning, they drop one player, you can't back up and give them the site. You got to just commit to fights.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think sometimes as well, one player just sitting back and making it, instead of a 4v4 or 3v4, it only ends one way. You know, they had to push as a team, and I think 3G actually did that very, very well there. You saw Zerg kind of collect his thoughts and wait for a second, but I see Bance here again. He's rocking the Scarab, obviously maybe a bit more effective on Search and Destroy, more for intel purposes, but it still has that reactive armor.
Yeah, you kind of use the Scarab to scout around, see where players are and whatnot. So we'll see what Bance sees through the eyes of the Scarab. I have to bring it all the way up the stairs. It's not strong enough to make that jump. So we'll see. Gonna bring it over here towards the B site, scout this out. So he sees one player, really gains nothing out of that. I mean, players play in that position all the time.
Yeah, Mad Cat's gonna be watching the bridge, and he's gonna find one. Doesn't find the second. That should have ended the round if he picked it up. But a life-saving kill was Quicker. Josh has fallen now, and things looking a little bit prettier for 3G.
Splyce has just put themselves in really awful positions during this. I mean, in the last round, they back all the way up, kind of leave their teammates at the drive, create a 3v4 scenario for themselves, pretty poor. And then in this one, you just see they get really aggressive here over towards B. They lose a bunch of players, and it seems like they kind of have no idea what they're really trying to do. Like, no goal at the beginning of a round, like whether, okay, we're going to push straight through and do this, or, hey, we're going to go to the bomb and do this, get it down. It seems like it's just kind of figuring it out, like, hey, let's go over towards B and let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's hope for the best almost. Oh, one player there jumping up and down. Bance has seen him, but not connecting with the bullets, and all that does is kill time. 10 seconds left on the clock, and he needs to get the bomb down. Judging by where the players are, he should be able to, but he should be tagged instantly. No, gets away with his life, finds one. Can he find the second? Why did he stop shooting?
He stopped shooting, and he has reactive armor there.
That was, again, very messy from Splyce.
Yeah, just a mess there. When you see him, I know he's firing the shot. If he doesn't stop, maybe he kills that player. If he uses reactive, he's probably going to stay alive long enough to maybe, get down into that lower part of the bomb site room and just get out of dodge. Maybe would have been able to just turn and get a little bit more elevation above Zerg there and take him out. So
Judging by the way he turned around, it's like he almost thought that was either his teammate or he thought he'd made the kill, and there was only one of them there.
And it's kind of crazy that 3G gets the advantage in a lot of these rounds, and they're coming down to like one gunfight still. But
yeah.
Splyce is able to bring it back.
Well, Niall does have both a score streak of a Scarab and a Camo. He's on the attack, but he's playing slow. Josh basically just gifts a free kill there. Not what Splyce would need right now. They're 4-3 down, 60 seconds on the clock. And who's this? Bance is pushing forward again, and is he doing it on his own?
Yeah, I mean, Josh goes down the middle of the map alone. Bance comes up with one there, but I mean, look, Quicker just 2 pieces. Mad Cat and Bance, their body stacked in the middle of the map. Jerd just trying to run in through control on the other side. Splyce just not playing as a team in this search and destroy.
Yeah, and that started from the get-go. I don't particularly think it was Bance pushing through second, because I think Mad Cat was backing him up shortly. But the initial push, which I think was from Josh or Jerd?
Josh,
was a bit of a kind of a loose cannon push. A PT push is what I call that.
Yeah, no, Quicker has been very effective for 3G in this search and destroy, 10 and 6. And, you know, they've done some really nice things, being patient there on the offensive end, knowing that Splyce is being very aggressive.
Well, they have payloads. They can push forward. They're pushing as a group. And this time, they do pick up the first blood. That's going to be Josh. Wee Man does fall. One just round the corner there. Splyce should be able to close this one on. I believe the bomb's going down. And 2v4, this is looking much better.
Yeah, no, I like how Bance played that. Originally, it looked like he was going to jump out and challenge right away. Just waits, lets his team get bombed down, plays that corner, and it's going to be a 3v2. Splyce has the man advantage. Niall gets tagged up, so he's not going to be able to get in the fight right away. His teammate Zerg is able to get one. Mad Cat's going to trade that out quick. He's going to force Niall chase Mad Cat. He turns and burns him. Splyce gets their 4th round. Now, for some reason, I feel like we're going to a round 11 here. I mean, I feel like Splyce is going to figure it out in this next one. That time, you see how effective they are when they go together, though. They push all 4 players straight through the bomb.
Yeah, you look at those 4 players, and they have the capability, obviously, to clutch up at any time and, you know, turn a game on its head. The one thing I keep looking at, though, is the amount of payloads available. I'll try and just flick through and see. Bance has the reactive armor, but Niall has camo. Okay, right, so let's go back on board. Let's stick with Niall, because this camo and Scarab could be very influential.
I feel like if you're Splyce, just lead through with Bance with the reactive armor. And Josh, he's going to fall first. I believe you have Bance trying to push through. He falls to Wee Man, so just a little bit of passive play coming out here from 3G. And it's all on Jerd. Uses rewind, finds another player, not able to knock down the shots. It's 3G getting on the board here.
Yep, 3G tie things up in Search and Destroy. You said before, their Splyce's Search and Destroy have not impressed you, Matt, and you know what? It continues that way, and their respawn has been dominant. Their respawn has, but they've slipped up once again. Can 3G take the momentum going into Game 3? Because we have seen actually 3G perform very, very well on uplink. I don't think they can take the hard point. I'm thinking 3G right now. They have to just somehow, 1 point, a sneaky push, play defensive. They win this uplink. There's a chance.
Well, uplink, obviously, with the drone being a central objective, you're able to kind of slow it down and control the pace of the game if you control the drone. So as opposed to something like a hard point where it's constantly moving, constantly rotating, the game is just going to naturally move at a fast pace. I agree with you. I don't see a world where they win the hard point. I think the uplink is their best chance of extending this series.
Yeah, okay. Well, the one thing as well we talk about a lot, of course, is the slaying power in uplink and how that affects. I believe we're going into Frost, which I've seen so much of this weekend. Slaying power, again, I'd just look at Splyce.
And this is one of the maps where it's a little bit harder to score on, and you can slow the game down pretty considerably. I mean, there's a lot of area to bring the drone if you want to just burn clock. There's a lower wall runs over by Clipside. You can bring it all the way back by Helipad if you wanted to. So a lot of opportunities for 3G to play keep away if they get an early lead.
A quick question for yourself, obviously, Matt. I mean, these 2 teams, Objective seems to have kind of dwindled away in recent kind of Call of Duties. Is there any 2 particular plays you're looking at for either side here?
I mean, if you're going to talk about, you know, maybe somebody who can do some nice things with the objective in their hand, Jerd, I think, has some of the best movement in the EU scene, maybe even the world. And that's been for a few years now, you know, since Advanced Warfare, and obviously moving into Black Ops 3. On the side of 3G, I would probably look at Zerg. You know, looks like just looking at the rig draft here, he's going to be running Overdrive. So anytime you have a player with Overdrive and Uplink, you definitely kind of highlight him. And I know the guy with Camos, that'll be Niall for the side of 3G as your 2 playmakers.
Okay, well, Wee Man takes the reactive armor. So he's going to have to be the slayer of the squad, as much like anyone else. You know, you've all got to be able to put numbers on. And that's what I think I can always count on with Splyce, is in the respawns to all put big numbers up. The one thing that I hope for 3G, that they don't have, one player have an off map, because you can't do that against a team like Splyce.
Yeah, and just looking at Splyce's rig draft, we haven't really talked too much about rig draft and the strategy behind it. A lot of teams just kind of being consistent game in and game out. Splyce not doing anything different, right? I mean, they're going to have Mercs and Eptic, Warfighter and Phantom with everything you expect: Camo, Overdrive, Rewind, and Reactive. The only thing I think you can make an argument for is maybe Jerd should have something like an Overdrive or a Camo. He's probably going to be the player that finds himself in situations where he uses that better. Mad Cat with Overdrive, it just seems like an odd fit to me. And I feel like, maybe you give somebody like Bance the propulsion and Rewind, somebody who can get in there and cause a lot of chaos.
I completely agree. Objective base. I always thought about that propulsion, because it's so going from one game mode to another. We noticed Jerd always uses Rewind and the propulsion. Adapting to having propulsion and not having propulsion.
Yeah, that's true.
It kind of throw you off, which, these are kind of the deep technical, tactical things that go into a game. That's the one thing that, all these...
This is analysis.
Yeah.
This is analysis. Yep.
Absolutely. We're going into Frost uplink, and yes, very low scoring sometimes. I mean, at the start of the weekend, we saw some 19 zeros. I mean, that was coming in from...
That was expected.
With some of the obviously lower seeded teams who are now eliminated. But I believe we are going to have a quick reset, though. I think one player didn't make it in.
Yeah, I never really thought of that, where it's not as easy to kind of trade last year if you switch from let's say the Reaper over to Nomad, right? Say for argument's sake, it would still feel the same, obviously. But with propulsion in the mix, obviously it changes the way you move around the map and different spots you can get to. So I do feel like it's actually a little bit harder to change this year than in the past.
Yeah, I think that rig draft, I was really excited when I saw it, and the fact that you could have traits and you could really combine and make your own mixture.
A lot of depth.
Yeah, but it has kind of felt like they've found their core four. Yes, in Hardpoint you will have a little bit of a tweak, but your uplinks, your search and destroys are pretty standard, which is not a bad thing. I like consistency, and I think sometimes that is the key.
I think the players love consistency as well. I mean, you see, obviously a lot of the same guns being used. The NV4, the K-Bar, the E-Rad seem to be the primary ones in Respawn. And then when you look at it, I mean, at the end of the day, why would you not want active camo? Why would you not want Overdrive? And why would you not want reactive? Those are three really powerful abilities that you can't really kind of make an argument let's leave one out.
And the one thing I do think in uplink maybe is Rewind, as effective. When are you going to use it? And some people have said, you don't need it. But when you put it in the hands of someone like Jerd, he makes an important kill, Rewinds, which full health again, full ammo. He can push forward again. It's just so supportive, and I think I'm a big fan of Rewind. A lot of people kind of look despairingly at it, but I love it.
I think it's great for S&D.
Yeah.
I'm still not sold on it in the Respawn game modes. I just feel like it's such a split-second thing, and by the time you rewind, you go back in time or whatever happened. I don't know the exact technical what happens there. That guy gets full health and ammo back, but there's pretty much two players there from the other team, so even if you kill another player, they're pretty much staggered right back where they were. So I don't know how useful it is. I would love to see one of the weapons get thrown into the mix. I don't know. We saw so many game-changing plays with weapons last year, whether it be the Purifier or the Scythe, the Tempest towards the end of the year. I'd love to see one of the weapons get thrown in the mix. I feel like those are more of a game changer than something like a Rewind.
Yeah, I think it would be definitely very entertaining. I mean, I've been talking last year. You talked like Watson. He just loved to pull out the Annihilator. No one else used it apart from the likes of Tommy. But when something special happens, those are the moments you remember. And I think I like the Rewind maybe for the flashy plays, the ones where you will be in the highlight reel. But for these guys, it's all about a win. You know, it doesn't matter about those flashes.
And I think obviously harder to get the payloads in this game as opposed to how you earned the weapons and the abilities last year. I think that's why you don't see as many weapons in play. But you just remember last year, I mean, look, the weapons, the abilities are the ones that are consistent, right? You know that when you use camo, overdrive, reactive, you kind of know you're going to make one or two good plays with those per game. It's like the weapons are the biggest wild card. because you can get like something, like an eraser or whatnot, and you can just go off and kill everybody, or you can just get shot in the back instantly, and it takes so long. It's such a high risk, high reward.
Yeah, it is. I think the one thing you pointed out, the key thing there is the time it takes. It's such a, you put so much effort and time into getting this. You've got that one shot. You want an active camo. Hang on a second, guys. I'm going invisible, and I'm getting us a 2-pointer.
Yeah,
it is what you want. It makes sense. Maybe we will see in future the meta change, but at the moment, we've got, the core 4.
Yeah, I think something more like a hard point, I feel like. Something like a weapon makes a little bit more sense. Something really powerful to, like, break into a hard point. Because then you kind of have, like, a great combination of ones, right? You have reactive, active, camo, and you have a weapon to kind of break in. 3 abilities, and, 1 weapon, obviously, that you can use to break those hard points pretty easy.
Okay, well, let's talk of all the abilities, the payloads. Let's get into the action here. Game number 3. It's Uplink Frost. The Tide series is 1-1. And so far here in this one, no one able to get the drone, but it's going to be Bance to take that away. He's pushing around the left here. He's got the support of Jerd being that bodyguard. You know what? This could be converted.
Yeah, and he's going to go off of that little crate there, try and get a 1-point throw off, and he does not connect with it. So the European scene living up to what we've talked a lot about this weekend is those 1-point misses. Just constantly. It's really hurt a lot of teams here.
Yeah, Quicker actually said to me just before his previous game, he said, you know what? I've thrown 4 and I've scored 3, and he was so proud of it. I was like, what happened to the one you missed? And he was like, oh, it's just a bit. I said, no excuses. Shouldn't have happened. He was known and renowned for obviously some very, very poor ones.
I would love to see how many 1-point throw attempts we've seen this weekend versus how many misses too.
Yeah.
It's got to be pretty high percentage. I mean, or unless we've only caught the ones that have not gone in on stream, but you see Jerd there. He's going to connect. He's going to put Splyce on the board there with an early 1-point throw.
Consistency is the key, and Jerd is Mr. Consistent right now, 6-2. His teammate Madcat, though, already dropping 8. He's going to fall, though, and the drone is going to be reset. 1-0, nothing too major here, but Frost, we've seen it again, low scoring. Say it once, I'll say it again. Sometimes it can be the difference maker when you come against 2 top teams.
Without a doubt. Now, this map, we do see it's very hard to score on because where the choke points are, right? I mean, when you're trying to push over towards that blue goal, you got that big helipad area. Just look at how open that area is in the back, and with all the assault rifles, very difficult to push straight through here. That's why you see Splyce settling for these 1-point throws over the top of the cover. When you're attacking the other side, it's the complete opposite. Really narrow chokes, really close quarters. Very difficult with all the chaotic gunfights in there to push it through.
Well, we saw Josh bodyguarding Jerd, but Jerd there again. Great movement, great throw, 2 out of 2. However, can Nile strike back? No, he's going to fall and the drone's going to go loose. And guess who's on it straight away? Jerd's actually going to pass it to Madcat this time. Jerd just fancies himself as a bodyguard right now.
Yeah, objective player Madcat coming in here. Who would have ever
I can't believe it.
That? Yeah, it's Madcat with overdrive in this one. Not going to use it there. Does not have that payload ability just yet. Starting things out though, 7-5. Jerd and Co. really putting the hurt on 3G.
Oh.
This one. A nice interception there by Zerg. That was definitely a shot that was going to connect from Bance. But even though they get the drone off the map, it's going to be 3 dead for 3G. The drone still in the hands of Splyce. They're passing it up the map. This could be a 2-point play. See Madcat go high off the wall run. He secures it. 5-0 Splyce here at the beginning. It's really, 3G has been getting outslayed. They have not gotten control mid-map, not gotten control of their base. It's nothing good here at the beginning.
Yeah, and you know what? It is pure teamwork here. Just as, one put it in, one rotated around. It's timing, it's teamwork, and so far it is all team Splyce. Quicker, though, maybe with the opportunity to put one on the board. Gets rid, maybe thinks, but kill needs the help. Not going to happen, and again, it's 4 down for the boys of 3G, and it's just a matter of time. Who's going to pick this drone up, and which way they're going to go?
Yeah, they're going to bring it cliffside, which is pretty rare. We usually see teams put a lot of emphasis towards the lower portion of your mini-map. Going over towards cliffside, there's just a lot of open area. Very difficult to get around this corner and force a 2-point play. But Bance resets his armor. He's going to make it into the building. Has some teammate support there. Beautiful pinch by Josh. It's going to be another 2-point play for Splyce as they are up 7-0 here with a lot of time left here in the first half.
Well, 3 players of 3G on 5-11 at one point there. It's really telling the storyline of this this uplink. 1 minute left to go, though, and it's just been all Splyce. It's been hard to even kind of watch someone from 3G, but we're jumping on board with Quicker. He's got 14 kills to his name, trying to put his team in the backpack right now, but it's just not happening.
Yeah, and a lot of those kills are just coming from, just defending his base and, maybe 1 or 2 in the middle of the map. So obviously when the other team is spending a lot of time in your base consistently over and over again, you're going to be able to wipe them out, pick up some kills, and that's going to be a 4 dead, for 3G. The drone in the hands of Splyce, and this is the Splyce team we expect. You know, the guys that can slay at the top level, do the objective the right way. You see Jerd there going to connect with another 1-point play. So it is 8-0. You are seeing just the skill gap in terms of uplink here being displayed between 3G and Splyce.
Yeah, and Splyce, to my recollection, haven't missed one. I know Bansk had one intercepted, but, you know, it's been very, very clean. I mean, this map, you know, they are all generally kind of easy 1-point plays, but that one's going to be an interception. And you know what? It's going to be a clean sheet up round number 1 here before we switch sides. 8-0 is going to be the scoreline. Splyce dominating Mr. X.
Yeah, and just when Quicker kind of thinks he can put one on the board for 3G at the end, maybe give them a little confidence going into the second half. It's like 3 players there for Splyce. Madcat comes up with the interception, but I think personally, if I'm watching this and I'm a team I know like an Aware or Fnatic and 3G obviously going forward, I go home and I practice a ton of uplink and a ton of search and destroy. I feel like those are the 2 game modes where you can definitely, if you put a lot of time in, take games consistently off some of the better teams in Europe.
Yeah, you can really exploit their weaknesses, and that's what it's all about, you know, finding the weakness in your enemy and putting them down. 8-0 though for the scoreline in the first half. I mean, we said it can be low scoring, but when you've got a squad like this, Madcat 16-9, it is really hard. Quicker, I don't know where these 17 kills have come from, but, you know, they're not equaling any points, and it's a real shame to see someone put so much effort, get so much from the game, and not be able to convert it. But still, Splyce 8, 3G 0.
Yeah, now maybe in the second half here, we see the side of 3G get a little bit more map control right now. You're seeing Splyce still hold on to the drone, still hold on to mid-map, and they're just forcing 3G into the back corner of the mini-map there. And you see it's going to be Jerd. His 2 teammates jump. He's going to go on a lower wall run here, trying to come up top, land a 1-point throw. Just a little bit short there. It's going to be a miss from Splyce, but they do have 1 member in the base. It's going to be Josh, actually.
Oh, wow.
Who just comes in, cleans up 2, connects with a dunk. So just when 3G thinks they put together a defensive stand, Josh comes on a flank, puts in a 2-point play.
Even I missed that one. Josh being a sneaky beaver around the back there, and straight away extending their lead 10-0. The one thing I've noticed as well, and for you guys at home who have played, of course, the previous season, is the drone doesn't bounce anywhere near as much. You know, it like just dribbles along the floor, so you can't go for those extreme bounce plays over buildings. You really have to kind of learn the game, learn the new mechanics, and it's something Splyce is doing very, very well.
I like how it works, though, in this game, to be quite honest with you, just from the standpoint that I know throwing the 1-point throws over the building, the other team can't really play much of defense to play against that. I feel like they made those much harder to do in this game, and it's a lot harder to score. And I think in terms of that, Weeman falls off the map. Yeah, that's what happened there.
We mistake.
You just see just a larger skill gap, I think, in uplink. Their team's not out actually able to get like those cheap 1-point throws in consistently. You really have to work for these points.
Yeah, and this is what happens, you know, I briefly touched on it before the game, is just a slaying ability of a squad. You know, you put them in a game mode where, you know, every single player of your squad is, what, +5? It's just giving you so much map control, so much dominance, and so much, you know, time on the drone, you know, to work out what you're doing, where you're going, who's pushing where. And so far, so good. Weeman's coming from behind, not going to find anything. Again, 2 kills back-to-back for Splyce now as Jerd, Madcat and Bance team up once again. Madcat's going to be the one pushing forward again with the objective. Strange to see, and I don't know why he's trying to melee his teammate there, but it doesn't work. He's going to pass it off to Josh. Camo is the sensible play, of course, utilizing those payloads. It's 12.
And that is why you will not see active Camo out of the rotation in a game mode like Uplink, and I know a Hardpoint and Search and Destroy as well. Just the individual play you can make with active Camo. Pops it there, gets the drone in hand, goes right in for a 2-point play. So Splyce extends their lead up 12-0 here. So this one, 3G has not gotten much going. You know, Quicker obviously playing well, 24 and 23. It looks like a 1-point throw going to go up there, not going to connect for Splyce. It's going to bounce right back. But really, I mean, 3G, they have not had any opportunities to really even get the drone and score.
No, I mean, this half in particular, they've been in their own base. They've been defending. They've just been trying to get out, get free. And it's just not gone too well for them. This has been a very, very one-sided match. And this, you know, I know these are two very good teams, but at this stage in the tournament, I expect to see closer games than this. But 3G, they've obviously shocked a lot of teams. They've got their, you know, their path here, and fair play to them, but they're simply being outclassed right now.
Yeah, I think you just see the teamwork that Splyce has in this game mode. It just is too much for 3G to handle. And No, it's kind of funny. It's like you feel like obviously 3G very established, very good team as they perform great so far at this event. But in a game mode like this, they can get really fast and whatnot. I almost feel like I remember playing against Optic Gaming at Black Ops 2 Champs, and just like it just felt the game was like twice as fast as it normally was. I feel like that's what's happening right now to 3G. Like, I'm sure you've been there before when you go up against like one of those elite teams, and the game just feels so much faster than it actually is. And I feel like that's why you're seeing a poor performance from 3G on this map.
Yeah, and talking about a performance, Jerd, right now, another triple kill there. And the one thing I'd really like, actually, all the points as well, the way they've been scored, are distributed. Bance 2, Jerd 4, Madcat 3, probably going to be a 4th. There you go. And Josh as well. It's just been an all-round class gameplay from Splyce. And again, you know, +6, +10, +8, +4. There's not one bad thing we can say about Splyce right now.
Yeah, I mean, they brought it all. I mean, everybody showed up in the slaying department. The objective was kind of shared amongst all the players. Just a really dominant performance from Splyce here in Game 3, usually a swing game in our best-of-5 series. It's going to be 14-0 in game number 3, Frost Uplink in favor of Splyce.
Well, that's a game you may have seen on a Thursday or Friday, but ladies and gentlemen, it's Championship Sunday, and Splyce are bringing the heat. We spoke to Jerd, obviously, yesterday. He says, oh, this means we've got to win 2 best-of-5s in the final. You know, this is just expected. It's just his path to success. But after 3 games, the series score, 2 goes to Splyce, 1, of course, to 3G. We both said Hardpoint is only going one way.
Yep. Yeah, it'd be very difficult. I mean, even if this game was close, right, I still would have favored Splyce in the Hardpoint. But just seeing how Splyce played in that one compared to 3G, it's going to be very, very difficult in this game 4 for 3G to mount a comeback. And Weeman really struggled in that one, 15-31.
+30. Kill-death ratio. We've had 3 games already. We've got a hard point coming up for you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back after this very quick break. Don't go anywhere. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I told you it would be quick, and we are back here for map number 4. If you're just joining us, Splyce with what you could say is, you know, one of the most dominating games we've seen so far.
They put together a bunch of them. I believe they beat somebody like 19-1 earlier in an uplink. That one 14-0. We didn't really talk about it. I mean, gotta get 1 point on the board, 3G. Come on.
I know. I mean, it's got to be something. I mean, the one thing you can say is positive, obviously, is the search and destroy for 3G. Splyce actually looked pretty sloppy in that. How do you go from such a sloppy, messy game to sheer dominance?
Well, that's the thing that could be kind of scary for the side of Splyce, is that if this does go to the search and destroy, you know, you lost at the 3G. 3G looked very good during that S&D game number 2, but the respawns have been dominated by Splyce. They definitely, though, I think, you know, if they get by 3G here, they need to really figure out their S&D gameplay, because a team, let's say they go up against the likes of like an Infused or Orbit again, they're not going to let them off the hook in S&D. They're going to beat them bad if they play like that.
Yeah, one thing I will say, and I'm pretty confident in this, I actually think Scorch, and I've heard Mad Cat say before, I think it's one of their worst S&Ds. Throwback, I saw them on yesterday, and they 6-2'd a team when they look really, really strong. And I don't know, I think Throwback maybe fits Splyce's game style a little bit more. They'll just go to A, they'll outpower, they'll outslay. I actually think Splyce take this one.
Yeah, I think Throwback Hardpoint is definitely one I would favor Splyce.
I was thinking it was Search and Destroy.
Yeah, no. Search and Destroy would actually be on Retaliation.
Yeah, I mean, that could be interesting.
Could be. I don't think we're going to see it, though.
No,
I think we're going to see it end on Throwback Hardpoint. I think this is a bad one for the side of 3G, just because it's a smaller map. One of the smallest maps, if not the smallest map we actually play in the competitive rule set. And obviously Splyce, you know, just keeping that pace up like we saw in the uplink. I think things could get out of control.
Throwback Hardpoint, I do think now 3G need to do something a little bit different, because you're coming up against 4 absolute slayers. You're going to be outslayed here, I feel. I'm looking at the rig draft. Obviously, you guys will get to see it. You know, it's pretty standard for Hardpoint. You're going to see the Centurion, of course, Trophy Drone attachment as well. I'm just trying to pick at, you know, something. I'm even going to the Search and Destroy to find positives from this team to try and put into this. Splyce are just looking too good right now.
Well, look, I think if you're 3G, you want to come in here. Everybody put forward a good effort. I mean, Wee Man struggled in that uplink. You'd like to see him play a little bit better. If you get a good game from everybody, nobody really just kind of drags everybody down, and you lose, I mean, you can't really kind of, you know, complain too much about that. You put forward your best effort. I think 3G, though, you know, they slip up a little bit, maybe get a bad rotation, somebody doesn't pick up a ton of kills, you know, play up to their par. I think that's when you can see 3G feel pretty upset about this loss, because, you know, they played them tough for the beginning of the Hardpoint, the first one. You know, the uplink, I kind of throw that out the window. They win the S&D, so they're kind of like right there if they play this one close.
Wee Man actually in both respawns has had a very, very poor performance. His S&D was good, it was great, and he came out with the W, but I think both nearly double negative, sorry, on either respawn. So Wee Man steps it up, maybe. We see this a little bit closer. Throwback Hardpoint, though, potentially the last map of not only this series, but also 3G's CWL London Gfinity event. They've done well so far. They've bagged themselves a nice top 6 placement. Can they go any further? I'm actually going to jump on board with the Wee Man as soon as we get into this game. But ladies and gentlemen, map 4, Throwback Hardpoint.
Now, Wee Man needs to come up big here for 3G. They're going to extend this series to a Game 5. I think this would actually be the biggest shock for me of the weekend if they're able to take this and force a Game 5. Then I think you definitely have Splyce pretty nervous going into that Game 5.
Yeah, nice double team there from Wee Man and Zerg, but Josh and Jerd answer back equally and even do one better. And we're going to see there, get the hardpoint, gain control, and actually Splyce, they're not jumping on the hardpoint, they're getting full map control. I really like this from Splyce.
Yeah, and I think at a hill like this, where it's kind of 50-50, a lot of contention in the middle of the map, I think you really are playing to get the spawn. So if you're 3G, I would focus more on controlling the spawns, keeping the score low, as opposed to racking up a ton of time in this first hardpoint.
Well, a ton of time could be on the cards here for Splyce, but again, they've got off the hardpoint as they do drop players, they retain spawns, and they remain solid here.
Now we'll see, as it's going to be the side of Splyce getting control of this barn area here. 12-1, nobody in the hardpoint, both teams kind of just trying to fight through. That Bance has done a fantastic job for Splyce. Really, it's been a one-man wrecking crew in the middle of the map. You kind of look, oh, only 5 kills, Jerd has 4 as well. but just every time they try and get towards the mid-map and push straight through mid-map, because that's the route that 3G is taking, Bance is out there picking up 1 or 2 kills.
Okay, well, this is better from 3G here. Zerg's picked up a nice 3-kill streak, and he's actually pushing right round the back. This is what you want to do. Anchor that spawn, but that's not what you want to do. 2 players go down, 1 answers back, Zerg's the left's alive, and you know what? 2-on-1, shouldn't be able to be getting away. He should be dead, he is. Josh trades out a late kill there, and Splyce remain controlling the spawns.
Yeah, and you do see Splyce actually start to spawn out a little bit further away than normal, all the way at the top of your minimap. But it's going to be Bance and Josh near the hard point, able to just clear it out. Now Splyce will be getting that good spawn all the way in the back, and you will see them have to push forward all the way across the map as this one kind of taking on taking on form of what we saw on the uplink. It is 60-1.
Yep.
Right now in favor of Splyce.
Yeah, Bance and Mad Cat there, both on 3-kill streak. Mad Cat's already hit the rotation. You know what? I'm actually questioning what Weeman and Quicker are doing here. I think they're just trying to get the cuts, maybe. They're going to find one, but it's not going to work. Trades go again, once in favor of Splyce. I can't believe the scoreline, what I'm seeing right now. 3G, they're performing worse than they did on the first.
Yeah, and I think it's tough just trying to bounce back from that really bad uplink game we put up. Now, we'll see Mad Cat inside of the hard point. He's going to have 1 player just jumping out and challenging him. 2 players, actually. He's going to fire straight through, able to pick up a 2nd kill. Nice shots there from Mad Cat. Splyce takes the hard point right back from 3G.
On a 5-kill streak, continuing his dominance, 25 away from extending those score streaks. Not going to make it, though, as we do see a bit of a bite back there from 3G. Let's hop on board with someone from 3G. Zerg, actually, this time is dropping 12 and 6. He's won, putting a few kills on the board. Can he find number 14? Not going to happen there as Bance does answer back, but a couple of points on the board here.
Yeah, and Quicker was the one who's been pretty consistent for 3G, and up until this point, really getting off to a slow start. 4 and 10 right now. He's got Nile right there with him at 4 and 11. Weeman kind of hanging around even here, so he's picking things up back a bit. That's what we want to see out of him in this map.
Well, score streaks are going to come in, and this is for Splyce. They've prepared themselves by the baseball field. The score streaks come in, so do they, and they take control. It's like taking candy from a baby, it seems, Splyce right now.
It's good seeing all your guys' tweets here on the stream. A lot of people, I think, have Splyce still coming back and taking this one all the way out of loser bracket, and that would not surprise me by any stretch of the imagination. I do think, though, Orbit has clutched up in every situation they needed to. They have played very well this weekend, and you got to look at a team like Elevate. Their best game mode, S&D, is definitely Splyce's weakness, and they match up pretty well in the respawn game modes as well.
I just think it's still all up for grabs. When you have an absolute shark like Splyce in the loser bracket, anything can happen. Obviously, winning bracket final is going to be absolutely outstanding, but right now we do see a 70 to 80 point gap now for Splyce. They've continued to push through, continued their dominance, and we're going right back to where we began, and again, into the middle.
Well, going into the second rotation for this next hard point that comes up after the train platform, you will see 3G get control of those spawns. So let's see, how Splyce goes about this, whether they play for the time on the center hard point or they push all the way through and try and break it.
Well, this is what Josh is doing. He's hanging around Lemon. He's picked up 1, doesn't find the 2nd, but he's trying to influence them spawns. He's trying to maybe pick up a couple, then he will push. Jerd's found 1, but at the moment, they've not got spawns, but they're getting so much time on this middle hard point.
Yeah, and I think obviously a little bit different at the start of the game where it's 0-0. Splyce in a position of power right now is that 3G, they have to jump out and keep challenging the hard point. So instead of having to push all the way through and play for those spawns, they can sit in the middle of the map, pick up a few kills, then push through and take them and take the time. And right now, you see the route that Splyce is taking to break these is going to be Jerd high off the wall run, looking over towards the Lime. Not going to be able to pick up any kills, but right there, Mad Cat there to trade it out.
Yeah, I mean, to take 40 points off train platform is pretty substantial. Credit where credit is due. Yes, they've got the spawns, but they've felt the consequences. 120 behind right now. Very, very difficult. They closed the gap a little bit. We're going into Barn right now. Splyce need not only to pick the kills, but they need the spawns, and that's what they're going for. That 3rd kill will regain it for them. The 4th has been spotted. He should be able to go down, and there we go. Just like that. Splyce fight back.
It's tough to watch, Momo. I mean, when you see a team, they have full control of the hard point. The push comes in from the opponents, and they don't take anybody out. I mean, Splyce comes in, keeps all 4 members alive, takes all 4 players out for 3G. This is not a good representation of the 3G we've seen throughout this event. They have played much better than this. I feel like you just got to chalk it up to a very tough opponent in Splyce.
Yeah, and a very hungry opponent. One which is experienced. They know it's Championship Sunday. They know they don't have a safety cushion. They're in the loser bracket. And to face them at this point, You know, you're seeing it right here. 173 to 60. Rotations are coming in, and at the moment, yes, it does look like 3G will have the rotation, thanks to Weeman, actually.
Yeah, no, we'll see if they're able to lock this one down. We see them get set up for the last hardpoint early, not able to take a lot of time, so 2 kills here at the beginning. You will see 3G start to rack up some time, getting close to the 100-point mark. So Vance picking up some kills on the back of Bike Path, and we'll see if they try and pinch here or how Splyce decides to play this.
Well, Splyce seem to be going for the slaying side of things. It's worked so far for them. The gap has been closed to under 100 here on Bike Path, but with 23 seconds left to go on this hard point, a lot still to fight for. The one thing I will say at this point is 3G cannot be giving up scrap time. You don't want them to be getting over that 200-point mark. It's a real mental mark, a milestone within the game. However, they're going to break 100.
Yeah, and I think for the side of 3G, it's obviously going to be very difficult. You need to take the entirety of the hills, and you need to rotate and win the gunfights effectively. So Splyce, they can rotate earlier, give up a ton of time, and pretty much play like a 4v2 near the hardpoint. But you see Zerg, he's going to drop that Centurion as the next hardpoint comes up. He has 2 teammates over there, so Splyce not going to be able to get rid of it right away.
Okay, well, score streaks are coming in, and that's actually coming from Quicker, as he is calling it in, though, he's taken down, and Jerdance are back. Again, this is actually a lot better from 3G. They're going toe-to-toe with them right now. They're closing the gap. Payloads have been used. I think Quicker's the only one left with it, but Quicker was having a really, really slow game, and he seems to be picking it up.
Yeah, I think right now, obviously 3G making a pretty nice comeback, making this a respectable game. I just wonder if they've fallen behind too far early in this. It's Quicker and Zerg starting to come alive. They pick up a few kills each. Quicker now on a 4 streak as he pushes forward, makes it 5, working on more score streaks as well. With 17 more seconds on this hardpoint, 3G finds themselves right back in this.
Yeah, this is a great performance. You know, Bike Path and Baseball Field have been fantastic for 3G. And credit where credit's due. They're getting themselves back into it. We're going to go back to the middle. And last time, let's not forget how much Splyce dominated the train tracks. Will it be the same? Let's find out.
Yeah, and I think if you're 3G, you brought this back to a pretty good close game. I think you try and trade time here. You try and break even on this center hardpoint, and then you go back and you lock down Barn again. I think you have to be confident in your team that if you get to Barn first, you're not going to get full wiped right away. You're going to be able to take a chunk of time.
Well, Zerg, just looking at the numbers, 30 and 21. Quick has gone from double negative to now breaking even. He's still on his kill streak, 6. So close, of course, to extending that. Not going to happen, but we've got a 15-point game here, Mr. X.
And this was like more than 100 just a few hills ago. Really crazy to see 3G showing a lot of resilience in this one, coming back, making this hardpoint one an actual close game. And you see the rotation coming in. It's going to be 3G at the top of your minimap, going and trying to set up for Barn here. And I think this is the right decision. You give up the last 15 or so seconds, try and get a 30 or 40 points on this next hill.
This is a big decision because they've not necessarily guaranteed themselves
the game.
Barn. Yeah, and I was about to say, you know, this is the game-changing moment. Weeman has a lot to do. He finds 2, and he may just have saved his team a little bit of time because they're pushing from the middle. He does fall, and you see number 3, Mad Cat spawn right at the back. What a killer there. Kills where it matters. Fantastic by Splyce, and they take control of Barn.
Yeah, and I think if Splyce goes on to win this, what really decided that was Jerd picking up a big 2-piece in the back behind the fence, giving his team the advantage as the hill started to rotate over. And you see all the kills in favor of Splyce now as the players from 3G spawning so far away, not enough time to wait and get one good push. They have to kind of stagger, make plays happen as they fly individually towards the hill. This is not working out right now.
And look at that, kill feed, all orange. Zerg does answer back, but it's not going to be enough, surely. With 19 seconds left, look at the spawns. Jerd's going to be able to get a nice cut here. Camo's used. Can he sneak through? He needs to. He will do, but will it be enough? He finds one on the hill, can't find the second. Score streak's coming in for Bance, and with 4 seconds left, it's looking all but over. Just a couple more kills. It will close it out. There's only 4 seconds left to go. Splyce, take it. 3-1 here. They dropped. Of course, that search and destroy, bit of a slip map, but again, scoreboards, score lines, again, pretty dominant in the end, 90 points.
Bance with just an absolutely nutty performance, 37 and 21, 2 minutes and 35 seconds in the hardpoint, 8 defense. Silly game from Bance there to close it out for Splyce.
Okay, well, that is done for myself and Mr. X. Let's see what the casters on the analyst desk have to say about that one.
Thank you very much. It's called Analyst. That's kind of how it works, Momo. All right. Well, it looks like Splyce took that one down 3-1. But maybe not as comfortable as they would have liked.
No, I mean, well, I predicted a 3-0 sweep. I thought it'd be fairly close between the games, and it was quite the opposite. Both the hard points, we saw Splyce convincingly take that. I mean, the start of that hard point was ridiculous. Splyce absolutely hammered 3G. But the uplink game was 14-0. It was unbelievable. Nothing
really tight.
Well, yeah, well, this is it. So everything I said was basically wrong.
And to me, I'll have to disagree with you. I think it was convincing. I mean, we're in the final 6. Splyce, you know, they were in the lower bracket. They come in this win and accept the S&D. It wasn't close at all. So maybe there was the start of the comeback in the hard point. But in the end, it's still 90-point difference. And to me, it was all Bence. He showed up. I talked about it before the game. I said, if Bence shows up, we're going to have a very convincing Splyce. And there we go, we have it.
Yeah, that was definitely Bance's best performance this entire tournament. And they kind of need that. They need that to come back into it, and he really did outperform himself there. It's kind of the Bance we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
We really are kind of especially, you know, looking forward to seeing him go forward. And speaking of Bance, we're going to go down to him right now on the floor with Lottie.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Awesome game for you guys. You were very, very strong in the respawns. And in fact, Momo said it was like taking candy from a baby. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd agree. My best mode is actually respawn. I struggle a bit on S&D, but I performed in the respawns. But to be fair, it's mainly because my teammates, when us had the cuts, got the spawns, I just ran around and slayed.
Do you think in the S&D, like you mentioned, was it difficult for you guys because it's not your strongest mode?
No, we're improving massively. At the start, we couldn't even win an S&D, but now we're doing good. But I think it was one round that cost us. I stopped shooting someone that could have won us a round and got me full streaks, and then since then we just struggled to win the next.
And in your respawn, so WeeMan and Quicker didn't have their best performances. Do you reckon that helped you guys out?
No, we're just the better team overall, really. No, not taking credit. They are a good team, but just not better than us.
And next up, we've got Infused versus Aware. Who do you think is going to take the win for that one?
Infused, 3-0.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Bance. Back over to you, Bryce.
Thank you very much, Bance. We should probably just get him on the analyst desk. Very definitive with his 3-0. But all right, let's kind of walk through this entire thing then. Let's start with the first hard point. Splyce got off to a good start.
Well, again, I think when it comes down to those respawns, it was a bit expected with the caliber of players that you have in a team like Splyce that they were going to be able to take it. Maybe they weren't as convincing again because Bence wasn't playing his best, but he really showed up on map number 1, getting time and time again. I think at some point he got like 2-3 on 2 very big hills. He didn't start that bad actually for 3G. They had a convincing start, and we keep seeing the same scenario where that first hard point, you're gonna have the least favorite team get a good start. I think it was up 90-60 at some point, and they ended up like 250 to 150. So it was virtually 200 to 60 at some point for Splyce, but very convincing stuff from them. Really the phase that we expected of this team.
Yeah, I mean, Splyce were just so strong in the slaying department. We've highlighted Bance. He got a bit of criticism for not really playing at his best previously in this tournament, but really had a stunning game here.
Yeah, and I mean, the players from 3G, we've seen some of the players going off. There was actually a very massive kill from Judd, I believe on second rotation towards that last hill. And he actually used this rewind against the camo that gave them the spawns. And it was, again, those little moments that maybe gave them the edge. 3G played okay, but going up against Splyce, those little details, you know, make the difference.
They certainly do. Again, like I've got to say, you know, when you got players starting to really start clicking, they look like a completely different team than the team who lost against Orbit earlier on in this tournament. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing that rematch, potentially, if it goes that far. A lot of games to go before that then. All right, let's move on then to map number 2. Of course, Search and Destroy. And this map ended up going to 3G.
It did, and 3G really proved the worth on this one. You know, as I said, I was predicting a 3-0 sweep, and I thought that Splyce would have this quite comfortably. With it being Search and Destroy, you can just see here the first round now, where Bance started making moves to clutch things up. And but yeah, 6-4 the final scoreline, still pretty close.
Yeah, I think Scorch is a map where we'll keep seeing upsets because it's a map that is being played quite differently than the others, just purely because this B-bomb site is slightly chaotic. And I don't think like the elite teams have it all figured out yet. So I'm not really surprised that 3G was able to walk away with this one. Had it been a Nars map like Throwback, there's more traditional, then I think Splyce would have had the upper end.
Well, here's the interesting thing. I was discussing elite level teams actually down in the stands earlier on. And for me, one of the main criteria of being an elite level team is being well-rounded and having no obvious weaknesses. And you know what? It's becoming really difficult for me to kind of figure out who exactly is going to be elite coming out of this tournament, as some of these top teams do look like they aren't exactly there yet.
No, and it's very true, Bryce. And the fact that we're seeing Splyce drop into the loser bracket now and also be dropping maps where they really should be winning if their online performances are anything to go by is, you know, atonement to what you've just said.
Absolutely. And coming back again, you know, some inconsistencies in the way that they've been playing. 3G walking away with map number 2, fairly convincing fashion. So Splyce got to make sure that they don't lose those S&Ds. We say S&D wins championship. Scorch is anything to go by there. If they go on Scorch, map number 5, I won't be confident.
Well, fortunately they didn't. And funnily enough, S&D may win championships, but it also seems to annoy Splyce. His next game coming up is Uplink, and this couldn't have been more one-sided.
I mean, the casters even said it was hard to cast over it because it was just complete domination. There was just nothing given or offered from 3G at all. Splyce completely outslayed them. The points reflected that. They had absolutely no control of the map, 3G, and Splyce just made it look very easy.
And on this one, I'm very happy to see the way that Splyce has been playing, because this is where I expect Splyce to be the best team, maybe even in the world. I look at Matt Cat, arguably the best uplink player as a Slayer last year. I look at Judd, one of the smartest player in the game, just time and time again last year, getting those one-pointers. You know, Bryce, you love those one-point throw, and Judd is someone that has been pleasing you last year, and I'm expecting it to do the same thing again this year. And coming with Josh and Benz, it's just, on paper, such a good uplink team, and they've just been delivering towards that goal in this game.
I certainly have. I mean, this was just, it seemed like this team just went, yeah, okay, we are better than 3G. And this was the map where it really showed. It was like, oh my goodness, is this even the same caliber of teams? This could have been a group game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the other maps, as we said, were a little bit closer, as we'll go through the fourth in a minute, but it was just an absolute stomping. You can see, I mean, just the kills, it was just Splyce completely outslaying 3G. There was nothing they could do.
Splyce made 3G look French.
Okay.
That's a good one.
I see you've turned back on your Frenchman.
Yeah,
again.
I have. I don't have a choice.
You know, you watched, what was it, Hadouken play yesterday, and you were basically, you know, crying.
They won a game. They won a game yesterday.
I know, and you were so happy. You basically danced off the casting desk.
I know.
But, you know, as soon as they're gone,
I should have put it down.
Yeah, as soon as you're out of the tournament, that's it. You start just taking on the French again. But this is an interesting map. This is map 4. Look how far ahead the team of Splyce do. Now, I was actually sitting in a stance for this game, and I jokingly went, here comes the Sweeney comeback. Pretty much at the time they came back.
Almost jinxed it, yeah. It could have happened, and Quicker indeed, when he showed up in our point. It's not the first time. The previous game was pretty much the same thing. As soon as Quicker starts getting those really good games and he starts being on a streak, then it seems like he drives 3G forward, but when he isn't, really, they are struggling. And obviously this team is going to stick together. They've got a great season ahead of them. This is something that they're going to need to work on, that consistency.
Yeah, it really was a nightmare start for 3G on this. I mean, you can see the score difference already. But they did just show some resilience and fight the way back into it. But it just wasn't enough. They'd let themselves slip early on.
And if you look at both our points, if we could collect a start like that, that would be amazing. But I'm actually pretty sure they scored about 300 points overall, 3G. And those 300 points must have been on, like, what, 7 or 8 ills, or at least 95% of it. They literally played for 2 minutes on the first map, 2 minutes on the other map, and for the rest of it, they were nowhere to be found. So again, consistency, composure, they need to be able to get at least 20 points a hill when they're not in the rotation.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, for me, obviously, 3G, they came maybe further than a lot of people would have given them credit for.
Absolutely.
They came out of the group. I think, I mean, admittedly, that's a good draw they got against Aware, but you know what? They still took down a little bit earlier on, and I think, for me, you know, 3G, a lot to live up to.
And again, Supremacy not being here. Virtually, so far, 3G is qualified for pool play MLG Atlanta. Now their destiny is not in their hands. They're still going to have to wait to see where it's going to finish. The odds are pretty good that they will go to MLG Atlanta, which, honestly, at the start of the season, hey, I think they'll take it.
They certainly could. All right, well, that kind of wraps this all up. We're going to have a game coming up after the break. It will be Infused versus Aware. But before that, we had the casters try to talk to Lottie at length and failing. Here's part 2.
Hello and welcome to In Just 60 Seconds. I'm here with Jack, or better known as Courage, Phil, Momo, as you probably know him, Jonas. Jonas, what is your gamer tag?
Jonas, Oxygen.
Oxygen. Is it? Oxygen. Yep. First of all, the overall point of the game is to talk for 60 seconds about a random subject that I will be reading off these cards. The 3 rules are no deviation, so don't go off topic, no hesitation, so no pauses, and the last one is
No repetition.
no repetition. That's it. Sorry, he knows better than I do. All right. So the next subject is rubber ducks.
Pass.
Dentists.
Oh, dentists are something I think about on a daily basis. I mean, these are the people that take care of your teeth. Every single time I go, get a little bit nervous because you never know what to expect. What can you say about rubber ducks?
Hesitation
Now-
in the world.
Is this going to be a full-on cleaning? Will I have a cavity? Do I need to do x-ray?
I think personally for me this is worse, but okay. Because I'm too young, 21 by the way, not 31 as everyone's been saying. I've never been on this before in my life, so.
Okay.
Ready? MySpace.
MySpace, a website which we created a lot for the youth and something for social experiments and experience to be created and something which you could really kind of share your story with.
Okay, right. I tell you what, we'll do something typically English then. In French.
In French. Okay, fair enough.
Are you ready? Okay, your subject is the Queen.
La reine d'Angleterre, je ne sais pas grand chose à ce sujet puisque c'est pas franchement quelqu'un dont on entend beaucoup parler. Les seules fois où j'en entends parler, c'est dans la presse people. Je sais que c'est quelqu'un qui est très respecté dans leur pays et malheureusement nous on n'a pas vraiment ça en France puisqu'on n'est pas dans une royauté.
The best thing about MySpace is I never used it as again. I am too young, much like yourself. But it has developed, it's grown, it's moved on. It's actually not something we necessarily see today. We've seen it kind of evolve into other social medias. I won't mention them because that will be deviation.
J'ai entendu beaucoup de légendes autour de la reine, mais c'est vrai que ce qu'on voit surtout, ça va être autour de ses enfants, ses petits-enfants, comment ils vont se marier. On n'a pas vraiment l'impression qu'elle a un pouvoir.
It's because I came into it wondering, I had to go to the orthodontist for braces too, which is something that
I think I might have to stop you there again, Courage.
Assez sympa puisqu'elle vit dans un palais, on peut aller visiter tout ça à Londres, il y a beaucoup de gens devant donc c'est vrai que ça a quand même un intérêt, elle est extrêmement respectée dans le pays, alors peut-être forcément par les gens qui sont un petit peu plus âgés.
It was a little bit of a pause. I'm on strict instruction to be very strict on this.
Okay. No, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm actually
good?
fine. I'm actually completely over it.
But MySpace is something which I would say is kind of in the past now. It's done, it's dusted, and MySpace, my voice, I have no idea what to say about MySpace.
I think that's done.
Cette royauté, mais moins par les jeunes, on a l'impression que c'est un phénomène qui part un petit peu au fur et à mesure, et voilà. Done it. Is that 60 seconds?
Dead on.
Yes, and I swear to you, I didn't go off topic, and that was really complicated. Like,
Did you even breathe?
I breathed once.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was
Thank you so
awesome.
much. That was
Well,
actually fun.
We'll get that translated.
That was a lot easier.
We will put all
Good
the
luck to the
rules
one
into-
translating, because I spoke fast.
I know you did.
I never used MySpace.
No, neither have I. I really haven't. Mate,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Thank
for
you so
joining me,
much.
Jonas. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the London CWL here live in the Gfinity Arena. We are getting on in this tournament now, and we are about to say goodbye to another team. Will it be Infused or Aware, though, to break this game down? Two analysts, one of which keeps losing and keeps holding L's because he can't talk about any subject.
Well, okay, you're gonna
Hold on,
just
hold
wait
on.
for part 3 of the
Actually,
series.
I escaped criticism there, which is...
I haven't got to you yet.
It's super easy for him when I'm here on the desk. But no, I haven't gotten to part 3 of that series yet. Just stay tuned today, and you wait and see the vengeance I bring down the longest time yet.
You could win part 3 and just, you've held L's in the other 2.
Okay, and the other 2 would do the same thing.
That's still your life. 2 L's,
2 L's
1
if you
W.
win. All right, it's got me here. I'm fine with that.
And of course, you know, one of the worst analysts here, it's Ton.
Okay, mine was not nearly as bad as that.
If I set myself up for it,
You did, you interrupted.
I don't think I did.
Now say sorry.
It's already Jag. It's Jag you interrupted. No. All right, speaking of interruptions, let's get this one underway. Infused versus Aware. Let's start breaking this one down. Guys, initial impressions.
That Infused are going to win.
Whoa. Okay.
Hey, Jag, you can't say all okay when I know you're about to say the same thing.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. This is a 3-0 Infused if I've ever seen it. Aware has gotten themselves this far, but at the same time, I think their dark horse run ends here.
Okay, yeah, I can see that happening, to be fair. They kind of took down Fnatic yesterday, and that was kind of a shock. But let's cover Infused then and take a closer look at this team. Has impressed a few people, actually, this event. Marky B, Moose, Nelson, and PD. And we're going to see the KD difference for the teams now. That's a new statistic that has been added in, plus 158 overall. And I've also been told, I think Moose accounts for 78% of that.
I was going to say, Moose probably is
No, that's a genuine
100 to
statistic.
120. Yeah, that is completely true. I mean, the guy we saw in the stat line earlier on was top 3 in the major categories across all of them. Moose has been on point. But if you think back to the series they lost earlier today, in that final hardpoint they played, probably his worst one throughout the weekend. Hoping to see him turn things back up here in his losers bracket run.
I mean, what we said last time that when they were playing, we can't just keep focusing on Moose all the time. The rest of the team do need to play well as well. And that stat does highlight that, the fact that, as you said, it's around 75, 78%. I think the stat guy told us just beforehand that it was all in Moose's favor, and he's been playing very, very, very well this weekend, if anything.
Yeah, Marky brings, what, 100% of the bad hat ratio? Anyway, moving on to Aware. We can see Bendy, Dens, Gefkid, and Johansson still in this one. Their KD difference is actually -12 and has a negative team rating. But they've got this far. They're top 6.
Yeah, I think they've had harder opposition to play against, especially in the groups. I think Infused went into that group and always looked like they were going to walk away as winners. For me, though, so I don't want to look into it too much statistically. Looking at the matchup face-to-face, it still probably tells the story that the statistics do actually say as well. So it's going to be hard for them this game. They've got nothing to lose, in my opinion. They've already went further than what... I mean, realistically, they'll come to the event and say, oh, yeah, we're going to win the event, and he'll carry on, but they're not. So, I mean, this far for them is as far as they go. I think they'll probably be happy with it.
Yeah, I completely agree with the sentiments there from Ton. This team is now going to face an elite squad and see the differences that they need to improve upon in the future. I think Infused not only take the series, but they take it with ease. This is just where you expect to see Marky B and crew come out and show their true strengths.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's have a little look at the key player matchup. It's going to be Gefkid going against Moose. And look at the difference between those two. Moose, 1.3, first. 123, first. 1.43, first. In every single category, he is first at the moment of this tournament. Not so much for Gefkid.
I've never been first in anything.
Yeah, we know.
So this is to do it all 3
most of the time.
This is
being annoying.
Imagine if
Shortness.
Are we done?
No.
Worst American casting. You'll be number 1 of that.
Okay, I'll give you that one. But no, as we look, Moose. I mean, if Infused win this weekend, he's MVP. He's MVP for me if they don't even win.
Yeah, I think so. We've been saying, you know, new Moose. And I actually saw, I was on the Reddit earlier, and people saying they don't believe this, you know, when we talk about Moose, how does he go from kind of being washed? It's kind of a complicated story with Moose when you go back. Like, Ghost, he was great. Black Ops 2, he was great. AW, Like the first half of AW was actually really good. Then there was the whole Aches, TP, and Jerd saga that kind of ruined him for a lot of people, and they really judged him quite harshly. Going to Black Ops 3, he wasn't on a Elite Team originally in Epsilon the first half of the year. Second half wasn't really as much of an impact for him. I don't think he kind of fell out. I think he just kind of faded into the background with so many strong characters coming through.
Yeah, I can agree with that. He's not sort of the guy you look at the European scene, you don't think top players. You don't think Moose necessarily. He's not one of those standout personalities or anything like that. He just sort of gets on with his job and he's really come strong in this game. We've seen him play very well so far this weekend. Let's see if he can still continue with that trend of form.
Yeah, and to be fair, Infuse have needed him. Him and PD have really been kind of just going off and giving them that explosive power to actually kind of carry through some of these wins, especially in Respawn.
Well, what the Infuse have always had because of the performances from PD as well as Moose has been, if you look at every hardpoint they've played, they've had full streaks at some point, and they've used those to be able to keep them in the game. If they're starting to lose some momentum, they wind up bringing them out. It's a difference, especially in this game mode.
Yeah, I certainly think it is. All right, well, let's take a little look at the maps then and try and figure out exactly how we think this game is about to go down. Breakout, Scorched Frost, Throwback, and Retaliation. I know you guys have already said it, but is there any doubt in your mind about this prediction?
Breakout, that was the map that we've seen Moose do okay on, if you like. He played really well, but I think Breakout's probably not a bad map for Aware. They want to try and get in the face, try and keep it fast. For me, though, it should still be an Infuse 3-0.
3-0.
All right, so 3-0s from both sides. All right, you seem very, very confident. This is probably the most confident we've been today entirely.
I mean, we've read off Aware before and they proved us wrong. I mean, we all said, what, 3-0 when they were playing Fnatic?
Yeah, yes, we did.
And they 3-0'd them back. So no, they didn't 3-0 them back, did they?
No.
No, they didn't. It was a close game, but they won either way. But still, we've said against them before, but I think this is too much of a tall order.
All right, well, let's throw it over now. Aware versus Infused is ready to go. Let's hand it over to the worst brothers in esports. It's the VPs.
Thank you, Bryce. Yes, that is true. We
That
are
is not
terrible.
true.
We are the worst brothers in esports, and especially after the way Momo introduced the Fnatic game yesterday.
All right, let's leave that behind.
Yes, but we have an amazing game coming up here. Infused versus Aware. The guys on the Destiny, and this is going to be pretty one-sided.
Yeah, I agree with them. I think Aware will put up a fight. I don't think it's going to be a stomping like we saw Splice just do, but I think it will be a 3-0. Infuse's S&D's very good. Infused are just looking awesome. You saw Moose there looking first on everything. And you know what? I tweeted out before, like, MVP. Like, he was phenomenal as well. So, Marky B, Knowlton, do something, please.
Yeah, I mean, Moose coming
Go
first.
crazy.
Moose first in every single statistical category that we have there is just ridiculous. And he's just continued that form throughout. Just finishing off the map fly through there. You can see the hard point areas. Going to be some key engagements. And now up is the rig draft.
Yeah, rig draft, it is standard. You know, you got your Centurions, obviously, for hardpoint. But other than that, pretty sick.
All right, well, here we go. It's going to be Infused against Aware. We caught up with Marky B on the run-up to this game. He thinks there's some communication problems in Aware.
I think Aware have exceeded the expectations put on themselves. I think there was a lot of talk beforehand that they're really good online and stuff, but when you watch their streams or something, their communication doesn't seem very good at all, and it's just a bit confusing how they're actually a decent side.
Well, if there's somebody that knows about communication, it's Marky B, always very passionate and vocal in-game. You can see Infused already making moves here. Finally find a way to the hardpoint area, though, but some big slaying to begin with.
Yeah, one-sided from the off, and I'm sure Aware will bounce back into this one, but Infused, a great start. Moose is already 2-0. The man's on fire. And he's wanting to extend. I don't know how you can, because you're first in everything, but a kill-death ratio of 1.3 over the event is absolutely insane. But to say the least, a very strong start for Infused, 20-0.
It's crazy to see Moose like this. I mean, it's something we were talking about earlier. I don't want to take anything away from him. He's always been one of those top-tier gamers, but he's never been the best. He's never been at the very, very top.
He's always the one who goes unnoticed. You know, when he's teamed with the likes of PT, Gunchi, or whoever it may be, he's never gets the limelight, and for once he does. Yeah. And I'm absolutely over the moon for Moose. You know, he's a great player. He's a consistent player, and that's what he was called. You know, consistent. He's the granddad. dad is always doing the job, but now he's the star player.
All right, well, we are on board with Nolson. Does get shut down there. Infused already taking a firm grasp on this game, and Marky B falls off the map. It's bad news for them as he was going for the pinch.
Clay will be in the chat, but never mind Clay. Moose, he's still on fire. 4-1, 2-kill streak for him. He's going to spot one in the cell block through the glass and make it 5. Oh, this man, what has he done? He's turned up, and I tell you what, he's been putting in the time, the effort. He makes it 6, not going to make it 7, though, but he does the necessary job. And you know what? 20 seconds left. Aware, they're going to get the scrap points, but Infused, they're looking for the rotation. They're one step ahead right now. So far, so good for the Red Army.
All right, well, boys in green, let's see what you can do. On board now with Johansson in the hard point area. He's just going to be getting the scrap points, so we will switch up. I want to see what's going on with Benji as he's making this push. You can see him getting into this engagement now. NV4 in hand. They once again are going to be driven out of the hard point area. This is a good foothold now for Infused.
Super sneaky from Nolson there. He actually flanked even though he had full control. There is one player on the pinch, is Gefkid. He's found one. Benji's coming from either side. Gefkid will go down, and that's a lot of pressure released from the Infused team there. And now what they can do is not only focus on the hill, but pushing them back. Because if they hold this, within the next 15 seconds, you're going to see one person, maybe Nolson, just drift back, go for the spawns. Whoever that number 7 is, they want to think about it now, but Nolson's got a nice triple. PD's add to the fire. And Infused 72-33, looking good so far.
Yeah, Nolson really getting turned up. Sometimes doesn't get the credit he deserves. He is just going to be getting the final 15 points in this. There's going to be one person still that's going to try and challenge him. And he is going to take it. Big victory there for Infused.
Yeah, and this is the player we're talking about, the drifting player that's going to go back, anchor it. It's Moose and PT. Moose is actually going to go down, so PT coming back will help. Well, it won't in that case because Johansson has just jumped in and he's made a mark. But the one thing he needs to watch out for is that player anchoring at the back. Marky B's going to take him down, and the job is not done. They need to hold this because it is a split spawn.
Yeah, and this is bad news for Aware now as Infused start becoming more cohesive and making this push all together at once. And you can see Denza just trying to check every single angle because he's out there stranded alone. His teammates are coming to support now. He did a great job to hold on as long as he could, but he is going to go down. Nolson now also starting to unlock score streaks of his own.
Yeah, just looking at that scoreboard, actually. 5-kill streak for Nolson, 3 for Marky, 2 for Moose as Marky finally does fall. But it really does kind of tell the storyline of this game so far. Using that wall run, utilising the in-game mechanics was Aware, but it's not going to help them. Oh, Nolson again. And one player who maybe we've not highlighted too much in this Infused roster is, you know, the new man on the scene. And here he is, 8-kill streak. Can he make it 9? Not needed, as PT saves the day.
All right, well, we are going to switch over from him. I'll keep an eye on him to see if he's about to get into a gunfight. And he may just be doing that now. Let's see if he can extend that any further. Yes, he can. 9 kill streaks. Score streaks are all unlocked. This is bad news for Aware. They've just not been able to shut Nolson down.
And the great thing is Nolson doesn't have to use them on this hill. It would be a little bit of a waste because it's a scrappy hill. He can save them, maybe to break the anchor on the next one. Cell block's so important. So keep an eye out on Nolson, but so far so good. 13-7. Every single player positive for Infuse and every single player getting that objective done. It's a real team effort right here, El.
Well, we're on board with Denza now. He was highlighted as one of the standout players for Aware. Statistically, these guys fall behind when it comes to slaying. We saw that in the pre-game stats, and Infused massively excel, and that's quite evident going on here. Johansson and Gefkid just haven't been able to make those kills.
What I love about this Infused, they've not just got control, they've also pushed that player out. This time it's PT. He's headed over to cell blocks. Marky's going to join him, but there is one player, it's Gefkid just lingering around, so that's going to be a big gunfight on the next hill. And you know what? I don't know who that is. Who's 6-1 right there? Like, they're so close to each other.
Yeah, let's have a look. It's Marky and Gefkid that were they're almost running side by side without realizing. And Mark is just going to kind of be darting around here, causing a few problems as he sweeps in the back and offers support to Infused.
Okay, well, the guys on the desk, the analysts, they said it was going to be one-sided. It certainly is showing to be right now. Infused looking good. Fair play, though. Aware breakthrough, and that's a nice triple from Johansson here. The one problem that they do have is they think they've got the spawns here. They think they're spawning out, but there's actually 2 plays from Infused coming from behind.
Oh, and Johansson's going to spot him just in time. He's having a nice little flurry of kills. Cannot make those 2, though, as Infused push him once more. Aware are just going to just about regain control. But no surprise to see that Nolson is fighting his way back in. and trying to get these final 10 points.
And this is the Nolson that I knew from the last season, you know, the one that was heavy slaying, the one was putting big numbers on, and he has been kind of outshined almost in this roster so far. He's just been kind of in the background doing the necessary work. So Nolson's going to be stepping it up here, and, you know, these two teams, they're in the loser bracket if you're just joining us, so it's do or die right now.
Okay, Gefkid here, probably one of the most known players for the Aware lineup. Seen what he can do, getting shut down by Nolson, who's found himself another 2. I mean, you said before, all the players of Infused, Momo, are positive. Big slayers on this team.
Yeah, I mean, Nolson's nearly hit a 2.0. Moose is extended. He's 1.3 to a 1.6. It's just looking... I hate to say it, it's looking like the Splice game. It's just so one-sided, which I hate, you know. These stage in the tournament, I want both teams head-to-head. I want it to be a close game. Maybe it will be in the later ones, but PT and Nolson are going to combine for the triple. And look at that. Those two players drifting away from Grave. They're going to set up at the next hardpoint. It's PD and Moose again. This is a clinic of how to play hardpoint right now.
Yeah, they're showing how strong they are at this. And Aware are really struggling. I mean, we saw some pretty good Aware hardpoint games earlier on in this tournament, but it's certainly not been the case here. It's over a 100-point difference as Infused are taking this even further. They could end this on this hard point.
They really could. You can see Johansson's had a bit of a slow game. So's Gefkid. You know, yet to hit double digits, yet to hit triple digits in their scoreline. But again, Infused dominating, 35 points away from tying this one up. Moose is going to be flying high. He finds one. Cheeky rewind. I'm going back, he says, for more. He's not finished just yet. The rewind was spotted. Denza takes him down, but Moose pulls him out of the sky with him.
Very, very nice from Moose there. And Aware have managed to fight the way back in, so there is still time to pull this back. It's just going to be so difficult as Nolson finds another triple. I think that's the 3rd triple we've seen from Nolson.
It's just time and time again. Nolson's absolutely on fire right now. 26 and 14. It's double the amount of kills of the likes of Marky. He's going absolutely insane. And you know what? He's got 80 seconds, you know, 80 points of those 230 for Infused. So really an all-round player. But Denza is going to take down Moose, and you can see Aware really trying to set up for this middle hard point. But I just feel the firepower of Infused is too strong right now, Rel.
Yeah, the Aware can't even afford to give up the scrap point. So even if they manage to hold on this hard point, no doubt Infused will get a strong rotation. Gonna have to be a miracle, to be honest with you, if Aware are going to take this, as they do all get shut down. And that is a free open hardpoint area. Infused just need to jump in there.
And Infused won't be in any rush to do so. You know, they're happy trading the kills, just playing for the scrap. Payloads are going to come in very, very shortly. They've got score streaks. Again, I'm not a big fan of the Scarab on hardpoint. We'll see how that one works out for Denza. But we've seen a little bit of life out of Aware, but for me, it's a little too late.
Absolutely, and that is going to be Denza making a kill. Aware are just about holding on to this. Infused haven't managed to get a single point off this hard point.
I think Infused are playing kind of the long game here. I mean, yes, they're going to tie up the last 5 or 6, but I don't think they were particularly trying to push that hard point. I think it was more trade the kills, don't let them get any, we won't, and we'll take this to the next one. Because all they'll do is they'll break it with all the pay, you know, with what they have.
All right, well, a great hard point then from Aware, but here we go. Nolson fights his way in. He's going to make it another triple. He's not going to need to, because that game ends 250 to 137. Huge victory by Infused, really showing their power on hardpoint and how good they are. These guys fighting to advance in the lower bracket of this tournament. And this is do or die for these guys, really, Momo.
Yeah.
If they lose this series, they're going to be bowing out.
Yeah, they will be. And a lot of people will be putting that, you know, in their predictions. But Nicky Nolson, 28 and 18. Fantastic stuff. It's a positive 10. You know, PT as well, dropping big numbers. Positive 7, positive 6 for Moose. Marky, 15 and 17. He puts a minute on the clock, but there's only so many kills out there to get, and Nolson was kind of taking them all.
That was definitely, it's probably the best game I've seen from Nolson, actually. So much time actually gathered as well on the hard point, so it's not like he was just sitting back and picking off unnecessary kills from a distance. But hey, there you go, Momo. So what do we expect from this next game?
S&D, definitely closer than what we've just seen. You know, Aware is a strong S&D team, but so is Infused. Infused have excelled at S&D in this tournament for me, in the same respects as Aware, but I think we do have a distinct difference in class in teams. You know, Brycey always talks about elite level teams. After this event, I'll be looking at Infused in that light. Will I be looking at Aware? Probably not. But they've really shown me what they can do. So this could be a repeat of the Splice game. You know, if Aware just kind of sneakily, not sneaky, if they outperform, if they do whatever, I still see this ending 3-1. You know, it's 3-0 or 3-1 to me. Those respawns, I think Infused are just too strong.
Well, no one's really backing Aware, but that's been the case this whole tournament so far. They've managed to get this far, and who's to say they can't get any further? It's a great series that we have, Infused versus Aware here at the CWL London Invitational. My final cast ever, Momo.
Oh, yeah.
In Call of Duty or in esports. This is it for me. I've got this and I'm on the analyst desk and then that's it.
Well, Rel, it's a pleasure to take the seat with you as your brother and do this potential last cast with you. In fact, it's done, it's dusted, Rel. It's been a long journey.
Yeah, and let's hope we finish off on a high. That's Infused and Aware. Now go through the rig draft. They're going to be selecting those. We'll bring those up in the screen shortly. Your prediction-wise, were you saying a 3-0 sweep for Infused? I think most people have. We saw them actually playing against Orbit, who are arguably one of the best search and destroy teams at this event, in my opinion. And Infused held their own. I mean, Orbit were definitely the better team when it came to it, but you saw some great plays, big mind games, and double bluffs coming out in that. Very strategic from Infused.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed watching Infused actually on the Search and Destroy, because it's not that they bring something different to the table. It's just kind of their discipline. They don't make any kind of rash decisions. PT seems to have been tamed after about 4 years with Marky B.
It's taken a while.
It has. I mean, that guy is absolutely, I mean, there was nicknames, you know, PT pushes, first pick PT. Like, it became a joke, you know, what it was. And he was always the first one to either pick something up or drop. And admittedly, he was a very skilled player, so half the time he was picking the kills up, you know, even more so, but sometimes you just don't want it. You just want to play safe, you want to defend, you want to sit back. Marky B's finally seemed to have got through to him, but, you know, talking about Infused, you know, last year they had a completely different roster, obviously, with Urban and Zero. What are your thoughts, obviously, with Nolson and Moose coming back? What do you feel that they kind of bring to it? Do you feel that this is a stronger team, or?
Well, I mean, in all honesty, coming into this, I wasn't too sure with Moose. I didn't know, with Moose and Nolson coming into the team, I didn't know quite how they'd fit in. But Moose, as we said, statistically, is the best player in every single area at this whole event.
Yeah.
And Nolson, we just saw an incredible display from him. Scorch, Search, and Destroy. We will see how these guys are gonna pan out. And the rig draft, we could see it correctly set up.
All standard, all standard.
Yeah. Standard stuff being selected. And we may have to jump on board with you driving this one, Momo.
No problem at all. I'll take to the stick, something I've not done in a while.
It's solid, don't worry.
Oh,
it was just a bit of a...
I see, you don't want me on the sticks.
No, I've taken it right back up.
There we go.
Both of the bomb sites on here. I mean, we're showing the B push seems to be the favoured one.
Yeah, the B push has been the favoured. The actual last game that we watched in Splice, a lot of the teams and players were going to A, which was kind of crazy.
Yeah, well, we did catch up with Marky B to talk about how they're going to face up against Aware on Search and Destroy.
I think Aware have exceeded the expectations put on themselves. I think there was a lot of talk beforehand that they're really good online and stuff, but when you watch their streams or something, their communication doesn't seem very good at all, and it's just a bit confusing how they're actually a decent side.
Well, there we go. Marky just giving us his thoughts and insight into how they're going to fare up against each other. And still with Marky here, and they've actually made the push on A, which Aware just did not read at all.
And look at this, right? You know, the mini-map. All 4 players, they've gone in, they've planted, and they're like, I'm out of here.
They've done this a few times, you know.
They're planted in such a perfect spot. If you jump on board with maybe P, yeah, he's just kind of jumping back and forth, playing a little bit of a game with them, and he can just, you know, challenge when needs to be. But Benji's gone on the attack, a 1v1. Turns into a 3v3 now. As, oh my goodness, someone's got to take that down. You have a strategy, you plant the bomb, you've got the line of sights, you can see it on the player's face. Moose, he's like, what have we just done?
I just don't understand it. I mean, I could see what they were doing. Pete had vision on it, but yeah, if Pete goes down, there is absolutely nobody there to clean that up.
I could see it. You know, that's the thing I love about Infuse is they have a strategy, they planned it, they, you know, perfected it, but then, yeah, it kind of all went wrong. It was a little bit of a slip. I'm sure Infuse won't let that happen again, but Aware take full advantage.
As a professional Call of Duty player myself, Momo, I wouldn't have done that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'd love to know what you would have done, Rel.
I don't. Who knows? Anyway, with Denza here, bomb in hand. They are making kills, and Aware, as we said, they can talk a big search and destroy game sometimes.
Yeah, they really, really can. And this is a game I feel that is... I know Jonas kind of says he's always like 55-45, and if I'm to put numbers on it, I'm thinking 60-40 to Infuse, whereas Respawns, I'm thinking maybe 80-20, if that kind of puts any perspective on it. But Aware, again, it's like plant and run away this game, you know? It should be renamed. Nolson's going to 1v2, though. Sorry, 1v3. You have to take him one down. That's all going to be it. And Aware Gaming, 2. Infuse 0.
Yeah, already. So great start from the boys of Aware. Heavy underdogs going into this, as they have been most of the games that they've and most of the teams have been playing up against. And I've got to say, I mean, I've said this before, sometimes I don't think some of these players get the credit they deserve.
Yeah, it is really, really difficult. I've actually taken the time to watch Denza's stream. You know, he's someone who, you know, performs in the 2Ks, and I thought, you know, I don't know this, you know, too much about this player. I wanted to learn a little bit, and he was so good. But he's replicating it online.
Yeah. And we can see you guys tweeting in here, Splyce versus Infuse, RMC Kinney 12. What a matchup that would be if Infuse can advance further. Yeah,
it would be a great game, and we'll go into the storylines and why that would be. I'm sure you guys already know at home. But back to the game in hand, we do see a bit of a cleaner round from Infused as they pick up round number 3. And you can see there in the booth, a bit more chirpier there. That's back to their old ways.
Yeah, well, this is it is a best-of-5 series that Infuse would have been going quite confident into. And I think, as Marky kind of said himself, this was the risk for them on Search and Destroy going up against Aware. They know that in terms of their slaying ability, they have a significant edge when it comes to the objective-based game modes. But Search and Destroy seems to be a whole different story.
Well, getting into round number 4, we're going on board here with Gefkid, a player which has been actually around for a while. You know, he's really kind of shown and made his mark on the EU Call of Duty scene, but he's exceeding expectations. Marky said it himself, and now he's trying to pick up one there in the window. Not going to happen, but information, intel has been gathered. This is a big round here, you know, to tie things up or to create a 2-round gap. This could be the different maker. Gefkid watching the flank, he's not going to find anything. Denza's found one in the middle, and Marky B's going to trade things out. That's going to be a couple, and there you go. Flick of a switch. Gefkid in a 1v3.
All on his own now, and a lot of work to do. This bomb is taken to the A bomb site. Fortunately for him, none of Infused are there, but if he goes for the plant, they would probably be able to catch up and see him. Although they don't seem to be in any hurry at all to get to these bomb sites. And just look at this, the way Infused are playing it, collectively sticking together, very smart from them. If one goes down, they should be able to trade off this kill, so we may see the engagement now. Gefkid has spotted them. Have Infused seen him, though?
Well, I think they have, and there you go, closed down. And the great thing about that is, you know, you go 2 rounds down, it doesn't affect them. You know, I think those first 2 rounds very sloppy from Infused, actually. But they've, you know, I don't know what went on in their booth, whether Marky's given a Scottish command in his dominant voice and whipped him into shape. I don't know.
Well, who knows? We'll see.
It's working though, Rel.
It is working, absolutely. We'll see what they can do as we tie things up here on the Search and Destroy. PT, the bomb carrier, we talked about his Search and Destroy game and how he has a more teamwork-based approach now, I suppose you could say. And it's one of them things, we don't want to give him too much stick for it, because these PD picks and these big rushes that he always seemed to just go off and do himself sometimes did pay off for the team, but sometimes it did just cost them in Search and Destroys.
Okay, this is round 1 all over again. Bomb's been planted, run away. I want to... Right, PT is the one watching. We've got Denza on the flank, so keep an eye out for that one. However, Nolson may find it very shortly.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes on the minimap. Marky's actually gone aggressive. Moose and Marky have won their 1v1s. Nothing spectacular, but it's going to mean a 2v4 for Aware. Now a 1v4. Let's jump on board with Johansson and see what he can do. He's already picked up one with a sniper. Stylish play. Will it equal anything else? Absolutely not.
He had absolutely no chance there. They were all, you can see with him lying there dead on the floor, all 3 of the enemy players were staring right at him. He was never going to come out on top with that.
No. That is probably how they saw it panning out in round 1. And the one thing I do like as well, they had the balls to do it again. You know, they didn't just kind of say, you know, that strat's out the window, put that one in the bin. They said, you know what, let's do it again. They won't expect that. But let's go back on board with the attack inside here. We're going to... I want to see a bit more... Is Benji... Is Johansson sniping, maybe?
Let's have a look and see.
No.
No, he's not.
Bit of a different push here, going through the middle. Trophy systems.
They've driven him back, though.
Yeah, they have.
And Aware were 2 rounds up. Let's not forget that. Infused have won 3 on the bounce. Let's see what they can do as they're just trying to almost decide where they want to push. It does look like they are going to go for B, but this delayed push has kind of rattled Infused a bit because you can see on the minimap they've just split themselves up across the map.
Well, PE's been first picked. And the one thing I will say for Infused that's going in their favor, time's ticking here. And they've just cleared out A bomb site completely. They know it's not going to A. They've cleared out the alley. They're circling around to B. And yes, they've got the numerical disadvantage, but if they work their angles, they can pull something off here. Maybe not. Benji slides in to make it a 2v4 in favor of them. And now a 1v4. Nolson, he did some fantastic work in the hard point. I don't know what you need to pull this miracle off. The bomb's down, so that makes it twice as hard here. And I think maybe he's wanting to just get a few kills.
Oh, there's no way he's
towards his camo,
unless they all just line up for him.
He's running away.
Yeah, I was going to say with the time on the clock as well.
Okay.
I think he's just going to approach this with caution. Realistically, he knows he's not going to get the defuse here. Aspen needs to find 1 kill. Could not follow up on the second, which means we tie things up again, 3-3.
Okay, so Aware bouncing back. That first kill, by the way, on Nolson got Gefkid, got absolutely ruined.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have happened, but traded out. That's all he needed to do. Johansson was the one to trade that. Now we're going to round number 7, Even Stevens.
Yes, all tied up. Gefkid slipping behind a bit on this search and destroy, and normally this is his speciality.
Speciality for some of the individuals in both sides, actually. And Moose has been a prolific search and destroy player. We're going back 6, 7, 8 years now. However, it's all about the present. We've got 90 seconds on the clock per round. There is one player we want to jump on board. Moose has actually taken another down.
Oh, that was brilliant.
Fantastic stuff there. But 3v3 here. Infused playing this one smart. There's one person just kind of sat around as Gefkid here. Shoots one in the back. The problem is he's revealed his location. Pushes forward. Nolson is the one to take him down.
Big mistake there from Gefkid. Infused, though. Lose 1. Benji left all on his own. 1 versus 2. He is going to find the first kill. He's not going to find the second. Almost clutched up.
Very, very quick reactions there. You know what? He could have very easily found that. And finding that double kill not only puts you in the lead, but it gives the other team a reason to just go a little bit on tilt and think, you know what? We should have won that. We're now behind. I'm scared for Aware right now. They went 2-0 up. They're now behind. It's a must-win game mode for me. If Infused take this one, then this is dangerous territory for Aware.
It certainly could be. Well, let's have a look and get on board with the attackers and see what they're going to be able to do. We can see that the bomb carrier here is slowly making his way from the back of the pack, not wanting to drop it down early. Infused, not quite sure which bomb site they're going to be committing to, but active camo is popped. There's nobody in there, so it's not going to be the beneficial use of it. Infused are really comfortable sitting far back, aren't they?
I don't like that from Denza. Yeah, I know you use your camo, I know you push forward, but you got intel. You knew no one was there. He didn't have to just run into their spawn. I'm very, very disappointed with that. Benji and Denza go down. This should be another Infused round. Trades go in. Gefkid left in a 1v3. And he's only going to end. Hang on. Hang on a second. Oh, Moose, of all people, finalized that one. You know what? I nearly ate my own words there. But, yeah, just kind of going back to it, I didn't like that play. He invested his camo, and I think sometimes, when you invest so much in something, you feel like you got to see it through to the end.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's easier to...
I think that's exactly what happened. He'd pushed that far up. He thought, well, I might as well just go for it now. A bit reckless of him, and, losing one player on a team search and destroy with there being no respawn is so crucial.
It really, really is. And now we sit rel at 5-3. Infused, 1 round away from taking the series 2-0 up. And we've already seen specialists come in. We've got camo available for Nolson. I think that's the only one left on the battlefield here. Let's go board with Nolson, see what he can do.
Okay. Well,
he may just push right through the middle and use it.
He could do, but again, there we go. It has been popped. Infused sits so far back.
Oh, that's
he has been spotted. He has been spotted, but he managed to get away.
He managed to get down. Both camos being not used. I mean, I'd say that was used, correctly, but unfortunately didn't find anyone there. However, this is looking a little bit better for Aware Gaming as the trades come in. Again, numerical advantage does favor Aware in this round of Search and Destroy. We're going to see Marky pick up 1. If he can stay alive, this is big. He is gone, but he needs to regroup with Moose. Moose has done 1 as well. It should be traded out. If Moose can find a double kill here, it will just surpass all expectations.
And there we go. Infuse take map number 2, 6-3. They now lead this best of 5 series and are just one uplink game away from taking it. They want to advance, they want to go all the way, but so do Aware. And Aware, this is their last lifeline now. This is the lower half of the double elimination bracket, and a loss in this uplink would send them home.
Brilliant plays all round. We saw a couple of sloppy individual plays, but I think from Infuse that was very, very solid. Aware, I don't really think they had a bad map. I don't think it's a particularly bad map that they just played. I just think that they were outplayed. The likes of Moose, again, dropping a 2.0 kill death ratio in Search and Destroy, amazing.
Well,
but it just seems standard for him now.
Yeah, let's have a look at the maps and just highlight those score lines in a moment, because we've got some great games still to come. Scoreboard up there, you can just see 8-4, 8-4 for both Moose and Marky.
Yeah, Moose and Marky doing great. I just can't stop thinking about Moose. He's not had a bad game. I've not seen him have one bad game. I know that's obvious, you know, because he's first on every single leaderboard. But the consistency in this tournament, if he continues like this through the loser bracket, he can, you know, he can really, really make not only a top placement, but he can make a real name for himself.
All right, well, it is going to be Frost uplink that we're playing. And, I mean, we saw Aware in an incredible game of uplink yesterday. I believe it was on this map, actually. So Aware aren't too shabby at this.
Aware have been very inconsistent at uplink, and I say that in a good and a bad way. They've had excellent uplinks, but they've also had very, very poor. They're going up against a very strong side, and if they bring their A game, then maybe they can go toe-to-toe. Maybe they can have a close game. I'm feeling deja vu. I was sat here probably an hour ago with Mr. X, same Splice game. You know, even though at this point it was 1-1, I just don't see it. I don't see this going Aware's way. And the reason that I'm kind of, you know, emphasizing that, if for any reason Aware do you know, pull this off, it's a big win. You know, we will emphasize that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, they're going to be walking home with a huge amount of pro points that's going to help them later on in this season. First place being $5,000 per person. That's the real grand prize here, but $25,000 prize pool too.
Yeah, and Aware was, you know, thinking of the pro point ladder off the top of my head, they were around that kind of top 8 mark. To surpass that and go to kind of top 6, they're going to gain a big chunk. You've got to think, you know, mathematically here, the teams that are going to gain more pro points from this tournament were already above them. Yeah. The only thing that's happening right now is they're bridging a gap between everyone below them and catching up to, you know, maybe that 1 or 2 that was ahead of them already.
And pro points, of course, are so important. It's dependent on whether you actually get to compete at events. It depends where you start in the events as well, whether you'll have to fight through an open bracket or not. But as you can see the maps there, it's going to be Frost uplink next. And we will go through the map, fly through now. Some key areas on this map where we see these big duels, don't we?
Absolutely. I mean, the main thing for me on uplink on this map is the central part of it. You know, when that drone drops, everyone, you know, it's like, it's a bloodbath. It is a fight to the death, and you'll see trades go down, and, you know, whoever can take that trade a little bit better, they can push either through the base, or they can take that wide flank, you know, even goes to far as even the side of the map itself. But Frost, I actually really like the way this plays on uplink, because it does create those games where, you know, you can go for some crazy 1 points, obviously on the particular side, but you get these close range gunfights. We're gonna get to see the ERAD, hopefully. I'm a big fan.
All right, well, there's the rig draft. Pretty standard stuff, no surprises there. And we talked about how powerful Overdrive can be on uplink, but here we go into uplink on Frost, the final map I will ever cast, Momo. Let's get this game underway and see what Aware can do.
I guess you're giving it to Infuse then. If you're that confident, maybe Aware will be like, no, Rel, you must cast more. However, as this starts off, PD with a double, Moose with 1, Marky B with the 4th, and there you go, pushing forward. Marky B now can make a run at it. The one thing about Frost, though, you do spawn very close to this uplink drone. And you know what? Can he get a 2? Oh my, how has he done that? That shouldn't happen. That frustrates me.
Within 30 seconds, we already see Infused on the scoreboard. And yeah, sorry, that was so much disrespect to Aware. Non-meant, of course. Let's see if they can fight their way back into this. They are only 2 points down, and we talked about the good uplink game they had on this map previously.
Okay, well, like you said, you know, 30 seconds. This is a very hot start. However, Aware have answered back. They've got a couple of kills on the board. I mean, Johansson's already got 4. That should be a 1. That should be a 1, but it's not. Again, these throws need to be going in. I'm tallying it. I'm writing it down. That's 1 out of 1 miss for Aware, and that may come back to haunt them.
I would love to know statistically the percentage of throws that are missed here, because it's quite incredible, and we've highlighted the fact that it really can make all the difference. We've seen a few uplink games that have been determined by just a single point.
Yep.
So that could really cost them.
Okay, well, on the attack, once again, Aware. They are looking a little bit stronger here. I'd go for the 2 because your ones have not been too successful. Marky B with a triple. However, Aware Gaming put the first couple of points on the board and tie this series, or should I say map up, at 2 apiece. 90 seconds have already passed. We've got 3.5 minutes left on that clock. And Nolson on your screen, he sees 2 go down. And really, I'd love to have seen him grab that drone. Has his teammate got the couple of kills? But he's opted for the Slain side of things.
He certainly has. And there we go. Uplink drone is picked up, but
More
not
down.
puts him down. This is big now for Infused. It does get picked up by Marky. We can see Nolton and PT both pushing the spawn.
Yeah, they pushed it really, really well here. And Marky B still does have that drone, but he doesn't have his blockers. Moose and PD fall, so he may have to go for a 1-point play. He's opted to do something a little bit different. For a second, I thought he was just jumping off the map, but no.
Ooh.
He's, I like what he's done here. Because of the position he was in and the position that all his team spawned, they literally was as far apart as they could be. So he wanted to take himself away from that, and if he did die, the drone would be reset. He manages to stay alive, he resets it, and look at the time he's bought for his team.
Yeah, and that's so well played by Marky. He knew that he was just caught out of position, and they needed better map control. It really is what Uplink's about. Pass goes in. Oh, and this is nice from Aware. Gev Kid and Denza combining. Denza's going to have the uplink drone now, and this is a good push. You can see the blocker in front.
Yeah, this is a lot better from Aware. They have a lead blocker, and he's going to actually do his job perfectly. I think he got tagged from his own team there. And you know what? They've not only gained 2, this could be a very strong relay here. Look at the spawns coming in from Infused. A couple of quick passes, a nice bit of play, and you see the absolute red just flurry across the screen. He doesn't convert it into the points, but 3 kills go down for Aware, and they may be able to convert this. They
There we
will.
go.
It's another 2.
Wow. Very, very nice indeed. Well, this is fast-paced stuff, and I imagine the communications reflect that. Let's go for a listening with Infused.
Gonna be there. Just give me
2 in there, both there, both there.
It's done. Dead,
Got me.
Play life.
Okay, Scar.
Nice.
Come in, nice.
Nice.
I'm baiting right.
Yeah, go. We'll get inside.
Yep.
That's anything.
We're inside right now. I got one. One more. Eyes. I'm absolute. From blue. Benji from blue.
I've got your eyes.
I'm going to drop the ball in. I'm dropping the ball in and we're staying.
Eyes. That was Benji.
Got back door.
Benji, one shot behind me. Ice, one shot.
Nice,
Mark.
Warren, go away. Den's
both there.
Den's my ball.
There's two.
To there.
Got your Warren,
One's up top. Weak.
Warren ball.
One shot, absolute. Right side, bring the bullet. Challenge. One shot.
Challenge as well. They come back to her, maybe up there still.
Free ball out.
Above me. Let's push that back door.
Last one inside.
Stay alive.
Challenge you or not?
Ball control.
Top
That, ball control.
Yeah. I'm in ball control.
Give me safe.
One safe for now.
Save him from blue, probably.
One more from blue.
I mean, I'm flying over.
Blue. And one shot.
Stun me.
Flew over. One inside. Eyes. In blue.
Ace inside. And blue inside.
Blue still.
Still blue. Left corner.
Ice.
One shot.
It's safe. It's good for blue.
There was 2. There was a guy behind him as well.
Get middle. Gonna go right. Wait 1 second. They're gonna go right. Who's for the reception? I'm gonna push it out.
Go around the far right. Someone go around the far right.
I'm going.
Come back inside. Back door. Dead. I'm one shot.
Maybe more. I've got mid.
Bull's down. There's one.
Nice. We're looking for one.
Four dead.
Alright, let's go. Step it up from the side.
Yeah, we kept trying to take the ball back blue when the ball was so miles away.
We didn't realise.
Okay, well, that was Infused. And you know what? Knowing the guys personally, Nolson, Moose, and PD, they have that kind of same almost personality. You know, it's calm, it's cool, it's not crazy. You've not got a Josh in there just, you know, going crazy in there. It just seems to be a little bit more controlled. I mean, I know they're down by 4, but there's no panic mode.
No.
You know, you hear Marky speaking some crazy language, whatever that is. But
Scottish,
well, that's the one.
He's speaking English.
Yeah, it's hard to understand sometimes, but no, that was calmly done from Infused, but they have a big job here.
Well, let's see if Aware can hold on to this, give them a bit of coverage now because they've done so well. It's like you say, it's quite interesting going for that listening with Infused because PT, Moose, and Nolson just seem quite chilled and laid back, and it is Marky that really calls the shots and instructs them on exactly what they need to do. Well, it seems to have been that case. We are seeing score streaks getting unlocked from Aware, and those guys must be pumped. Let's go for a listening.
Good ball. Balls, one shot as fuck, boys!
Back to back. Alright, side to one side, one's ball.
Flying blue. Side or dead. PD, I hit him once, Side. Nice! Green! Lost him behind the side!
I'll get him.
I'm pushing. I'm under point. I'm under point.
They're gonna spawn computers, or maybe blue, I don't know.
No.
I'm under point still.
Need to get ball. I'm helping you on ball. Nice, Benji.
One's ice, next to ice.
Blue. On ball.
Blue. One's blue.
Nice, lost on blue.
Blue.
Get ball.
Get ball.
They're spawning computers.
Back blue.
I'm piecing from computers.
It's fine.
I'm piecing from computers.
You can fly. You have streaks.
Come on.
Yeah, I could've. Fine.
Do they have streaks?
Benji streaks.
Oh, nice. One in blue. Ball.
Where they going?
Computer coming. Ice.
Oh, or dance. Fine, go back. Hey. I'll watch the mid pin.
I'm watching the ball.
One's mid. Side. Nice trades, Benji. Mid. Only one.
Left. Right.
He's in there. Stop heady.
Need to push him. 2v1.
Just fly out.
Go with him.
Fly out.
He's one shot as fuck. Nice, get ball. Oh, no. Help him, guys. Get ball.
Help him.
By me.
Yeah.
One shot.
Lucky.
Big flurry of kills there from Aware, opening things up. They did drop 2 points during that listening, but they still have the lead, and they're going to try and hold on to it as long as they can. You can see them making pushes, and they want to take this even further.
Yeah, Cast a Curse almost jumping on board with them and them dropping a couple of points. There is score streaks. You heard them talk about it in there. But one thing that I will say about Aware, you know, none of them speak in their native language, all speak in English there, which I absolutely take my hat off to. Fantastic stuff. But on the drone, it is Nolson trying to extend it. Thought he was going for the bash, maybe was, but it was not successful. Johansson takes it away, and now 1 point play. Interception, maybe, yes. Straight into the hands of Marky B.
That was very, very important that he got that. These guys could lose this uplink quite easily now. They've struggled to make these pushes. 2 points either side. Marky B just about staying up here.
He's waiting for his opportunity.
He is. He's just waiting for the moment to strike, and he's going to be caught off guard by Johansson. Very nice play.
He used his overdrive then as well. It got stopped insanely quickly. Talking of overdrive, Johansson does have it in his back pocket if he needs it. Kills come in. 3 kills for Aware. This could be big. That's number 4. Johansson takes him down, and the push will come in. This should be converted because look at the spawns. The great thing about this is Johansson's pushed forward. That's number 8, ladies and gentlemen, and with only pretty much 90 seconds left on the clock, Infused are trailing.
Yeah, they are certainly falling behind. This is bad news for them indeed. They're going to have to get some kind of momentum building up here. And they're going to have to go for the carry captures as well. Fortunately, throws just aren't going to cut it with only 1 minute 30.
Well, there's one player sneaking from behind, it's Johansson, who's actually just grabbed the drone, lobbed it away, but he's been caught with his pants down. Denza's going to answer back now. 2 either side do drop, and every trade like that is fantastic for Aware Gaming. They're controlling this inner part of the map, and they're really showing Infused what they're made of right now.
Yeah, I mean, I said this definitely is their map when it comes to uplink. They put up strong performances on this time and time again, and we can see KevKid making some moves. It's Nolson with a big 2-piece, and Infused need to push now. They've got to get 4 points in less than a minute. Very smart play there from Nolson. Love what he just did there.
And he's just got camo. I would have thought there he would have popped the camo to get the 2, and no, he doesn't. 40 seconds left. That's got to be a conversion.
That is a big choke from him. Very unfortunate. And Aware looking to now go on the counter as they take that uplink drone. Oh no, they're just going to hold it, and he's just running it as slow as he can. And that is going to be it. There's no way Infused can get back into this now.
He actually killed him, and Marky's actually swooped that under him. Looks like a game of Quidditch down there, but it's not. It's uplink. Moose is picking up nice 2-piece, but it's just too late. 15 seconds coming in. The drone may be in the possession of Infused. Yes, they've got camo. Yes, this will probably be a 2-point play, but with 7 seconds and score streaks coming in, that is going to be the round for Aware Gaming.
Wow, and they take it. Aware Gaming fight their way back into this best of 5. Great plays from them. And, that was a really awkward fist bump, but... well, they are now going into this hardpoint game, and as I said, maybe it wasn't the last map after all. I thought Infused would be taking that. We will see what is going to happen as we go onto the next hardpoint map. First hardpoint, as we said, seemed to be notably one that went towards Infused, Momo.
Yeah, and you know what? I hold my hands up. You know, I mean, you have to cast another game. So, you know, we were both firmly on the side of Infused. But Benji, 37 to 25. Positive by such a large margin. My maths, I don't know why, struggled me there for a 12. 2 carry captures to his name. You know, across the board, Denzer and Gefkid, you know, I'm not going to say bad score. You know, it's just pretty neutral across the other 3. But it was Benji. 37 kills, I mean, in itself is just a statement.
Yeah, very, very good plays from him. And almost dropping that 40 bomb. It is going to be throwback on hardpoint, Momo.
Okay.
How do you feel about this map?
Personally, it's one of my favorite hardpoint maps. Really entertaining to watch. I think the rotations are very, very important on this. Again, you know, I'm not going to change my opinion. I still think Infused are stronger than on the respawns. Ware played fantastic there. But the worrying thing is if Aware just carry that momentum. We talked about it, and we have done ever since Uplink kind of came into the rotation on maps. If someone goes 2-0 up, you lose the Uplink. It's that game-changing, momentum-shifting bundle of energy, if you like, that just, something's off. You know, I've been there. You know, you go 2-0 up, you lose that third, which, you know, you probably thought you were going to close it out on. And, you know, you can lose a little bit of momentum. You can tilt a little bit. But I think, you know, the experience from Infused, they'll be okay. But I want to see Benji do some more damage, man.
Yeah, we'll
take down the Red Army. Put him to 5th map.
We will give him some coverage here. You can see the maps now on the screen as it was a complete smashing hardpoint game from Infused. 250 to 137. Scorch, Search and Destroy. We thought at first Aware might have been able to take that when they went 2-0 up, but threw it away, and Infused managed to capitalize and win 6-3. Frost just ended there, 8-6 on Uplink, and now we go on to throwback hardpoint. So if that first hardpoint game is anything to go by, you would be expecting Infused to take this one. But as you were saying, I mean, Aware, they might have been building a bit of momentum now, and they might be hyped going into this one.
And it's a game mode, you know, I personally don't think they will have expected to win. So it's like, you know, if we can win an Uplink, we can win a hardpoint. You know, they're going into this so confident. They're going into this knowing that this could be the last map of the tournament. And then going into it knowing, you know, if they push this to an S&D, everyone knows Game 5s can go any way.
Well, you can see the trophy there. That's what the guys are playing for, alongside that $25,000 prize pool. 5,000 pro points per players. Lot on the line. It will be throwback hardpoint. This is Infused chance to take the series. Aware have to win it if they want to take this to map 5. Do you think it's, I mean, we are still both expecting Infused to take it. They are the favorites, but are we thinking Aware have a chance?
Of course, yeah. After winning an Uplink, anything can happen. It's Call of Duty. It's Championship Sunday. Absolutely anything can happen. Yes, I still favor Infused. Yes, I think they're going to take this, but the way Benji just performed there, you know, you can't look past that.
All right, well, we'll see what is going on now for Benji. Straight away, trying to get into the action, just sitting top bridge. That was some shaky shooting, but fortunately for him, did come out on top.
Yeah, and yes, it was shaky shooting, but from his movement, the way he's been so aggressive right now, that is confidence oozing out of him.
Yeah.
He is playing with a lot of confidence. I don't know what sensitivity he's on, by the way, but it's looking a little bit too quick for me. But he's going to pick up another one. And look at that, the pre-fire. This guy is on fire. He's found another. That's going to be number 3 in Aware Gaming, starting as they mean to go on.
Benji, great plays from him. Finds a 4th, finds a 5th. And Aware really bringing the fire to this game now. It was quite interesting to see Benji, when his teammates went down, rather than get on the hard point, even though it was completely open, he just pushed forward and drove them back and allowed his teammates to come from the rear and start collecting some points there. 28-0. Infused yet to have any impact on this game.
And Infused won't be used to this. They'll be used to kind of, you know, going head-to-head or maybe going the lead in the middle. They're being absolutely shut out here. Look at them. They're backed off. They've gone for the spawn. I think this is very, very wise from Infused. They've given it up. You know, they're 28 behind. Who cares? We're at the very start of the game. They can bounce back on this hard point. That's big from PD. Massive 2-piece. Moose cleans up the 3rd, and Nolson with a 4. Gefkid does take down PD in the chaos, but look at the spawns now. Yeah. We're going to see Nolson really push them back now.
Yeah, let's get on board with Nolson and see if he can do that. Doesn't necessarily have to make the kills. He just has to keep them away from the hard point as Marky sits tied on it, just racking up so many points. They have managed to get through now. Marky's got to turn up, finds one. He's got cover on the second. This has been a big hard point for Infuse, Momo.
Yeah, and it's tied up now, obviously Infuse taking the lead, but this is easy points for Infuse. So easy. They have spawns, they know where they're coming from, they know the cuts to get. Those first 28 from where are so impressive, yet all that matters is the points at the end. We see a 20-point difference here at the moment. We're going to be going into the third rotation over to Bike Path, and I'm keeping my eye on that mini-map to see who's the one getting there first. There is, of course, Johansson, but overall, I think Infuse might have edged it.
Yeah, they certainly do have the lead here now. Denza finds his way in, but immediately gets shut down by PT. Gef Kid is there for the exchange. And he did bring out the score streak just in time, but immediately gets shot.
Again, I'm not a fan of that. I mean, as soon as he pulled it out, he died. Yes, he picked one up, but he had Flat Jacket on. That was just a waste of time.
Well, no surprises to see Moose going triple positive. 9-3 at the moment. Does go down. And in terms of slaying, Infuse do have the edge.
Well, they have the edge in slaying, they have the edge in the scoreline. Again, we're coming into the final 25 seconds of this hill. Next couple of kills, you want to be rotating. Infused, I think they're pushing towards this bike path. I think they're wanting to actually push them right back, and that could come back to bite them because Denza will pick up a double. Infuse will retain the spawns, though. They're going to have the start of baseball field. Can they hold it?
Well, Moose here is just jumping back in two, waiting to be challenged. He's trying to get the cutoffs ready for the rotation. And he is going to have the engagement, but it's Aware that come out on top there, and Marky B under some pressure.
Yeah, he's had to back off here. He knows that his team have gone down. They'll be spawning at blue. And we see a Scarab pick up a quick kill there. Marky should have done better on that one. Gef Kid returns a headshot. Denza adds to the mix, and now Aware Gaming are really putting on a show for us. 3-1 is the ratio there as Aware Gaming take full control of the baseball field.
Very nice from Aware, and plenty of time still left on this hard point. Even if Infuse managed to break in and actually take this now, they're surely only going to get maybe 10-15 points.
Yeah, this is going to be, trades will go down here. I don't see one team particularly dominating. That's exactly what happens. Red, green. But again, there's only, PD and the boys of Infuse, they'll gain the last 10 or 15. I'm not sure really why. I mean, I suppose the one thing about challenging this last hill is the next one, of course, you're going back to the middle. There's no particular spawns you want, but Infuse coming out on top.
Yeah, that's true, actually. It's approachable from all angles. And Benji does get shut down there. We were saying Benji had a storming uplink game just then. It doesn't seem to be quite the same story here on hardpoint. Johansson under fire now, was trying to bring his team back into it, but Infused just raining down fire on this central hardpoint.
Well, the score at 110-77. We do see a little bit of a lead here for Infused. However, we saw what Aware Gaming did on the last time it was in this middle. Infused look to have learned their lesson. 2-2, PD trades it out. Johansson and Gef Kid finalize the 4. They will gain control of the train platform, and I like this play from Gef Kid. He's not pushing up too far, but he's getting into what you would say is kind of enemy territory. Staying back, he's just waiting for a free kill right now.
He is, yeah. He's not being too aggressive at all. See what's going on with Nolson as he's on the hard point once more and immediately gets shut down. It's a really difficult one to actually get maximum points on, but Infuse are doing a great job here, and that is going to be the final few as Marky finds 2 kills.
Yeah, Marky finds 2, mate. Oh, he's found a 3rd, and you know what? He just walks away. It's like a stroll in the park for him. Seems so easy. Does it so elegantly. And you know what? Infused have got the spawns as well. It's all favoring them. And we saw what they did on the last barn. This seems like a repetition coming in from Infused.
Yeah, I'm just staying on board with Marky. I know he's not really getting into the thick of it here, but he's very close to score streaks, and he's just going to have to settle for the Scarab. Look at PD, though. He's got a few in his backpack.
Sometimes I think, I don't agree with the Scarab, but if the pros are using it, then maybe I'm seeing something that's not wrong. A bit of intel. Here we go. Grenades combine, and there you go. PD picks up a nice kill. He's also got a bit of intel. So this time it works for him. Finds the second. Does find, I think it was Moose who actually found the 3rd. I'm getting a bit excited there, but we have excitement for a reason. Infused. They're so close to, hitting that 200 mark, taking the series.
Here we go. And it's going to be the bombardment coming in here now. PT is 24-12 at the moment. Incredible plays by him. He's gone off on this map.
PT and Moose, I think they're fighting for this MVP. I honestly think they do. They've had individually such fantastic games. You've got to kind of give credit where credit is due. Infused, though, they're about to hit the 200 mark before Aware can hit the triple digits. And this, again, I think I said it in the first hard point, it is a masterclass by Infused. You want to learn how to play? Watch and learn.
Yeah, Well, they are now on the 200 points aware, yet to get 100. This could be all she wrote for them. We're going to have to see something very impressive if Aware want to get back into this game. You can see them trying to make the kills, but every time the kill feed does seem to be red dominated. And we are seeing some of the payloads now ready to be activated across the board.
Yeah, this is where utilization of these payloads is very, very important. Some more important than others. You see Moose with the rewind. I don't think that's going to affect it too much. But, you know, you can make a kill, rewind, recharge that ammo if you need to. A nice double kill for Moose. And again, he gets it in the right places.
It's almost got the third there as well. Is going to get shut down. Let's get on board with somebody from Aware. Who should we watch?
Let's stay with Benji because he's in a position which he should be able to pick up a kill. But he's actually pushing forward, getting aggressive. I like that from him. Confidence coming out as he hit the 100-point mark. Taken from the side. Not going to help anyone there, but Aware Gaming hold on to the baseball field.
They do. And as we just kind of pan across them, they've got a really, really good lockdown on this. Even if they get the full points, they will still trail against Infused. And Benji, and he's completely lost him, and he does not manage to make that kill.
Benji has had a bit of a, I don't know if he needs to close the window because it is a bit windy on those shots right there. He needs to change something. Maybe the pressure's getting to him, but Infused just seems to be 1, 2, 3 steps ahead right now. They've been able to push forward. They've pushed Aware Gaming back, but Johansson, he's not done yet. He's going down without a fight. Nolson picks up a nice double, 25 and 18 with a 3-kill streak for him. He's looking to end this. He's not going to be on this one. We're going to have to go back to the middle. They could end it here, though, Rel.
They certainly could. And Moose, as we said, does still have that payload ready to be used if they need to. I think this might be it for Aware. They've just got to throw themselves at it now because they are 10 seconds away.
Go, go, go!
From getting eliminated. Let's get on board with someone from Aware. It's going to be Gefkid. They have made some big kills here and they've managed to find the way back in. They have to hold on to this. They cannot give up any scrap points.
7 points away from not only staying in the competition but progressing. Infused, you know, they need to slip up real bad here. And you know what? The class of what we've seen so far, I very much doubt it. But I think this is the exact same. You know, the original hardpoint we saw on Breakout? Yeah. They didn't fight for this. You know, they just kind of went head-to-head. And if they get it, they get the kills, then they'll jump on it. This is just a slaying battle right now.
Oh, well, Aware have been hanging in, but Infused have good control on it now, and that is going to be it. Infused will take the best of 5 series, 3-1, falling on the uplink. But they will punch their way right through to the next round of the lower bracket. Commiserations to Aware. They fought very, very hard. A very underrated team, in my opinion, Momo, and they've done absolutely great. Guys on the analyst desks, love to hear what you thought about that. Over to you, Bryce.
Well, thank God that was your last cast. Anyway, what a game coming on from these two teams. Simply superb kind of watching these two go toe-to-toe. And you know what? We always thought Infused were going to walk away with it, but the uplink, I don't know. Weakness.
It is. I mean, Benji had a really good game. I do want to point that out. He stepped up above and beyond for Aware. Got the streaks, and it was always going to be a hard task for them. But the rest of them are still pretty convincing. Not a great start to the last hard point, but in the end, walking away as winners.
I will say we've talked a lot of times where maybe a lesser team beats a better team in a map, and we say, was X team playing really good, or was the other team just playing bad? I think that was just Aware playing very well in that uplink, showing promising stuff, always having the right lanes pushed, always knowing when the opportune time was to grab the drone and actually play the objective. Communication was on top of their game as well when we did the listen in, but hard points still. Infused show their strengths on the back of Moose and Petey. That has been the story the entire weekend.
Yeah, I think so, and I'm kind of curious now to see if Infused can bounce back. Do we think they can go even further? I know you were a big kind of proponent of them going forward. You actually thought they were going to make it to the final versus Splice. Obviously, right now, impossible.
Yeah.
But we could do that Splice Infused game anyway.
And that would make the whole losers bracket make a lot of sense. Those would be the two teams that I would think would make it into that losers final. Obviously, we still have to wait and see how the winners bracket develops, but Infused, they're looking solid right now. I'm happy to see them regain a little bit of composure in Search and Destroy because there were some moments that were a little bit shaky earlier today, but right now looking good.
Yeah, they most certainly are. And I think, for me, again, big plays from some of the Infused guys. They certainly kind of held it down when they needed to. Aware did their best.
Yeah, I think Nolson played very well in every single map that Infused won, proving that he can be a little bit more influential, and it'll be interesting to see how he goes on for the rest of the day.
Most certainly would. Well, let's throw it down to the floor. It's going to be Marky B with Lottie, and the most pressing question is, what is up with the hat?
Thank you very much, Bryce. So, yeah, are you going fishing after the tournament then?
No, I'm not, no. That's not the plan.
Just a bit of style?
Yeah.
All right, we like it. We all like it. You guys, massive team effort there across all maps. I was speaking to Bance earlier, and he predicted a 3-0 series for you guys. What happened in Uplink?
I think it's just because we're too. I don't know what it was. I think we before the game started, I think we sort of underestimated them, and I think that map's probably one of our strongest maps, and we just didn't play it at all like the way we usually play. So that's what it was.
Yeah, like as you said, underestimated. They really pushed hard in that last map there. What was going through your head?
I knew we'd close out in the end, to be honest with you. I was pretty comfortable, pretty calm. Although if there was any listeners, you probably would have thought so, but I was pretty confident.
So it played out exactly how you wanted it to go. As I said before, it was a huge team effort. Your stats were pretty similar with each other's across the board there. Was that the plan from the start?
There's never a plan to anything to do with KDs. It just happens in game. We all do the job we should be doing in whatever situation we're in, and that's our game plan beforehand.
Awesome. And going into the next series we've got coming up, I'm not actually sure which games we've got, but what is your prediction for that one?
The winners bracket final, I'm going to predict Elevate to win, and I think that, well, yeah, that's the only prediction I can think of right now, but yeah.
Any score for that one?
I think it'll be close, 3-1, 3-2.
3-1, 3-2. Thank you very much, Marky B. We'll see you very soon. Back up to you, Bryce.
Thank you very much. Well, Marky seems fairly calm after that game. We know he's got a big challenge coming up if he wants to get through the rest of the loser bracket. Can he do it? I don't know. We're going to break down the game they just played, starting from map 1. Let's talk about that hard point.
Well, before we talk about anything, Brycey, I want to apologize to you because I was busting your chops over you critiquing Marky B's hat so much.
I mean,
that hat should be burned.
I will step in and say that if anybody's going to give Marky advice on fashion, it's probably not you, Bryce. But, however, I do agree.
I think Bryce looks wonderful.
Yeah, I'm with Jack.
Wow, you said that!
I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, neither do I. Yeah, but back in the beginning of the series, Hardpoint, many people predicted this to be an infused map. Aware, just like in both Hardpoints, the same thing, playing from the back foot, and you really saw I swear, every Hardpoint I've seen from Infused, they have had a player fully streak out. There you see Nolson. In the last game, we saw PD again, and Moose has done it time and time again this weekend, always giving yourself streaks to use as a retake or defense tool in a Hardpoint. When you have a lead, makes it tenfold tougher to come back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of little moments from Aware, but it never really looked like they were going to get back into the game.
No.
I mean, it was never really anything less than 70 or 80 point lead. Convincing win, nothing really to write home about. Nelson, good game from him as well, 23 and 14. As you said, every single time we see them play a hard point, somebody ends up going off. In this occasion, it was Nelson.
It was also mostly 17 and 11.
Yeah, I know, but putting up those numbers at the end, it is actually Nelson with the most, I suppose. But yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, again, that was kind of a blowout. There's not an awful lot you can kind of really say about that one. It was just very one-sided from the team of Infused. So let's move on then. Map number 2, the Search and Destroy. And this is where, after this map, I thought, it might be over.
Yeah, I share the same sentiments as you. I've heard of this Aware Gaming team certainly for some of their S&D prowess prior to this event. But in this one, Infused wind up coming out, and it was close towards the middle half of the game, but then Infused wind up streaking out a few rounds, and they wind up getting the win. A nice little ninja defuse in round number 1 as Aware took that lead.
I mean, there's some mistakes, though. I mean, we were about to see Gef Kid just absolutely flap to bits on a shot. It was ridiculous. In that moment, he did well, but it was the round before that. He just completely missed somebody and got wiped out. There was that round, the first round where Infused got the plant down on a bridge side, and it was a good position for them to have it in. And then they only had PD watching it when they had 4 alive, and suddenly he gets taken down. They're nowhere near the bottom to watch it, and it was like little mistakes like that they're going to have to work on, especially going up against a good team like Splice.
But again, it's nitpicking. There's just like a little bit of time of their tactics, maybe a little few decisions they could have made.
But it's just like little silly things, isn't it? It's not necessarily big issues within their game. The uplink, though, is an interesting one.
You know, I've said a few times this weekend, if I was the Infused coach, I'd watch this, and Didge does a great job, but they've lost so few maps that of the ones they've lost, I've still felt that they've been absolutely winnable, and this is another example of it here. I think that's why I feel so strongly about learning experience for this Infused team. They have a lot to polish on, and for how good they look right now as a team, it gives you a lot of hope for the rest of the year. Aware, though, as a unit on this map, certainly, in my opinion, outplayed Infused. Simple as that. It was not a slang. It was not a crazy slang thing. It wasn't anything else but a better understanding of how to play Frost uplink and putting themselves in the best spot to be successful.
Yeah, it was just they were getting the kills at the right time, weren't they? Where it was just a case of them gunning and infused at the right times. And once Benji got fully streaked out, he put on a bit of a clinic. 20 and 14 at this point. And I think he ended up with like 32, 35, something like that in the end. So
yeah, he stopped Infuse from coming back.
Yeah.
there's no doubt about it. He single-handedly just continued to just lay the hurt on, and he was just slaying so hard that Infuse couldn't get anything going. There was a few times they tried to push, they made one or two, and they just lost the players.
Actually thought about this moment too as this went on, the misplay with the camo, where you expect camo to be brought out. Absolutely still a winnable game. I believe that was Nelson on the side of Infused, where everyone in the venue sitting there going, okay, yeah, he'll camo this. He played so aggressively like he was going to camo, and then just never wound up using it. It came back to bite him as he got taken down before the dunk came in. His team winds up losing by 2.
They certainly did. Well, left reeling after that uplink. Infuse came back into fine form, but not straight away as we move on to the 4th map. Benji started off, and we were wondering, is this going map 5?
Yeah, he started off hot. I think he picks up, what, like 6 kills? Yeah, I mean, some of them are really nice. I mean, if you watch him, just the flick on this last kill, actually, before he does go down. I think it's a 5 or 6 in one he ends up being.
Yeah, it's 5.
Yeah, I think he then picks up... Right, okay, so yeah, he picks up 5, and I think halfway through the map, after the first rotation, he only picked up another 4 kills. I mean, look, he's 12 and 18 after going 5 and 1 off the start, and Fuse made it look comfortable. So obviously he's carried that momentum from that uplink game and just not really made it count afterwards. It was looking like they were going to make a good game out of it, and then suddenly Infused was just like, oh, well, actually, we are actually much better than you.
Yeah, when we talk about a team that outplayed them in map 3 with Aware just completely picking apart Infused and putting the game at their pace that they wanted to, Infused then brought it back now to do the same to Aware. Everybody positive for the majority of this game. PD was just going off. How many times did we see plays where, like, okay, yeah, Aware will clean this out, and then out of nowhere, an Infused member does a play like that right there from Nelson to keep control of the hard point for their team. They wind up moving on. Aware do go home. Top 6 though, if I'm an Aware fan, I'm pretty happy with that.
I think if you're an Aware player, you should be happy with that.
Yeah, should be.
Although everybody wants to win the tournament, I don't think it's realistic for Aware to have expected to come here and win it. Top 6 is a great achievement. It's something that a lot of people would not have given them coming into this tournament, but they did it. They've had some decent games. They've got through. Top 8 was where I thought they would go, but apparently not.
You look at some of the teams that have been knocked out due to, I mean, Fnatic placing below them, Epsilon placing below them. Teams like that you would probably have expected to be in the top 6 place, and then Aware came in there and said, actually, let's take these pro points and let's maybe get ourselves in a position to go to Atlanta.
Yeah, they certainly have, and of course that means Infused move forward. So, I'm going to ask you this, Jack.
Okay.
Can they go all the way?
No.
No. All right, well, let's look at the bracket then. Let's find out and see how that is going down so far and where we have got to on Championship Sunday. As you can see, so many games done. We've seen Splice versus 3G. We've seen Infuse versus Aware. Coming up on what is left, only 4 teams. Orbit versus Elevate. And in the losers bracket, Splice versus Infused. All of those games could be fantastic, and they are coming up right after this. First game, Orbit versus Elevate. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL London here live from the Gfinity Arena. We are getting into the final part of this tournament. Only 4 teams now remain. And we are ready to break down the next one to see again who is going through to the grand final. Joining me on the desk, though, one expert and one Rel. Rel, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Really looking forward to this game. We were just talking before. It's going to be almost impossible to call. It should be a really good one.
And on our expert. X, how are you doing?
I'm pretty good. I think this is going to be a pretty good match. I do feel strongly about one team over the other coming in, but you know, obviously we've seen some crazier matches here in bracket play as opposed to groups, so you never know what happens.
All right, well, before we get too much into this game, I'd actually like to kind of recap some of the things that have gone on this tournament. I want to really kind of talk about what we were expecting before we came in to what we've actually ended up seeing. Rel, is there anything that's maybe stood out for you?
I thought Splyce would be just smashing the way through everyone. I thought it'd just be straight 3-0s. They, in my opinion, with a stronger team on the run-up to this event. That's the first thing. And I think Aware have been a bit of a surprise team as well. And 3G. I know I've just kind of just covering every team. No, I'd say...
Don't worry, Rel, you're not known for sitting on the fence. It's fine for the
Of course not. Aware and 3G.
It's from his brother.
Yeah.
Aware and 3G, big surprises, have done exceptionally well and surpassed expectations. And Splyce, in my opinion, even though they're still in this tournament and could win it, have underperformed a little bit.
Okay, underperforming. Do you agree?
I mean, for me, I look at the entire tournament as a whole, and you know, Aware in 3G, very good stories. They come in, they place a little bit higher than expected, but I think you just switch Fnatic and Epsilon in those 2 teams, and it's pretty much kind of where we thought we would be sitting at this moment in time. I'm a little bit shocked that Splyce lost earlier, but I do feel like if they were to have lost to somebody, Orbit was probably a good opponent for them to lose to, just from the standpoint that the Orbit guys come in, they have a little bit more to play for. You know, they got dropped last year. You know, after XP, they had a lot on the line. So I feel like they were a little bit more motivated in that series against Splyce. And today you see the Splyce we all thought we would see.
Well, it's going to be a little bit topsy-turvy since we come out of the groups. That first sort of loss for Orbit against 3G sort of turned this tournament a little bit. I mean, we've had Infuse going to the loser bracket. Splyce went to the loser bracket. It's left us with this winners bracket final of Orbit versus Elevate. I don't think anybody actually predicted that correctly.
I think people would have said Elevate would have been there.
Yeah.
Not Orbit. I think you know, once you actually saw Splyce drop out, you kind of saw this being your easy, kind of clear road to the winner bracket final.
Yeah, no, I would agree. It's I think a lot of people would have said maybe Splyce Elevate, so Orbit have done really well.
Who do you think is the biggest shock this tournament? Who's maybe massively overperformed or underperformed?
For me, I think it's still Infused. Like, you know, 3G and Aware, we talked about that, very nice stories. But I think Infused really shocked me. I didn't think they'd be as strong as they are. I think Moose specifically with his play in PD as well.
For me, I think a bit of a shock was Fnatic. I don't think anyone was really expecting them to dip out at the point that they did.
Yeah, and maybe Epsilon as well. But, I mean, Epsilon, we talk about being lack of practice. So it's like it's expected, but...
Late minute ad, coming in under practiced. I didn't really expect a ton from Epsilon. They were pretty much just raw skill, carrying them as far as they could.
Yeah, I think that was said multiple times. They said these guys clearly haven't played as much as everyone else, but they are actually just that good. They can kind of carry them far enough. But once you start getting against the really good teams, you're going to make a mistake. That mistake will be punished.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, we've seen Splyce. They've punished a lot of teams for a lot of the errors they've made. Elevate as well. Coming up in this matchup, they do a good job of kind of forcing you into mistakes and taking good advantage of it.
All right. Well, that is enough recapping the rest of the tournament. Let's move on to this game. First up, Orbit.
Yeah, and there we go. We have all the boys on the screen. Joe and Rated, X Splyce, Urban and Zero, X Infused teaming up and really showing what they're capable of.
Who's the best player on this team?
I would say Zero.
Ah, see, the team would say Joe. See, I know that.
Which is like, I feel like he's out of all of them. I mean, Joe's obviously a veteran in the scene, but like, you know, Zero's a big name, Rated as well. He's quiet. That's the thing. I look at all the other names and it's like, you know, big personalities. Like you kind of associate that with, like superstar players. Like Joe's like that quiet, like assassin in the corner. He's had a phenomenal event. I put up 13 kills in that last S&D we saw. So I think Joe can definitely be a primetime player in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been the story of Joe's career. Is that he's always with these superstars and he's always overlooked. He doesn't do interviews, doesn't really, you know, make the biggest flashes of plays, but everyone who's ever teamed with him has kind of just spoke volumes about his skill level and just how good he is at this game.
I mean, you know, for Infuse one time, a long time ago, to drop Momo to pick up Joe tells you how skilled Joe was.
Well, in fairness, they could have picked up anyone to replace Momo. Anyway, let's move on to Elevate. Really, Shawnee, Watson, and Zed. Maybe not the biggest names coming into this, but the mesh of these has looked phenomenal so far.
And we talked a lot about Watson during this event thus far. In the last series I think we watched, he was actually pretty subpar. I think you're really looking at Watson, how he plays. Obviously a very good shot. You're getting more of the mental game up to speed with like where we are in terms of the meta this year with Watson, but I feel like this is a big series for Watson specifically. I think, the Shawnee and specifically Zed have been very consistent for this team. Watson needs to show up in respawn game modes. If he does, I think this is a series Elevate can kind of take in a 3-1 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, we saw both the KD spreads, both very positive for both teams, heavy slayers either side, but Elevate do just about edge it.
All right, well, let's move on to the key player matchup then. It's going to be Newman, Shawnee, against Urban. So what do we think about this?
Yeah, well, as you can see, neither of these two particularly top the charts in terms of the ratings in each different area, but they are still positive in each of them respectively, and fairly even. So it could be close to see who comes out on top between these two.
And I feel like Shawnee is in a different spot than Urban. He just needs to play consistent. Put up kind of the same amount, your 25, 27 kills per game in respawn game modes. Doesn't need to do anything otherworldly. On the other side, Urban, he's in a different role than he was last year. He's playing with, Rated, Zero, Joe, 3 players who are going to be explosive. His numbers are going to dip down quite significantly, so it doesn't surprise me too much.
No, well, the interesting thing for this game, for me, is that both teams aren't really performing as I expected them to. Not in terms of skill level, but the fact that there is a weakness in the respawn of Orbit, and we have seen it once or twice this tournament, and that, Elevate have been saying our S&D's a little bit shaky, and we know Reedy's been a kind of an S&D specialist for a while. So for those teams to kind of have those two weaknesses coming into this game, I'm very excited to see how it actually plays out.
It's a series that's extremely difficult to predict.
Yeah.
Just from the standpoint that, like you were talking about, Elevate, they don't feel great about their S&D. Their respawn's been pretty good. And the other side, Orbit, their respawn has been lackluster at times. Their search and destroy has been pretty good. So I know both teams kind of playing to the other's strength, so to speak, when the time of weakness. And I think, look, this is a series that we can look back on, I think, and I know either team may win, 3-0, 3-1, and like 1 or 2 plays could have swung the series the complete other way.
Yeah, I think so. Well, let's have a little look at the maps as we go into this one. Retaliation, Scorch, Throwback, Breakout, and Crusher. It's time for the predictions. Rel, I'm going to start with you.
I think it's going to be 3-1 to Elevate. I think Orbit will take the S&D.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think it'll be at 3-1 towards Elevate as well. I think Watson shows up in this one, plays pretty well.
All right, 3-1 to Elevate. Let's see if that's how this one plays out. Over to Jonas and Tan.
Well, Chris, this is it. It all comes down to the final of this winner bracket. And what a great one between Team Orbit, that has looked great so far in the winner bracket, and then the other team, Elevate, yet undefeated in this tournament.
Elevate are going to be wanting to go in undefeated into the grand final, and Orbit will want to answer back to their critics. I think they already have done today. But to further push that, they want to win this game, Jonas, and I'm excited to see this one. Which way do you see this going?
I've got to go with Elevate. They're yet undefeated. Orbit look great, sure, but there was also some weaknesses that we've been able to identify throughout the tournament. They had a very close game against Infuse, and on the other end, Elevate just looking extremely convincing throughout the tournament. I've got to favor them going into this one.
Yeah, and for me, this hard point is going to be the real teller of the series. I think Orbit should walk away with this one, actually, and I'm interested to see how Urban's going to play. Let's hear from him about his opponents Infused.
Elevate have had a pretty flawless weekend so far. They've all been playing out of their minds. Shawnee and Zed especially have just been going off. So it's going to be a good game to play against them. We could be able to beat them. They could beat us. It's just going to be an intense game.
Well, of course, it is their opponents, Elevate, not Infused. We'll get this off to a terrible start, but we will hopefully allow the gameplay to talk for itself. On board with Rated. Let's get into this one. Jonas, Zed gets taken down.
Urban not off to the best start as Elevate picks up all the initial kills to lock down that bridge R point, and here it Rated. Whoa! For a second, I thought he was going to be able to pick up both, but Zed's going to get the best out of him, and Urban comes in with the double kill. He's going to be able to secure that bridge hard point for Orbit. They should be able to tie it up very easily with Elevate.
Really coming around back with a K-bar. That's going to cause a lot of problems for Team Orbit. They're going to get taken down.
Very nice positioning for Reedy. I saw him coming all around the back and was able to go for a pinch with the rest of his teammate, completely undetected by Team Orbit, and is going to give the edge to his team. Going into the second R point, it's going to be Lower Street R point, but Orbit have a better rotation. It comes down to a few gunfight, but there we go, Orbit with the initial rotation. Reedy is going to come in huge gunfight with the Irad, not going to be able to do any more damage.
Let's go on board with Zed. He's up in bedroom here, and he's going to be able to do something from this position. His team don't have control of plat right now, but they're going to just try and push in, try and get some sort of control here. They are in the lead, and they're going to extend that here as well, Jonas. But Orbit are trying to approach on plat. Look at the shots from Zed onto Urban's head, taking him down as well. Gets control of Bike Shop. The rest of his team are with him as well. It's going to be an easy enough kill onto Rated. Also, 6 and 4 from Zed so far. And Elevate getting a few points on the board here.
Even though we're only in the early stages of this hardpoint ton, I feel like Elevate just have a better positioning so far. They've been composed, they've been calm on the map, they've been going for these rotations where, albeit it's more those hard breaks, those double kills that have been able to give them some points on the board, but Rated with a huge kill as they're going to be able to get the initial control on that catch draw R point, and they have a great setup. This is the money hill. This is where Orbit gets back into the game.
Well, Rated held that down very well, gets a kill and help from his teammate. I'm interested to see how Joe's going to do here off the back of a 1 and 8 currently. Not helping his team out a fantastic amount, and he needs to help now though, as the pinch is actually going to come in from Elevate. The kills are all going to go towards Orbit though. Shawnee's the only one there to try and cause some problems here. He's going to get the kill, not quite, does get cleaned up. I think he would have anyway if Rated hadn't went down. But just contesting it just for a little while. I'm going to go on board with a member of Elevate as they're pushing around through courtyard here. Really going to get taken down, already weak from the grenades. Zed's been pushed back there as well. And Orbit have held this absolutely sublimely. Well done by them. Shorty goes down too, and they're going to start rotating around. Let's see if anybody's thinking about it early on. Let's actually stay on board. Really, Kill's going to come in to take down Joe, and he's held this down very, very well. This is important for Elevate that they managed to hold this one. They have done. All right, yeah, they lost pretty much everything on Cathedral, but they've set themselves up very, very nicely for Broken.
Very reverse situation from the previous R point. This time Elevate is going to be the one with the rotation. I couldn't help but feel that Orbit had a great ult, but Elevate, they just didn't pinch correctly. They let Orbit get in with the positive trades, but now it's going to be Orbit trying to go for the trade as Elevate has the control. Look at number 5, Watson needs to come before the pinch comes in, but it's just going to be too late. Orbit picks up every single kill and is going to get the control of that building again. And this is just a very unfortunate situation for Elevate. They gave everything for that rotation, and it's not going to be enough.
Biggest kill of that one was definitely from Zero. Zero pushed around the back, took down Reedy. That allowed his team to be able to push. He distracts. He gets some of that attention from Elevate as he's pushed around the back. They have to cover him. And suddenly his team flood in. They get a hold of the hard point. He's on a 4 streak. Zero starting to tear things up. We've seen him do well on this map before. Joe still 4 and 12, but his team in the lead. Good 2 points from Orbit.
And number 5, Watson's not going to be able to get the scrap as he's only waiting for Zero to get out, and Shawnee comes in with a big double kill. Soon going to be the end of the rotation, and Orbit, Elevate are pretty much tied up. 20-point difference and counting down in favor of Elevate. But as I say, that Zed with a huge double kill. Very, very close game so far.
Yeah, kills being exchanged in between each other in the hotel bar. Both these teams spending plenty of time in there over various events, I would imagine. On board with Zero, though, getting a pretty bad spawn towards Broken, but his team are inside that hard point. It is actually going to be Urban in and around that area. Just picking up that contest. The shot's going to come in. The rewind going to come in. Also, is he going to be able to do anything with it? No, I think maybe a little bit trigger happy with that one, but it is very situational, I suppose. Shawnee picking up a few kills, though. He's going to get some points on the board for Elevate. Very, very close game. They're just about going to take the lead if they can hold this, but it seems as if Orbit are pushing back. Great shots by Shawnee there to take down Zero.
And great job overall by Elevate on this Hotel Alloway. It's definitely not the easiest one to hold on to, but they've been doing great. Urban, though, coming in the middle of the R point, and he was able to pick up so many kills, but I'm just wondering how Elevate was able to score that much on the last R point. But back to the very first one, it's going to be on the bridge, and Rated's going to be able to get some score streaks, and is only going to be able to find Zed, but it's definitely going to help in trying to break on bridge.
When we were talking to Zero previously before this game, me and Bryce were asking him, what are your keys to victory in this game against Elevate? And he said, we need Reese to show. We need Rated to start playing well. 40 and 12, he already had those streaks as well. which caused so many problems. He had actually cleared out Elevate off that hard point. His team actually haven't managed to pick up many points off the back of that, but he's still got the Trinity Rocket available. His team not picking up points currently, but he's having a decent enough performance. I want to see more from Joe, though. Let's see what he can do from this position with the K-Bar.
And the problem further with the use of this score streak is literally they got nothing out of it. They were able to get all the players from Elevate out of the hard point, but they weren't able to capitalize and break into the hill. So look at the score now. Elevate, 40 points in the lead. Orbit now have the rotation. Are they going to be able to keep it as Elevate is pinching for the break? And surely this is going to be enough as 3 kill goes in. Elevate goes big on lower street and is going to be able to have the control now. And they have the spawn as well, Ton. So if they can hold on to that one and Cathedral, this is going to be a very complicated one for Orbit.
Urban has just pulled Zed's pants down well and truly inside a bike shop. On board with Shawnee, though, he's got some defensive work to do. He goes down. Raid is going to get control of this lower street. There's 25 seconds remaining, and they actually spawned them out. If you can look, Elevator got a split spawn, 8 and 6, so that is Reedy and Shawnee have pushed all the way back. Yes, Zed is holding that one down, but Raid's going to catch these guys off the bat here. Is he going to be able to make up both kills? Not quite, but the rest of Orbit are now pushing over towards that long bridge side.
Yeah, Joe is going to have very important gunfights on the right side of the map. Is with teammate Zero. Joe not able to find the kill. Rated is going to come in with the Trinity Rocket, going to allow Joe to get the spawns. And now this is Orbit with the rotations. They're not so far out. They had an amazing Cathedral hold in the previous rotation. Watson just gonna find the kill. This is gonna be very close. Surely Orbit can get a great hold here and get into the lead once again.
You can see Reedy's thinking about it. He's thinking about pushing towards Broken. 35 seconds remaining, and Orbit will take a lead off this one if they can hold it down. Kill had come in from Watson. They're taking the time. Here it comes. They're going to go for the engagement now. Urban does get the kill, and the kills are actually being traded. Reedy's get big gunfight. Zero wins a double. Not going to get the last one, though. Zed's going to be there. Is anybody available here? And they are going to still get the spawn. Rated and Co. pushing in here now. He's got Camo as well.
Zed is all alone in the hill. He needs to go big. It's only 14 points, but it would be great to get him. Not going to be able to do so. But as I say that, there is one more player in the rotation for Elevate. It's going to be Watson. He's got 2 players to kill. Going to be able to pick up the first kill onto Zero. He can pick up the second one. Huge work from Watson. They needed the rotation for that broken hill. Now they need to hold on to it. This could be the end of the game if they're able to secure a full 60.
Could not reiterate how big that is. They're not going to quite be able to win that, Jonas, but they'll be very close if they can hold this down. They got a pretty nice setup, but who's this actually? Is that Zero around the back? He's going to cause problems if he can get these 2 kills.
Zero!
Zero with a triple around the back. Watson's left all alone.
Watson again!
He has picked up 2, and is he going to be able to actually hold this down for Elevate? He's managed to survive for so long. His team are coming along bridge. Is Watson how is he
doing it?
Going? Zero eventually takes him down, but he's held it for long enough. The rest of his team come in. Surely they'll be able to keep a hold of this one. Rated going down street. Big gunfight going on inside that hard point now.
Zed,
it's going to go over to Elevate. Watson, take my heart to you. 3 kills for him. The bombardment's going to come in. Urban pushing through this bridge, and both these teams fighting for those last few seconds. The thing is, Orbit are the ones who need them.
Watson, what a hero. That was absolutely nuts. Just all alone, he was able to get all the points on the board for Elevate for that broken hill. Now it's going to move to Hotel. Previously, it was Elevate who had the better performance on it. Can they reiterate? And if they can, they're going to be able to walk away with the win as Watson picks up 1 more kill. All the kills going down for Elevate. 10 points needed. Zero once again going used. This could be it.
Zero just used is active there as well, and let's see if Rated can stay alive. No, he can't. The kills are coming in. They're only 9 points away, but Orbit are currently in control. They need to try and keep this messy and get ready to move to bridge as 3 members of Elevate do actually go down. Let's calm it down. Let's see if Orbit can keep a hold of this point. They've got to try and do it, and they've got to do it effectively. Only 9 points needed here for Elevate. I'm going to stay with Joe because he's going to push through bedroom back towards the corridor. Is he going to catch 2 members of Elevate? Yes, he is taking them down. Let's see, actually, it's Watson going to be pushing behind.
It's going to be a close one. Yeah. It's going to be a close one. 10 points left onto that hill. It's going to be 20 points difference between both teams. Elevate, they still only need 9, but they do not have the rotation. Orbit, once again, they've done it. They're prepared for that rotation. Actually, Elevate, as I say, that pick up all the kills, going to be so close.
This is massive. If he can get some kills with this score streak, Watson sort of wasting his time a little bit here. He's going to be able to make one. The kills are going to come in, and surely they're going to hold it down. 250 to 220 is the score. Elevate win that map. And you have to say, that broken hard point with Watson surely was the one that tilted it in their favor. Gets that final kill. I think irrelevant, they probably win it either way, but really well played by Watson to hold down that broken side all on his own. Elevate
1-0 in this series.
That was the turning moment, the defining moment on this very first map of the winner bracket finals. And as I look at the scoreboard, Tan, crazy game from Watson, dropping the 30 on the other end, really having a nightmare game. Only 14 kills to his name, but it doesn't matter. Only the W counts. And Zero's got to be frustrated with this one as well.
Yeah,
during that broken hill, it was basically 0 against Watson, both dropping 30 plus, but it's not going to be enough. Zero. Watson's going to walk away with this one.
Well, really good game between these two. And it's what we come to expect in the winners bracket final. These two teams seem to be pretty evenly matched, and it just comes down to Watson having a fantastic game there. Really well played by them. And we're just managing to sort out the teams. I think we're good to go.
Yeah, what an amazing game by Elevate. If this is going to reflect the rest of the series, I can't wait to play to see the other maps going into S&D now. However, I don't really know what to think, because we've seen Elevate, we see the roster, and we think this is a great S&D team, but they've not been very convincing in the previous games. However, Orbit winning Game 5 against Infused in a convincing fashion. Rated and Joe still delivering up to what we expect from those two players. We used to call them the S&D stars, and it's one they've been so far in the tournament. So again, we're going to be playing on Scorch. We've talked about Scorch and how that B-bomb side can be slightly chaotic, but we've also seen between the elite teams that ability to move to the A side.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. It's one of those sites that can be put down on, and you can potentially do something with it. At this moment in time, though, it's going to be interesting to see which way this one goes. We know that Orbit have had an alright S&D tournament, and for me, it's hard because both these teams are very, very good at S&D. Typically, though, you would expect Elevate to look good, but they haven't looked fantastic over the weekend. So Orbit should go on to win this map, I think.
And just looking at the faces in the Orbit booth, just a little frustrated or disappointed. I don't really know what was said or what went down, but definitely not a first.
I mean, you're going to be, aren't you? I mean, it all sort of came down on that broken
It was
side.
close, yeah.
And after that, it was just going to be really hard for them to bring it back. It's hard point in the middle at Hotel Corridor, but hopefully we're going to get in this one fairly soon.
Well, Elevate on the other hand, I mean, you win like this, and we know Watson. Once he starts playing good, sometimes he's just like unstoppable, and it just looked like a fire was lit in Watson during that broken hill.
Oh, yeah.
First goes the rotation, right? He's 1v2, gets both kills. That's huge enough. But then all his teammates comes in. Here comes the push from Orbit.
Completely forgot.
He's all alone. He's all alone, stays alive somehow, and then gets the kill and pretty much wins the game for it. Like, there was not a chance that I saw that this hill was going to be in favor of Elevate after that triple kill from Zero.
Yeah, Zero played it really well, and I think, you know, even if Watson picks up no more kills during that game and just does that, I mean, that just phenomenal work by him, and that's why I know we often do touch on players and how many kills they got in the game, because I think it's one of the stats that's readily available. You know, everyone can look at it and see what's going on if a player's having a good or bad game in terms of kills and deaths. But in a situation like that, even if that was the only kills he picked up in that game, phenomenal work by him. Just to see him pick up those important ones, you know, Joe, we've seen him not pick up a load of kills there, but, you know, if he went on to do that and win up, the game will be wax lyrical about him. You know, we've been talking so much about it. So I think I've tried to talk about it so much this weekend that kills aren't exactly everything, but let's have a look at the maps that are left to go. Scorch, Search, and Destroy coming up next. We are predicting Orbit. Did you agree with
Yeah, I'm going to go Orbit, but going into the next one's Throwback, I'm actually going to go Elevate.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think, and then, I mean, I think we could see Game 5 here.
We could. I think Orbit obviously got the potential to win Breakout Hardpoint. As far as I'm aware, I don't think they're like Retaliation very much. That could be wrong, don't quote me. I don't think Orbit really relate with it. Retaliation has been one of the best hardpoint maps, but Breakout could be different for them. We'll see what happens in that game. But this is going to be Scorch, Search, and Destroy. I want to hear some noise in the crowd here. Let us know who your favorite team is about these two. I mean, let's get some noise in the crowd, in the arena. Or let's not. You know, encourage us for it. Jack, where are you to hype these guys up?
All right, Jack.
No,
nowhere,
that's not him.
no, that's not him. Jack nowhere to be.
No,
found.
he'll be
sleeping.
napping. He'll be napping.
Yeah, he was napping earlier. I found him just sleeping heavily during 2 games. But let's get back to map number 2. It's going to be Search and Destroy. If you're just tuning in, Elevate won the first map. Very close one. Let's hope the SND can deliver to the same standard.
Well, let's see which way these teams are going to choose to play this one. It's looking as if
Joe.
A is going to be the side.
Joe, definitely a very interesting player in Search and Destroy. Extremely smart one. And quite a gamble again for Elevate. And
oh, Watson getting the first kill. Is Joe going to be able to pick this one up as well? Yes, he is. Really goes down. So the bomb is also down at 8. And they're going to have to defend this. It's going to be a big gunfight. Joe needs to get out of there. He just needs to defend. Oh, watch that grenade, bro. Shawnee going to take him down. See what Watson can do from this position. Shawnee obviously taking Joe down. Shawnee and Zed taking on 2 members of Orbit. Not going to happen for them. First round goes in Orbit's favor.
yeah, very clean stuff. Very clean stuff from Orbit during that first round. And I just look at the players in the previous games that we've seen from both teams. Orbit, just a more convincing team for me in S&D.
Well, as we go into this next round, let's see who we're going to go with. Reader's using the bomb. Is he thinking about sniping? Not quite. Zed's there also. Shawnee, Watson. Yeah, okay. Nobody's sniping currently. I think we might see Reader bring that out. But this is the map.
Zero sniping.
That Elevate. We've seen Elevate give that 5-0 lead against Epsilon and choke it. So, you know, maybe that's in the back of their minds here as Orbit could potentially go on to take another round here. And they're not going to. 1-1.
1-1, very clean round from Team Elevate, just getting the trades much more efficiently than Orbit. And again, that B-bomb side has been quite heavily favored, is going to go in favor of Elevate. Shawnee picking up the last kill on your final kill cam. Watson, 3 kills to his name already after a fantastic first map. I mean, if he can replicate his hardpoint performance going into the other maps, it's going to be a world of trouble for Orbit.
Well, on ball with Watson. Shots going in all over the place here. The first kill is going to come in. It is actually going to be Zed.
Such aggression from Zed once again, even though he is defending an Urban. Woo, 0. We missed that one, but definitely a great one towards middle with the sniper. Zed is going to pick up his second kill of the round. 0 and Urban left in a 2-on-3 situation. They got the first round on the board. Weren't able. Ooh, 0 in a 1-on-2 situation after Urban gets the first kill, but straight away traded by Reedy. Ooh, 0 didn't see that one slide in. It's going to be second round on the board for Team Elevate. And you know, the sniper, sure, it's great to pick up this initial kill, but it's so tense when you're in this 1-on-2 situation.
Yeah, it's hard when you're in that situation to try and do something with the sniper. But, I mean, we've seen it quite a lot, especially towards this B side. Players just trying to play for picks. And in that case, 0 did get the pick, but nothing else from there.
All right, let's see if he can pick up any more kills or replicate his open kill with the sniper. He's not going to let it go, apparently. Wonder if he's going to be able to be efficient. Surely Elevate's going to be aware of this strategy. Has anyone in Elevate decided to pick one up? Yes.
Yeah, Reedy's going to try and counteract that sniper himself. So, which way can Reedy go with that one? The shots are being fired by both players.
Both
but
missing.
Both survive.
All right, Reedy heavily tagged by grenades. He's going to spot 0 again. Going to launch some grenades of his own. Ooh,
that's
going to heavily tag some of the Orbit players. Surely that was close. Going to hit him as well. Meanwhile, Shawnee is going to pick up that first kill on Urban.
Going to pick up the kill, and the engagements are trying to come in. Joe is going to take down Reedy, traded away, but traded away in Elevate's favor. It's now a 1 versus 2.
And again, 0 in a 1 versus 2 with a sniper. They're going to rush him. They know that he has a sniper. This is really well played from Elevate. It's that situation again. You're left alone 1v2 with a sniper. Even if you pick up that first kill, whether it's with the sniper or your pistol, it's going to be very hard to pick up the second one. And Watson is finally going to pick up this one. 3 rounds straight for Elevate. Looking great once again. Up 3-1 in this Search and Destroy.
Moving into the next round. Let's see on the attack. Zero choosing to put it away now. I think that's probably advisable.
But not really.
Yeah, he's going to go with it. Let's see if he gets anything off the bat here. He's usually trying to make it down this right-hand side to see if he can beat somebody there. It seems as if someone's going to push in. No, they were thinking about it. They backed off, and rightly so.
They've actually tried to bait through middle, and Urban is going to go through and is going to be able to pick up the first kill. Nice plays.
It's going to back off. Was it going to? Yeah, he's going to push it. But it looks as if Watson is trying to read that. Watson having another good game here. 5-2 from him.
And look at Watson. It's going to be perfect timing to kill Urban. Making me look scared for a second, but it's going to be a 2-on-2 situation, rated in 0 against Watson and Reedy. Reedy obviously with a sniper, so maybe the same thing will happen to him that will happen to Zero previously. Don't want to leave him in a 1-on-2 situation, so both players are going to regroup and stay together. Orbit's got to plant the bomb, and they've got 38 seconds to do so.
Well, both these teams are either side of walkway here. And the bomb is being planted, I do believe. And are Elevate going to be aware? Let's find out. On board with Zero. Of course, he does have rated with him. Watson has Reedy with him, but Reedy only at this moment in time has the sniper and pistol. So it's going to be a hard retake. Let's go on board with Watson.
All right, it's going to be a tough one. Watson is going to go in. There's one player on each side if they can find.
I think
First
Reedy's
one
trying to
definitely
bait out,
going to be doable. They didn't go as far. They didn't go far enough. So Zero is not going to be spotted and is going to be in a prime situation to defend this bomb site, and he's going to pick up the first kill. This is going to be GG for that round. Watson left alone in a 1v2 situation with 10 seconds left to defuse the bomb. No chance is going to make it, and Orbit is going to score the second round as Zero picks up yet another kill. Very nice one.
That was 3 kills in a row by Zero. We'll keep an eye on those streaks to see if he's anywhere near them. Well, there's the round and the kill cam from him. Really nice shots with that NV4.
6 kills to his name already. Definitely making an impact. But on the other end, I mean, 6 kills for both Watson and Zed. Starting off strong, but not enough in that previous round to go up 4 rounds.
Check Zero's score streaks for me. Will you there, Jonas?
He's quite far off. He doesn't have the Scarab, so...
Yeah, okay, so on board now.
Oh, he's got sniper again.
He's going to pick anything with a sniper here. He's not in a bad position to do something.
Spotted the trophy. Knows there's going to be someone. Balls.
He's going to get the first one. They have to be careful. Watson jumps in there a little bit aggressively.
All right, they cleared the bomb site. They want to regroup. They want to make sure that they don't give away any bad kills. All right, let's look at Urban. He's in a great situation, and he's going to be able to pick up 1 more kill. So now it's going to be a 2-on-4. Shani and Zed. Can they make it? 9 kills combined so far in this S&D, and they're going to rotate all the way back to A.
Yep, and playing a dangerous game here. They need to try and do something with this round if they can. This will be a couple of rounds off the bounce for Orbit. On board with Shawnee, though.
Look at this group.
Yeah, I mean, it's working out for them. They seem to just be playing.
It's a 4-man army.
Yeah, they're just rotating against each other.
Actually, the Mind Gaze playing in the Elevate's favor. They're going to be able to plan this one, I believe. And look at all the players from Elevate just following each other. Very funny. And the bomb is going to be planted, but it's going to be a tough one. Actually, Zed waited.
He jumped off it and he got a kill.
Oh, no. He killed him through the wall.
He must have been so weak. And Zed took 1 bullet from his teammate. That's so unfortunate.
That is literally the unluckiest he could have been. And this round's going to be complicated to win for Shani. Shani is not going to be able to go with this one. And Orbit are going to tie things up in this search and destroy 3-3. But again, how unlucky was that?
Very, very unlucky. I think Zed jumping off, if he hadn't done, he would have died anyway, and then Shawnee getting the bullet in. So it's just one of those things. I think it was always going to be a hard round to win for them 2 versus 4 with the way that Orbit were jumping around the map, just trying to play for those trades. And rightly so.
Zero still hasn't died, so getting closer to his goal streaks and payloads. Not sure if he's going to be able to have them, but definitely keeping an eye on them as the whole team of Orbit is going to head towards A. Shawnee is going to be the only defender who's going to manage to stay alive. Probably better. Rated going to pick up the first kill.
Elevate are on the way over. Rated does, as said, pick up that first kill on the Zed. The bomb does go down. And they're gonna walk back towards the other side of walkway. I think they got that on the site that they need to. And let's see if they can do what Infuse couldn't and defend this site. But who's that pushed up? It's Zero again. Let's go on board with it.
All right, it's going to be a complicated 1-0 in a great location. It's going to be a fall to pick up 2 more kills. And now you see it was quite far off his score streaks, but it's getting closer and closer. He's got his payload available, 75 points away from his score streak. It's going to be a scary perspective for Elevate as Orbit answers back. Elevate scores 3 at the row, and Orbit say we can do the same, go up 4-3 in S&D, 2 rounds away from taking command number 2.
Well, a very close game in this search and destroy, and it was in the hard point as well.
Now I think
lead is taken up.
Need to kill Zero on the Elevate side, because if you
Yeah.
can get those score streaks, it's going to be a very complicated one to come back to.
Let's go with him. Let's see if he's going to be able to pick this one up.
Oh, he's got your reactive armor ready. It's one thing for sure. It could definitely use it to pick up that score streak. It's going to go towards that right side. All 8 players in the same location. Rated going to pick up the first kill, and just like this, they're going to go buzzing in this S&D bomb and just kill everyone. Very fast round. I will say, however, only 1 player died on the side of Orbit, and it was Zero, so he's not going to earn those score streaks. And maybe it was the plan all along for Elevate. Let's just go in and try to find Zero.
That's sort of one
Probably
of those
not.
rounds, isn't it, where it's like, okay, we lost it, but at least we gained something from it. So
Yeah,
let's,
it is.
the 2 payloads are available now for Orbit as they're 1 round away, and it's looking like they're choosing to go to A. And look at this push out of Elliot all the way through the mid-map. Zero's going to spot them. Those on the reactive armor going to get 1. Is he going to get the second as well? Zero going massive. Shawnee did answer back, and as has Watson. Watson falls off the map, and 6-3 is the score to Orbit. And it all happened so fast in the middle of the map. 1-1.
Well, those last 2 rounds lasted about 10 seconds each. Huge stuff from Zero towards the middle of the map, picking up 2 more kills, making it 11. Monster performance so far in the grand final from Zero. He was slightly quiet during the semi-finals, but he is back like it was last year. 1-1 Orbit ties it up straight away. Elevate, a bit of a complicated one, really. I don't know where he's going up with him, but he had a very complicated first map, and that second replicated that performance walking out the booth. Probably
It's
not happy about
because
this
me and Brycey were saying telling him how rubbish he was before the game. Obviously, we were being sarcastic, so I think we're in his head.
Might have jinxed him.
We might have jinxed him, yeah. 1-8 from him at this moment in time. But, you know, I think the team would have they may have expected to lose that S&D with the way that they've been going with S&D this weekend. So
It could be, but you know, once again, it's slightly weird. You know, they win 3 rounds at the road, they go 3-1 up, and just not able to do anything about it. It's a bit of a crazy one, for sure. As Orbit win 5 rounds at the row. Zero died once during those 5 rounds.
yeah, it was looking as if Elevate was starting to take over, but as I said, you know, Zero really lit up the scoreboard there and played it very well.
Just like the first map, really. Look at the boys on Orbit. Zero on your screen, just making sure his hair looks perfect for that game number 3. It's going to be uplink on throwback. Now, I don't really know what to expect going into this one ton. Uplink, you know, I really think both teams are good uplink teams, and I think it might be the closest map. I think it might be even closer than the hardpoint.
Yeah, it could be. I think Elevate might win this map. I think we did predict that Elevate would win the first map, Orbit would win the second, Elevate the third, and it's going to be interesting.
I can believe that.
Yeah. Did we predict that, or am I making this up? Just
Well, even if we didn't, we'll just pretend we did.
yeah, I mean that's what Jack does anyway. I mean,
Yeah, that's
you know.
exactly.
Oh yeah, guys.
He just pretends all the time, doesn't he?
Yeah, I know. He's just a terrible human being. I mean, I might as well get on the bandwagon and start hitting on Jack as well, because I mean, that's what Brycey does. And
well, we could talk.
I should
Jack
really
forward.
side. I should side with Brycey because he's in charge of the desk, and we can't actually say anything to him ourselves.
True.
Because every time you try and say something to him, he just takes it off conversation because he's in charge of the desk.
Very true.
Scumbag.
Very, very true.
Scumbag as well. I hate the lot of you. Especially Rel. I'm glad it's his last event.
Oh, don't say that. Rel, if you're looking, we love you. We'll miss you. But there is another man that we've kind of been missing in this game so far. Joe's
Agreed.
been quiet.
He has
Joe's
been quiet.
been quiet the whole tournament. Yeah, you know, he's the kind of player that you're looking at, and you know he'll be consistent. He'll obviously be picking the kills that he needs to pick up, but you know, sometimes every once in a while you see Joe just having a monster game, and we've just not seen this Joe yet during this tournament. Well, we're having another look at the map. Of course, we've said it. Next map is going to be throwback uplink going into next ones, because we will be seeing a game number 4. It will be breakout hardpoint. And if it gets to the last map, it's going to be on Crusher. Kind of similar playstyle to Scorch. 2 very similar S&D maps in the way they've been played.
In a way, yes. I think the only way that I disagree with you is that Crusher seems a little bit more varied. I know we have seen, as the weekends went on, on Scorch utilized a little bit more, but I think if you look at that both those bomb sites on Crusher, they are both used, but we might not even get there as we do move into the next map. It is going to be throwback. It is going to be uplink. And yes, the trophy, of course.
Absolutely gorgeous trophy. And throwback, where the portal on the top side of the map was actually slightly moved back yesterday. So some of the one-pointers that we've been able to see might not be able to be reproduced. The team definitely aware of that. Probably been able to work, and I hope been able to work on the one-pointers.
I think, does it make the one-pointers impossible now? I think it does. I think that was probably the idea of the change.
Yeah, because the other side, there is not really any one-pointers that you can get from so far out. Looking at the rig draft, nothing that stands out, and we're gonna load into game number 3, Elevate against Orbit, winner bracket final between those two teams, and what a great one. Let's see if it's gonna be as close as the first one.
Well, all the kills are gonna come in there from Elevate, and they're going to be able to pick up that uplink drone and push on forward straight away. We've got the lead blocker. That is Zed. He might die, but it's going to be just enough as Reed pushes on through. And what a fantastic start here by Elevate. Wow. Going to come in. They're going to keep it going. Zero's the only guy to get a kill back on Orbit. Sorry, going to get a second as well. So well defended by Zero. Is he going to be able to pick up this next one as well? Shawnee goes down. So Zero defending fantastically well. That could have been bad for his team if he did not.
Huge start from Elevate on that uplink. Just getting all the kills, and the lead blocker doing the perfect role that was textbook from Elevate, and almost making almost making Orbit like look at Amatsu team that during that start. It's very, very rare between two elite teams that you see that kind of start, and Joe yet to pick up a kill. Now again, the pressure is going to come in from the side of Elevate. Luckily enough, Orbit is going to find 3 kills and is going to have some breathing room, maybe even the opportunity to go for a first score. Urban's going to have control of the drone. Players go down, kills get traded. It's not looking great so far for Orbit during this one.
They're getting the kills sometimes, but it just, I mean, Zero's the only guy that really defended fantastically well, and then that caused Elevate to be able to push on. You got no time for drinking when you're driving, Jonas.
Exactly, I just realized that. But Orbit is gonna get the defensive kills, but not enough to prevent the 1 point to come in. It's going to be 3-0 to Elevate.
They do have control mid.
Well, they had it earlier, and they weren't able to produce anything with it, so they're going to need to find solutions in quickly, because so far it's been a dominating performance from the Red Rebellion. Rated 6 kills to his name. It's been we've been talking about his importance in the Respawn's games, and he's not going to be able to find any more kills as Reedy comes in and destroy him. His ex-teammate Reedy and Rated, very old duo. The team for so long together. Sometimes it feels weird to not see them on the same team. And Shawnee is just going to stay alive up there. Players of Orbit trying to pick up the drone, not going to be able to do anything about it as Watson picks up 2 more, 8 kills. Them. Yeah, they're definitely not picking up the kills. Manuel Purse coming in. Is Zed going to be able to get it?
Who's
no,
that?
He's going to die.
It's going to be Zero to try and save them here. Is he going to be able to do anything again? No, not quite. Another point going in. And every single time we do see Elevate push forward, it looks like they're getting points on the board. Orbit haven't even had a chance to push out themselves. And, you know, with that 1 point not being available now as well, it's going to be very hard for them to get some on the board here. I think they just need to try and concentrate on damage limitation. When it gets to 2 minutes remaining, you know, you can try and just slow things down a little bit. But, of course, they do still want to try and get some points on the board here.
Whoa, careful, Orbit. That was a kind of a scary one. The manual pass almost coming in for Zed. Zed is going to have to come back to defend the drone. He's going to be able to pick up 2 massive kills. He's now on a 3 streak, 12 kills to his name already. And Elevate just dominating that first half. It's 3 minutes and 30 seconds into that first half. And Watson is going to be able to go for 1 more.
And picks up a kill as well, but does go down, Rated, defending well. And we haven't seen anything from Orbit to suggest that even in this game.
Even on the map?
Yeah, I know that they're really not doing anything here. Urban not having a fantastic game at 4 and 10. Yeah. From this position, needs to start picking up some kills. That's the thing. They've never been able to pick up the kills in the right places, though. Whenever they are picking up the kills, the reason why it, I mean, they are obviously getting outside, but why it doesn't look like too bad is because they're picking up the kills on the defense, and it's just not enough to get points on the board. This is the furthest forward we've actually seen them at this point.
Yeah, and
pushing towards Lemons, and they just get shut down every single time.
there was enough room after Urban picked up a nice couple kill, but he was just not able to pick up anymore. So Rated picked up the drone and he had to let it go because there was no lead blocker, no teammate to support him as Joe picks up 2 more kills. The side of Elevate attacking once more. Really not having fantastic game from the slaying department, but he's been the one who's been carrying the drone most, and Zed is gonna go on the left side. There is a lot of players from Orbit on the left side of the map to defend,
Shawnee
but they're all gonna get picked up by Shawnee. Zero, last one live is gonna be picked up by Watson. Surely this could again be a one. Reedy is gonna go for it. Is it gonna be intercepted? No, it isn't. Goes 6-0 during that first half. Dominating performance.
Yeah, really looking good from Elevate. Orbit have no answer for it. That's the thing. I mean, they look a little bit lost on this map, if I'm honest with you. They really, really do. They're not making the kills where they need to. And this is even with an underperforming Reedy. He's not played very well the past 3 maps. And Elevate are still walking away with this one. And of course, I think they are on the what you would be calling the preferred side. But at the same time, 6-0 is a very convincing scoreline at the halfway mark. Looking at Urban 8 and 14 from him. You see, as I said though, I mean, the kills that they are getting, they're on the defense. They're not in a position where you can get control of the map and push forward and try and get some points on the board. They're in an area where they're defending to try and stop the other team getting so many points. And so far, Elevate have gotten 6 of them.
But, you know, those kills from, the lack of kills from Urban doesn't even really matter. We see Reedy on the other side with a comparable performance, but he's been scoring, he's been carrying the drone, and Urban has been trying to carry the drone, but there is just no opportunity to do so, as his teammates are just not able to get the mid-map control and the kills. Now on board with the guys from Orbit. Let's see if they can turn it around. Rated, it's gonna pick up 1 more kill. Maybe there will be some room to go for control.
Catch.
Yeah, catch it, mate.
Well, they're not doing very good with drones. How are they doing with grenades? Zed does take down Rated down that right-hand side. On board with Zero, just trying to get something together here for his team. And they have potential to bring this one back. They're a very, very strong team, but this moment in time, Elevate are making this look a little bit easy. Really starting to pick up some kills. Mid-map got his E-Ride out. Just going to try and keep it close and personal. I think, yeah, he's going to keep a hold of the drone. And he is the one with the points on the board for his team. 4 so far.
This could be huge as Zed picks up the kill mid-map. Reedy is going to be able to go for 1 point surely, and it's going to be a little short.
Yeah, it was over the top.
Yeah, it was definitely at the end of his slide, so maybe he messed up his movement. It was a little stress with the number of forward players from Orbit looking at him, but Orbit a bit sloppy, you know, 3 players alive, and they only noticed that Reedy was going on the right side of the map last second.
He's on 10 now. He does go down to Rated.
Joe, last one alive, and there is going to be completely uncontested. Surely is going to be able to go for the one. It's going to miss. Oh, what is going on with those ones for the first time?
I'll tell you what's going on. We are absolutely dink at it. We cannot throw uplink drones. European teams suck at it. It's so bad. We need to sort it out right now.
Yeah, they need to sort it out before MLG Atlanta, otherwise it's going to be kind of embarrassing.
It is embarrassing.
It is already embarrassing, but it's going to be even worse if they go to America and they keep replicating the same kind of it was their first.
I'd call out some French teams, you know, I mean, they're eventually
finally.
I'd call out some French teams on their uplink play, but
hold on,
I can't
the relay's in
remember.
place. Hold on, the replay's in place. The manual pass is going to go in. Perfect from Urban, and he's probably going to be able to go for a second too. So all of a sudden, just like that, in a few seconds, it's going to be a 1 possession difference game. Shawnee.
That's big for Shawnee.
Huge double kill. If he didn't get it, I would have been worried. And Shawnee, pardon my friend, 21 kills, and what a 3-piece there.
I'm glad you're keeping us on track here, by the way, because I didn't notice that relay going on at all, and suddenly
great setup
have made this a game. So Watson started firing down the right-hand side.
Oh, this is the scary Watson there.
Yeah, he's a very scary Watson right now. Jack is very scared of him. Look at the scarier player on the other team, Rated, coming in with 3 kills down the left-hand side. Does go down to Reedy. He's got some defensive work to do. Scarab to the face of Zero. Thank you very much, says Reedy, as he pushes down, but nice defensive work by Rated. Streaks coming in. Rated gets another kill on the board, taking down Reedy eventually.
How did Rated do that? That was
they just lined up for him.
amazing, and really, rated, finding 22 kills so far. The only one really alive in this series and keeping it a game for Orbit. Once again, they're going to be dominating the kill field. Maybe the opportunity to tie up the game. Watson with 2 kills on the right side, going to make this a little slower for Orbit, but they do have kind of control of the map. It's going to be very close. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Who wins those 2 gunfights is going to be very important.
Yeah, let's see. I think both teams just really lengthen out what's going on here. Then they will be able to just slow it down. But Elevator on the push here, they're going to be able to get through Granny's. Not quite. Urban shuts that push down very easily. Shawnee is
gotta go big.
Quite overextending yet, but he could be. If he can get this kill, this might actually set them up. He's not going to choose it. He's going to choose.
This grenade was huge from Zed. It completely stopped Orbit from being able to advance on the map with the drone.
Oh, Watson again getting scary. As said, in the middle of the map. He's not far off his payload. He actually has it. Let's see what Watson's going to do from this moment. He's got overdrive. Actually, he has activated. If we can go back to Watson.
Oh, is he going to be able
camo.
to go for it? And it is camo, and it's going to go in. And with 1 minute left, Orbit, they had the chance to come back. But Watson, once again, 29 kills on a straight streak, using his camo perfectly to put the score forward for the side of Elevate. 30 seconds left. It's going to be an impossible one for Orbit.
That's surely going to be another point on the board. It's 10-4 is now the score. As Reedy puts that one in. Zed slaying in the spawn as well. Picks up 3 on his own. Reedy takes him down, saying, bro, I need some kills.
Wow.
Some more, 19 and 22 from him. Very convincing win here for Elevate. A very strong half on the first side. Orbit looked like they were just creeping back into it. And suddenly Elevate turn it on once again. Those payloads are really paying off for them. And then going to walk away as winners of that map. It's going to be 2-1 in the series. We're going to go into map number 4. And all Elevate need is 1 more map to get into the grand final. And there it is, 10-4 is the score.
Wow. What a monster performance again from 2 of the players on the side of Elevate. Watson and Zed with the double 30 bomb, 34-21 for Zed. Some of the players on his team were saying he's the best player in Europe, and he's definitely delivered in that uplink game. But Shawnee, 27 and 22. Last but not least, really only 19 kills, but
he stepped it up though. He was having a worse game than that at one point, and he did step it up for his
team. And he did all the objective work.
Yeah, he did a lot of objective work, which is what we need. And, well, let's see which way this one's going to go now. Orbit behind here.
They are behind, and the problem is
they lost the last hard point.
During this uplink, they only existed for about a minute.
Yeah, I think it was just a genuinely poor
It was just a relay.
Yeah, the relay was the only time they actually had an opportunity to do anything, and it was just a poor performance all around. They never really had much presence on the map. They were getting outslayed in the right places.
Missing 1-pointers?
They were missing 1-pointers as well. In the end, it probably wouldn't have made a massive amount of difference. But move it into this next map. Breakout hardpoint is going to be that one. Where do you see this one going, Jonas? You know what? I was going to say Orbit, but Elevate absolutely dominated them there. I think 10-4, it really did actually probably humble Orbit. I think, look at that, and the way that Elevate rarely actually let any control go. I think they looked a much, much stronger team. I know it's a different game mode, but the way that they played that, I think Elevate are looking like they're going to the grand final here. They're looking on form.
Well, they could well be, but, you know, that first hard point, to me, could have gone either way. So I still believe that Orbit can do it. It's a final for the winner bracket, so I do want to see a Game 5. But I do have to agree with you. Just Elevate looking very, very strong in that game number 3 and even in the game number 1. And again, Watson and Zed, and I mean, all the players except Reedy, really. Reedy is having an awful series. Imagine if he starts turning up. We've got Shawnee playing, playing very consistent, picking up very nice kills. And on the other end, Watson and Zed picking up so many kills. Double 30 bombs last map. Amazing first map for both of them as well.
Say that to me slowly. Say a double 30 bomb slowly to me.
Double 30 bomb.
Oh, glorious.
All right.
Glorious. It's your accent.
All right.
I can't help it.
Fair enough. No, I can't help it, unfortunately. I was born in France. And,
yeah, unfortunately for you.
And I remain. Just unfortunately, because I keep getting bullied by
man, I heard that you love the Queen. I mean, that translation that
that wasn't real.
I've never heard God Save the Queen in French, and yeah, I mean,
actually,
it was beautiful.
Actually, I do not really care, because at the end of the day, I beat Courage, so that's all that matters.
Well, it is all that matters, I suppose, isn't it? That
Yeah.
would make sure Jack is confirmed as the worst person here.
Yeah,
And
well, we all knew that.
You did help that out. You helped towards that. Anyway, Breakout Hardpoint is going to be the map here. I said I was going to go with Orbit. I don't know anymore. I really don't. Elevate have made it look very easy, that last map.
This tournament has been very, very interesting.
It's been topsy-turvy, I feel like. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's been backwards and forwards between a lot of different teams. Different teams playing well at times, inconsistently. It's been a strange one, but as we do load up this map, predictions, go for it. Come on, give me it straight.
I'll go for Elevate. They'll win by between 50 and 75 points.
Okay, that's fairly accurate. I'm going to go Orbit by 10.
All right, I'll do a Rel. I think both teams can win.
Oh, guys. Hi, I'm Rel.
Hey, we don't have Rel anymore.
Guys, I just want you both to win.
Anyway, Rated is going to be my player to watch on the side of Orbit as we're going to have to restart the map. I believe Reedy and Zed just leaving the
They're
game.
not having it. We don't need to play anymore.
Sure what's going on. Forfeit. And we're going to game number 5.
Forfeit, takes roof, GG, no worry.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, Rated probably my player to watch because Zero has been so influential during that first map. So obviously, Zero would be a very easy pick, but he can't do it all alone. And Rated last year was such a good player in Hardpoint. And, you know, so many times using this HVK was not the only one to use, but it was
causing havoc with
it was causing, yeah. Sometimes it was actually being very, very dangerous for sure with that HVK. Now, it's gonna be an interesting map. We've seen, actually, I don't remember seeing Breakout being closed. Just first rotation being closed, and then it would be complete domination by one of the teams. And sure, it's been like that pretty much all weekend long, but especially on Breakout, I feel like.
I think obviously it comes down to it's obviously not as rotation dependent, I don't think, as Retaliation. Well, it definitely isn't dependent on rotation as much as Retaliation. I think really the only one. Well, I know, obviously, sorry, it is dependent on rotation, but I think Retaliation is a lot more necessary to rotate early and make sure you're getting a lockdown. This map is a lot more fast and frantic. You know, breaks can come a lot easier, I feel. So it's it's a sort of a different style of map. I know, obviously, I don't think it is as sort of Money Hill heavy is what we see on Retaliation.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I would have agreed.
But you will be wrong.
I would have agreed before the tournament, but now looking at it, there is so many times where we've seen that cell block hill being locked down for so long, then moving on to Graveyard with those power positions behind the bulldozer, then moving onto the last one.
But would you rather, if you're playing a game, would you rather be set up a Cathedral? Or would you rather...
Cathedral is the Cathedral and Broken. I guess you're right, but to me there is two very nice, two Money Hills on Retaliation, and to me there is almost 3 on this one. I mean, theoretically there's only 2 on this Breakout map, but sometimes I just feel like there is 3 because we've seen teams time and time again locking down so well Graveyard.
Yeah, Graveyard definitely can be one of them. I mean, if you can get people positioned up in the cave, etc., to watch get on those.
Get those trophies though.
Yeah.
Get those trophies in because so many nades are flying in onto Graveyard.
Well, we'll get this one started soon enough. Not sure what the reason was behind the delay.
It's actually funny because if you look at the main stage, it's blue and red, and it's actually reverted to the color of the teams. Obviously, it's absolutely not meant to be reflecting, but just thought it was funny that Orbit was red and Elevate was blue.
Yeah, they should have put them on the other side, like other sides. I mean, that would have made more sense, wouldn't it?
Well,
Elevate on the red side.
Well, Jeffinity has been an amazing organization all weekend long,
Well,
so I definitely
you know what,
about...
right, I'm nitpicking now. Everything else
The
is
devil is in
perfect,
the details.
But whoever sorted that out needs sacked.
The devil is in the details, indeed, Ton. And once again,
The
we're
what?
going to be...
The who?
All right, I'm not saying it again. See, if you're going to be making fun of my accent, I don't want to hear.
Would I do that?
Come on. You come from up North England. You can't make fun about accents.
My accent isn't that
Well,
strong.
it's not as bad as someone like Marky B. But anyway, moving on from accents.
Hold on, he's not.
We're finally going to be loading into map number 4. It's going to be a breakout Hardpoint, and it's going to be Elevate trying to close it out.
Put the control down. It's my turn to drive.
All right, you can drive. Happily.
You were complaining to me that you couldn't drive and speak English at the same time, which admittedly I can't speak French full stop. So
yeah, I can barely speak English, or let alone driving. And there we go.
We're gonna get into it out of the way.
On board with Zero, the MVP on the Orbit side from map number 1. And to be honest, pretty much the MVP of the game for Orbit. And Orbit is going to be able to pick up the first kill. A lot of trade going in. Huge gunfights going down.
That was just a massacre in mid-map at this moment in time. And it is actually going to be Orbit who do come off better in that one.
Rated is going to be inside the hard point, looking the first point in the board for Orbit. Great shots coming in from both sides. And Zed again is really going big with those grenades. We talked about the one in uplink, but it's going to be the ones in our point this time around. So many kills exchanged between both teams once again. And Rated finally going big. 3 kills to his name, going to be traded out. Orbit slightly in the lead, and it's going to be Elevate, I believe, with the initial rotation for now. Stay alive, Watson, my friend. You need the rotation for cell block.
This is a scary man. 5-1, 3 streak for him so far. And he's caused all sorts of problems on the run and gun game. He's caused all sorts of problems in every single map, as we do see Elevate on the rotation. Orbit are in the lead, but Elevate will sacrifice those last few points for cell block control. Just get another kill here. Watson, he's not going to be too far off those streaks soon.
Oh, God, Watson again!
Free spray towards the side. Urban does take him down.
Well, for a second, I saw he was about to have this
He should have got that kill, really, I think.
Yeah, that was a nice pre-fire and a nice inspiration from Watson, going big time and time again. But Elevate in a good position as Zed picks up this kill. The pinch coming in over from Orbit, and they have the control of the spawn. So Orbit looking good to break into cell block. Really only the one alive.
Really can stay alive. The Z-Rad's dangerous in there. Does go down on board with Zed, 1 and 5 from him, but he played it up well there. He was contesting out the whole time, just allowing his team to try and push through. Watson's 8 and 3 currently as we see them rotating around the graveyard. I can imagine there'll be a few deaths around here very, very shortly. He does have help from his teammate. That's actually going to be Zed. They need to make some kills towards Medbay. As we do see Urban and Co coming through now. Zed makes 1 onto 0. Urban does take down Zed though, and Watson's there. He's lying and waiting. Did fire a couple of shots away. Is he going to get any kills? Not quite, but he's putting the pressure on. The rest of his team are here to back him up now.
Well, great reactions from the players on the side of Elevate. I mean, Urban was going really high and the player was looking at someone else, but yet was able to get some very nice shot onto Urban. And despite Orbit building such a little lead on the previous hill, it's not going to be Elevate coming back into this game. I say that the pinch is coming in from the side of Orbit.
Oh, lots of shots going to go in. Watson not able to pick that one up.
Oh, huge kill for Rady, but it's going to be Orbit in control as they have the better spawns. And they're going to be trying to lock this one down as 20 seconds left on that Graveyard Hill.
Lots of kills coming in from both teams, actually, but they're all going to go towards Elevate, who are going to retake control of Graveyard. And the spawns up being awful for Orbit with only 10 seconds remaining on Graveyard. And Commissary as well, and truly going to be locked down by the time they get around there. They may pick up a couple of scrap points towards this, and they will. Zed goes down, but that's that's
definitely not a favorable situation.
Oh, look at this though, split spawn. Elevate need to make sure they stay alive at this moment in time. Look at that. It was Zed that spawned all the way out.
Who's number 6? Reedy is going to be very, very important in this one, and so is Watson. They're going to have a lot of work on there, and Watson going to pick up the first one, immediately gets traded, and Reedy is going to come through a middle split spawn as well for Urban. Oh, it's going to be a complicated one.
Yeah, both teams actually holding this down here still. Shawnee, he's been in there for such a long time, he's going to get pinched.
What a kill from Zed.
All over the place here. Zed is going to get the kill there. Watson's going to come clear this one up. Is he going to get the second as well? Took a few too many bullets to make the first. Really there to trade things out though. Are they going to actually be able to get any sort of control here? Neither team able to establish anything on this hard point so far.
Yeah, it's been very, very back and forth, but Zed's gonna come in and pick up 2 kills, and this is it. Elevate's gonna pick up the last points of that Commissary Hill and are gonna build a very small lead, about 30 points going into the second rotation. This is where it's all gonna kick in. We had such a close first map on our point. Can we see the same here, Ton?
Could that have been closer from Reddy? Pushes around the side as soon as he decides to jump up, somebody turns in, but Urban getting control of those showers there. If he can get this locked down, it makes it a lot easier to get inside that hard point.
But they're not. They're not scoring. What is going on with Orbit? They've had
I think they're trying to concentrate on the spawns more than anything at this moment in time.
Yeah, but it's honestly, it's easily 10 points that they could have scored, and just no one was going in. They were all playing for the kills and control of the spawn. I can agree that, you know, at some point you must, but losing 10 seconds with the map is completely clear just seems very odd.
Well, I did say I think Orbit are going to win this one by 10 points, and it could definitely go that way so far. Joe is going to rotate around the cell block with 15 seconds to go, so it's going to be a little bit of a lead here for Elevate. As we can see, they are rotating around now early as well.
Well, Orbit in a favorable situation as they had the early rotation. They just traded 2 kills for 2, and Joe is going to pick up 1 more, so it's definitely going to be a nice trade. But as I say, that 2 players, yeah, 2 players spawned out, so there's going to be players on Orbit who needs to go big, starting with Urban. 16 and 9, needs to stay alive, needs to win this gunfight. There is 3 Elevate player hungry for blood. They come in for him, and it's going to be nothing that Urban can do about this. Elevate's going to pick up the spawns and are going to be able to go for a pinch.
With Rated in the hill, the kills are coming in for Orbit. Elevate still spawning at the back there. Yeah, they're going to spawn towards Medbay as well. So they're going to be able to push through relatively quickly. Still 30 seconds remaining. Orbit have a slim lead. Is this going to be a couple of easy kills for Rated? Yes, it is. It's going to be maybe 3 as well. Gets his active camo. Is he going to pick the 4th as well? And I don't think Elevate are going to push in any further. I think it was actually Zed who was left alive, and Rated going to continue this streak on. Oh, he's going to miss the bullets that he could have connected, potentially. Now Joe has some work to do. Urban going to spawn out, but he's going to spawn near Graveyard. When this rotates around once again, these 2 teams are only going to be within less than 10 points of each other here. On board with Urban, just trying to hold this down. The rest of his team really not close enough. Picks up 1, not going to quite pick up the 2nd, gets cleared up as well. And Rated's on his way in with that camo, not going to help, but Zed, currently, what was he using there? Sorry, it was his... Oh, he moved off him. He actually just died very, very quickly.
But still a very nice second hill on the cell block for Orbit, as they are now in the lead by about 10 points. And they had the early rotation. Urban was able to stay alive at the start, and now it's the Elevate player that are going to try to go for the break. It's going to be a very complicated one, as Zero is going to pick up 2. Rated is going to pick 1 as well, and Rated really coming alive in this series.
Trying to go on ball with Watson there. Let's see if he's going to try and push in here. His camo will be activated soon enough. Going to get that kill then. Chooses not to activate. He's going to probably save that to try and break a point. The kills are mostly coming in here for Orbit.
And that was huge from Urban. He was just lying down in a corner, and all the players flew above him, and he was able to stay alive completely undetected and pick up 2 kills in the back. Very easy one. Now Watson is going to use his camo. He realizes that they absolutely need the rotation. He needs to pick up both his kills, and he's going to be able to do so. But Joe is going to pick him up. Now Elevate, they need to go big on this hill. They now are 50 points behind.
They need to clear out this back helipad area though. Reedy playing this one passively. Should pick up 1. He's not going to quite get it. It does in the end. Going to get picked though from his left-hand side. He's going to see him going above the wall run. Is he? Yes, he is.
This is big.
Take down Zero. Really good work. They've held the spawn as well, but look, Watson has spawned out himself. I'm going to go with Shawnee.
Yeah,
this right
work, Camo.
It's actually going to be Rated jumping inside that hard point. He goes down as well. Joe's just trying to get it clear up towards helipad. The fight's going down inside the hard point though. Reedy's going to pick up 2. Watson going to pick up 1 as well. Watson going to pick up another. And he's just been so influential here for Elevate. He's 26,
and Shawnee,
16.
Very important kill by Shawnee on the right side of the map. He's been able to cut down the player from Orbit who was going to get in. Definitely prevented Orbit from contesting this crap point. And it's going to be pretty much a tied up game going into the last rotation. We expected a close game, and both these teams giving it all, definitely delivering. Again, monster performance from Watson, going 26 and 16, holding out to that last hill. This is it. This is the last rotation. Orbit, they had such a great one on the second rotation. Can they do it again?
Oh, that's really good movement by Joe. Very aware of his situation. Does go down. Zero's there to help him out. The control of Showers is in the hands of Elevate. Zero going to try and do something here. Just get them off it. Well done. Does enough. The rest of his team are pushing in here. Very tentative, very slow, very tense. Hard point so far. This one is going to eventually pick up the kill here. Urban going to survive that one as well. Going to be able to help his team out here now. He's going to pick up a couple of kills. Going to get taken down from behind. Zero picks up 1 himself. Control is in Orbit's hands. Zero's picks up another, and that's going to get them a couple of points on the board here. In Orbit, getting a little bit of a lead, and they have the side that they want. We can see Urban is already rotating around, and I think Elevate are going to just try and punch through this mid-map.
Yeah, they do have to. They can't let these 20 seconds of scrap time go. Watson's going to go in. He's going to be helped by Zed. Going to pick up 1 more. 3 go down on the side of Orbit. So Elevate's going to get the scrap time. They really needed it. And the rotation's going to be very, very close. Once again, look at Watson. Can he do it again? He did it on the first map. Can he hold on to those spawns? Rotation definitely in favor of Elevate. This is looking a little scary for Orbit. They need to break in.
Kills have been traded.
Oh, this is huge.
Of the map. Oh, Urban, sorry, I should say, does make the kill around the right-hand side. Urban on board now. Let's see what Reedy can do. He's trying to break through himself. Urban should come around behind him. He's going to make the kill as well. Staying on board with Urban. Urban getting control after. It did seem as if Elevate were the first ones to make it there. Shawnee is going to make this kill. No, he's not. Rated does take him down. If anybody's going to break through for Elevate, it is going to be Watson. They're trying to get through. He's trying to push. Takes down Urban. The rest of his team are here to pinch with him.
3 members of Orbit inside here. Here comes the Elevate pinch. They're going to push in. 3 members of Elevate pushing in. Shawnee Watson comes in with a kill. Shawnee a little bit far away. Is here to help now. Zero picks up 2, though. Is going to pick up the 3rd. Not quite. Does go down. And Shawnee is there all on his own.
But the rotation is for Orbit, Chris.
They are there. Let's go on board with Joe. Can he hold down this cavern side? Elevate are going to start collapsing in, but Orbit only need 20 points or so. The kills are being traded away. This works out for Orbit. Let's stay on board with Reedy. Can he punch through? Can he take down his old teammate? Yes, he can. Raider goes down.
This is huge. This is huge, Chris. This is huge. That was the break that Elevate needed. They didn't have a choice if they wanted to get him. They needed to break into cell block. They were able to do so.
This is a massive gunfight. Yeah. That's a massive gunfight won by Shawnee. He's going to be able to hold this down. And this is such a tight game. The kills are going to come in. 3 kills for Orbit. And suddenly Zed is left way far away. 10 seconds to go for Orbit, and they're going to have to pinch very, very quickly. Zed goes down, as does Reedy. Are we going to a game 5? Yeah, Joe and Zero and Urban all combining. Surely that's game 5. Yes, it is. 250 to 229 from Elevate, from Orbit, I should say, and fantastic win from them. Last map is coming up, and what a series so far. This is... I just nearly burst all my blood vessels.
Wow, what a map between Orbit and Elevate. And Elevate, Shawnee able to pick up the scrap on cell block, and then the other rotation. I thought that was it. They're gonna surely coming back into this game, and it's gonna be deja vu. Same scenario as the first map, but this time around, Orbit was able to secure the win. Both are points very, very close, very similar scenarios, and it's finally gonna be 2-2. Both team winning 1 R point. Uplink completely dominated by the side of Elevate, but when it came to S&D, it was Orbit with a convincing win on map number 2. And guess what, Chris? Search and Destroy is coming back. It's gonna be our game 5. Orbit is gonna be my favorite team going into this one. I know that I said that Elevate was gonna be my favorite team going into this final, but it's definitely a close one. And now with the win on this hardpoint game, it's gonna be the momentum on the side of Orbit, and with the quality of gameplay they've shown on S&D, I don't know, it's gonna be so hard for Elevate right now.
I think it is, especially with the way they lost that. I think Elevate were in the driving seat a couple of times there, but Orbit just prevailing. I thought Elevate were going to bring that back because Orbit were first on the rotation. All they needed was 10. And how far was I off of my prediction? I wasn't far off, was I?
No, you weren't far off.
It
was 21 points difference. So
all right, I'll take that as a win.
Yeah, that was closer than
I
what I
said 21 points, didn't I?
Yep.
Yes, I did.
Yep.
Moving into Search and Destroy, though, I agree with you. I think it's going to be hard for Elevate. I think Orbit have looked very, very good. Rated, if he's looked good in any great game mode this weekend, it's been S&D. He's not really performed so hard in the run and guns. He played well there. I will say that.
He did play well. And Zero is a little more quiet, but Rated definitely showing some good skills. And Urban as well. Urban, I mean, he might not have had most skills, but...
I've got to be a bit disappointed, if anything, because really got that Centurion down, which would have really helped them. And then as soon as that went down, Orbit just swept them anyway. It would have helped, but... For me, Watson played well again.
Is that a crazy series?
I think he'll be
playing
very
so well.
He's one of those players. I mean, I was speaking to him the other day. I can't remember what game it was. I think it was when they were playing against Epsilon. I said, I bet you were tilted beyond belief when they came back from that 6-5. He goes, no, I'm a changed man. Now I think he probably still is a little bit tilted.
he might be a little mad about this one. I hope he's a changed man. Looking at the faces of Elevate, you can definitely feel
frustrated.
tension. Yeah. You can feel a little of frustration on the face of Watson, but communicating with his team, making sure he's going to be able to pump them up for the last map. Anything can happen.
Crusher, Search and Destroy. I'm a big fan because both the bomb sites are viable, and it's just a mind games between the two teams.
It is, especially we've seen so many times.
It's about risk and reward, isn't it?
Yeah, team playing as a full unit in defense and being very, very aggressive, just taking the gamble. So absolutely, risk and reward. Which one is it gonna be? Orbit or Elevate? Both are gonna be taking risks, but which one is gonna be rewarded with the final win and moving on to the grand final? This all comes down to it. Game 5, Chris.
Well, here we go. Map number 5. Surely around 11 would suit this game. 2-2 between these two teams, and whichever wins this one goes on into
Watson is sweating.
the grand final.
I just look at Watson. He's sweating. That tells you how much is going into this game. And it's going to be 8
carnage. Both teams pushing towards it. Here come the gunfight straight away. 2 players going down from 1 team each. Oh, here we go though. Urban and his teammate going in. They're going to take down 2 members of Elevate. And suddenly Watson is left.
Well,
1 versus 3. If you want anybody there,
yes, exactly. It's like a 3v3. I mean, Watson has been playing so well. They could well do it. However, it's going to be a very complicated situation as there is only 40 seconds left. He's going to pick up the first kill on 0.
He's going to get traded away. Oh, is he? Watson going to get the second as well.
1v1, 30 seconds left. It's going to be a close one. Suddenly it's 1v1. And for a sec, I saw he was going to be able to run away with his life. And if he did, he would have been aware of the whereabouts of his...
you know what? He was checking that for... Rated has literally seen the sole of his boot.
And
see on there.
Honestly, if I was Rated, I would probably hide away in a corner, but he didn't. He went for it. And Watson almost had the timing, the most amazing timing to go clutch. Picked up 3 kills in that first round, but so did Rated, and Orbit's going to walk away with that first round. Confidence all-time high for Rated.
Well, that's going to have Watson halfway to his payload. Rated a little bit closer himself, and he's got the same thing, which is going to be active camo, and it can be massive on this map, but we can see.
It will be massive for sure.
B is the push.
Zed is just waiting. He's got the bomber in hand. He's not going to be planting just yet. There's so many grenades coming in. When the players are going to be
catch them out.
What? Rated picks up 2 again? How? There was 3 players looking at it, and I know Rated and Joe are going to be left alone in a in a 2v1 situation. Again, Watson doesn't die. He picked up 2 players earlier in a 1v3 situation. Can he do 1v2?
He's checking it. He's not in a bad situation here. Or maybe he is now. He's been spotted.
Staying alive. This is so tense. We are playing for guaranteed top 2. So many pro points. Glory on the line. Chance to be in a grand final in such a great position to win this tournament. And Watson is just running for his life. But he's got to plant the bomb at some point.
Oh, my God. Oh, this has worked so well.
Oh, this could be amazing. Watson, what are you doing? Surely this is going to be his game. He's going to run away with his life. They know he's not got no time to plant. This I worked away. I have no words, Chris. He could have done it, and it just didn't look towards his left. What happened there?
The round is over, but are you all right?
No, no. Surely he should have had this, and he messed it up for himself.
I
have no words.
I don't know if any of the stream understood you, because that was really high-pitched. The round goes towards Orbit.
What?
I don't know what's going on.
I just don't understand. I just don't understand how he can go from one round where he does a 1v3 and he does pretty much everything perfectly to that round where he gets the best timing you could have ever asked for and just doesn't check it and gets out the map. It's kind of crazy, but anyway.
That was literally perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, perfect. The bomb goes down. Orbit are walking into a 3-0 lead here. If Elevate cannot close down into this bomb site and pinch effectively, Urban's going to get the first kill. Shawnee goes down. Zed answers back. Reedy comes in there with one of his own. Raid's going to hold this down. Not going to be able to get the kill. Does he hold that camo? Answer is yes, surely. Is he going to get that kill? Just about get the kills on Zed.
Rated going huge again. He's picked up so many kills, so many important kills as well.
Rated! Jeez! Best S&D player on the game, he says.
Wow, someone stopped this man. 8 kills in 3 rounds. He picked up the final kill during the first round. And now, the triple kill, it was a 2-on-3 situation. And for a second, I looked at it, I saw it was a 2-on-3. I was like, Rated's alive. Surely it's going to be a win for Orbit. Picking up 3 kills at the round. Elevate, they are in a really tough situation now.
I'm interested if anyone... No, nobody thinking of snipe. Oh, yeah, okay. Reedy's thinking about it. Ooh, spotting somebody in the mid there. And they're going to know what's going on here, surely. Push is going to come in. I'm going to go on board with Zed. He's searching, looking. And he's going to rotate to B. That's worked out so perfectly. Or is he going to rotate to B? Really does get the kill on Shawnee, so that's going to indicate exactly where they are. We can see all of Orbit converging in and around onto Zed. And surely he's going to go for the plant. Let's go on board with Reedy. He's just trying to hold them off. He only really has a pistol.
Yeah, the problem is he has a sniper. Luckily enough, yeah, Watson needed to pick up this kill, especially that it was Rated the star player from the side of Orbit so far in this S&D. Reedy is going to be able to pick up one more kill. Surely this is going to be the first round. It's going to be a 2-on-2 situation.
Watson going to pick up one. Surely he's going to pick up the second as well. Does so. And that's all Watson we've seen in the first 4 maps.
Well, it's basically Watson against Rated.
Yeah,
so
at this
far.
point, yeah.
At this point, it's pretty much way is well, we say that, but very good job from Rated. Just staying alive mid-map, picking up that kill with the pistol was so important. And Elevate, they really needed a round on the board, and it's going to be 3-1 to Orbit. Still a long way to go, but Elevate showing signs of life. And if Watson and Rated keep playing like this, it's going to be a crazy game.
Zero yet to pick up a kill, and only one apiece for Zed and Shoney on the other side of things. So
well, no one's made any kills basically.
yeah,
except Rated
I
and
know
Watson.
Rated is pretty much just stealing them all. But it looks like B-Push going to come in. Who's going to be the first one there? It is going to be Urban. And I'm interested. Let's have a look. Who's going to go towards the back?
It's going to be all 8 players on that B-bomb side. It's going to be a 4-man retake.
Oh, he's going to get the kill. The bomb is going to go down. But is that good enough from the active camo? I don't know. But Elevate are going to get the kills on the board. Zero does trade that away. 2 versus 2.
Rated's alive, that's a scary feeling, and Watson's down.
Oh,
Zero's gonna be able to pick up one more. Rated picks up the first one. It's gonna be one-on-one. Rated against Rated. This is huge if Rated can pick this one up. Rated is not gonna be able to do so. Rated once again. Woo! What a shot from Rated. It's gonna be 4-1. It's just literally not missing anything.
Oh, he wasn't even in cover. He just about made it and just hit those first bullets. Really will be disappointed in himself with that one, but wow.
And he had
Huge
great shots
players.
as well. He had great shots as well.
For
just
me,
really Rated outgunning him.
If Watson had looked in there just a second earlier, he definitely would have gotten the bomb planter as well. I think the bomb still would have went down, but it would have been a completely different one. We could have been looking at 3-2 instead of 4-1. And this has got to be hurtful for Elevate.
Oh, this is going to hurt as well.
Yeah, they're going to struggle to get this down. Look at the stack from Orbit.
Orbit knows. Orbit knows. They have all the information they need. Worst timing.
But that's from Zed again. How is he staying alive? Is he going to get a third as well? He does go down. Really cleans things up. And surely the last player. How the hell? Rated, do you really want to challenge him? Do you really, really want to challenge this guy right now? Surely, is he going to be able to win the round for his team?
Oh, finally! What is this game, Chris? This is absolutely crazy. I don't know what went on.
What a terrible idea.
And Zed, first of all, how did Zed stays alive? It chooses to pick a grenade at the worst possible timing. Someone runs into him somehow, yet manages to pick up 2 kills and then Rated. I thought he was going to do the 1v3 for a second, but look at the scoreboard. 14 kills for Rated in just 6 rounds. This is just ridiculous. He's got more kills than pretty much both team combined at this point.
Let's look it out. 5-6.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm exaggerating. I'm being French, but it's you get the idea.
French.
I'm dying, Chris.
Once it goes down, there's that active camo planted. He's used it straight away as well. Joe's made 2 kills. Raid's made a 3rd. Watson was the only one to make anything. And they're in touching distance now, Jonas.
Oh, this could be it.
Oh,
he could go for it.
The overdrive, he's going to get the bullet in. It's not going to be enough. Surely it's going to be traded away. It manages to survive here.
He has overdrive to go for it.
Oh, if that was another payload, maybe he could have thought about it. It would have been probably a hard situation still. Saving it for the definite moments where you can make a difference with it. But these are the moments that make teams who can go in and win a bracket final. It's going to be very hard for them to pull this round off now. Really jumping over him. He's going to make the first kill.
It's going to be impossible.
It's not going to be enough time. The round is going to be over. Zero should just about clean that one up nice and easily. 1 round away from the grand final now, Orbit.
And for a second, I saw Rated was going to be able to make it. He almost picked up the kill behind the rock, but then, I don't know, he just waited too long. He really expected those 2 players to keep challenging it, but they just had to run away. They knew that they don't need to go for it. The bomb was planted, so really kind of a misplay here. However, we're going to go into maybe what is our final round.
Is he going to use it?
All the pressure is going to be on the side of Elevate. Can they make anything special? Can they come back into this game?
A passive, spread out play from Elevate. Have they read this right? Have they went with the ballsy play at the right time?
Whoop.
That question's
Rady's
about
going to have the
answered.
info, but there's 3 players looking at him.
He
It's
needs
going
to
to
back
be an easy
off.
one.
How many players do they think are there? As you are watching that, look at Elevate rotate round towards it. They are planting that bomb.
Really playing this very sneaky.
Oh, he's in a great position, actually. If he can push forward just a little bit, he can really help his team. Who's that number 4? Joe's in a great position. Is he going to be able to trade this one away? Zed gets
Zed.
2 kills either way. And he's completely missed him, really. He's avoided everything. The overdrive's available if they can win that round. The rewind's available if they can win this round. Urban does answer back, though. 3 versus 2.
Hold on a second. Something big could be happening. Let's stay on board with Urban. He's going to pick up 1 more kill. 17 seconds left. 1v2 situation for Watson. He was the hero so many times. Can he do it again? That's huge with the grenade.
Urban's last guy alive, and we're going to the next round.
What? This game couldn't be any closer. Watson with the 1v2, 11 kills to his name. Not yet matching the performance of Rated, but definitely amazing. And that grenade perfectly timed and perfectly positioned. I saw for a second it was going to go for it, and that was going to be the gunfight deciding the fate of Elevate. It's going to be 5-3 now. Still a long way to go for Elevate, but they're keeping the dream alive.
I want to see.
Yep, really, it's all on you. Can you make anything special happen? You're going to be the first one in there, but unfortunately for you, really,
completely wasted.
All 4 players of Orbit are literally sat in spawn.
As they rotate around to A, is really going to be there in time to come around behind them. Surely they're watching it. He's going to spot one.
All right.
They know that he's there.
They know. Now they know. It's going to be it. It's going to be big. Really not yet able to kill someone. The bomb's going to be planted. It's going to be a 4-on-4 retake. Otherwise, Elevate could be walking back to the loser bracket. But as I say that, it's going to be a 2-on-3 retake situation. Careful, Rated's alive. Can he do it again? It's finally going to drop down. It's going to be 1-on-3 for Urban.
He's getting the kill on the bomb. He's getting the second one as well. He's got rewind available. It's a 1 versus 1. Is Watson going to be there? The rewind comes in. The gunfight. It's unbelievable.
Watson again! Watson again! How many times is he going to do it? He's going to keep the dream alive for Elevate. 12
I can't breathe through.
5-4! Every single round is crazy. What is going on? Urban, I saw they had it in the bag with the rewind, able to pick up 2 kills. It was so well played. But Watson clutches it again. 5-4. Could we see a round 11? There is no way it's going to happen any other way, Chris. It was written from the start. Surely, Elevate's going to be able to take this round.
Elevate, they've got it. Watson's got a Scarab. Okay, yeah, it's not that much, but they're active.
This guy's payload.
Oh, God, they're going to clash.
All right, it's going to be a 4-on-4. Watson. All Rated. Which one is it going to be? Joe is going to pick up the first kill. 2 kills for Orbit. 3. It's a 1-on-4. Watson. If there is one man that can do it, that could be him. He's used his payload. It's going to be 1-on-3 situation. It's going to be so tough. If he can't make it, it's going to be Orbit walking to the grand final.
Oh. Stay away. We thought they might be chasing him. Oh, it's going to be so hard.
They have...
What has Joe got?
They have seen the bomb. They have seen the bomb. They are literally all around the bomb. I can't see it happening. I can't take it. I might just die if that happens.
If Watson does this, we go 5-5. It's an impossible situation. Oh, no. He's going to shoot too eagerly here. Surely Orbit are going to converge on him.
28
no, they're
seconds
going to run
left.
away. They don't want to be a part of it, but they know where he is. Watson, he's surely going to go down. Is he going to get the turn? No, he isn't. Orbit go to the grand final. What a game.
What a game, Chris. Monster performance from Rated and from Watson. Incredible performance from both players in that last game.
17 kills, bro. 17 from Rated. And what a performance out of him. Map number 5 to come up with the goods just like that. Sensational play there, Jonas. It was a pleasure.
It was a pleasure. I can't take it anymore. I might die if this keeps going. Brycey, please take it away.
Thank you very much, and no more caffeine for Jonas ever again. Little bit excited there, and I know Tan got excited. He started saying "bro" at the end.
Yeah.
I don't know what was going on with those two, but great game regardless. As it went down almost to the wire, so much going in there. I was surprised Watson wasn't the first in with camo and something happened, but they played really aggressive on the defense.
Yeah, and then we thought maybe, we were watching Watson there in the final seconds. Maybe he picks up one of those kills, he earns that streak, backs out and calls it in. Maybe gets another and evens it up. But once he fired some shots and then didn't push in right away, he kind of lost it there.
Yeah, once you run out of that time, like if you had a minute left or a little bit more than that, then maybe he could have tried again. But with 29 seconds left, that was it.
17 kills, though. My goodness, Rated. Unbelievable performance. I don't remember the last time I saw that many on a search and destroy.
Hey, self-proclaimed best S&D player. He kind of lived up to it here.
I mean, he proves it when it matters, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he has a bad game the other day. He comes back, bounces back against Splice. Pretty decent game. Here, game 5 in a big moment. Winner of bracket final. Comes up huge.
Yeah, I got to give props to him. It goes down to the wire. We said earlier on, we think Orbit's respawn not kind of as good as they would want it at this tournament, but their S&D has been impressive. And right then, it just showed again why that is pulling them through the winners bracket right into the grand final.
Yeah, now look, if they get their respawn in order going into the grand final, I know you go back, kind of look at some of the film in the previous matches, talk about what went wrong, what went right. This is going to be a scary team because a lot of the teams here we have not seen win S&Ds consistently. This is the one team that has.
It certainly is. All right, well, we're going to break this down in just a second, but before we do, it's down to the floor. It's Lottie and Rated.
Thank you, Bryce. Rated, that was crazy. Like, absolutely awesome work from you guys. It was a really back and forth series. You lost the first one, but you then pulled it back in the second map. You lost again, and then pulled it back again. What was going on? Like, how did you keep pushing through?
All the respawns are losing. We always have someone having like a proper dreadful map. It was usually me, but this series I actually killed in respawn for the first time. But yeah, that's the thing with our respawn. We have someone having a proper dreadful game, so it's hard to win, but we clutch up in the S&Ds when it matters, and all you got to do is nick one respawn when you go to S&D.
Do you guys spur each other on while you're in the booths and like trying to push each other as hard as possible?
Yeah, when someone's having a bad game, we just tell them like not to worry about it. Just keep doing what you're doing. We're winning. I don't care if we win 3-2, 3-0. It doesn't make a difference.
Let's talk about that last map. So you had 17 kills there. That was crazy. Talk me through what happened.
I'm the best S&D player in the game. I don't care what anyone says. It's just one of them games. Everything was going my way, but can't do without the team. So yeah.
That was really, really cool. Well done. And we'll see you in the final. Thank you so, so much. Back up to you, Bryce.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, we do have our first finalist. Orbit have made it all the way. After an early kind of crash in this tournament when they lost in the groups, so much doubt was piled onto them by Jack. And I think a lot of people were maybe doubting them as well, but they turned up when it mattered. They got into the winners bracket. They took down Splyce. They've just taken down Elevate. Can they be stopped?
Well, I mean, for me, they're the two, or in my opinion, coming into this, they were the two strongest teams. So the position that they're in the grand final now with this advantage, I can't see anything but an Orbit victory.
I think I know, obviously, Elevate, I think they have to go back, figure out what's going wrong in Search and Destroy. Because they're obviously the second best team coming into this event, number 2 seed. But we kind of rated them very high for their S&D gameplay. They don't figure that out, they're going to be in trouble going up against, the winner of Splyce and Infused.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's start at map 1 and talk a little bit about what exactly happened as we go through this series. It was a best of 5, but I'll tell you what, here are some statistics from it. This is exactly how the hardpoint breaks down. That's kind of interesting. Elevate still won that game, considering, 0.3, not very good for them.
Yeah, that's like the one thing that jumped out at me at first. I was like, wow, that just doesn't seem right. But I mean, you look at every other hard point, Elevate won it pretty considerably, just 96-6 on the third hard point. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and you can see kind of the player stats there as well. And an interesting fact, Zero capturing 96 points of the points for Orbit, but Watson with the kill streak on the 4th to secure the victory.
Yeah, Watson was just going crazy during that one. And again, we're talking about these explosive players. They had Zero, but when Watson goes alive, it's very difficult to stop him.
Yeah, and it was something I kind of talked about a little bit before the series. You kind of felt he was due to have a monster game. Yeah. This is a guy who, he looks crazy when you see him just walking around. And look, he plays with a lot of passion, and I expected him to come out in a big match like that and just kind of leave it all out there, and he definitely did. Just not enough in the end.
He does say some crazy things. I think one of the most instrumental points of this is you're about to see how big Watson goes on this hill. Not only does he use the active camera to pick up 2, we eventually switch off of him, and you'll see on the mini-map that he holds it. Because Zero gets 3, but Watson answers straight back and holds it for his squad.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the minimap, there's no other Red Arrow anywhere close to him. Just does a fantastic job picking up 2 kills, and then a third there, just kind of giving his teammates enough time to get back towards him.
Yeah. And again, that's just something massive you've got to do. I mean, you saw Rated actually do it last time. Orbit played this map. This time, Elevate did it on that Broken. And once they got that far ahead, it's kind of like, you don't have to really worry too much. You can wait for your pushes. You can give away a few seconds to make sure you convert properly when you pinch and when you break.
Yeah, and it's just those individual plays that can sometimes secure the victory or not. And Watson had a great series in the grand scale of things. Very unfortunate in the final map, which we'll go over in a minute, because he was dropping a lot of kills.
He certainly was. All right, let's move on to map 2. Let's talk about the Search and Destroy. Again, we've said before, Elevate not had the strongest of Search and Destroys at this tournament.
And you guys watch them more often than I do. What has been wrong, in your guys' opinion, for them in Search and Destroy?
Honestly, I think they're still not really clicking as they should do. Maybe a bit too individual. From what I've actually heard from within the team, sometimes the calls aren't followed exactly, and people have still got their own idea about what they should be doing. So rather than following one person and kind of going that route, sometimes it can be a bit fractured, and I think it's costing them rounds.
I think part of the problem as well here is they're going up against Orbit, who are an incredibly good Search and Destroy team, so everything was going against them both times.
Yeah, that's a big problem, I would assume. You know, in Search and Destroy, too many cooks in the kitchen, so to speak. Too many people want to be that leader or shot caller. It's kind of difficult to figure out when you have that kind of team dynamic, when two people want that role, which one to kind of go about. Because
Reedy.
Yeah, I mean, like if Reedy's the Search and Destroy expert and whatnot, he's kind of the voice they should be listening to. So I imagine it's got to be frustrating for him.
Yeah, I think so. Like I said, from what I understand, the coach is actually in the building today. He's been talking a little bit about it. But, you know, that's a problem they can fix, I think. Let's move on then to the uplink as we move forward. And we said, you know, both these teams, they've been okay, and these uplinks for me has been a bit weird this entire tournament. No European teams look completely solid on it.
Yeah, if I don't see them better by Atlanta, there are going to be some ugly scorelines going the other way. Yeah. Atlanta in favor of the North American teams. You did see a lot of 1-point misses in this one, but Elevate comes out very strong, gets a big lead early.
And that's been the story for pretty much all the uplink games we've been seeing. Just missing those 1 points is really costing some teams and making a whole difference in this bracket. And has Rated, massive three-piece again. Rated, again, if we highlight two key players from each team, it's got to be Rated and Watson.
Yeah, now towards the end here, Elevate actually puts some points on the board when the game gets close with the two abilities. I believe you saw the active camo use there, and then right after that, they get a 2-point with Overdrive. So you see the abilities used right at the end there for Elevate to secure that win.
Yeah, it didn't change the game, but it gave them a massive buffer. The other team went, oh, okay, we can't come back now. That's pretty much done.
Well, it looked like Orbit was making a little bit of a comeback in that game, and you know, those 4 points at the end just kind of put it away.
They certainly did. All right, let's keep on moving forward. The next hard point that comes up, obviously you've got the team of Orbit under the gun here, and we were worried for them. Could they convert? It turns out, yes, they could. Rated going huge in the hill.
Well, I mean, this is where Elevate lost the series for me. They had to take this hardpoint game and close it out 3-1, because going on to that Search and Destroy, Orbit were always going to be the better team. And it was unfortunate because this was a very, very close hardpoint game.
And it's interesting that Elevate can't get Watson going with a combination of Shawnee and Zed. It seems like when Watson starts playing well, it kind of impacts one of those two players a little bit. You see their scorelines, you know, not indicative of what they've done previously in this tournament.
Yeah, it's something they're going to have to work on and continue going forward. But of course, they're not actually out of this tournament. They are going to go into that losers bracket. And it's going to be either Splyce or Infused they are going to play. Very interested to see how they match up against either of those two teams.
Splyce beats Infused. I would not want. It's not a match I would want. I feel like the more game time you actually give that Splyce team, the scarier they're going to get.
Yeah, they're like farming, so they're just leveling up as they come through the losers bracket.
They're about to go back for their third buyback here.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit crazy when we see them come forward again.
There was a point here. That was it. Following that kill, where I actually thought Elevate might be able to take it. Yeah. I think it was Reedy who made it, and he put the Centurion down, and he had such a good position, but Orbit just broke through, and as soon as he did that, it was game over.
Yeah, they were too far away. Now Zed actually made a push right at the very end, and I was kind of curious. Like, I know you were about to lose. Your teammates are maybe a second and a half behind you. He literally went in himself. I was like, even if you get, there's no way you're going to be able to hit 2 or 3 on a wall run. Take a second. Yes, I know you're under the gun, but your teammates are 4 steps behind you. You challenge one-on-one.
I think a lot of people are still kind of in last year where like you could make that play with a VMP against mostly other submachine guns, but with all the assault rifles in play, you can't really come high off those wall runs anymore and get those easy 2 pieces.
Well, especially going into that hard, but it's like an anti-aircraft battery of 4 players just looking at you like, go on then, have a go if you want to.
You literally have no cover whatsoever.
Yeah. All right, well, we're moving on to the Search and Destroy now, the very final one. And Orbit did take the lead. And at one point, we thought maybe we could see around 11. Maybe they can come back. And a lot of it was on the shoulders of Watson.
Well, this was it. And Watson, I think he ends up dropping 12 kills for the loss, which is going to be extremely frustrating for him. We'll get clarity on that in a moment. But it was just Rated. It was Watson versus Rated this game.
Yeah, Rated was pretty good in this one. You thought that the first round, or I think it was the first or second round, where Watson had the opportunity to clutch a 1v3. I believe it's him and Rated one-on-one. As soon as Rated wins that, you can kind of see the confidence going over towards the Orbit guys. They spiral off a few rounds in a row. Now, for a second there, I actually thought that Elevate was going to come back and make this a 5-5 game. We were going to see around 11, but just some great individual plays at the end from the guys on Orbit.
Yeah. Urban nearly.
It's not one of them. Yeah.
He nearly got it.
Yeah, he did. He came so close. And then you come here and you know they've got camo, but they just managed to push forward. Very aggressive there from Orbit. They went straight for it. And I don't know if Elevate were ready for that.
Yeah, so Watson does actually have a lot of time there when he's the last one alive.
Yeah.
He's the last one alive with a little bit over a minute, like 1 minute and 8 seconds left. Uses the Scarab, blows it up right away. Don't know if that was just because maybe they thought people were coming. Maybe somebody called out in comms that they heard somebody coming towards him. Blows it up. Doesn't have the opportunity to earn more streaks. He picks up 1 kill, he would have earned it. So I bet you Watson will kind of think like, well, what would have happened if one of their players would have pushed me, get that streak? They're out in the open.
That's what he was looking for. He was like, I just need to get one of them. I get one of them, I get the streak, maybe I can get the other one. If not, I can at least push them away. I can try and figure out where I can get some
You'd at least know where they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have completely changed the game, but he couldn't get anything. And by the time he did his huge loop around the map, it just really wasn't enough time, because even then, like, getting the trade, it just wasn't going to work. And it was unfortunate. You kind of see, it's like he's got here, if he had, another 15, 20 seconds, he could have explored a little bit more, but not going to happen. All right, well, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, though, it's going to be Infused versus Splyce. One of them is going home. See you right after this.
Hello and welcome to In Just 60 Seconds. I'm here with Jack, or better known as Courage, Phil, Momo, as you probably know him, Jonas. Jonas, what is your gamer tag?
Oxygen.
Oxygen. Is it? Oxygen. Yeah. First of all, the overall point of the game is to talk for 60 seconds about a random subject that I will be reading off these cards. The 3 rules are no deviation, so don't go off topic, no hesitation, so no pauses, and the last one is
no repetition.
No repetition, that's it. Sorry, I do. All right, so the next subject is rubber ducks.
Pass.
Dentists.
Oh, dentists are something I think about on a daily basis. I mean, these are the people that take care of your teeth. Every single time I go, get a little bit nervous because you never know what to expect.
What can you say about rubber ducks?
Hesitation in the world.
Is this going to be a full-on cleaning? Will I have a cavity? Do I need to do x-ray?
I think personally for me this is worse, but okay. Because I'm too young, 21 by the way, not 31 as everyone's been saying. I've never been on this before in my life, so.
Okay.
Ready? MySpace.
MySpace, a website which we created a lot for the youth and something for social experiments and experience to be created, and something which you could really kind of share your story with.
Okay, right. I tell you what, we'll do something typically English then. In French.
In French. Okay, fair enough.
Are you ready? Okay, your subject is the Queen.
La reine d'Angleterre, je ne sais pas grand chose à ce sujet puisque c'est pas franchement quelqu'un dont on entend beaucoup parler. Les seules fois où j'en entends parler, c'est dans la presse people. Je sais que c'est quelqu'un qui est très très respecté dans leur pays et malheureusement nous on n'a pas vraiment ça en France puisqu'on n'est pas dans une royauté.
The best thing about MySpace is I never used it as again. I am too young, much like yourself. But it has developed, it's grown, it's moved on. It's actually not something we necessarily see today. We've seen it kind of evolve into other social medias. I won't mention them because that will be deviation.
J'ai entendu beaucoup de légendes autour de la reine, mais c'est vrai que ce qu'on voit surtout, ça va être autour de ses enfants, ses petits-enfants, comment ils vont se marier. On n'a pas vraiment l'impression qu'elle a un pouvoir.
It's because I came into it wondering, I had to go to the orthodontist for braces too, which is something that
I think I might have to stop you there again, Courage.
Assez sympa parce qu'elle vit dans un palais, on peut aller visiter tout ça à Londres, il y a beaucoup de gens devant, donc c'est vrai que ça a quand même un intérêt, elle est extrêmement respectée dans le pays, alors peut-être forcément par les gens qui sont un petit peu plus âgés.
It was a little bit of a pause. I've been on strict instruction to be very strict on this.
Okay. No, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm actually fine. I'm actually completely over it.
But MySpace is something which I would say is kind of in the past now. It's done, it's dusted, and MySpace, my voice, I have no idea what to say about MySpace.
I think that's done.
Cette royauté, mais moins par les jeunes, on a l'impression que c'est un phénomène qui part un petit peu au fur et à mesure, et voilà. Done it. Is that 60 seconds?
Dead on.
Yes, and I swear to you, I didn't go off topic, and that was really complicated. Like,
Did you even breathe?
I breathed once.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was
Thank you so much.
awesome.
That was
Well,
actually fun.
We'll get that translated.
That was a lot easier.
We will put all
Good
the
luck to the one
rules into-
translating, because I spoke fast.
I know you did.
I never used MySpace.
No, have I? I really haven't. No,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Thank
for
you so
joining me,
much.
Jonas. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL London here live in the Gfinity Arena. It's time to get another one underway. Either Splyce or Infused is going home. But to bring you all the action and to break this one down, a new analyst panel has arrived. Jack and Jonas.
We're happy to be here. Final 3 matches of the weekend. I can't believe we're at this point. We've done 35 so far. 3 more to go, potentially a 4th if we go to that second best of 5, which is absolutely reasonable with some of these teams that are in the losers bracket right now. We know one team in the grand finals, which we just saw in Orbit, and now the rest of the matches till that point will be elimination games.
They certainly will. Jonas, how are you feeling about all this?
Well, I'm feeling good. I mean, we've seen some close games, albeit we're closing twice, 3-2 last map. So definitely, you know, we're coming to those 4 final teams where, you know, pretty much any of them could take it, but Orbit has just been taking the edge. Now, we didn't expect Splyce to be in this situation right now. Earlier at the start of the tournament, I said, I think Infuse is going to be just outside top 4. I don't think they can break top 3. I kind of think that's what I'm going to see into this game.
All right. Well, before we get too far into this game, let's have a little look at the bracket to kind of catch everybody at home up and see what has been going on. Of course, we just watched Orbit versus Elevate in that game. Orbit, they're all the way in our grand final.
I think Rated moved on to the grand final. The rest of his team is still moving on.
And yes, it was rated against Watson.
Yeah.
And then obviously Splyce versus Infuse is the game we are about to watch. The winner of this will play Elevate. The winner of that will try and win 2 best of 5s against Orbit. Can they do it? I don't know.
Neither do I. That is a tall, tall order, especially it seems like the Orbit we saw that had a little blunder earlier on in the weekend has now been polished up. They look ready to go. Yes, it was a close series versus Elevate, but they do wind up handing Elevate, I believe, their first hardpoint loss of the entire weekend. So it's big moments like that of why they're now in the grand finals.
It certainly is. Well, let's have a little look at the teams. First up, Splyce.
Splice, what a great team again. Probably a dream team if you had to pick any 4 players in Europe that you would put as the best players. I mean, pretty much all 4 of them would be in there. Jared and Madcat teamed together for so long, especially with Millennium last year being season 1 and season 2 winners, and on the other end, Josh and Ben sticking together after their 2nd place at CUT XP. So, you know, you can't get much better than that in Europe on paper. Look
at that KD difference, plus 150. These guys are lights out in the slaying department.
They certainly are, and I think this has been a team everyone's going to keep an eye on, not just in Europe, but the North American teams will be eyeing them up.
Yeah.
We may even have some of the North American players watching this right now, wondering what happens when these hit American shores.
Oh yeah, what time is it now? Oh yeah, no, actually they're gamers. They're not awake yet.
Oh, okay.
It's past noon.
It's not past noon over there. All right, well, here are the keys to victory. First of all, focus on shutting down Moose's slaying power.
Well, we look at the KD difference. Yes, plus 150 for the side of Splice as a team. You might as well put that for just Moose this weekend.
Second, exploit Marky B. Currently, Infused worst performer.
Wow.
Well, he can't do anything. I mean, look at PD and Moose. That's funny. Look at Moose and PD. You know, they've been picking up so many kills. Every R point, it seems like one of them is going off. Same for Nolson, so Marky B doesn't have much to do.
And third, but not least, be fast and be aggressive.
Get in their face, make it hectic. That's where you've seen Jared be successful in his career. When you've got the likes of Bance there as well, it's what made a name for himself in Black Ops 3.
Yeah.
Look at that again here. We talked about how Bance had a quiet weekend so far in regards to what we expect from him.
His last game.
Yes, the last one, he had some crazy plays. The 3-piece with Reactive, I know, was a nice little highlight we saw there. But we talked very highly about Splice. There is another team across the booths, and that is a very formidable squad as well.
That certainly is Team Infused, who have definitely gained some fans this weekend. And we're wondering whether or not they can go all the way. And here, of course, they are. Marky B, Moose, Nolson, and PD. Massive KD difference. I'm not sure it was last game. I'm not sure if it's the exact same percentage. But Moose, last time we had this up, accounted for 78%
Nuts.
of his team's positive record.
And you look at this now and you see plus 181 for Infused, plus 150 for Splice. Not sure if any teams even matched that this weekend. But one thing I will say is how different a certain game plays when you have 2 very even slay-heavy teams. How prepared are either of these squads to now face that? For the majority this weekend, as you could tell, they've been outslaying their opponents, which has given them full control of how the game is played, the pacing of the map. How do they adjust now where they're facing 4 just as good opponents as they have on their own team?
All right, let's get the keys of victory underway. First of all, you've got to take Madcat out of the game. Madcat has been performing so well for Splice.
Good luck with that.
You got to figure out, you know, just how do you shut down the Madcat?
Easier said than done.
It is easier said than done. Second, play as a unit and exploit isolated Splice players. I like this one, relying on the chemistry that some of the Infused guys have had. You've got to remember some of these teams before. This actual Infused squad is only 1 player difference from the TCM team that took 3rd at Anaheim. Then we've got keys to victory number 3. Keep up the comms and stay positive. This team could tilt.
And in the listen-ins this weekend, who are the 2 teams I've been most impressed with by their communication? Has been Infused with Marky B as their leader, and then Josh with Splice. The 2 times we listened to them, it was insane, but they weren't skipping a beat.
They certainly were not, and I think realistically, I'm looking forward to some more listen-ins as we go through this one. But let's take a look at the key player matchups for this game. All right, here you go. It's PD versus Mad.
Gosh.
Wow, what a matchup. I mean, PD, we've seen him time and time again be so important during the hard point. So sure, Moose has been going off and hitting crazy scores, but PD has been key in very important moments for Infused, so definitely a player to watch. On the other end, Madcat. And before the previous game, we were saying Madcat has been the only one who's been going off, and only Ben started to play really well in previous game. But Madcat, you know, we was considered probably best player in Europe for a few years, and is again delivering this year.
And you see Madcat there, 3rd overall, KD difference. Moose is 1 player that's above him. It wasn't even shown there.
Yeah, Moose has been doing great, but we said again, Infused. We've seen Nolson actually do quite well these last few games. There's maybe not as much. Marky B not really having the greatest game, but there are only so many kills on the map. So I don't know. For me, I think it's going to be kind of interesting. I want to see who's really on fire. Can they still pull off these amazing games? PD Moose, it's not an easy competition. You're going up against Splyce. Can they do it?
I mean, you've known Marky B probably for the closer half of a decade now.
Yeah.
If there's any player in the European Call of Duty scene that I don't think cares about his stats, it's Marky B, as long as he gets the victories.
Alongside Shane.
Yes, they talked about it in an interview earlier this weekend. It's been closer to a year now since Infused have won their last tournament together as an organization, as a team. Marky B has been in the leadership role of that this whole time. He wants this weekend.
He certainly does. Well, it's time to get into the predictions. Let's try and figure out exactly how we think this one is going to go down. Jonas?
Well, I said Infuse wouldn't break top 4. I'm sticking to it. I think Splyce going to take it. I'm going to say 3-1.
I had Splyce in my top 3 at the start of the weekend. I'm also going to side with that as well. I said that this would be my grand finals matchup. I'm happy to see it happening no matter what. Map count, 3-1.
3-1, okay.
Yep. Actually, whoa, with Breakout there, 3-2.
3-2 to
Splyce still.
To Splyce.
Because Splyce is not going to win Breakout hard.
All right, well, Splyce has been picked. It's time to throw over to our casting duo. It is going to be Mr. X and Momo.
Thank you very much, Bryce. And the boys on the analyst desk, we've got an absolute storm of a game. Splyce and Infuse, 2 teams that have gone head-to-head as organizations many a times. 8 players which have gone head-to-head many a times. You know, a year ago, the likes of Josh, you know, Bance, they always seem to take down Marky B. And is today going to be any different? The desk doesn't think so.
Well, yeah, I don't think so either. I think Splyce takes this one. Now, when you look at all these players, obviously big names in Europe for a very long time, Nolson's the one for me who could be a big X factor in this coming in. A player who's been up and down throughout the tournament, a lot of great individual skill. If he can put it together here against Splyce, may throw things in Infuse's favor. I do think, though, Splyce is on a mission to get back to that final.
Yeah, Splyce, you know, ever since they got put down by Orbit, they've been steamrolling through this loser bracket and been making a fool out of a couple of teams. So we'll have to see whether it'll be as easy as the last one. I'm sure it won't be. Infused, obviously, will put up a big fight here. We've seen Moose go off all weekend. PD's had his moments as well. And the first map, of course, being Scorch. I mean, this map in particular, we've talked about a hard point. It is just so in your face. And I actually think this favors the likes of Josh and Jerd.
Oh, it absolutely does. And I think look for Splyce to really take advantage when you get over to that second hard point by Turbine and rack up a lot of score.
Okay, well, getting into this, we do have a quick VT. We caught up with Splyce Josh before the game.
Infuse has supported everyone, I think. Obviously, Moose has been having one of the best tournaments I've ever seen him play. So they're obviously playing a lot better than expected and a lot better than it was online. We've played them a few times. How the game will go, I mean, it can go either way. Like, we've played them online a few times, but it's online and it's just, we've played them twice on the same maps, and even though we beat them twice, so it's hard to say. I'm obviously really confident going into the game, but we'll see how it goes.
Okay, well, there's Josh's thoughts, and Splyce start off well. First 20 points on the board for them. That's coming in from Bance, as well as a couple of kills. Let's see what he's up to.
Yeah, that was a really nice way of saying he feels like they're going to destroy him. He goes, yeah, you know, we've played them twice online with the same maps, and we've won both times, but it could be, you know, anybody can win. It's like, nah, it's deep down, you probably feel very confident going into this one. And you see at the break off of this game, looking very good is Splyce as they jump up 40-4 here, just locking down this center hardpoint.
Okay, well, Bance is just going to clear one up. He should have the good spawns, but he's actually got a split spawn. Josh has spawned out, and that's just the aggressiveness of Marky and Nolson. Marky is going to fall. Moose as well. 3 kills coming back-to-back for Splyce, and straight away, he's looking a little bit one-sided here, Mr. X.
Yeah, definitely one-sided. Bance going to earn himself some score streaks as well. Right now, you see how far Infused is spawning and just how spread out they are. I mean, look at this. You have players from the bottom of the minimap all the way up to the top by Skybridge trying to push over towards this second hard point. And, you know, if they just get killed, you know, 1 or 2 rotations here, we're going to see score something like almost 100-8 going into the third hill.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, a hold on Turbine for Splyce. That's not uncommon, however. We do see PD slip and slide as he finds a 3-kill streak. And you know what? They may get up the scrap here. I'd be surprised if Splyce do challenge this. We do have Josh still going for it. Not sure about this play. He may just turn around and, yeah, maybe get the cutoff to that next rotation. But no, he's fancying himself getting a couple more points.
Yeah, for a second it looked like he was just going to cut the map, kind of go across, pick up those kills over by Skybridge, but he goes all the way back towards that hard point, challenges it one more time with about 8 seconds left. He will spawn up with the rest of his team, though, over here inside of the hangar. So We'll see if Splyce can win this first rotation to gunfights, and if they do that, they'll make a lot of that time that they lost back.
Well, Nolson gets one, Moose answers back, and that is 2 players on rotation, picking up super important kills, but Jerd and Madcat are going to answer that equally. And now, this is where it matters. In the hill, making time, Madcat picks up 1. He does sense danger, and he's got his team to back him up. However, who is that player? It's number 7, it's Moose. He's charging in, he finds 1. That's all it's going to be now, and Splyce keep control.
Good play by Madcat, realizes his team spawning in the back by the caves. He just turns towards that right-hand side. Knows there's one player still down there, has 2 players coming from Skybridge. He can see both sides of him. So very good play there by Madcat to stay alive inside of the hardpoint. Now Josh with the ERAD. This is where the ERAD can be extremely effective in these close quarter engagements, really around the doorways. This is where it will struggle in these long range to mid around the middle of the map.
Yeah, when you get a player like Josh Hodding up, he's on a 3-kill streak. Madcat's actually on a 5. But the accuracy that this guy can actually pull off with the ERAD is pretty insane as well. He's trying to flank round. He may be caught. No, he's not. He's going to find him in close quarters. Only the ERAD can answer back. That's coming in from Nolson. And this is these next couple of kills are going to be very important to control the drill.
Yeah, and I feel like as time goes on in Infinite Warfare, it'll be pretty impressive to see. A lot like when we had Advanced Warfare, ASM1 players against Val guys at the beginning, where it was really like a 3-1 AR split, a lot like what we're seeing now. If your submachine gun player can outplay the other teams, you're going to have a huge advantage in these respawn game modes.
Yeah, and the, submachine gun players, it was almost eliminated at the start of the game, but the ERAD kind of coming into the meta, and the likes of Josh picking it up, it's very dangerous. Close quarter combat with a player with reaction speeds of Josh, with a simple gun skill of what Josh can pull off, it will lead to dangerous things. However, Madcat is the one shining right now, 11 and 4 for him. And Splyce, we see a significant lead here, actually, Mr. X.
Yeah, you got to feel pretty good if you're Splyce going into the second half of this game. Infused, you did a good job here on Drill. You did a good job breaking on the second hardpoint over by Turbine. Other than that, pretty pathetic performance in this first hardpoint. I want to see them bounce back here in the second half. You got to get Moose going. You got to get Petey going. These are the guys who have led this team to this point.
Yeah, and both at the moment significantly underperforming compared to their stats. Obviously facing off against seed number 1 here. Score streaks are going to come in, so they have to dip inside. Jerd taking advantage of that. That's going to be another 2 kills on the bouncing. This is a bit of a repeat of what we saw on the first side. Splyce dominated this middle. The bridge was all theirs, and it's shown once again.
Yeah, but this could easily turn in Infused's favor. All they need is a good Turbine Hill, and they'll be right back in the game. They can't let Splyce take the rest of this, though, because they're controlling the spawns for the second hardpoint as well. You see everybody for the side of Infuse are spawning behind Control. They're going to have to go all the way through Drill, all the way through Observation, towards that Turbine Hill, because 10 seconds left, they got to start playing for that. The rest of the time is going to go to Splyce.
Yeah, really clever here for Madcat just to back off, because, again, you said that they were defending from the bridge, but also setting themselves up for the spawns as well. Josh is going to trade out with PT, and now we're going to see a 3v3. Score streaks coming in. Bance is going to finish 1. And again, this is very, very positive for Splyce. This could be a 100-point lead going into the next hill.
Yeah, and a great time to use streaks. Bance gets 2 with it, helps Josh and Jerd, because Bance and Madcat fall there at the beginning. They spawn out, and they're able to use those streaks plus a few kills from Josh and Jerd to lock this down. And look at where Infuse is spawning, Momo. They just have that hallway to just push down at the top of your mini-map. The spawners are going to come in for Splyce as well, so they're going to have reinforcements once they take these players out. It's going to be almost impossible for Infuse to break this.
And look at this. They've just held the whole Turbine. And look at this. Well, I thought Bance was actually going to push it and get out of there with 20 seconds. But you know what? He's coming back to help. Infuse do not want to give up this scrap time. It's a 2v4. Infuse should take this away, and they will. But you've just got to think of that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Splyce, you can invest more players towards that hardpoint. You know that Infuse is pushing for that garbage time. They need it. Being down by more than 100, you can send one player over here towards the hangar, and you're going to hold this at the beginning. So you do see Madcat and Bance on your minimap inside of the hill. See if Petey can go to break it.
Well, it's on a 4-kill streak, leveling things out. That's number 5, and PT, could we see something similar to the very start of the tournament? He had a 15-kill streak, I believe. He's going to be head-to-head with Madcat down the alley, but he has got players coming from behind this. He's going to be Josh. I think he spotted him. Yes, he had. That's number 6 on the board.
And now Petey, he is fully streaked out on a 6 streak, looking for more players coming in. He's going to fall at the hands of Jerd. All the kills going in favor of Splyce there. They're able to break in, take the hill right back. And, you see Infuse, they'll break in, they'll get control of the hill for a second, but it's Splyce. They're able to just break right through the defense. Now, you really look at the side of Infuse. You can see what Moose means to his team. I mean, you started to get better game from PD in the second half. Nolson and Marky B not having the best of goes, but and this team is going to go as far as Moose goes. I mean, if Moose can start playing like he was earlier, this is a team that can definitely contend with Splyce. If you see games like this is the type of score you're going to get.
Well, we're moving over to the drill. Only around 40 points left for the boys of Splyce. You look at Infused, and they need a staggering amount more. Splyce can take the foot off the gas a little bit, maybe just play the slaying game and work it from there. Score streak's coming in, but all the kill feed is actually Infused for once. They will get full control of this. They will have time on the hill. And you know what? This could be the start of something pretty special.
Yeah, they're not completely out of it. They did a fantastic job holding Drill the first time. They get control of it here. You see kills just being traded by both teams. A big gunfight from Marky B. Needs to take out one of these players approaching over towards Drill. He's going to get one. Knows there's one more player to his right. Pre-fire in the window. Nice shots there from Marky B. That is a very big play. If they can hold the rest of this and go back towards the center, you kind of split that one 50-50, make it like a 30-40 point game by that moment in time. You win Turbine, you're in a good spot.
Well, we talk about PT and Moose going off. Nolson's on a 6-kill streak now, fully streaked out as well, getting time for his team, and he's going to be taken down just at the last second, but the drill is nearly over. We're going to be starting this all over again, ladies and gentlemen. However, in the last 60 seconds, Splyce have only managed to accumulate 6 points. Infused have put up a great fight, and you can see that simply in their kill-death ratios.
Yeah, they just got to play from the 50-yard line of the bridge here. You don't want to push too far up because you have those spawns for Turbine. Anything you get here is a bonus. If I'm in the booth for Infused right now, I'm telling my guys I want to get to about 180, 190 points on this one and rotate early. I'll give the last few seconds up to Splyce if I need to. I think if you set up for Turbine, you win one round of gunfights.
But
you're in a very good spot to come back.
Infused only have Marky on the hill. They're already thinking about the next one. That's Nolson taking charge of that. They're already getting the spawn. Marky's in the thick of it, so I'm staying on board, but keep your eye on the mini-map because we've just had a big kill. That's coming in from Josh. Josh from behind as well, teaming up with Jerd, and there's 16 seconds still left on it. Splyce can't win it, but they can push it right to the limit here.
Yeah, this is a really tough decision for Infused. Do they want to go challenge this? Do they want to set up? Looks like Jerd is going to take 2 big gunfights on the Turbine side of the map. So you're going to have to see Infused just push straight through that middle hard point. They're going to have 1, maybe 2 really good attempts at this.
Yeah, Jerd potentially has just won them the game right there. Those 2 gunfights, so crucial. However, 3 go down. It's all up to Madcat for a second here. He needs to stay alive. He needs to make kills. He's going to go down. Infused could be making a phenomenal comeback right now.
That's about as good as things can go for Infused right there. PD wins another gunfight versus Bant, so this next fight is going to be a 3v4 in favor of Infused. And you just see how close they are getting this score back. The one thing I will say is Infused cannot be so hyped. They take a lead on this hill, they'll only go up by a few seconds. They still need to get all the way across the map to Hangar.
Yeah, the rotation is key because yes, this can be tied up. Spot on there, Mr. X. We're gonna go to the final hard point. However, look at number 7. Moose has already spawned there. I'm going on board with him. This is a big kill. He's gonna go down to Josh, and Splyce have it all set up.
Yeah, and Splyce has committed 4 players to this. They're gonna let Infused take the lead at the end of this hard point. And I like the decision. They're going to tie this one up and take the lead as soon as this hill inside of Hangar pops up. We'll see if Infused can get another fast break. PD with a big kill there on Josh, and we'll see if Nolson and co can break it.
This is huge. Moose pushing around the back. 1 player for Splyce has spawned out. This is anyone's right now. 3 are pushing in. We're going neck and neck. Nolson's got to pick up 1. Shaky shots. Madcat gets the beat down, and Madcat as well falls. Infused do take control of the hard point. They push Splyce out. We are neck and neck here.
Yeah, and it's going to be Marky B putting down some shots. Nolson coming in to clean it up. He needs to get back inside the hard point. It's 2 players to his left. It's going to be Josh with the E-Rad inside. The submachine gun wrecking havoc. And you see where Infused is spawning out. They may get 1 more touch at this.
Yeah, they're going to go hell for leather. 2 seconds left. Splyce have control. They're going to close it out, but my goodness, Infused, they went so hard, and right now all I'm thinking, the amount of effort they've just put into that, the huge comeback that they made, that must have taken so much effort. You can see, like, Madcat's just won that game. He's not happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, that big 2-piece from Madcat may have sealed the deal there on Hangar. It looked like Infused was going to push in, take control. He drops down from the hard point, picks up 2 big kills, jumps back up. They get a pinch coming in with Josh with the E-Rad. He picks up the other 2. That may have won Splyce the game because Madcat dies right there. The trading all in favor of Infused. Would have been a huge game for Infused to win as well. If they could have stole a hard point game at the beginning of this with Moose going 16-23, you kind of favor them from there on out.
That was a game, 6 minutes in, we're almost looking at each other thinking, this is Splyce just being Splyce. And out of nowhere, it wasn't, Moose going crazy. It wasn't PT going off. It was accumulatively all 4 players putting in a shift. Yes, Moose obviously finished, -7, but that really showed there. The actual that went into that for the players, phenomenal.
Yeah, now what I actually thought was the key for Infuse to make that comeback is they were taking all the time left on those hard points, but they were winning those initial gunfights when they would go to rotate. It's something you usually don't see too often, where a team takes the garbage time. They usually don't win the rotation battle. When Infuse would take the garbage time, they'd give up maybe 5-10 seconds of Splyce, break them instantly and get control.
And I'm trying to think, what was the real turning point? Because we did 2 set of rotations, Splyce gained bridge every single time. And then it was kind of, I know Nolson went on a bit of a streak, 6-kill streak. He had full streaks. The streaks were really made to break Turbine, and those 2 hills back to back, Bridge and Turbine, they almost come hand in hand, and you can get, 60, 70 points more than your opponent, and they made a real run for it then.
Yeah, what may have been the difference in that game, it's just a play we kind of highlighted for a little bit. We were looking at on the minimap, but Infuse sends 3 players over to Turbine. They leave Marky B in Bridge alone, and it was for maybe 10 seconds. He dies, the Splyce takes that time. I mean, if that time goes to Infuse, this is a game that they may end up taking as well.
And actually, in fairness to Splyce, they were on the back foot for, the last 2.5 minutes of that game. They were kind of getting hammered to kind of go full, to really kind of turn it around and clutch up at the end. That took a lot for Splyce. And, I think Mad Cat was actually a huge catalyst in that himself.
Yeah, Mad Cat. Definitely a spark of energy. We can just take a look at the stats on my screen real quick. I just want to go over them, see if anything kind of stands out from that game number 1. We talked about Nolson, see how he could play in this one. He goes 27-23. Topping Infused and slaying. 1 minute and 36 in the hill, topping them tied for first on Infused. So we worried about him coming into this, how he could step up, be a difference maker. He does. It's just you got an odd game out of Moose, and you feel like when a guy is that hot in a tournament playing that well, he's due to have one bad game. It's just unfortunate. It's right there.
Okay, well, map 1 is done. It's over, and we see Splyce take it. Funnily enough, in both booths, we're seeing disappointed people. It's not something we see a lot. Yeah. PT shaking his head, thinking, you know what, a couple of kills at the end, that could have been ours. Mad Cat's almost like, boys, what were we doing for the last 3 minutes of the game? So both teams now really need to compose themselves going into this S&D.
It reminds me of a FaZe hardpoint from last year. They jump out to these massive leads, and you're like, oh, they're just going to crush the opponent the rest of the way. And then you'd see the other team come back, tie it up, take the lead for a second. Then FaZe comes out on top in a shaky game at the end. Kind of had the vibes of that, as it's going to be Splyce winning that one 250-236. Going into the S&D, I feel like this is a must-win for Infused.
Yeah.
I feel like if they lose this one going into the uplink, I feel like, Splyce has been one of the more impressive teams that we've seen in uplink this weekend. Just the ability to just slay has really made the difference.
Their last uplink, I think they played against Aware, and it was 14-0. We actually casted it. It was just almost hard to cast. It was just so one-sided. So if, I think you're absolutely right. If Splyce take, map 2, I think Infuse may be a little bit too demoralized to even come back into this.
Yeah, and map number 2 will be Retaliation, Search and Destroy. So you look at this one, plays pretty straight up. A lot of teams just going to put emphasis on that lower street, try and get control of that. I don't think anyone is going to really kind of attempt and go over towards that bridge. Just so open. The defense has so many angles, whether you can drop down to that lower side and wall run all the way across. You don't even know the guy's coming. Or if you go high with the sniper rifle, I feel like it's a little bit too risky.
Well, Search and Destroy, Splyce has definitely shown their weakness in Search and Destroy. And Infuse has shown what they can do in it. And I think, if there is a map, if there's something that Infuse can really take from this is, they may be going into this S&D a little bit more positive, because they've seen Splyce and the way that they perform so far. And yeah, must-win game. We're seeing Centurion from both sides here.
Yeah, it's no overdrive from either team.
Yeah.
Which is quite interesting.
Well, it's similar. That's coming in from Mad Cat and Marky B. They'll be using the Striker and, of course, the Trophy Drone.
I feel like Overdrive's pretty good for S&D.
Especially on this map. I play a little bit of Infinite Warfare myself, and Overdrive. I really enjoy it. I think it's one of those where you can get in the face of the enemy, and it's something that can take them by surprise rather than the Centurion.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen it used in different ways this year. Obviously, a little bit of an adjustment. It doesn't give you health anymore, but when it did, we saw it actually used more in gunfights as well. Overdrive, to just kind of throw people off. You couldn't really kind of keep up with their strafing patterns.
Okay, well, Retaliation is the S&D map you guys can see. Throwback Uplink will follow, and if we need it, we're going to go to Breakout, Hardpoint, and Crusher, Search and Destroy. Now, Jack actually said that if it goes to Breakout, Hardpoint, then we're definitely seeing a map 5. That obviously in favor of Infuse. Like, he thinks Splyce will just lose that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I looked at you at that point. I was like, I don't even think we see Breakout.
Yeah, that is... I predicted a 3-1 victory for Splyce. Honestly, I only saw them potentially losing the Retaliation S&D. This is where I think Infuse maybe, fight back a little bit. But Uplink has been so strong.
I always get worried when a team has kind of made a long run based off of, just fantastic play. Obviously, it's a team effort, but just off of, like, unreal play from, like, 2 guys, whatnot, like, those guys, you're going to get tired, you're going to get drained, you're not going to be able to just drop, 35 and 18 every game.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have a fantastic game every game. It doesn't happen. And when you put, 4 players, 4 superstars like Bance, Jerd, Josh, and Madcat, it's very hard for the likes of Moose to do what he did against Aware.
Yeah, and you can see, starting out here, I was on board with Jerd for a second. It looked like he was going to have a sniper rifle in his hands. When you do see the sniper on this map, there are some angles where you can watch from the bridge and into the hotel on the left-hand side behind the tank. And then obviously, looking straight down towards the A site, you can get some good line of sight, but he's going to put that one away. And we'll start off with Josh here as he's got the bomb. And a very interesting call off the rip here. It looks like we're going to see some pressure towards A.
Yeah, we've seen Josh actually make his mark straight away. Mocky B trying to slide away. Very quick, aggressive playstyle. You heard it from Brycey. They need to shut down this aggressive playstyle from Splyce.
Yeah, the bomb is going to be planted, so it'll be a 3v3 bomb down in favor of Splyce. The bomb in position for the offense. So this looks like a really good round for Splyce. Just need to kind of dance around here, waste some time. You have Nolson on bomb. Not going to go for it right away. Now we'll actually see. It's going to be Nolson, the last one alive. He's going to get one, not going to be able to get a second. It'll be Splyce winning round number 1.
Big jammer grenade coming in there as well. I think it was very helpful in actually finishing that kill. Madcat's the one to put the last bullet in him. He actually put 5 in total. And yeah, Splyce will take round number 1. I like the fact Splyce aren't scared of going to the unfavorable bomb.
Yeah, and you almost saw Marky B when he died originally. It looked like he was just checking that bottom wall run and then running back. He didn't even check and look at the bridge because he's like, well, nobody really pushes straight down the bridge. Kind of crazy. So he was trying to get away and gets taken out from behind there. So we'll see now Infuse on the offensive end. This is more of a standard push. This is where we usually see all the action come.
Absolutely. PT's going to be the one carrying the bomb, but he's got his whole team backing him up. Maybe a bit too close at the moment. Madcat strikes first, but tag will come in from PT. PT can enable the plant, but no, he's actually going for an aggressive push. This could pay off, and it does. 3v3. Moose goes for the first, and now Madcat from behind. Madcat, oh, surely that's got to be traded from the boys of Infuse, but no. They're going for the full rotate, and they're going to spot 1 in the bedroom.
Yeah, but as soon as PT fires those shots, the side of Splyce has an idea of where they're going. Okay, for a second I thought, oh yeah, this is what we're gonna do. I was like, I don't know if they have enough time for that. 40 seconds left. It looked like they were gonna go all the way through A, all the way back around with the bomb through the bridge. But it's gonna be PD falling there as Moose, the last one alive. That would have taken way too much time, I think, to develop.
Well, he's on 3. Can he get the ace? He's seen him. This could be not only a 1v3, it can be the ace, and it goes down to a 1v1 with Jerd. He has the bomb.
Now, it looks like he's gonna go try and play this in the interior and just see on your mini-map, 15 seconds left. Moose does not have many options, needs to make a decision now. He does not have enough time to check all these corners, Momo, with 9 seconds left.
Oh, that's going to be close. I don't think he can do it. Yes. Oh, yeah, he's going to put that down as he jumps on with the last couple of seconds, and he will get the plant. Rewind available. So is a Scar. I can see this rewind coming in for this round.
Yeah, if I'm Moose, I invest rewind into the round. You don't have a lot of momentum after losing the hard point. This could be a big swing round and throw things in your team's favor.
Oh, he's turned the wrong way, wrong time. Hello, rewind comes in. We'll see him. We'll tag him. We'll get the kill. It's not only ace, it's the 1 versus 3 for Moose. He's been going off all tournament long. And there he is with a massive clutch for Infused.
And that could be a big game changer for this Infused roster. You're losing momentum. You lose game 1. You lose the first round. And Moose comes in with a big play there in a 1v1 against Jerd.
What can this man not do? He has single-handedly kept them in this tournament so far. He's had absolutely stellar performances. I'd love to see his stats at the end of this one. However, it is 1 apiece. Bance will be taking the bomb this time, and it is a very standard push to be.
I would like to see them go back and try and challenge.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a terrible grenade. I'd like to see them go back and try and challenge over at A. they had very good success there. I mean, you knew that Infused at best was going to put one player over there. But I'd like to see them come in. The Scarab comes through. Nothing really going to happen with that. The Scarab we have not seen been used to great effect this weekend.
Yeah, I think the only thing it says is, yes, they're over at B because they were going to A previously. Josh falls, and the bomb will go down. Now a 3v3, and Jerd actually takes 2 down.
Now, you don't see Bance get away with his life trying to slide into the garage here, but we'll have Jerd. Has to check bomb. Nobody on Splyce has good view of the bomb right now. I don't believe they have any idea where PD is. They're going to be able to take out Moose. Now, with the way Jerd is set up, there's no idea where PD's coming from. Neither of these players. You can see the arrows from Splyce. They are just searching for PD.
And right now, he's got to make a move. He's got to do something. It takes 7.5 to defuse. He's going to be taken from behind. Great play. They used the clock there. Splyce used it to their advantage and will lead in the search and destroy.
Now, starting out things hot early is Moose. 6-2 on the side of Splyce. It's going to be Mad Cat and Jerd, the ones doing the work. 5-1 and 4-1 apiece. Right now, I think you look at this game, obviously 2-1, really early in this search and destroy. But, I mean, if you can get PD going for the side of Infused, I think they can probably come back and take this one. But you know, if either Josh or Bance comes alive, you know, has a big round, clutches something up, this is one that Splyce could run away with in a, you know, a 6-3 fashion, 6-2.
Oh my goodness. 4 players go down. Nolson is left in a 1 versus 3. Car bomb going off, and now he has to do exactly what Moose did. But Nolson right now is sat at 1 and 3 himself, and you can see the minimap. Splyce, they're hunting like a pack of wolves.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I love the way that Splyce has been playing. They've just been packed up together, everyone in position to trade effectively in case one dies. It's going to be Nolson falling there. But you see the aggression. It comes down from Market as a team. It's not one player flying out, and then, you know, 2 seconds later after he drops, another player coming from, like, Patio or something. You're just doing a great job pushing that lower market as a team. You've definitely found something that works against Infused on the offensive side of the coin as well. Splyce in firm control of this thus far.
Well, if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, Splyce did take map number 1. It was close. They started strong, and it was a nail-biting finish. However, this one, they're going into round number 5 with a steady lead here, and actually Josh has just unlocked a rewind.
And Jerd's got the sniper rifle inside the hotel, so we'll see if he can pick up anybody with this. We saw him do good things with it on throwback the other day. So one player directly in front of him, I don't believe he saw. And it's got to be a very cautious shot there because he did have Josh walking straight in front of him. Don't want to take out a teammate with a sniper rifle. Well, Bance picks up one player who's coming on the flank. So now they know that one player has to rotate over towards this A bomb site. Just look at how spread out the players are and Fuse are. You have one player over at A, one player at B, one player split all the way in the middle. If Splyce gets one of these picks, they're going to open up a bomb site. This is going to be an easy plant. Should be an easy round as they take out one over at B. They're able to get bombed down to 4v2.
Yeah, well, let's go on board with Moose. He's got another 1v4 on his hands. He picked off one. If this man even comes close to this, it'll blow my mind. Splyce surely not the same mistake twice.
Now they know exactly where Moose is in this position. He's going to try and challenge it. K-Bar versus Erad. Not going to win it in that situation. 4-1, and you see the shot of the guys from Infuse. They look lost right now, Momo. Cannot get anything going. It looks like they have lost a little bit of that confidence and swagger they had earlier.
Yeah, and this is, you know, a map and a game mode which, you know, some of people will be favoring Infused on, and Splyce are really showing what they're made of and showing what they can do in Search and Destroy. 3 plays from Infused, all 1 and 5.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on all 3 of those guys. Moose is bringing some A game right now. Just need one of those players to step up, maybe make a comeback in this, but pressure going to come from Infuse down the B street. Now, we have not seen anything over towards the A bridge from the side of Infused. Now, Splyce realizes they're giving up that entire side of the map. They are coming on a very fast flank. And you just need to see, okay, Bance, I was going to say, he needs to stay alive, wait for this to develop for his team, but he tries to run, not able to do so. Josh gives up the rest of their positions. So this is a good round for Infused. You needed to chase Bance out of the market. They do that, and now they have the man advantage.
Well, they do indeed. 2v2 as Mad Cat slims that down. And now they do have full control of market. The bomb is planted in a very strong position. It's all left up to Jerd. The trade potentially coming in, but he, of course, will have another challenge him straight away. Not going to use the rewind. I don't particularly think he needed to. I think it would have been silly due to the fact he did have to defuse as well. But the team kills, a team effort kill they're coming in for Infused. Finish the round.
Yeah, if Mad Cat just waits maybe an extra second there, let Jerd ready, to go and trade that faster. Maybe that's when he's able to win, but Mad Cat comes flying around the corner. Jerd waits 2 or 3 seconds to go challenge. Now is not going to be able to clutch up that 1v2 scenario, so that's going to be Infused. Second round on the board. It'll be Splyce now on offense. Now, we do not see them do anything unorthodox. This is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, getting away from that car bomb. They've learned the lesson that Infused maybe didn't. Nolson and PT had a pretty good round, picking up 2 last time, but Nolson's already fell to Jerd. Now the numerical advantage not only favors them, but they have full control of B site right now.
And the guys on Infuse, they need to go together here, Momo. You see one up on this top patio. Nobody there to trade it out. Perfectly fine if you're Splyce. You're in a great position here. Jerd does have rewind, does not need to use it. Not necessary here, has more teammates alive to come and pick this up. And Josh comes flying in, puts some shots in. Fantastic bait and switch there from the side of Splyce.
Yeah, that was perfect. You could see them almost, come over here, help us out. They pinned him in, and they will be rewarded with round number 5. 1 round away from making the series 2-0.
And I think this is what Splyce needed to do to be good in Search and Destroy. Don't play flashy. Wait, bait and trade with your teammates. Be patient, and good things will happen. Now you're seeing Splyce in a game mode that we did favor Infused in, I would say. Really taking it to them, up 5-2 right now. And it's been a rough go for the guys on Infused. Moose has brought it in this one. Marky B struggling 1-7. It was one of our keys to victory. Exploit Marky B, and Splyce is doing that.
They are indeed, and it is certainly showing in the scoreboard. Moose and the boys, they have this one strategy, kind of push out B all the time and then maybe push forward after it. It just doesn't seem like they have anything else in this map. It just seems if it doesn't work, they have no plan B.
Yeah, you got to keep the other team on their toes in Search and Destroy. I feel like Splyce knows exactly what's coming from the side of Infused every round. Jerd does have that rewind. Maybe you see him open this up, fly right back, wait for a teammate to go in and try and pick up a kill, but it's going to be Mad Cat getting first blood here on Nolson. Josh is going to get one as well. Bance follows that up. It's a 1v4 scenario. Marky B, the last one alive, gets one, not going to get a second. The bomb will get defused here. It will be Splyce going up 2-0. Taking game number 2, 6-2, Momo. I gotta say, they looked good in S&D.
They really did. They've come here on Championship Sunday, and that's no surprise. The 4 players on either side really can turn up, but Jerd, Josh, Bance, and Mad Cat bursting with experience, bursting with talent. They go 2-0 up in this series, and they're going into Uplink, which some may argue is their best game type.
And I would say it's actually very important for this team to get a 3-0 in this scenario. You play a lot of matches in a day. You don't want them to last even longer. You want to get through them fast. So we've seen so many teams that loser bracket runs, it ends just a little bit too short because they have some of these 3-2 games, long, dragged out overtimes and 3-1s, and they just run out of gas. And I think if they can get a big 3-0 here, they're in good shape.
Yeah, and to touch on that, if they do make it to the grand final, they do go up against Orbit. They've got to win 2 best-of-5s. It's a minimum of 6 maps. Like, they have got a lot of Call of Duty still left to play.
Yeah, well, they would have another series even to get to Orbit. They would have to go through Elevate if they win another map here. You saw the stats pop up in your screen. Jerd, 10-3 in that one. Doing a very nice job there. And then you did see Mad Cat go 8-2 as well. So those two putting up a big performance for this Splyce squad.
Okay, well, we'll be preparing the next map as the boys will be getting ready in their booths. Nolson was someone we touched on just before this series, and yourself, Matt, you were kind of saying, he's the one player that, you know all of the others in so much depth. Nolson really has a kind of a real point to prove coming into this one. He was picked up by Infuse, picked out of a real good bunch. He was ex-Hyper Games player. He was, I believe, Season 2 MVP for the CWL. I mean, what are you making from it? Is there anything that you think he needs to do better right now? Is it maybe a lack of something?
I mean, you've seen some good performances from Nolson, but I think I may just be, quite frankly, that PD and Moose have just been absolutely insane during this.
Yeah.
I mean, when you've had those 2 players consistently putting up high numbers, your numbers are going to look lower. You're not going to be in the best positions. Those guys are taking the power spots. They're going to be the ones that are going to get the best, cover. They're going to get the best situations to pick up kills. So, Nolson probably fighting at a disadvantage most of the time.
Yeah.
But we have seen him make some big plays, come up with some good situational kills around objectives.
Well, these players are no stranger to the main stage and no stranger against playing each other on LAN. Going back, obviously, last season, Infused and Splyce headed off in the Season 1 finals, I believe, and Season 2 as well. Splyce
crazy S&D game at Stage 2 Finals, right?
It was. You know, Infused, it was the one time where Infused made a comeback on the S&D. They took it. It was such a surprise. And it was kind of that triangle of Call of Duty teams where Splyce, Infused, and at the time Millennium, being Mad Cat, Jerd, Swanee, Tommy, they were just kind of beating each other and no one could really determine, you know, who was the best at that time.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't watch that game last year, it was one of the best ones. From Stage 2 Finals, it was Splyce Infused. It was a Game 5 hunted search and destroy.
It's like the fact we remember it so detailed.
It's like, I believe, like a 5-0 or 5-1 lead. Splyce has literally everything to work with. I mean, streaks, abilities, whatnot. And they end up blowing the game to Infused. I guess I kind of spoiled it if you want to watch it, but it's definitely worth a watch. Regardless, it's
definitely worth.
It's a lot more hype than I explained it to be.
It really tells the tale, the history between these teams. And yes, we've had changes. Splyce since then, you know, Rated and Joe deployed obviously to Orbit. They recruit half of Millennium. Infused make roster changes. Half of those go to Orbit. They take a bit of Hyper Games. They take a bit of Epsilon. And we have these 4 fantastic players going head-to-head with equally what you may say is the #1 team in Europe right now, Splyce. But they're in the loser bracket. This is not, you know, a championship match. It is not a winner bracket game. One of these are going home.
Yeah, now you could also say that Marky B and PD took a little bit of a chance on Moose. Was not the best performance last year for Moose. Very good during Ghost. He bounced back here in another Infinity War title. Really kind of proving his spot on this team at this event.
Very, very good point. And Moose coming out the blocks here on Infinite Warfare fantastically. And hopefully will continue throughout the season. Now we're going into Uplink on Throwback. Uplink, a game mode Splyce have excelled in. Infused, they need to do the reverse sweep. They're 2-0 down in the series. Let's jump on board with Infused. Let's go with Marky B.
And I feel like for Infused to win this one, they got to keep it low scoring. One Splyce kind of gets in your base. They're not going to let it up. We've seen them, you know, put up 19-1 games, you know, 17-0. Just some crazy uplink scores from the side of Splyce. And I feel like this map plays in their favor because it's so close quartered. You're going to be able to get in and really cause a lot of chaos.
Okay, well, it was 4 down for a second there for Infused. They're going to spawn up. And we're going to see Bance pushing forward. Let's jump on board with Bance. He does have his team, and you can see by the minimap they do have full control of the train tracks. However, sliding in is going to be PT. Jerd trying to trade that one out. I thought he would. He doesn't. He goes down. That's 3 down. Only Josh alive for Splyce.
And it's odd by Splyce there. I mean, they have full map control, and they just kind of sit around and wait for Infused to come out. It's like your biggest strength as a team is your gun skill and the ability to just outslay people. Just pick up the drone and go. Like, don't even sit there and wait and just give Infused a chance to play good base defense and go right at them. You got to just take the fight to Infused, force some chaotic gameplay on them. That's where you can really open it up.
Well, here's PT. He's been a shining star so far this weekend. He's picked up 4 already. A 2-kill streak. Can he put the first points on the board? So close to releasing that drone, but it's not going to happen. Splyce, I say Splyce, it's Jerd with the double kill. He answers back, and we'll be running this right side.
Yeah, now this is a route we usually don't see teams take on this map. Usually we see it's more up the gut, more towards bike path, but we are seeing Splyce bring this in towards Barn. It's going to be Mad Cat leading the way for Jerd. He's going to try and push this in for 2. He had an easy 1-point throw there. Now Bance just trying to locate these players. It'll be a 1-point throw in the end coming in from Josh. So it'll be Splyce getting on the board first.
Okay, well, it may have been an easy one. They finished off with a 1, but it was a bit scrappy in there, and coming in for a couple of kills for Infused. Marky B's in the middle as well. He seems to be turning up on the uplink, and he's trying to get that map control, that height advantage. I think he saw 1 in the opposing window there. Maybe not. Use that player lingering around the drone. It's Moose. He finally falls. So does Marky. This is fantastic for Splyce, and the player taking that will be Bance. Let's hop on board with him, see if he can convert.
Yeah, but PD doing a good job on the defensive end. He kills Mad Cat, kills Bance. He's able to get a good defensive hold for this Infused roster. PD was the only one over there. Picks up 2 big kills, stops any type of scoring opportunity from the side of Splyce. Now he's going to fall back, trying to get back into Barn, but Josh still in the base for Infused, picks up another 2 kills. Splyce can get this drone in the middle of the maps. Josh had their base locked down.
Yeah, Moose is in a very good position though, and he's going to find 1. That's Jerd. He's going to be tagged and disposed of there, but he's hot on his heels. It's Bance. Bance should be able to kill that and pick up a double for Splyce, and pushing forward now again. Map control. PT, a nice double kill just to kind of put a little bit of a halt on that Jerd, I'm not sure what he's planning to do with this drone, but he goes down as the final fourth.
Momo, I gotta ask for your opinion on this. I feel like this is a game where I've seen the drone just kind of sitting in the middle of the map with nobody touching it for a very long time.
Yeah.
I feel like there has not been much possession from either team of the drone this far. Just kind of kills just being traded in and around the middle of the map constantly.
I think what we're actually seeing is Infused go toe-to-toe on the Slaying department, and it's forcing Splyce being unable to push forward. That's what we've seen them predominantly do, being dominant in all the uplinks that they've played. But maybe that's a strategy. You know, they're saying, we're going to outslay them. It's a bold strategy, to say the least, and Mad Catz saying, otherwise, the one-point play will go in to make it 2-0. But you can see here, Infused, they have the kills, they have the Slaying ability, but Splyce are just dwindling their way through.
Yeah, now Mad Catz with a very nice route there. Looked like he was going to fake his way to the left towards the door, jumps right straight through the back, and he's able to get a one-point play. But here's going to be a 2 on the other end. It's going to be Infused PD dunking it home. Going to start earning some score streaks, getting the Scarab, and he can just stay in the back of the base. They can throw this one forward for some yards, so Infused may get more points out of this.
Yeah, and they can not only get a 1, he might be cut off by one player. It's Bance, he's got armor on, he's got to go in. It could have been a 1, but he went for the 2. It's a fantastic play from Bance, and he'll keep this level. With 18 seconds left to go, there is still time for a team to make their mark and take the lead. And 3 players go down for Infused. Bance is the only one left, and a big grenade comes in.
Yeah, and he sees the player flying towards him. It's 2 big kills for Bance. A lot like how we saw PD do a good job on the defensive end for Infused. Bance locking it down for Splyce. Picks up 3 big kills there towards the end. Keeps it all tied up.
Yeah, that could have ended very, very badly for Splyce. We saw a potential 2. We saw obviously the 1-point play coming in as well. Bance was a key factor in stopping that. He ends on a 4-kill streak as well. But going into the second side, everything is tied.
Now, you do think that one of these teams comes out here at the beginning, gets really aggressive towards mid-map. If you are Infused, you're obviously able to get a little bit of an easier of a 1-point throw scenario. If you're Splyce, I think you got to rely on getting those 2s. It's very hard to kind of navigate around those buildings in the back by baseball field and get those 1-point throws off.
Yeah, I know this is strange to say, but Splyce are getting outslayed right now, only by a little bit. But to see Infused go toe-to-toe and even better, it comes as a surprise to me. Marky B and Mad Catz. Marky B finds the second, but shut down. That's 3 down now. Moose can take the drone. Looks like he's regathering and going for maybe a slower 1-point play here.
Well, I think the sign of a really great team, you know, one that is championship caliber, is to be able to win these games when you're getting outslayed. I feel like we've seen some of the top teams in North America and Europe over the last few years, when they get outslayed, still find a way to win. So looking to see if Splyce can do that, or if they're just a one-trick pony, so to speak. They have to outslay people to win these games.
It's a very good point, and we'll keep our eyes out on that Slaying side of things. But for now, let's jump on board with Jerd. He's trying to go back at 2. He's going to be tagged from the side. No, surely not. Finds PD out of nowhere. PD must have been occupied elsewhere for a second. He does have rewind, but again, uplink, not the best payload to have. Obviously, it can come in to maybe recharge your health, recharge your ammo. And again, you touched on it the first time. Matt, you know, this drone just doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, we see Jerd kind of throw for some yards, just trying to get it out of the middle of the map, and he inconveniently throws it towards 2 members of Infused. Moose trying to go down to the barn side here, trying to get off a 1-point throw. Not able to do so in time. The defense too strong for Splyce. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this second half, we've seen 1 touch of the drone.
Yeah, this is much, much better from Infused. I mean, that's one thing we can safely say. They're really taking it to Splyce, and maybe can come out with a victory here. Marky B last alive, and the drone has actually gone elsewhere. It's Josh running through the middle. He's got the armor, he's got the teammates. He's going to go for a 1-point play. It's safe, and he can now slay.
So I feel like when you go for that 1-point throw, it's like you have another teammate there. You have the cover of that building. I feel like you can get the 2 fairly easy. I feel like, you know, when you're on the side that Infused is on, you got to settle for the 1-point throw. It's very difficult to go past that back fence over towards the line. When you go over towards baseball field, a lot of cover by those buildings. I feel like you're able to force those 2s a little bit easier.
Maybe it'll come back to haunt them, but for now, we do see a PT take the drone forward towards Lemon. It's dropped as a double comes in for Josh. Moose answers back with 1 himself and keeps the pressure onto Splyce. Now, Splyce do have that mana advantage just for a couple of seconds, and Mad Catz, they're going to take full advantage of that.
Now, you see the drone in a pretty bad spot all the way at the end of bike path. It's going to be picked up by Bance. He's going to rotate this one all the way to the top side of the minimap. Now, he has 1 teammate in front of him. I was going to say he should probably pass this. You may see a 1-point play out of this, but as soon as he does, pass it a little bit late, it's going to be thrown off the map as Josh falls. So he will see a reset. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remain. Infused still down 1.
Well, Rewind's been used for one team. Moose has it unlocked as well. No other payloads available yet. They will be coming in the next couple of moments. And Overdrive has been unlocked for Marky B. The drone, though, that's been pushed forward. Nolson is carrying that one.
And he's trying to go high off the wall run, trying to get a 1-point throw off, and he's cut down pretty quick. So what we're seeing from Infuse is a lot of just pushes where it's just one guy with the drone trying to make a play. I think they got to get drone control and really set up. They got to get players in the back of the base. They can't keep trying to go for these 1-point plays alone. It's not going to work.
Well, they've just gone for a manual pass. Bans picks up one. If he can pick up the second, this could work out perfect. He's got to find it. This could be a 2-point play, and that all comes from the manual pass of Jerd. It goes in for one, and that came out of nothing.
That is a huge play right there from Bance. Big 2-piece. And then just this overall just game awareness and smarts that he knows there's players spawning out in the field, knows they're coming from behind. He's able to just get the drone, secure points for his team with a 1-point throw.
That's the play that distinguishes great and excellent players, you know, that separates those top 4 teams to the top 1. And Splyce here, they are wanting to define that top 1 right now. They're taking on Infuse. They're 2-0 up in the series. They're 2 points ahead. There's 60 seconds left, Matt. Infuse need to act now.
Yeah, and that looks pretty easy, the Bance play, when we're talking about it here. But you got to imagine, you know, gunfights going down. Crucial, you know, call-outs from his teammates. A lot happening, but Bance trying to extend the lead. He's going to go for a 2-point play. He dies, falls in for 1, but still, it's going to be a 2-possession game here in favor of Splyce. Infuse needs to start rallying the drone.
Okay, let's have a look what Infuse have in the back pocket. Marky B has Overdrive available. I know Moose has the Rewind, and the drone is in the hands of Marky. Hopefully for them, they need to convert, but for me, it needs to be a 2-point play with this payload.
Yeah, I feel like you always want to get the 2 first, ideally, but here it's going to be Marky B going for a 1-point throw. That looked off. As soon as he threw it, it looked like it was way too high. Bounces to the side of the portal, and it's fitting. We see another European team lose from missing a 1-point throw at the end. I know maybe they're not able to get a 2 and rally it, but still, a 1-point throw hurts them towards the end there. Not going to put the pressure on Splyce. It's going to be a 3-0 in favor of Splyce as they handle Infuse quick.
Well, you said it, Matt. They need a 3-0. They needed to make a bit of a statement. They have a lot of Call of Duty still left to play. They do go on in the loser bracket to face Elevate, you know, and it's got a lot of Call of Duty to come. However, Bryce, what did you make of that one?
Well, there you go. 3-0 coming in from Splyce. We thought it might be so, and it was. Infuse not able to take a single map off of them.
That is a perfect example of the Splyce everyone thought we were going to see this weekend. Yep. They look back in form, and now it is scary. We know our top 3. Elevate definitely watched that series. They know what to expect now from Splyce in this losers bracket final matchup.
Absolutely, and it doesn't really tell the full story. However, with the first map being so close and coming down to that final moment and a few kills being traded in favor of Splyce, could have easily gone either way for the first map, and from there again, could have been a different story.
Yeah, I think so. And for me, a Splyce just leveling up now. So much practice coming through that losers bracket. They are playing Elevate next. Now, Elevate, Splyce, Orbit. These are the 3 teams we spoke about before this competition. Are they the new elite level? Are they the new, Millennium Infuse Splyce of last year?
Well, let me ask you, how long did it take for those Elite 4 teams, in your opinion, to be established in the CWL Season 1 for you? Is it still too early, or is it just about that time now?
Well, I kind of started talking about it when I joined the CWL last year, but I was talking about it a little bit before, and I think there are criteria for me that to be elite that you have to have. Some of them are like, you can't really have any weakness. You have to be all-around good at all game modes. What I've seen this weekend, it hasn't said that about all teams for me, even when they've won these games. You know, they've got weaknesses, like Orbit, for instance, you know?
Yeah.
Having those bad respawns. I'm sitting there going, yeah, they've won the S&Ds and they've won their games, but that's not the same thing we saw last year. So, I don't know. For me, I'm going to kind of wait till after the tournament, see what I think about, you know, the team's performances and roughly where they stack. So, I don't know. Maybe it is too soon. It's kind of a narrow kind of sample we've got.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there because I wasn't entirely sure, because I think now to the events we have coming up, maybe you wait until after something like in Atlanta, see if a couple of these European teams wind up doing well. If we see any of these 3, in my opinion, do well now in the groups in Atlanta, those are then your elite in Europe, because they've now proved it at multiple different places.
Yeah, I think so too. But let's get your impressions on that game. Just Splyce 3-0'd Infused. Obviously, I know you're a big Infuse fan, Jack. They are gone.
They are gone. Top 4, though, nothing to be too upset about. They lost to very strong opponents. That's the big thing to take away for me. In the end, what winds up hurting them, a couple misplays in uplink. They didn't look like the strongest uplink team at all this weekend, which I think is a major improvement area for them. Another thing, too, as we watched some earlier matches this weekend, some weird search and destroy maps, some gameplay that they can definitely improve upon. The good thing for me with Infused is they can leave this event. I think they keep their heads held high. They go back, watch over the film, utilize the great coach they have, and come back firing strong the next event.
Yeah, I think that's very, very important. We are going to get into this map by map. But before we do, let's throw it down to the floor. It's Lottie with Bance.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Well, congratulations once again. Really, really good job. I bet you're exhausted now.
Nah, not really. We're taking it map by map. We're still fresh and ready to go.
So you guys are ready to hit the next series, and then you've got a final potentially. How does that make you feel?
It's just like every other tournament, really. For the best European players, we've been in many grand finals, so it's just another normal tournament.
So you guys are pretty confident now. As you said before, you've been in many finals before. That's something that doesn't faze you guys at all.
No, not really. We're just going in it. Just any other game, we're all confident and ready to win.
So from this series, are you going to take anything away, bringing on to your next one?
No, not really. Every team's different. Every play style's different. Elevate beat Infused, I think it was, and so we just play our game, we'll win.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Bance. Back over to you, Bryce.
Thank you very much. Bance there. He didn't care.
Short and to the point.
He's already thinking about the next game.
Exactly. Can you blame him? The guy's about to go play another main stage series, and he knows this entire tournament now is on the line. Obviously, you got to beat Elevate. Then if he gets to the grand finals, not only does he need to win 1 best-of-5, but he needs to win 2 against Orbit.
Yeah, there's still a lot of people actually saying, Elevate could still take this tournament.
100%.
Yeah. Who knows what's going to happen?
What Maven's been saying.
Yeah. Well, okay, I don't believe him anymore now. I tell you what, let's get the map started. Hardpoint, Scorch, first of all. Let's talk about this map. Splyce, they came out swinging.
Well, I think Infused are just a little behind, and it showed on this map. They were a little behind on the last rotations. And again, it came down to a few kills. And we've talked about Infused weakness in our point. It was every time they had one player going off. One time it was Moose, then it was PD, and then it was Nelson. And this time, it didn't really happen. Moose had a good game, PD had a good game, but it wasn't a monster game like we had earlier. And all of a sudden, it makes a difference. And with some great stats as well. You see Infused, very good last hill, but it wasn't enough.
No, it certainly wasn't, and it was a very, very close game. Even everywhere you look on that kind of scoreboard there, only really Hill 4 has a significant difference, but even then, you look at Hill 3, that's a big difference as well. It was such a close game, and it's going to be interesting to see how the actual hill time was spread out.
Yep, and you think the game was won off that last turbine, or hangar hardpoint, sorry, and that is Hill 3 in the rotation where Splyce really had that major score lead on that breakdown. Love seeing graphics like that. Really puts it into perspective where the teams were doing well, where they were struggling. You could definitely learn from that one. If you are Infused, one thing I will say, though, remember, Infused at that point in that map was down by, what, 100+ seconds? And they were only lost by 14. If they don't go in such big a deficit, you expect them to go up 1-0 in this series.
Yeah. There was a big play from Magcat, actually, at the end as well, as he went through. And I think he got a 2-piece in the hill. And it was incredible. I thought he should have died. But he managed to pick off 2 of Infused, stop them from getting in. I think it won the game for them.
Yeah, that's the kind of things that we used to see from Mad Cat as well. He's always time and time again that player that he can turn things around with very big kills. He's been performing extremely well the whole tournament, and again against Infused he had a very good hardpoint. But I was just looking at the scoreboard. Infused just started way too slowly. You can't give a team like Splyce this kind of lead. Yeah. Sure, they came back into the end, but they fell short because they didn't start well enough. So they've got to make sure they work on that. They can't let such a big lead come at the start.
And you saw actually in that hangar hardpoint, full streaks again earned by Infused. I would love for someone to go back to the VODs and see, did Infused earn full streaks on every single hardpoint? Because they begin to claw back into the game once they get them. There you saw, last time around this hill, it was 193 to 93. And now it's 240 to 236. Josh staying alive with the ERAD, showing that is the perfect hill where you bring out that submachine.
3 kills, 3 kills on the last hill. That was really Josh going huge and really staying alive. Helped by Jared. Really great plays from them, allowing the team to finish off.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously, what a close first game to kick things off. We knew it was going to be tight. But we move on to map 2. And Splyce actually looked more dominant on this one, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch because Moose, again, was still doing everything he could. This was a beautiful clutch by him, earning the rewind so early in this game that I don't think anybody on Splyce was ready for that at all. You can actually hear Marky B outside the booth hyping up his teammate from that one. But then as play went on, Splyce took full control. You see now up to a 4-1 lead. The big thing for me, that everyone on Splyce got involved in this game. Everyone pulled their own weight. You can't say that on the same for Nolson and Marky B, who are combined 3-11 at this point in the game.
I think Infuse got really shy during this game. Splyce was showing aggression, but Infuse was maybe trying to be too clean. They were splitting players. They were doing kind of the strats that you expected on Black Ops 3. And Splyce really staying alone, allowing the trade to happen every time. And this way, there wasn't any surprise.
I also think, because we got to saw the teams in the booths after map 1. Yep. And I was sitting in the audience, I was saying, they look so dejected after the first map. And I think they were just on full tilt, you know. They looked like in bad shape. It was no positive vibes in that booth at all. And then they went and lost. So I think this actually it just made it worse. Like coming after this, I'm not surprised they got 3-0'd.
And Jonas brought up the fact that Splyce were aggressive in their face. You saw them always running together as a team. If you remember from the keys to victory prior to that series that we brought up.
Fast and aggressive.
Be aggressive, be fast, get in Infuse face, do not let them be comfortable, because that's where they're at their best. When they're able to dictate the pace and listen to their veteran shot caller in Marky B, that's where they do their best. This uplink, though, it was like a tug of war for the most part. A couple questionable plays from both sides, really, but Bance, for me, won his team this map in a couple key stops on the defensive side.
No, absolutely. There was also that beautiful manual pass from Jerd from mid-map, allowing Bence to get it. And Bence not only was there, but he had 2 opponents to kill and was able to do so to get the 2-pointer. So huge play from Bence. It was definitely my MVP player as well, Jack. But coming back to the rest of the game, it was a very weird one to watch. You could tell the tension and what's at stake because it was very slow, and there were so many moments where X and Momo picked up that literally no one was touching the drone. It was min-map, and they were literally just trying to get min-map control rather than the drone.
Yeah, I think, you know, when we're talking about the play, and I'm sure it'll come up here, the manual pass coming over, it was important not just because it was a great play and we saw it come in, but it actually put, you know, an extra possession in the game. We were thinking maybe they can come back. It's not a million miles away. There are, you know, payloads starting to come up. But it just wasn't actually one that happened, you know. Once that went in, it's sitting there going, well, if you're on the opposite team, you're now thinking not only have we got to do this flawlessly, but, you know, we have no time left to do it.
And what a relief it can be for Mad Cat, where he's having a little bit more of a quiet game in the slang here. 11-20, 1 point on the board for him, but his teammates are picking up the slack. And we saw Mad Cat's stats for this weekend. Top, 3 in every major category, but to still be able to rely on his teammates, it's got to be a great feeling for him.
Yeah, that's the one from Bence right there. And I love the play. Actually, sorry, he goes for the 1, not the 2, and it was just so smart. And there was 2 situations where they went for the 1 when they could have tried the 2, and they didn't get greedy. And I feel like that's also the difference. They're a very realistic team. They know their opportunities, but they know the boundaries of the game. They know not to force it.
Also, I think Splyce have all the European teams are nailing their 1s.
Yeah, I would say they're one of the stronger teams at it right now. I think the big thing for me is not only hitting the 1s, but throwing them at the correct time.
Yep.
Right there by Bance. If he waits 1 second longer, he doesn't get it.
Yep.
While on the move, fadeaway type throw, smart stuff from him, and he just doesn't get greedy. And in a map like that where it's that close down to the wire in possessions, small plays like that make the difference. But now Splyce have another tough opponent in our losers bracket final. Their road is not done yet. As we mentioned earlier, Infused they finished top 4.
Well, I don't know. I mean, when we talk about the bracket and going through here, Splyce have had such a long run. And I think it's incredible they went out so early.
Yeah.
But then they've just been, you know, batting aside
But it's
opposition.
not the same Splyce. It's not the same Splyce. Clearly, yesterday, they went down 3-0 against Orbit. There was only Mad Cat that was really playing well. We were talking about Bence earlier. We said if Bence can step it up, then maybe they can go back to grand finals. And for the past 2 games, we've seen Bence. He's turned up. So it's definitely been the difference for me.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's take a look at the bracket, find out where we are currently, and see how this is all going down. Of course, now there is only 3. We've had a long day of games, but you can see that big, important first game. Splyce versus Orbit, Splyce dropped. Since then, yellow, yellow, yellow. Can they continue on once more against Elevate? Or will it in fact be Elevate facing Orbit in the grand final? Which do you guys think? Just straight off the top of your head.
Splyce.
Elevate.
I take it back. Elevate. No, I'm going Splyce again.
It depends. If Watson can play the same, honestly, Elevate was just so impressive. It could have gone either way with Orbit. I'm even a little surprised that they lost. It came down to Rated having the best map I've seen in a while.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I tell you what, we won't have to guess for much longer. We are going to a very quick break. When we come back, it will, of course, be Splyce versus Elevate. Who wins? Who knows? We'll see you after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL London here live in the Gfinity Arena. And I am excited. We've got 2 more games to go. 36 so far over the last 3.5 days. A record for any Call of Duty tournament anywhere on one stream.
Does anyone remember what our first match was?
I do.
I don't remember. I don't remember what happened.
Splice versus Bando.
Splice versus
The thriller. You missed out. You missed out on that one.
All right. Well, let's kind of start getting into this one. First of all, give us your initial impressions there, Phil.
Splice are coming off win after win after win. They're looking very strong. Looking at Bant in the interview, it just seems like another day at the office. I think, again, they go into this the favourite. They are still seed 1, even though they got knocked into the loser bracket very, very soon. On the flip side, Elevate, they've just come off a very tough loss. I mean, it couldn't be more polar opposites.
Yeah, this Splice team is locked in. They've won a bunch of maps in a row, obviously just getting a 3-0 win over Infused. I feel like if Elevate is going to win this series, they're going to need to take one of these first maps. I think this first map is going to be huge in this series from the standpoint that you can't let Splice just keep building momentum and confidence. It's at an all-time high right now. It would be bad if Elevate lost this map 1.
Yeah, I completely agree. Not only that, but with Elevate's S&D looking a little bit shaky.
And Splice is looking a lot better.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's true.
All right. Before we go too much into this match, I want to talk hypothetical for just a second.
Okay.
I know. I can't do this with Jack because he can't think. All right. Which team do you think would be a better matchup for Orbit in the final? Both have lost?
Splice.
Okay, right. Not an awful lot of thinking or debating there.
I mean, just to justify the reasoning for Splice, I don't know if Matt's is the same. I just think the experience on Splice, they can overcome a 2 best-of-5s. I think Elevate, you've got the likes of Shawnee, Zed, who's still kind of 18 months into his career. I just think they may phase out. It might fatigue out. I just don't think they have what it takes to win 2 best-of-5s.
Okay. I think Orbit. I think that Orbit could probably feel either way. I think, Splice obviously would be a scary opponent coming out of losers, but at the same time, we've already seen that matchup. We've seen how hyped Rated and Joe got for it. In a grand finals, in that matchup, those guys are going to be shooting lights out, I gotta believe. So I think Orbit's pretty comfortable with either opponent. I think, Rated and Joe specifically would definitely want to see Splice again.
Well, I think it's interesting. Obviously, Orbit knocked both of these into the losers bracket. Sure. So they've got wins against both. I mean, technically, their win against Splice was easier.
It was. On paper, it was. I think. I don't know. That game was very weird for me to watch. Orbit and Splice. You've got to give them credit. They kind of swept them aside, and I think if they rematched again, the 2 best of 5s, if it went to the second, they wouldn't be like the first. I mean, Orbit may still take it, don't get me wrong, but I think Splice would give one hell of a game.
And look, it's really rare we see a team win 2 best of 5s in a final. I can remember one off the top of my head, UMG, Niagara, Call of Duty Ghosts, NV Cole, that one, but it was like 2 straight 3-0s. Like, I feel like the only way you can make these long loser bracket runs is with consistent 3-0 series. I know if Orbit, whoever makes it out of this loser bracket final, if Orbit can like extend that first series, make it a long, grueling one, they're the more well-rested team. I think they take the second one.
Just to touch on that, I mean, the one that kind of jumps to mind is of a Millennium squad. They came back, and 2 of the players consisted of Jordan Madcat.
Yeah.
And, they've been here before, they've done it before, so we don't put it past them.
All right, well, let's get into the teams. First up, Elevate. One of the favorites to win this competition, but 100% top 3 before, and now they are.
Yeah, and this is a team that, they come in the number 2 seed. They've been playing like it, and I feel like in the last series, you saw Watson really kind of, fulfill his potential. The issue is when Watson played good, it kind of took everything away from Zed and Shawnee. So we'll see if they can get all 3 of those guys clicking at one time.
I also think Reedy's not had the greatest of tournaments from what we usually expect from him, but we were talking in the audience saying he doesn't really have to when he's got his teammates going off. I would like to see him maybe now this be the time to really go for it.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, last year for him, he was always one step behind, that top-tier team. He's always losing out 3-1 or 3-2, final maps. It just never finally happened for him. And he genuinely believes this is the squad that can do it. And you know what? He's got 3 absolutely stellar players around him to do that.
They certainly have. And of course, these have come second in the last 2 of the 2Ks. So, we've been out by Splice. But here are the keys to victory. Everyone has to be a hero, no solo carries. Kind of touches on what we were just talking about. The fact that we think maybe Reedy needs to step it up and everybody needs to play well. Second, establish a clear shot caller. This has been an S&D issue they've been having all weekend where sometimes they don't exactly follow orders to plan and are changing it last second. So, yeah, if they can get that sorted for this one, maybe their S&D will come into play. And third, make plays as a team.
Well, I mean, you kind of look at all those keys to victory, and the one who's kind of got to figure them all out is Reedy. I mean, he's the one who needs to step it up in the first key to victory we talked about, where it can't just be solo carries. Establishing a shot caller, that's got to be him as well. Now, obviously, your shot caller sets up everybody else to make plays. So you look at Reedy as the big player for Elevate in this match.
Yeah, I think so. Reedy's definitely one of the ones we've got to keep an eye on and see exactly how he plays out, but also he's the in-game leader, so just a lot of weight on his shoulders. But it's time to meet the opposition. The number 1 ranked team coming into this competition before it started, Bance, Josh, Jerd, and Madcat. K-difference 183.
It just keeps going up.
Yep.
It really, really does. And team rating, 1.09. It's very rare we kind of see it creep into the 1.1s. Map win percentage, 84%. I actually am trying to think of the other maps that they may have lost except to Orbit. They seem to have just steamrolled through most teams, putting up score lines of like 14-0 in Uplink. And yes, this will be a much, much harder opponent. It's number 2. These teams have faced off in the last 2 2Ks in the finals, and both times it's been 3-0.
Well, let's have a little look at the keys to victory then for this matchup. First of all, don't get complacent. They have battled their way through the loser bracket, but each challenge keeps getting bigger. They've got to keep stepping up their game and going full throttle.
Now, make Zed's life hell. It's a good key to victory. Zed has been a key player for Elevate. His teammates, when we were doing some of the interviews prior to the event, were saying that they think he's the best player in Europe. Got to shut that guy down.
Yeah,
you certainly do.
Really, really big factor. And I mean, for Splice as well, put Reedy on tilt. I mean, that was one which I think we can all agree on. If Reedy goes on tilt, the team captain, the in-game shot caller, the one who's, putting everything out on the table, what happens if he goes on tilt?
Well, speaking of shot callers, let's have a little look at our key player matchup. That key player matchup, of course, Reedy versus Josh. These 2 players, of course, well known and very, very vocal with what they come in, but stats a little bit different between the 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, usually we took a look at Madcat, who was 3rd on every single category. Josh and Reedy find themselves a lot lower down, and this might be, a real storyline to say these are not the 2 players that have been going off, but right now if one of them can step it up, I think that is the key. And I think, you know, these two being picked for the key players, I think that's the perfect reason why.
And I've casted a lot of Splyce matches at this event. A lot of them have been blowouts, but I feel like Josh has been the one guy that we really haven't talked about a lot with them. It's a lot like how with Elevate, not in the same vein, but like we were waiting for Watson to just kind of erupt, where Elevate he did in the last series. I feel like we're waiting for Josh on Splyce to really kind of have one of those impact series like he did last year. This may be it.
Well, we'll see whether or not he can do it. Like I said, if Reedy steps out, it'll be something we haven't seen. Now, he's made a few clutch plays as we go through, and he actually said, he goes, I don't really care about the kills. He goes, I don't care about my KD. He goes, I want to win. He goes, I've got Zach, I've got Watson for that. You know, Shawnee's going to support me all the way. None of this matters to me. He says, as long as we win. As long as we win.
But if you're a leader of some young guys, you got to set a good example in the game one. You can't come out and like not put up like a a good stat line there and like try and it's just hard as a young player. You're kind of looking for somebody for the experience. It's like if I'm a young guy and you're my mentor leader, I'm not going to listen to you. If you're 12 and 33, like I'm going to tell you.
Which he but he was the captain of his squad when he went 12 and 33.
I was about to say that was my motto. You know, I'm not here for the kills.
Got rid of him. Yeah, exactly. like we're not listening. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
So basically, be careful or you'll end up behind this desk. Is what you're saying to some of those players.
We need to get rid of Phil anyway. All right, Scorch, Crusher, Precinct, Breakout, and Throwback, guys. It is prediction time. This is a big one, and it's maybe easy for some of you guys. X, who wins?
I think Splyce wins. I think the series score really comes down to that game number 2. If Splyce wins that one, I think it's a 3-0.
Okay, Phil?
Splyce, 3-0.
Oh, 3-0's coming in hot. Let's hand it over to our casters. It's going to be Courage and an even more caffeinated Jonas.
Oh, if you thought Jonas was loud last series, you just wait, folks. This is the loudest the French will get all weekend because I can assure you the teams were quiet in the booth when they were getting 3-0'd. Jonas, happy to have you with me for this losers bracket semifinal matchup here at the CWL London event presented by the PS4. Reminder, loser of this goes home. They're done. They finish in 3rd. The winner goes on to face Orbit in the grand finals. Predictions from you there. Predictions from you, please.
I'm gonna go with Splyce, but it's gonna be a close one. I'm gonna say 3-2, but you were mentioning my level of caffeine. I don't know what Jack is, but definitely gonna get that tested as we head into map number 1. It's gonna be on board with the boy Reedy. Is that quiet series before? Let's see what he can do.
Well, off the break, we are watching Reedy of Elevate. I'm unsure of where I want to go exactly in this series. I predicted Splyce to be my champion this weekend at the start of the weekend, but at the same time, I think Elevate actually stack up pretty well against this team, strictly because they are a scrappy hardpoint team. You saw the KD difference not nearly as drastic as that of Splyce. They all get inside the hill. They play very selfless. Their key to victory, no solo plays. All teamwork will be the key. Right now, Splyce out to an early lead off the back of Bance's 3-piece.
And I'll tell you, Jack, honestly, if Bance is playing like we know he can, and Jared is waking up as well, he's on a 3-0 start already, this is going to be a very tough task for the team on Elevate. Watson was going huge the previous map. Is he going to be able to replicate that kind of performance?
Well, right now, Splyce are up 30-4. We're going to rotate towards this back turbine hard point. There is a lot of emotions on the line. Let's see how Splyce go for this break.
I'm beside out.
Oh, or what's this?
Go then.
Backed off hill. Curve, Watson.
Go. Shawnee's on Nelson, man.
One shot dead.
Four. Right, everyone's who wants to go left? Do the spawn catwalk.
I get one.
Listen to me. They've all spawned catwalk.
Yeah, they're all here.
All back left.
They go middle, middle cap.
Yeah, mid. Cat. One shot. Cat. Mid. Going curve side. Two bottom left door. Two bottom left door. I spawn curve.
Watching you, curve.
I'm watching you. Curve now. Curve. Two curve. One more curve inside. He's got lab. He's tagged. Watson. He's tagged. Watson's tagged in that curve.
I'm watching.
They're flying. Yeah, I spawn next.
Player left, I said the corner.
Yeah.
Back door, They've rotated. They come.
I'm in the far.
Bomb still. One shot. Nice, good job.
I'm in the far.
One top.
Nice.
Shit.
I'm in the far. I'm in the new.
It's on me.
Come on, Jack. No. Weak. In the hill. Weak. Fuck. Reed's in the hill. He's still in the hill. Give him. Yeah, we get good spawn.
Yeah, one's just hopped in now.
One's playing the back shot.
One's the back.
Reed. Go. Stack this. 4v2.
He's hopped out. I've gone mid.
Whereabouts?
Back. One shot. Back.
Cat, one shot. Nice. Where you spawn? Talk to me.
Spawn. I found all these spawn. All of us back and mid.
I've got far back.
Hit cat and pick up mid. Whoever's there.
Yeah.
They don't got mid.
No, I can get it now.
Push off hill, go.
I've got it now. Just permanent sword.
No, I'm cool.
Nice. One.
Watch front.
Really?
He's front.
Nice. My man.
Go.
Bump, jumping up. Let's go. Shoot him, shoot him. Nice, John. You're the fucking best, bro. Let's go. 20 seconds. I'll get you right, Chad. Get left.
I love hearing it from Splyce, man. So well trained. Their communication is on point. Another 4 dead on to Elevate. This team looks lights out right now, Jonas.
Yeah, they look lights out. The amount of callouts sent by Josh is impressive. And look at the scoreline. 119 to 18. Elevate is yet to be found in this final of the loser bracket.
Yeah, I will openly say right now, I think Josh is the best communicator I have heard in Europe from everything this weekend. The guy is on point. As they're going to go ahead and push through this top deck room to see if they can break this drill hard point. You can see on your scoreboard 2 players of Elevate currently inside the hill. It's going to be Jerd down challenging. 1 more player behind him. Can't clean him on up. Should have a trade from a teammate there. Is actually no Watson helping out Splyce with the team kill. 122 to 42. Elevate clawing back into things. It has not been pretty for them off the start of this game.
It hasn't, but we have seen that time and time again. The first rotation, very one-sided, and during the second rotation, it could switch. Let's see what he can do here. Watson having a quiet game so far. 50 points on the board. They definitely need to start climbing back very, very soon. It's an 80-point difference.
Elevate fans, don't worry, we'll listen in with your team in just a little bit. We're going to wait to see how they react on that same Turbine hardpoint. For now, though, in this scrappy middle hill, we'll see if Splyce can build on this lead. At the end of the first rotation, slaying in favor of Splyce, score in favor of Splyce, and honestly, in my opinion, teamwork in favor of Splyce. I was worried about how good this Elevate team was gonna show up in this first hardpoint because they had been lights out in this game mode throughout the whole weekend until they met Orbit, which is the first time they dropped a hardpoint so far. Now looking like they're about to drop another.
Absolutely, and huge streak for Josh as well on that middle hardpoint, just claiming it back for Splyce as Elevate had a great setup, and I thought that was it. They were going to be able to secure a full hardpoint, but huge work from the boys on Splyce. Now I'm also looking at the scoreboard, and Reedy still struggling, and no one going up on the side of Elevate. Definitely having a slow game so far.
Well, we'll go ahead and see if they can on this rotation. Hold it down for now. Remember, Splyce is where they really built their big lead at the start of this first game. Let's go ahead and now turn our focus towards Elevate. They're spawning out. Splyce have the pressure towards this new hard point. They've got to retake now, and they've got to do it quick.
Oh, look at the minimap.
Yeah, full 60 on 1 hill.
I'm coming inside. Oh, I got Scarab.
Load in.
Go on, quick.
Bomb.
I hit one with
It's going to be close right.
Yeah, I'm going.
Go straight down.
Nice.
Get back left.
Right flank here.
Go straight,
one. Nice.
Flank. He's coming curve right now.
Help each other.
I'm
Come scout, push out.
might rotate here.
Let's get him all run.
One bullet drill. Fuck. One bullet.
Oh, there's two. I got two.
Oh, nice. Rotate.
Spawn there. Go. Come for me.
Go right, man, right.
Oh, shit.
Back in this now, let's go.
What do we do? Start with our gunfight, so it's all good.
I'll try and cut bridge after this.
One's in hill. Wait. Push out front, absolute push out front. One's back. Both in hill. Fuck.
Right about.
Come back.
Anyway. Hey, it's weak. When bridge is spawned out, they're all going to use me for them out.
You got me.
I spawned out now.
We can still do this, we just got to make kills.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait.
I went mid. Here goes down.
Nice. Got fly through. We just got fly through. I'm going to drop a flash.
Bomb. Weak.
Come out top.
One bullet bomb.
Came out top.
Spawned out bridge.
That's fine. Let's go.
Top.
I'm bridge.
Stay alive, Josh.
Bridge weak. Bridge two. Go.
Oh, it's massive.
One shot hill.
I died in the back. Back door. 2.
I spawned in with it.
Nice.
Push here. He's at weak, Joe. That's two. Nice.
One's on new.
Be killing new. Coming to you now, Stair.
Oh, Elevate, they're doing what they can, but you could just see a little bit of a pacing issue for me on that hard point, especially on the rotation. We saw Zed go flying in towards that back door. He had a teammate waiting in that back rock area, but he goes in by himself, dies. His teammate then goes in by himself, dies one by one, and then Splyce get the free hold and rotation. Now, Jonas, Splyce have the drill off the break. They're now just 15 seconds away from winning this first map.
Absolutely. Back to basics for Elevate. They definitely need to make sure that they do commit for the breaks as a team. And you could tell the atmosphere was very different. Moments of silence. Something we haven't seen with Splyce, as they're going to be able to walk away very convincingly with map number 1, 250 to 107. What a map from Splyce.
Yeah, this is what was expected from this team coming into the weekend, and they honestly make it look easy. Elevate were one of the more impressive hardpoint teams up to this point, and Splyce just picked them apart. Everyone on Splyce getting involved, no weak links there, and that is scary as we move forward. We will definitely show you the scoreboard once we get back into the lobby, but look, even after the game, Bant's communicating with his team. I love to hear it from every single player. It's great stuff from them. A very quick hard point, only 7 minutes and 45 seconds, and it shows in the scoreboard. Break this one down for me, Jonas.
Well, one thing very scary for me, for the guys on Elevate, is the Jerd waking up. He's not had massive games so far in the tournament, but in this one, he was off to a great start, finishing 25 and 14. No one going positives on the guys on Elevate. Really fine slaying department.
Keys to victory prior to this match put Reedy on tilt. The guy just went 12 and 25, 0 defense, and only 14 seconds in the hard point. Talk about a way to put Reedy on tilt going into a map 2. But now this is a test for Reedy. Can he keep himself level-headed? How will they now go into the search and destroy? What's their mindset in Crusher? A lot of mind games can be played here, and we've seen it time and time again this weekend. Expect to have it happen yet again.
Absolutely, Jack. I couldn't agree more, and I think they will have to get back to that level of confidence. You could tell by the gunfights. Elevate wasn't really fully into that game. Splyce, we've talked about the fact that they had to go through the whole of the loser bracket. They are fully practiced. They came in hot after their previous win against Infused. And, you know, just that communication, it tells you something. In our point, there isn't supposed to be a single second of silence. And it wasn't the case with the impressive communication from Josh on the side of Splyce. But Elevate, there was, at some point, there was a 5 seconds blank.
Did anybody in the venue, did anybody at home not expect this from Splyce to make this losers bracket run? Everyone we spoke to, whether it's analysts, obviously even Brycey, I think everyone just predicted Splyce to move through the losers bracket like this. If they can get another 3-0 right here, they are going to be so happy to have another chance at Orbit. I cannot begin to tell you. I think we're going to see a different Splyce this time around. There's a look at Josh. I said during that last map, I think he's the best vocal communicator right now in Europe. Big reason why they're able to handle those intense scenarios in hardpoint.
I used to play with him way back when he was like 14 or 15 back in the days, and I used to take an aspirin after every map because he was so loud and he spoke so much, and that's coming from me, right?
Oh, God.
Like, it is really, really talkative, and that is a great thing in Call of Duty, and it definitely someone that brings so much more to the team than just his raw skill.
Yeah, he's definitely the all-around package that you want in your Call of Duty roster. We're about to go into game number 2. Reminder, this is a losers bracket final matchup. We are now just 2 maps away from potentially seeing Elevate go home. As the booth right now, they're just looking very serious as you'd expect. They've got to stay level-headed. They cannot go on tilt after that first game. Crusher, search, and destroy. Do we see Jerd bring out a sniper? In almost every SCD this weekend, he has at some point.
True. I wouldn't be so surprised. I definitely expect Reedy to do so, even though he hasn't been always very successful with it. I think also Splyce is going to be aware that Reedy is going to try to go with the sniper. So they would expect it. There's definitely a mind game going into it when you go between those two teams that have played against each other so much. And let's remind people, this is Seed 1 of Europe going against Seed 2 in the lower final. So Orbit created the upset. Which one do you favor going into map number 2, Jack?
Elevate have looked really lights out in this game mode this weekend. They met their match with Orbit last series. I said that Orbit and Elevate were my 2 most impressive S&D teams up to this point, but with how Splyce are playing, I think I've got to side with them in this one. We're into game number 2. We're watching Josh off the break. He's got the ERAD and the objective, and Wait, looks like Splyce have decided to throw a little curveball here.
Huh.
They bait out the play towards B, and now they just completely switch up on the map.
Which is super odd because they had no information and they didn't give away any information. So they must have just changed their mind, or maybe there was a shot saying that it wasn't a good idea. However, all the players from Elevate are going to come around the back. The pinch is going to come in very, very shortly. 4-on-4 bomb retake for Elevate.
Well, Josh has the exact weapon he wants for the scenario. Erad so good up close, but he splits the uprights with the players. Thankfully, teammates there to trade at least one kill. Mad Cat left in the one-on-one, whiffs the shots, and Watson clutches it up. Every player on Elevate getting involved there. Look at how fast the collapse came in, and it's because Elevate pushed through the B-bomb instantly, get to A before the setup can be had that Splyce wanted to get into.
Yeah, very nice push. 4 at once. And, you know, when there was only one player left alive in the Elevate squad, I knew it was Watson. Somehow, he's always the last one alive for Elevate. I don't really know how he does it. It was the first time he picked up a kill. But, you know, maybe this is what Watson needed because he's not shying during map 1. Getting that clutch kill, getting that 1v1 in the first round and giving his team the advantage might be what he needed.
Well, good stuff from them as Elevate do in that first round. Now, where do they elect to go on offense? It does seem like they're going to get very aggressive towards the B side. And what I mean by that is because they went through middle. They did not take the long route. This should be a quick plan play. They're trying to catch Splyce before they can rotate in time, and I love this decision. Look, they've got full rock control.
Benz has the information. He has seen 3 of them. There has been a lot of shots fired. No one dead yet. Watson's going to pick up the first kill. Shawnee goes down. 3-on-3.
Watson just backing up now for the moment. Still putting shots down towards Rock. Number advantage to Elevate. And they have to stop Splyce from getting this defuse. It looks like this should be around for the Red Rebellion as Zed slides on through, gets the kill. And it's all down to Bance now for Splyce, and I don't know if he has any idea of where these final 2 players are.
He's got literally no idea. I was following him on my screen, and he literally went through the left side of the map, trying to expect someone, but he actually looked on the bomb as someone slid in, and it was just very unlucky Call of Duty timing for Bance, not going to be able to go with the 1v2 convincing stuff from Elevate. And we see similar scenarios. We see the defensive team going for the wrong bomb site as a 4-man unit, except that Elevate was able to go for the retake and not Splyce.
The one player that was going to be for Splyce that round actually spent an extra few seconds switching their class off the break. So they were so delayed with getting any information at B that Elevate were able to plant the bomb for the Rock side. They pushed right on through. That was their game plan all along, and they executed on it. Now it's Jerd with first blood, though. 3 already dead on Elevate, and just like that, it's Watson left by himself.
I don't know if it's really wise if you're Elevate to just go on the left side, rushing high in the air, very open target, and Jerd was watching, and Jerd, you know, he doesn't miss. He picked up 2 kills, and now Watson is left alone in a 1v4 situation. This is Watson we're talking about. I'm getting scared already.
Yeah, if I'm him, I'm looking for an area where I could just jump and get off the side of the map. But one thing to point out, Splyce this round decide to fight fire with fire. They go right at Elevate, use their gun skill to their advantage, and now Watson, really, this is just a see what he can get, maybe get closer towards his camo. That's about it. That's gonna do it. Splyce now on the board.
Finally, I mean, if she, it would have been hard to let Elevate go up 3-0 in the series, though. So this kind of rounds, it's similar to like a 3-2 that transform a 4-2 into a 3-3. There are some rounds, even though every round counts the same, but some rounds value more because they put you in such a difficult situation. So good job to Splyce for coming back into the game. Very even teams on kill. Now Elevate is going to be back into the attacking side with Reedy as a bomb, and there is going to be one defender. Defender going to the right bomb side.
It's the same thing as last time, except this time around, Mad Cat didn't spend 5 seconds changing his class, so he's at least here to get his team information. He's going to try to stall on out, but look, Elevate just goes soaring on through. They do not care.
Yep, they do not care. Benz put a lot of bullet in one of the players. He must have been heavily tagged, but is going to survive, putting Elevate in such a great situation. It's going to be a 4-on-2 situation. Josh and Jerd left alive. Well, they could do it, but it's going to be a tough situation, and just feel like they're waiting too much.
No, I just don't see how this one happens. The bomb is planted in the perfect position. They will challenge one. Zed, though, still with the rewind, does actually get cut down, and now they've got players searching on out. They know where one is. How has this happened? 1 versus 1. All the information Josh needs. He gets the kill. A total collapse by Elevate. They planted in the perfect spot. They could check that from the wall run, from the back rock, from the side crates. That right there is a round that you cannot give up against a team like Splyce.
Great for the kills. Honestly, there was someone behind that left crate. I'm not sure which player it was on the side of Elevate, but just trying to jump and go for the kill. There was no need for it. Just stay alive. This is a 2-on-4 situation. The defenders have to come for you. There is no need to challenge, and it's exactly what Elevate did. Big mistakes coming in at this point in the game now, allowing Splyce to come back. And Josh, I've got to say, did go huge.
Now, this is a great opportunity for Splyce to take command of this game. Look at the mind games that I'm talking about. They send everybody towards this one site, but then they just slow it down for a second. You're going to see Elevate begin to rotate on over. They have no idea what's going on. A free plant, the Trinity Rocket and Scorcher earned. I love this type of gameplay, man. This map has continued to develop more and more into my favorite S&D map. It's going to come down to a 4v4 retake, but so many tools available for Splyce.
Yeah, and Josh is on the way to allow more score streaks to be... Oh, this was probably super close as Reedy is going to be taken down before split second. I thought he was going to have enough time. Josh finally able to go straight, but you know what? It was actually kind of sloppy from Elevate. There was 2 players from Elevate looking at Josh when he went through middle to check the bomb, and they didn't kill him in time. I just feel like there are missed opportunities for Elevate. They are down 3-2. They could have been different.
Josh doesn't hesitate. Right there, sees the player inside you, not confident in the gunfight, so he says, you know what? Let me just secure my team the round. He's so early in this game, 3-2 in the performance he's putting on, he can easily earn camo again.
As well, but
yes,
with that kill,
absolutely.
Just in time. So that kill almost counted double. Not only it was the round, but it was also allowing him to get that last score streak.
If I'm now Splyce, I am stacking A every single round on defense, and I'm using my streaks to retake the B site. They're going to do it here, and I'm sure they're going to do it as the game continues. Already, he's swapping on through. Trinity Rocket should come first, and now watch Elevate. They're going to have to dive towards the side of the map, and yeah, it's going to be the hangar, but who's here pre-aiming? It's Bance as well as Mad Cat. This is the sign of a great team. They're baiting them in. It's just easy, simple Call of Duty, folks, as that's going to come in for a defuse. Perfectly played by Splyce. Cannot stress that enough.
Elevate run literally into the trap that Splyce had set up for them. Ben saw that first kill coming. It was like great. Started pre-firing, and that was just perfect.
Trust me, I've given up streaks to S&D stars in almost every single game I play. I know that's exactly how they're going to play it, and I still don't know how to react to it. Right there, Elevate fall right into the Splyce trap.
But again, that greed from Elevate. They plant the bomb and they go for the kills rather than taking the positions and wait for Splyce to come at them.
Well, the reason why they're not able to get in the positions they want is because they have streaks coming out. They have a bombardment, and there's no cover at B. Their only cover is to push in the garage, and Splyce know exactly that. It's why they keep Bance and Mad Cat laying down, watching 2 different doorways. 3v3 now in this round. Zed's just going to try to stay alive top middle. I like this. He'll decide to back on up. Don't do anything too crazy. It's still a 3v3. Now you can redevelop on the map, and we will see this round go on a little bit longer.
Splyce being extremely patient. You can see on the minimap, they waited at the back of the map for about 15 seconds, just trying to get the information. They probably haven't seen anyone yet. Once they have the information, they will commit to a bomb site, and they probably have as they are heading towards A. But look at the back up from Elevate.
I like this. This is perfect. They're planting on the correct side.
Ooh.
He's going to get out with his life. The timing's going to work out. Streaks won't be too much of use inside A.
Ooh, I like what I'm seeing on the minimap.
You see Jerd as well as Bance and Mad Cat in the back, and I don't know if they recognize what's exactly going down. No, he's not actually.
Josh again!
He's just laying down next to it. He's trying to bait out that first kill, but Josh with the E-Rad shreds him from that close range.
Yeah, Josh is going to check the bomb every time he's been playing really well. Really smart player, but Watson and Shawnee are going to find one player each. There is only 14 seconds left on the clock, and Jerd is just going to have to win one gunfight or kill the guy on the bomb. He's going to use the rewind.
It's a waste.
The bombs diffused Jerd, not able to go with the 1v2, and that's extremely surprising. Jack, I thought surely he had it in the bag, but Elevate somehow still this round away from Splyce.
Ooh, that's a tough one. That is definitely a tough one. Elevate, the way that they win that round is when they decide to send 2 players towards that top bridge, and they overwhelm Bance, who is sitting in that area, trying to cover that high side for his team. Once that setup is collapsed on, you then see Josh get shot in the back, and then they have the 2v1. Splyce, they're stacking A. Camo comes out, though, from Watson, the playmaker for Elevate. strikes first blood.
Only gonna make 1 kill, however, as Shani tries to go in for the trade. It's gonna be taken down by Josh. Really, 1 more kill, 1v2 situation from Zed. Come on. You can make something special, Zed, here, because your team needs it. Otherwise, Splyce gonna go 5-3 up in the second map.
Still have Rewind ready to go. And he does have the objective. Ton of time for him to work with. But oh, he's running right to a potential trap here from Splyce. Look in the back of the map on the bulldozer. A cheeky shot. Spot, didn't mean to say shot, but who cares? Either way, it applies there.
It applies for sure. Zed, again, really going for the kills. And, you know, with the way they've been playing this whole SND, I'm pretty sure someone called, just wait for him at the back of the map. You'll see him go through because there's no way he's going to plant that bomb in a 1v2. And that's what happened.
Rewind used by Jerd did nothing. The camo used by Watson, got him a first blood, but Splyce still win the round.
Traded
so
straight away as well.
They're traded on out. Reedy, though, is deciding to make a play this round. With Overdrive, you should see Elevate go soaring right on out. This is, again, what we saw earlier on this game that was working for them, but Splyce are completely ready. No, they back on up. They back up, but Reedy gets away his position with some shots.
Reedy shooting way too early. That wasn't a safe kill and just gives up his position and run into Splyce's bullets. However, Shani is going to level the situations now. It's 3-on-3, still doable for Elevate. They're back against the wall.
Remember a few rounds ago where you saw Elevate back up from a scenario where they didn't feel confident? Now Splyce do the same. They'll redevelop this play towards middle map and try to give themselves a better opportunity for this plant. You see one player on Rock. Jerd will be the first to challenge. They backed on up. He sees one on Crate, so it's a heavy focus towards B for both these teams.
And Jerd is expecting someone to challenge him because Elevate has been challenging them every time. It's not coming in. However, Jerd is going to jump in, not going to be traded as he kills Zed. It's a 2-on-3, looking very dangerous for Elevate. Now Shani, last one alive, is going to go down, and just like this, Splyce walk away with map number 2, 6-3. Woo! Are they ever going to lose a map at this rate?
They're staying hot. I'd love to see the bracket after this if they do move on of exactly how it's all gone down. Splyce now 1 map away from moving into the grand finals with a chance at revenge against Orbit, who knocked them into this losers bracket early yesterday. If you are just tuning in, that's a look at Splyce, one of the top European teams in Call of Duty. They'll be participating in basically every major event going on. They've got more than they could give away pro points to teams at this point and still have that top seed in Europe, it feels like.
So true. But I'm looking at the scoreboard yet again, Jack, and King Jerd is back. You know, I said it on the first map. He had a great game, and this time around, sure, Josh dropped 10 kills as well, but Jerd going 10-3 literally had a massive impact.
10-3, but Josh 4 plants and 2 defuses and still puts up those numbers. Well-rounded effort again by Splyce and Reedy. 12-25 game 1.
I don't know what is going on with Reedy.
3-8 game 2.
Terrible games. 2 terrible series for Reedy. Didn't play great the previous series against Orbit, and it's kind of going the same way against Splyce. If he can wake up, maybe Elevate can bring this back, because right now it's looking like it's all Splyce. It's gonna be next map on Precinct Uplink, and it's again I look at the map and I just don't see Elevate taking it, because when I think of Splyce in Uplink, I look at the names, I look at Jerd, I look at Mad Cat, I look at Benz, and I look at the team leader like Josh that is going to bring you so much teamwork and so much communication. I just don't see it happening.
With the way lobby works on this map, you need to be able to read the minimap, 1, as fast as possible, and 2, as a shot caller, be able to give your drone carrier the information he needs on where he can go, what lead blockers he has, and what to expect on the route he's going to. And that is very hectic on this map. There's so many exits to that lobby area and so many lanes you can wind up pushing down. This could be it for Elevate in this tournament. They've already gotten a top 3, but they're hungry for more. They would have to go for the reverse sweep now, which already would be tough, considering the fact that even if they win this map, they go back into another hard point and then an S&D if they get there. And already in the series, Splyce have won both of those game modes. If you missed it, here's where we stand. Game 1, whoop, whoop. It was a blowout, 250-107. Everyone on Splyce just completely in form. Then in Crusher Search and Destroy, led by the backs of Jerd and Josh, the Double J duo getting it done. And now for Precinct Uplink, I fear that this one's going to get ugly.
Yeah, I'm scared as well. But coming back to second map, I'm not entirely sure yet, and we'll see what the analysts got to say about that. But that it was entirely Splyce playing great. I do feel like Elevate had an opportunity to tie up the series, but there was too many mistakes, and they played at probably the deciding moment is Josh getting those score streaks. When he goes for that bomb, get his last kill to get the score streak on the bomb that was being defused. If the other two Elevate players had been able to make that kill, I think it would have gone very differently. But anyway, gonna go into that map number 3. It's gonna be Uplink and Elevate. At this point in time, sure they're top 3, but they will never settle for it. They will never be happy with that kind of spot.
Here we go. Good morning to the Americans. They're now just waking up, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Pacific. Enjoying some Call of Duty action. It's a big day in NA as well because there's another 2K series going on. The final one, with pro points up until prize pool winds up starting to get involved as well. It was announced a few weeks ago, so only good stuff going on. JCap, if you're out there watching, just know I love you. So to get that out there on the air. Bance and crew, they're on point. Let's get into it. Splyce off the break. How well can they close out this series?
Well, first off, one thing to note is that they are going to be starting on the least favorable side of the map, and that they have been struggling on this side of the map to actually score points when they were getting the pressure in. So I'll look forward to see how it goes this time around. Early in the game, Judd's going to be able to get control of the drone. It's going to be taken down, and actually, Elevate is on the good side of the map.
Yeah, Elevate not pushing on up. Don't worry, hey, they're going to go towards this Cherry Blossom side, which we spoke a little bit about how, I think Mr. X called it out and said, do these players know that there's this whole bottom side of the minimap that they can go to? This time, Elevate acknowledging that it's there. Here is an opportunity, though, for Splyce to get on the board early on in this game. Because they have no pressure towards top station, though, the spawn will come right on the portal for the side of Elevate. If I'm Josh, I'm just holding this drone for as long as possible, throwing it out for the reset, and giving my team a chance to fight from this middle lobby area.
Well played from Josh, not trying anything crazy, not trying to be a hero. He recognizes that he was all alone and that he was never ever going to be able to get a one-pointer. He's just going to reach
beautiful challenge
very nicely. And Jerd just comes in middle map, destroying his opponent.
Here comes the next wave of kills that they need. Bance with the first one. One player top station. They're just going to go for a throw. Beautifully done. We talked about how Splyce are one of the better teams right now with the one-point throws, and it shows right there.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful.
Oh, gosh.
And it was Jerd, if I'm not mistaken. Jerd consistently hitting those one-pointers ever since.
That's a dunk.
Cup 3. And Josh is just going to be able to go in. Elevate is yet to be found in this series.
Jerd with the 2-piece as well. Nearly goes for 3. Unfortunately for Splyce. Not sure if they're going to get drone control yet. Yeah, they will. Okay, Mad Cat's 8-4. He hasn't died in 3 minutes. Bance with the 2-piece. This will be another dunk, and now they've got the spawn trap. Josh watching over from this front gas area. Look at how pinned Elevate are in the back. The rally going to continue. Jerd should grab this drone. He'll move it towards station. You've still got Bance now in the base. Fortunately for Elevate fans, he gets cut down. So I do believe the bleeding will stop for now, but 5-0 in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, if you're Elevate, that has to be complicated. You need a big game to come back into this one. And if you're watching and you wanted how to play Precinct Uplink, I think Splyce just gave a very good lesson to Elevate in these first 2 minutes and a half into the game. Very good stuff from them. Mad Cat still going huge, 11 kills already, still on the 3 streak, finally going to be taken down by Reedy. Reedy been having kind of a slow series so far, 3-7 into this uplink, 2-8 from Zed.
I feel like
they need to step up.
I feel like he's got to get the E-Rat out of his hands, man.
Yeah.
He just hasn't been making too much of an impact with it. 3-8, Zed, 4-8. Both of these guys just struggling to get something going right now, and still look at the kill feed. It's been all yellow so far this map. They're going to grab the drone, rotate it back towards middle. Are the players of Elevate ready for this? It doesn't appear so as of yet. Now they're going to have to float back towards the station side. Splyce and crew looking to continue to expand this lead. This is 100%. This is a dunk. Passes it to his teammate, gets it, and then scores after. Now that he's lobby control, Bance will have the 1v1 for it.
Beautiful timing.
This right now is a Splyce team that is locked in. If I'm Orbit watching this right now, I'm prepared for a different Splyce than we faced yesterday. This will be 9-0.
Woo! This is tough on Elevate. They've had such a great tournament so far, but maybe Splyce was just too much. Losing that first map so hard knocked them in the face, and they haven't been able to recover ever since. They are non-existent and yet to be found on this map number 3. Zed
Here we
finally
go.
coming to life, and are they gonna be able to get some first points on the board? Not even. They deny it.
Oh, there you go.
and
There you
they
go.
finally get it.
Yeah, they do get an interception, then the kill, picked up the drone, and scored it from there. Okay.
That would've been rough.
Yeah, that most
That
certainly
would've
would
been
have.
cruel.
That most certainly would have. 10 kills the difference right now between these teams. And it's not that yes, it's a big slaying margin for how little time you've played this game, but for the most part, it's where the kills have come in. Near lobby control, stopping Elevate from finding any map positioning, and they've been fighting from the back foot this whole time.
Finally coming to life a little, just a little bit. Mad Cat's already 15 kills. Slaying the Kotlin kind of even for the past 35, 40 seconds. Can they make something out of this?
Okay, Elevate.
It's not going to be able to find this kill. Surely they need to score at least the one from this opportunity, reduce the score before halftime. And Reedy is going to try to go in, but I don't think he's going to be able to make it. Just a second later, and he would have been able to get this 1 point. But the boys on Splyce just coming fast enough to deny it.
Splyce hold off the push. Vance will drop the drone for one of his players just behind him. They can still possibly go for 5 seconds left. They're gonna have to rush up this drone right now. Mad Cat going for it, maybe for a last-second buzzer beater. No, just wide left. 9-2 will be the score going into side 2. Splyce 5 minutes away from securing a top 2 placing in a spot in the grand finals.
Splyce looking fantastic.
Yes.
I wonder if Orbit can stop them with the way that I've been playing. I wonder if Splyce is just playing amazing or if there's something really wrong with Elevate. Because the way Elevate has been playing has not been impressive. This is not the Elevate that we've seen before.
Listen, there's 2 UK teams playing. There's a Frenchman and an American casting. No one wants to hear us. They want to hear the players themselves. Let's go to listen with Splyce.
Judge, you can push up, you can push up. Yeah, you can push up.
I'm flanking. They spawned statue.
Are you full flanking? Yeah. One's out. It could be going. Kill him. I can kill him. No, it could be Tate. One's out. Shoot. I got him.
Wait.
That's it. Ball. Shoot, BD.
One shot.
One more. Let's go. Fly.
Tag. Push. Top box.
They're gonna push this side.
Let's close.
I spawned out.
One close left.
It could be Z.
One's in the ball. Stop.
He's left.
That's so done by me. My bad. One's outside now. Side out. One. She's left. Gonna float you. Just stand out. PM. He's got
MV4 cat.
I spawned back, Ali. Flank. Nice, Ben.
Good T.
They're 2 here still.
Yeah, Zeds are close.
They're going. Push back, Ali. 2 puck. Go back, Ali. Gas. Throw gas. Go. One top building. One shot. Let's go. Retake.
He's back, Ali.
Go quick. Ball's 15. Sure.
Back in Sean. Weak. MV4.
100%, bro.
Top box.
Yeah. Behind me. In the ball. Push your T.
All got pushed out. Oh, nice. Good kill.
Right, we need Zed and Watson. Let's go. Zed.
Could be cat.
I spawned our build.
in the ball.
It could be flanking. Peek it a second, one of yours.
Yeah.
No, that's him. They're going to be all there.
Push.
One's MT, Sean.
One's T ready. One's on gas.
Gas. It's going to be white van. I'm PMing it. Can't see him.
He's flew.
Close. Let's PM.
Restart.
He's behind him. Kill him. Just kill him.
One more.
Nice, man. Good guess. Go vote.
Oh, no, T.
It's tag.
One shot.
I hit him again.
Take it right.
Yeah. I'm going low. It could be high.
Yo, jump on. Do you want to call it back?
Could be close.
Yeah, you should.
Oh, no, behind. Flank, Sean here.
Can I bring it China?
Go on, China. Yeah, you come.
I'm getting shot on the back here.
Judge, pass it.
Go.
No. Oh, it's there. Don't worry, he was dead. Right, slow this down. PM now. Should I pull out now or judge?
Yeah, do it. I spawn gas. They're going cat.
T pushed out. No, one's in the ball.
On our base. Ready.
One's in the ball.
He's gone cat side.
EMP and stairs.
She's got Z.
I don't know. I think he's close. I think he's up his side to me.
Yeah.
Statue.
He's weak. One shot. Dead.
Statue.
You cut back.
Scab. Got me. I got died. One challenge statue.
Beautiful communication from Splyce. They're keeping their lead intact. You saw Mad Cat there try to make a play happen with overdrive, but Jonas, one of my favorite parts of that entire listen-in was Josh made a questionable play. He was the first person on the team to say, my bad, that was dumb, won't happen again. If he's able to do that as a leader, that will make critiquing his teammates in times where they need to hear maybe some less than ideal things from their captain much easier to hear, or not maybe their captain, but one of their more veteran players.
This is absolutely what you need. You mess up, it's okay. Just move on and get on with it. There is a game to be played, and they are in a great situation to walk into the grand final. 27 kills for Benz. I've got to say, in the second half, Elevate's been playing much better. And if it wasn't for Benz getting so many defensive kills, Elevate could have come back into this game, or at least reduced the deficit. But now with only 1 minute and a half, 90 seconds away from the grand final for Splyce. It's being an epic run. They dropped out early, but now the real Splyce is here, and they are scary.
This is showing how confident Splyce are. They just got 4 dead, and they had the drone in the back of their spawn. With 1 minute and 30 seconds left and a 7-point lead, all they had to do was just sit near that back alley, reset it if any pressure came in. But no, they decide to push on out. They go for another dunk. This should be a dunk for Elevate, so they'll bring it back within 7, but with 1 minute left, they need flawless Call of Duty, and even then, I don't know if it's possible.
Well, they probably just need Splyce to put down the controllers, because with the way they've been playing, I just don't see it happening. But Watson is going to try his best, not going to be able to pick up more kills. Shani, however, picking up 2, finally going to be taken down by Josh, and Josh, with the drone, is just going to
get it out
right away. That's well played. That's exactly what they need to do. They don't need to go for more. Just stall time and make sure that you're defending correctly. 30 seconds. I think this is going to be Jack, and what an impressive game from Splyce. They made Elevate look average.
Once Maven said he thought Elevate were going to win today, they lose 2 series.
Oh, that's why they lost.
Yep, I blame Maven. It's not the first time we've had that hashtag trend in the community. We might as well do it again. 11-4 currently the scoreline. Ladies and gentlemen, we started out with 16 teams. We're now down to 2. It's Orbit and Splyce in your grand finals of the CWL London event presented by the PS4.
Amazing work. We doubted them when they lost to Orbit, and we shouldn't have. Excellent work from the whole team during this game. It's actually the first time that I've seen the 4 players of Splyce all play a great series. Jared playing amazing during the 2 first map, and Benz playing so well during that last one.
It's a storybook ending here this weekend. 2 teams remain. Boys, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, Splyce will be playing in the grand finals. That was not a loser bracket run. That was a Rocky montage. And if you're Orbit, you're going to be a little bit worried coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, Orbit actually looked so comfortable playing them, and I think since the beating that they gave them, Splyce have learned, improved, adjusted, tweaked a few things as well, and they look better than ever. You know, we're going to have a Seed 1 versus Seed 2. I mean, who goes in as the underdog? Like,
it's tough. I feel like both teams are about even coming into this one. Obviously, Orbit, they have definitely proved themselves without question at this event, but the run that Splyce has gone on to get here has been very impressive.
Yeah, I think so, and this is a team that obviously had a bad first game, but they weren't even worried. They knew that this was going to happen. It wasn't even a doubt of it. The first words, you know, we're going to win 2 best-of-5s now to get out of it. And they were just upset they had to win 2. They're like, oh, it's going to take longer than we thought. But yeah, that's pretty much their mentality coming forward in this. They weren't worried. They looked calm and comfortable. If anything, they've probably improved with all the practice they've actually got this weekend.
Well, you think they keep making it to the finals of these 2K tournaments, and those are long, grueling days.
That's like 4 a.m.
Yeah, it's like a really long tournament. So you kind of look at fatigue. I don't know how much I worry about them with the fatigue.
I don't think so either. They're kind of built to do this. I was speaking to Shane down in the crowd just a little while ago. He goes, you know what? Mad Cat's done this to me twice. We beat him, you know, way back in the winner bracket, and he came back and beat me in 2 best-of-5s then. So he goes, these are the guys you want to win 2 best-of-5s if you're in that scenario.
I just don't think there's many teams that have the capability to make, first of all, that loser bracket run and then win 2 best-of-5. I wouldn't actually say any other team right now going into this grand final have a chance of taking 2 best-of-5s against Orbit. Splyce, though, I can see it happening.
Yeah, I don't know.
They've just, what, 3-0'd Elevate, 3-0'd Infused?
I think, obviously, if Orbit wins the first series, it's done. But I think if Splyce were to win the first series, depending on map count, I think that's where I kind of give them their win percentage for the second one. Like, if it's a 3-0 or like a 3-1, but like a pretty quick 3-1 in favor of Splyce, I think they have a reasonable chance to take that second series. Anything really drawn out, I feel like Orbit I favor in the second one.
All right, well, we'll get into it map by map in just a few seconds. But first, we're about to spend it down to Lottie with B-Sport.
Thank you very much, Bryce. So, Josh, an amazing win for you guys again. I bet you're so relieved that that's happened. Let's talk about the first series you met with Orbit. You lost it. What are you planning on doing differently in the final now?
I mean, when we played against Orbit the first time, we was like so hectic. Our comms weren't clear. We was just all just like shouting. Everything was so rantic. We've learned from it like in every single game since. We've improved, and it's just calm, more chilled environment when we're playing, and it works so much better for us.
That's exactly what you want. And also your S&D, you've been playing so well in it recently. It's not your most notorious best game mode. What have you done to adapt to that in the competition?
I mean, it's just like the saying, losing is learning. We lost it that much, we learn, and like you gather like strats from other teams when you play them in big games. You learn what other teams doing, and you just adapt around it all.
And obviously, you don't want to give away your strategy at all for the final whatsoever. But will you be fine-tuning your games that you've already played and looking back on what you've done and trying to better it?
I mean, like I said previously, like our comms was like the main problem, and like how hectic everything was. That was the main thing we need to sort out. We know like we got like them three are the best 3 players in Europe, and then I was just like a good in-game leader. So like we know that we can beat anyone. So if we do our thing, we'll win.
And do you think Orbit deserved to be in the final?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was always going to be Elevate or Orbit in the final with us, I think. Like, I've knew that from before the event. And, like, Orbit against Elevate was a good series. It was really close, so it could have been either end teams. Obviously, Orbit come out clutch. So, yeah, they deserve to be.
So, obviously, as you said, they're a very good team. Do you think it's going to be a close one?
It'll probably be a close one. Joe's a little good guy with S&D, and he's good at stealing S&Ds. I reckon we'll win 3-1 first series and 3-0 second.
Well, we're really excited to see this happen. Thank you so much, Josh, and I hope you prepare well for it. Back over to you, Bryce.
Thank you very much. Very confident there. 3-1, then 3-0. Can he do it? We'll have to find out. But first, let's go into the game they just played. First up, the hard point.
How many maps have they dropped today, by the way?
I was thinking the same. I know they 3-0'd Elevate. Was it 3-0, 3-1 against?
Their first game was
They 3-0'd the series
Epsilon.
we just did. They 3-0'd that one. Their first game was Epsilon. That was a 3-0 as well.
I'm sure it's a 3-0.
I
could be completely wrong, but I've seen...
Is it a flawless loser bracket run?
I don't think they've dropped.
I don't remember them dropping
down there. No.
Someone tell us.
I'm sure production are on it, but we will find out. All right, well, let's talk about the hard point then.
It was a little bit one-sided. I think when we went into the map, I actually, from here, came down. I took a little, 2-second break. I was looking up, and it was like 160 to 70. I was like, they're just doing it again. It's like it's not even close out, and I almost read it off from there.
Yeah, when you said let's talk about the hard point, I got a little sad inside. There was nothing really good. I mean, there's nothing really good to talk about in the hard point from the side of Elevate. They just seem to come out really flat. Like, you didn't get the great performance, from all those guys. And we talked about the key players, like Zed and Watson and Shawnee specifically in that first game. And Splyce, they just kept on rolling.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's have a little look at the graphic now to kind of see how it actually broke down. And it's not a good story. It really isn't a good story there. 250 to 107. And you can just, nowhere looks good.
Not even one hill favors Elevate. Not even one.
Splyce almost gets as many points on Hill 3 alone as Elevate does the entire game. So that kind of tells you where that one was at.
Hill 1 itself, it's bridge. It's a scrappy hill, a lot of people call. And yes, it's probably, more so a little bit easier than the likes of Throwback. But it's a very dominating start. And when Splyce start hot, it's very hard to catch up.
Yeah, it's also kind of crazy. Jared started warming up there, and when people in the audience were talking about it, once he starts, it's just so hard to stop him. Big 3-piece from Bance there as well to kick it off.
And I will say, Elevate was in the right positions during this one. It was nothing positional they did wrong. It's just they couldn't win the gunfights. And I believe when we went to the listen-in, you actually heard Reedy. It's like, if we win some of these gunfights, we can come back. Let's get it going. And they just never did.
No, again, once you start losing more this hard, how do you get back into this?
I think the one thing is just maybe rotate earlier. Give up some scrap time. But they did that. That's what Matt was saying. They got in the right positions. They are very talented players. But then when they're in the positions, right, let's go. Oh, 3 of our team have just fallen. They've just won all the gunfights, and it's not uncommon. Look at the 4 players on Splyce.
Yeah, sometimes obviously just positioning isn't enough. At the end of the day, it comes down to kills, and you can be in the best position, you can rotate early, you can get set up. If the other team just comes in and just wipes the floor with you, it doesn't mean anything, and I think that's what we saw in map number 1.
It certainly is. All right, well, let's move on then to map number 2. It's a little bit better of a story, but not by an awful lot. It was a little bit of a clinic by Splyce in places.
Yeah, and you're starting to see Jerd really start to pick things up in S&D. We saw it in the series that Miyamomo just cast it. He gets over double digits in kills. Now he puts together a very good game number 2.
Yeah, Jerd again, he was kind of the highlight for a lot of it. And touching on the whole series of Search and Destroy, Splyce have looked weak. They started off pretty weak here. They went 2 down to Elevate. But I think that's just what makes Splyce. You know, they adapt to what happens. And, you know, Jerd in particular did kind of turn up, but it's a team game and the trades came in. It's very hard to kind of pinpoint certain moments in a Search and Destroy, which Splyce kind of went off in there.
Well, they've really just kind of gotten back to basics for Search and Destroy. Like, they realized, like, maybe some of the things they were working on at home and some of the, you know, plays they were doing in 2Ks and, you know, scrimmages and whatnot were just not working out. So what do you see them do? You look at the minimap at all times. Everybody is just kind of huddled around each other, always in a position to trade. It's like, well, let's just fight them 4-on-4. Just head on, and it's definitely working.
That was a great play, by the way. The way they come in, made Bance, you know, he was the net, and someone else was just, you know, the bombardment, just, you know, shepherding them in. Get in there. But unbelievable, you know, Splyce. It's so weird to see them just become stronger the longer the tournament goes on.
And a lot of people will have expected. I mean, yes, it was a huge shock them finding themselves in like loser bracket round 1, was it?
Yeah.
And you know they've had to go for a grueling experience, but no one doubted it. There's not one person said, do you know what? I reckon they'd go out in round 4 or round 5. Yeah. They expected at least a minimum loser bracket final out of these guys.
I mean, I know they were not worried, you know, coming out of losers when they dropped down into losers. I actually thought probably whoever dropped down out of that match, Orbit or Splyce, could end up finding themselves right back in the final. So I was not worried when I saw this team drop into losers. If anything, it kind of made them pick their game up that much more.
Yeah, no second chances. And again, you know, I think they were just annoyed. They were like, we got so much more work to do. We've actually made this harder for ourselves.
I'm just thinking if we ever had a tournament where a team has dropped down, loser bracket round 1 and won the tournament. I'm sure it has happened sometime. But we went into the uplink and, you know, with 2-0, with the momentum that Splyce had. Again, they started very, very quickly, you know, straight away. It just seemed to be a little bit one-sided. Elevate actually, you know, settled. They kind of neutralized the great one-point plays, which, you know, you guys have spoken about on the desk. We've spoke about it many, many a times where, you know, some of these European players are a bit weaker.
Yeah, I mean, look, Splyce is definitely leading the way in European uplink play. Yeah. Without a doubt, I think they are just on another level, playing it more towards a North American playstyle in terms of just pacing and, you know, where they're making these strategical pushes. And I feel like in this next series against Orbit, I feel like the uplink is going to be a huge difference maker, especially because they're looking so good in game 1 and 2. It's like then you put their backs against the wall in a game mode they're not comfortable in. This is where Splyce can really kind of land these kill shots in a series.
Well, I actually left at this point. I left at this point to go get ready. I came up to the desk. I knew it was done.
I got ice cream.
I knew it was done.
Yeah.
It was one of those ones like, oh, we know it's done. We're going for a 3-0 now. We're going to get ready for the grand final. There wasn't an awful lot there. So I think that's going to kind of wrap up that game for us.
It's a flat series.
Yeah. We kind of hyped it up. Wasn't exactly great.
It was hard, really, to kind of look past what we've just seen. The one thing that I will say, you know, about the top 4. The top 4 have been top 4 seeds, and I think it's, you know, standard. People might want an upset, but it's consistency, and the reason why they are where they are online and they're performing the same online. Sorry. The one thing I would question a little bit was Elevate. I just thought they maybe had a little bit more. I thought if it was different, I think if they may have not played Splyce in the loser bracket, I think Elevate and Orbit may have been a better matchup for the loser bracket final.
And I think the thing that Elevate can go home and work on isn't anything really gameplay-wise. I mean, I think it's just all fine in game. I think it's just kind of how to deal with a loss and move on quickly from that. I think that's what's really kind of separating Elevate from making it back into this kind of grand final scenario.
Tighten up that S&D. Just tighten it up.
You expect them to figure it out.
With more practice, it'll become more smooth anyway, and they'll kind of figure out what works for them. All right, it's time before we go to a break to talk about MLG Atlanta. I've been given some information that is very important. You all know any team wishing to be seeded in pool play needs to have made a team on Team Builder. That's teambuilder.majorleaguegaming.com. And that needs to be done by 3 a.m. on January the 30th. Every single team also needs to buy a team pass. If you get into the pool play spot, it will be refunded. It is very important you don't only make a team, you must buy the pass if you wish to make it into pool play. But with that said, I'm sure that there are notifications going out on Twitter. So if you can't remember what I said, check there as well. It's very important you do so. We'll see you right after this break for the grand final. But first, part 3 of Lottie and the Casters.
Hello and welcome to In Just 60 Seconds. I'm here with Jack, or better known as Courage, Phil, Momo, as you probably know him, Jonas. Jonas, what is your gamer tag?
Jonas, Oxygen.
Oxygen. Is it? Oxygen. Yeah. First of all, the overall point of the game is to talk for 60 seconds about a random subject that I will be reading off these cards. The 3 rules are no deviation, so don't go off topic, no hesitation, so no pauses, and the last one is
No repetition.
no repetition. That's it. Sorry, he knows it better than I do.
I've got one last chance for redemption.
Okay, we've got one more round to go. Get
I'm
nice
over
and flexible, ready for the next
I
one.
don't even need a pass.
Had this one. Let's go for some.
You're cheating.
Let's go for this one.
Don't just give me something. Just give me something like pear or an apple. And I can talk about an apple.
Now this one could work in your favour, being American. Okay.
God, it's probably something.
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling, one of the most handsome men in the world, also just so happens to be an American.
Cruises. It's like big boats.
Oh no.
He's a famous actor. One of my favorite movies of his is Drive, also known for his time in The Notebook, and currently up for an Oscar nomination for Best Actor in a Movie for the role he played in La La Land.
I've actually never been on a cruise, and I think they are really, really cool. There is a great number of destinations that you can go to, from the islands to the Mediterranean.
Sudoku.
Sudoku. Okay. Sudoku is a game which has been played, I believe, in numbers. It's not something I know too much about.
Ryan Gosling is someone that has been in People Magazine's Sexiest Men in the World many times, as well as I believe he was chosen as the sexiest man at one point. Very well deserving.
You can visit a great number of countries, and I'd love to go on one someday because I think it's very refreshing. There is a big community, you can meet new people, you can go to the pool, you can rest.
You have to create a number from 1 to 10, from left to right and to the bottom.
Many look to him for his serious roles, but he's proven in the past that he can absolutely hold his own in any given comedy he's a part of.
A very tactical game, something which creates a lot of brain power and something you have a lot of intelligence for. But Sudoku, a lot of people match it to chess. Now, I'm not going to go into chess, but I don't have a clue.
There's great cocktails at the bar usually, and you can dance. So I would love to go with my wife because I just got married. And
I know it's about numbers. Give me. Ow! What's Sudoku? It's the one with squares.
Yeah, it is.
He absolutely steals the scene when he's involved in movies. People have questioned, will he ever leap into something like musicals? Because we've seen him in singing roles in the past. I personally can't speak on that. Not exactly sure where he's going in his career, but Ryan Gosling is definitely someone that a lot of people looked up to in film, will continue to look up to in film, and are definitely one of the most well-qualified actors to fill any role in Hollywood. It was a minute and 10.
How was it? Was it a minute and 10?
Yeah.
Was it a minute and 10? As if you were counting
I know,
while
just-
speaking. You're not serious.
Oh, yeah, I'm just warmed up.
It's one that people play on the toilet.
I've got on Twitter on my toilet.
Loo.
It's
gotta
not
say
on my loo.
No, it's not mine.
That's fine. Sorry to the
You were just
Europeans. that are
teasing us the
involved.
first two, weren't you? That's
Well, let's just be honest. The rules were a little bit, tough, but it's fine.
Yeah,
it's only
it's a
hurt
tough-
our
it's a
it's only
tough
hurt our
game.
friendship a little bit. So
I'm really sorry about
no,
that.
I'm over
Can you
it.
forgive me?
I can. That was fun.
Well, thank you so much for playing with me today. That
Absolutely.
was really, really fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL London. It's been a long 4 days and 16 of the best teams have come. 14 have left us, leaving only 2. The Grand Finals is ready to go. It will be Splyce versus Orbit, but it has been a long journey to get here. And of course, we are waiting for it. Of course, if Splyce want to take this one away, they have to win 2 best-of-5s. Orbit have to win 1. Can they do it? That is something we are just about to find out. But first, let me introduce you to the panel for the Grand Final. Jonas and Mr. X.
I'm excited for this matchup. I think clearly these are the 2 best teams in Europe right now. And when you said, can Orbit stop Splyce? It's like in my head originally, like the first thing that kept in my head is like, no, the way they've been playing today. I think it's going to be very tough for Orbit to take this.
And funnily enough, it's a replay of the first quarterfinal that we had the chance to see. So very good to see Splyce was able to climb back the lower bracket. Definitely a long road. The first time around, Orbit was able to take easily, which was very surprising. This time around, I feel like it's a different Splyce that has come in the battle.
Yeah. All right, well, before we go any further, let's have a quick look at the bracket. How did we arrive here? Of course, we started off with Splyce versus Orbit, Infuse versus Epsilon, 3G versus Aware, and Elevate versus Fnatic. We have obviously seen the major theme of this being that Orbit dropped Splyce into that losers bracket. But since then, 3-0, I believe it was a 3-1, 3-0, 3-0.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest match maybe of this entire tournament is Orbit's loss in group play gives them the #2 seed in their group. That's how they end up playing Splyce in our first match of the winner bracket. But since then, like you said, Splyce has just been on an absolute tear. They've gone through Epsilon, Team 3G, Infused, Elevate, just one more team their way.
And now what's very interesting is to look at the score lines between what Orbit has been doing and what Splyce has been doing.
Yeah.
Splyce has been rolling on everyone, whereas on the other end, Orbit, it's been a complicated road to the finals. 3-2 and 3-2, and it was round 11 and 6-4.
3-2 and 3-2, but they played the other top three teams in Europe to get there.
Well, this is the point I was going to bring
But
up.
so did Splyce.
Neither of these teams can say, you know, we've had it easy.
Yeah.
There is no easy road. They have all had to play the best. It is an incredible achievement that there can be no doubt whoever wins this one is the best. They've played every other team. They've beat every other team. Splyce did it the hard way.
Yeah.
Orbit did it the easy way, but who walks away the champion? I'll be honest with you, I really don't know. It's going to be a very hard one to call.
If Orbit drops down into the same position that Splyce did, does Orbit make it all the way back here?
I think they do, but I don't think it's as clean.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And what I think is going to be very interesting, if the situation was reversed, I would definitely be favoring Splyce. But Splyce has to win 2 best-of-5s. And to me, that is maybe why Orbit stands a chance. Because even if Splyce comes in very hot into this final, they've got to win the first best-of-5. That leaves Orbit a chance. That leaves them time to react.
Yeah, look, I mean, Orbit, they've had a little bit of a break in between their other match and this one, so I think you may see them take a little bit to get warmed up, and I think it's just kind of how long it takes them to kind of get in that game mentality is really how this first series is going to go. If it takes them a map or two or whatnot, you can see Splyce take it with ease, but then I think the second series will be much closer. Orbit just needs to kind of get their bearings under them in this one.
Do we think that now this has happened, and I think, Jonas, you brought this point up. You said, what if that first game had gone differently? If Splyce had done this, would we have had as much confidence in Orbit to turn this around?
It would have depended on their loser bracket run. We asked the question earlier, and we both said, do we think they would have been in such a convincing fashion? I don't think so, and by the looks of the games against Infused and Elevate, it was extremely close. Now, when those teams dropped down and they played Splyce in the lower bracket straight after, they literally didn't exist. Splyce made those teams look very average.
I think Orbit probably still does. I think it's probably a little bit harder to do so when you coming, dropping down for them. But I think, look, they would have had that match against Epsilon, 3G, kind of get everything under control, and I think they would have started to roll as well.
Do you think they would have done the reverse, 2 best-of-5s? Would you have had that same confidence in them against Splyce?
Probably not. I'm not sure.
It's more difficult to call because obviously it's a hypothetical, but...
I think it depends on how they got there. Like Splyce, they've been 3-0ing everybody. Like if Orbit was in losers and just started running through everybody, sure, I would have felt just as confident. I feel just confident. Yeah.
The problem for me is really that we've seen weaknesses from Orbit in different game types. Yeah. We've seen a lot of inconsistent. When it came to Splyce today, there is not a single game type where I say this is weak. Every single game type has been very, very strong, and this is very big.
The only thing I think we may have still glossed over is that, of course, Orbit did beat Splyce.
Yes.
That's it's a big elephant in the room that we've got to admit, and they've got to kind of bring to the fore. Obviously, Orbit have already beaten this team. But for some reason, I don't know what it is, and we're all kind of in agreement. I don't know. It's kind of interesting to see, how Splyce
and I love I love grudge matches between guys who used to team with each other in the past, and it just doesn't end well, and they kind of go up against each other again. Obviously, now that Splyce has lost the first one, Bance and Josh have a lot to prove in this next match.
Well, speaking of grudge matches, it's time to throw it down to an interview with 2 former teammates. Lottie is with Bance and Rated.
Thank you very much, Bryce. So, first of all, I'll start with you, Bance. So, Josh earlier gave me a 3-1 prediction for the series. Now, which map do you guys think you're going to drop?
S&D. It's probably our weakest game mode and Orbit's best.
And we just saw you guys play 2 series in a row. Are you mentally prepared for 4 back-to-back?
We're prepared to go the whole way. We're confident every time, so we're ready.
And who would you classify as the most dangerous player on the opposition?
That's a tough one. They're all good in different game modes, so probably Joe.
Awesome. Right, and Rated. So, first of all, your score prediction for this series?
3-0.
3-0. Very confident, very confident.
We've done it once, so can't we do it again?
Also, seeing how Splyce have come back from being in the losing bracket, does that put you in a difficult position thinking, are you going to be able to beat them again?
No, I said in my first interview I expected to play him again, so it's not really a surprise.
And who is going to be the most dangerous player for you guys on the opposition?
Swizz.
Very nice. Well, we're looking forward to watching this, guys. Best of luck for both of you. Back over to you, Bryce.
Big, bad, dangerous Swizz. Always a man to look out for. But, of course, you know, both quite confident there. Rated a little bit more so, but that's just rated.
Yeah, and I mean, he says they already beat them. They definitely did. And one thing I was actually kind of wondering, obviously the game has changed so much since then, but they played a PSX orbit against some of the North American teams. I wonder if there's anything they kind of picked up there. Obviously, a lot of changes since then come in. But I wonder if there's anything they picked up there that they've kind of incorporated in their game that they have over Splyce, maybe.
Well, both teams played MLG Vegas as well, so but Orbit didn't go as far. So actually, if you go that way, Splyce definitely got the opportunity to play against more teams and better teams.
I don't know if you caught Splyce's game against FaZe. Didn't really matter that they made it that far.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was not good.
Yeah, actually, you're right. But what funny?
Yeah.
All right, disregard my questions. The American
Here's the difference. Jonas will admit it. You know, when you work in North America, they never admit it.
No, there's no reason to admit it.
Yeah. All right, well, let's start kind of getting into this game from our point of view and thinking how we're going to break this one down. For me, of course, you know, these are two Titans. It's going to be close. We've talked about the weaknesses of Orbit. We think their respawn has been lacking in certain areas. For Splyce, they've started really kind of firing up. But, of course, they lost to Orbit. So where do we start? Let's start with Splyce. Incredible loser bracket run.
Insane loser bracket run. These guys have just been absolutely on fire all day long. A top team in Europe, probably the top. If you just kind of looked at everything that's happened up until this point. I do think you're kind of looking at this in a different way, where, COD XP were really high on the guys from Splyce coming out of that. I feel like almost everybody forgot that Mancat and Jerd were part of Millennium, who won everything in Europe throughout the year, except, that performance at XP.
And we never got to see the Millennium team play.
I think that's the biggest question mark from last year. It's like, how would that Millennium team have played? Because they played pretty good with Miracles in Swan.
Yeah.
It's obviously two really different players.
Opposite.
Who knows?
Yeah. This is the thing they said. They said actually they thought their Hubble got a little bit better with Miracles, but they suffered so heavily in Uplink and S&D that they could just not go that far. Like they kind of boosted one game type, but suffered so badly in the others that they never really knew what was happening. And we never got to see. If you got Splyce that's gone that far, you got Fabi that's gone that far. Where would Millennium?
Millennium was beating those guys all year long.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very interesting. But back to Splyce, I think what I've really liked about them today is that yesterday we were talking about how great Micat's been playing. Yes, a little earlier we said Benz need to step up, and he steps up. And then the game after we say Jerd, and he goes big.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's introduce the teams before we go too far. And we're not going to start with Splyce. Let's start with Orbit. This team has obviously gone all the way through the winners bracket, hasn't suffered the loss apart from 3G in the groups. Joe, Rated, Urban, and Zero. Their KD difference actually on the lower side.
Yeah, and I think that's because of just the nature of the opponents they played against. I mean, you played against Splyce, who has, one of the highest, KD differences, and then you go up against Elevate and Infuse too. You're not going to consistently outslay those guys by big numbers every game. So that's why you see the KD difference, not as high. But look, these guys pretty good in all the game modes. They know Search and Destroy is one that I think they probably feel like they have unlocked going into this one.
All right. Well, for me, this is obviously one of the top two teams in Europe, and I think it's starting to be confirmed there. We have a quite nice top three. It's what a lot of people would have actually predicted going forward. And I'd like to see how this actually pans out,
Well, what's also very interesting is on both sides of the main stage, we've got two players in each team that finished second at COD XP. So very interesting. Obviously, those players know each other very well. And in the team Orbit, you have Urban and Zero, arguably two of the best players from Infuse last year. They were very good, especially Zero, probably breakout player. And again, one breakout player of 2016 into each team, Zero and Benz.
Yeah, all right, well, let's take a little look at the keys to victory as they now are on your screen. Ready to replicate the performance from the last series. Yes, he said he could finally shoot back. He is going to need to in this series, and he needs to keep up the slaying power. Nobody can really afford to have a bad game. And then we've got Joe to rival the performance of Bats. Of course, Bats didn't start off great earlier in the tournament either. Bats stepped it up, but no, Joe's going to have to go toe-to-toe with him.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, I feel like since I've gotten into the competitive Call of Duty scene, has just kind of transformed the player that he is. Comes in, not like a really high flashy Slayer. And then, last year and then specifically in this game, he's definitely stepped things up. And I know Rated in that previous Search and Destroy against Elevate in that last map was absolutely insane.
All right, get fired up. Team performs best when hyped. I think this is a key one as well. They really can't go down and put their heads down at any point. They get that hype up. You can hear, you know, Zero's a big player off of that. You heard him screaming earlier in this tournament as well. That starts happening. He starts slaying. They start winning.
Yeah, I think that's especially what they're gonna need going early into the game. We've talked about the fact that they had a break into that first map. If they can get the fire up, if maybe Zero, we've seen him going big time and time again, getting those big 3 kills in our point. If he can do that, create some momentum for the team, create some hype, then maybe that first series is not going to be going the way of Splyce.
All right, well, speaking of Splyce, let's jump on board with them. Bance, Josh, Jerd, and Madcat. KD difference.
It's just laughable.
Through the roof.
I almost don't believe that number after seeing the Orbit one, but you know, they've had a few matches where
they've played more.
They padded their stats a little bit. They played more. I mean, you know, how many blowout uplinks are we going to watch Splyce just kind of run away with? But you see, map win percentage pretty high for this squad. I'm actually, you know, out of these guys, I think Jerd is probably the one that's going to have a big match. I look at Jerd versus Zero. It's like a key player matchup in this one. I feel like Zero hasn't had like those explosive games that we've seen from him in the past so far. This one, and Jerd is coming in hot. Jerd is doing that. So if we don't see a matchup on the other side, like kind of come to fruition, this could be one where you see Splyce kind of run away with it on the back of Jerd.
Yeah, and for the past few games, I agree, Jerd has been going in big and he's playing the objective role, so he's been eating those one-pointers every time. And if I look on the other side, if I look at Urban, I just don't feel that he's been having the same games that Jerd has.
Well, speaking of Jerd, be fast and aggressive. Put Orbit on the back foot from the start. Not only is this a great tactic to just kind of bed yourself into the series, but it's the mental game. Orbit start losing, they're going to be sitting there go, oh, is this the beginning of the reverse sweep?
And you put this team together, the Splyce squad, to outslay opponents here.
Yeah.
And I think if you don't take advantage of that and just keep moving forward and just be aggressive on the map, I think you kind of put all that talent to waste. And keep up with the comms, stay clear and positive.
Josh.
To be honest, yeah, I don't think Jerd says much. I don't think Bance says much. Madcat may say much. We just don't know. Josh is the one who does all the communication for these guys.
It's interesting because you can hear Jerd. Like, the more hype Jerd gets, the more he talks. But it takes an awful lot of hype for him to really start talking.
More talk is like 3 words.
Yeah.
But that's it.
Very
That's
efficient.
like that's all you know.
Yeah.
3 words. What a ridiculous mood he's in. But all right, let's go and stick together and trade. Something this team really kind of excels at as well. They're going to be playing off that chemistry. They've got 2 duos in there as well. It almost pretty much goes for the Orbit squad as well.
I'm not worried about that last part at all because they've been doing it very well all tournament long. And again, be fast and aggressive. Key thing. And if you look at this team, they have so much slaying power. There is so much raw skill that it is indeed what they need to do. They need to be in their opponent's face because if they do, I'm pretty sure they're going to be winning the gunfights.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I feel like you look at all the players in this matchup, a lot of duos, like you said. You got Rated and Joe, you got Zero and Urban, and Bance and Josh. I feel like the one we've talked about the least is the 2 guys who were together, the key 2 of the team that won pretty much everything in the CWL last year, outside of, placing top in the European ranks at COD XP. So I feel like this is one where Madcat and Jerd want to still prove that they are, the top duo in Europe.
Well, we'll find out. Speaking of players, it's time for a matchup. Madcat and Zero, some of the most talked about players on either squad. When it comes down to it, of course, we are seeing Madcat with a little bit better stats.
Madcat always looks surprised in these pictures, like he doesn't know.
He looks like he's been working out.
Yeah, we gotta get a picture where maybe he's just not prepared. I don't know. This one he's too into it.
From Zero, very confident as well.
Yeah, but you see the stats for Madcat. I feel like he's a guy. He always puts up like crazy numbers. I feel like we're almost taking it for granted at this moment in time.
Yeah,
like he's so good consistently.
Yeah,
that it's not really too surprising. And Zero, I feel like he's kind of gone under the radar as well. I mean, his numbers are actually better than kind of what I expected him to be because we talk so much about Joe and Rated.
Yeah, and it's kind of, I think they can Zero can match Madcat, but he's just not as consistent. So he's been doing some great things, he's been doing some great score, but not as consistent.
All right, well, we're going to have to start guessing this one. Let's bring up the maps and see how they're going to play this one out. Of course, first best of 5, Throwback, Retaliation, Frost, Breakout, and Scorch. X, how does this make you feel? Give me a prediction.
So I like Throwback Hardpoint a lot for Splyce. They're the hot team coming into this one. Fast, aggressive play fits their nature the best. Throwback, perfect map for that. And then also Breakout Hardpoint in the series as well. That is one that Orbit does not like in the matchup. So I feel like this first set of maps favors Splyce.
Me too. I feel the exact same way. To me, those first 3 maps, perfect for Splyce.
All right, give me a very quick one-word scoreline. Go.
3-0 first best of 5.
In favor of who? Oh, Splyce. Okay, I'm going to say 3-1 in favor of Splyce first series.
Okay, both taking Splyce in this first best of 5, which means we should see a second time. To hand it over to our casting team, it's going to be Courage and Momo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is your grand finals matchup. The #1 seed versus the #2 seed. It's only right. Splyce versus Orbit. I'm joined here by Momo for the match everyone's been waiting for. It's finally happened, from 16 teams down to 2.
Well, it's not the way we thought it would. Splyce dropped a loser bracket straight away. They make this incredible fairy tale storyline run. And yeah, a lot of you guys expected it. However, 2 best of 5s.
Yep.
It's a difficult one. Not many teams have done it. Myself and X, we talked about a couple in history, but maybe this is history in the making.
Momo, something tells me this won't be the last time we see these 2 teams in a grand final here in Europe this year. The CWL 2017 is just getting started. So many events on the horizon, so much to look forward to, and we've got the 2 best and brightest in Europe now battling it out for the chunk of this $25,000 prize pool, the majority of the pro points, and a hell of a lot of pride. Momo, off the break, who we watching?
Well, I picked out Rated. He was the star player last time these 2 teams met up before. And you know what? He's a potential MVP going into this grand final as well. So we're going to kick things off with Rated. We're going into throwback hardpoint. Courage, let's get this underway.
Let's get it started. We've got a packed arena here at the Gfinity Arena in London, England. Rated watching over his underpass side as pressure coming in from the trains. Doesn't actually spot Josh, who is using that submachine gun yet again. Whoa! Rips through 0. 2-piece right there. Currently, the lead just 1-0 for Orbit. This will be scrappy. We know how this first hardpoint plays. There's no surprises here. If you're just tuning in to competitive Call of Duty for the first time, hardpoint, you'll see hills rotate every 60 seconds. There's a timer on the top left part of your screen. When the hills rotate, players will fight for spawns. If you're in the hill and there's no one else in it on the other team, you get a second every time it goes by. Score that you want to reach, 250. So you can see there's a long ways to go as teams will begin to fight for this barn hardpoint. That'll be in the top left of your minimap. Currently, Orbit have the spawns for the next hill.
Well, they lead by 10. That is Splyce, of course, but you're talking spawns. I'm looking at this man in particular. There's one sneaky beaver around the back. It's none other than Joshua. We've got him highlighted now. And he's actually going to take down 1.
Well, you know the energy is high right now for these 2 teams. Let's dive right into a listen-in with Splyce.
Nice, let's go. Nice, midfield, maybe field. I got you in fast.
2 flying.
Helping you. Bring it back left.
There's someone back left.
Yo, can you put a point to pass in a second?
Yeah. I got you in pass.
Go now, yeah?
There's
We've got top
2 here, 3. One's flanking left. He's going to be small window.
Yo, go small. I know deal bounce, man.
That's balling. Watch
it. One behind me. Grandma's are small.
Slid in. He's a weak height. There's 2 height. Right, all stacking.
Go for this.
Wait, first skill's big. No, don't dodge her. 20 seconds, let's go. Let's go now. We've got 15 seconds. One together. Judge, you want shot, Judge?
Back left.
Right. Pistol. He's close left.
Not in the same place.
Pistol's coming in.
Lemon stairs a bit.
Watch, I got 2. Let's spawn time. Bowling. I've got time. Judge, push up.
Let's spawn field.
Yeah. Yes.
I got back bowling. Mid. I got one.
I got bowling. Nice. Let's go. Come on, you might be lemon side. Where you spawn? Talk to me.
I spawn bowling. I'm on top. Lemon stairs to mid.
Oh, he's vending there. Mid. One shot. Top bridge. Jump in. I spawned out.
He's on me.
I'm
not by the stairs. I've got Trinity. No, I'm not going to use it.
Behind them.
Okay. Let's go. One hill. Let's go.
Lemon to you.
Let's go. Spawn out.
More lemon.
He's
in the right.
I'm coming trying to get big hill.
One shot in.
Push bowling side, Joe.
Yeah, he's dead.
I'm going on the pass. Get time. Let's push it. Bowling says, and the one's I spawn good hill. Good shit, Dill.
On the pass and left.
One more. Let's go.
I spawn field.
Go on behind you, dead.
Okay, so you've heard it straight away from Splyce. And staying on board with Josh just for a second there, he's dropping double digits already, but you heard it from the mouth himself. He said, talk to me. That in-game leader showing why they are that seed #1. They're leading by 20. but definitely not an easy game so far.
Remember, if you are just tuning in, Splyce are coming from the losers bracket. They have to not only win this best of 5, but a second best of 5, because Orbit, they've yet to drop a series in this championship bracket. Since Orbit dropped Splyce to this losers bracket, though, Momo, their map count has been 12-1, nearly perfect. So they have been on a tear, and they're showing it now on map 1.
Yeah, they're showing their class, their dominance at the moment. It is a close game, but we see a 40-point lead. And of course, during the listening, we obviously spectated Splyce. We'll hop over to Orbit now. Let's see what Joe is up to as he just takes control here of the middle. Of course, what we have done now, we've gone through our first set of rotations, ending the baseball field. We're going to be going back onto train tracks.
Anything that really stands out for you right now in regards to the stats in the top right part of the screen?
Do you know what? I'm just looking at Josh, both, 14 kills. He's nearly got a minute on the hill. And actually, I'm a little bit biased, just jumping into that listing, just the way that he was talking to his squad. He just seems to be doing everything, Courage.
They have full confidence in each other to go ahead and secure this map. So we start our second rotation of hills now. We're back to the ones we just saw earlier. The first one on the train platform. Currently no one in control of it for the moment, but Splyce up by about 50 seconds. You said you wanted to see Jerd from that analyst desk. They brought up how he was an X-Factor player in this one, Jerd versus Zero. Jerd, a quiet game so far. His teammates, though, picking up the slack. As Orbit staying close in this game for the moment.
Yeah, staying close. I'd like to see them maybe hop on this middle hard point a little bit more, but, they're really being tested here from Splyce. The slaying ability, you're seeing Josh 17 and 10 right now. But with 10 seconds left on the train platform, we're going to hit that rotation. It's back to the barn. Look at the top left and look at where the yellow arrows are. The Splyce do have control of these spawns.
Well, Orbit, they find themselves in a tough position right now. They've got to break this hard point. They need to play perfectly. Let's see if they can do it.
Okay, well, jumping on.
He's gone side stairs, side stairs, side stairs.
I see him. Side stairs dead.
Nice, good kill. Nice. Spawn close, spawn close.
On the pass, Benji. Got top green. Got top green on side stairs.
That line, weak. Line absolutely has gone into the back of the hill.
Top green dead.
Right, come on, let's play for this hill, okay?
Yeah, come.
I'm getting shot from hill.
Alright,
Challenge.
Run in the hill. Let's go.
Far back.
Dead.
Oh, weak. So weak, done.
Dead.
That's
Mid probably. Looking front door. Front door.
I'll get mid.
Almost front door.
I'll give it
I'm
now.
gonna start flanking.
Get top green, Josh. Can you just jump?
Front door. Gonna be more.
Two left. They're pushing. Top green.
Front door, dead. One more.
One shot, top green. One shot now, one shot.
Nice.
I got streaks. I'm on up bombardment.
Seconds.
Come on, score.
Yeah, score.
Next zone.
I'm scorching. One's mid, the rest blue.
Yeah, mid got me. Side stairs. He's got top green.
Top green's dead. Oh, fuck.
I got him as well.
Nice.
I'm 25 off bombardment.
I spawned down. I spawned lemon. Trini.
I got one.
Got me though.
I got one in the hill. Right side of hill.
One bullet.
You got streaks, Reese?
One's on white fence there. White fence.
Bombardment, I got 4 streaks. One more, I got bombardment and Trini.
Top train, dead.
Nice.
Contest.
Got me top train. Be forced.
Absolute. Oh, they're both weak.
Contest.
I'm on it.
I'm jumping up them.
Train, dead.
Nice, jump free, Josh. Nice, 2 down.
I mean, two there. Two. One's flying high.
One bullet, Ben's one bullet.
Fine, on me.
Both there, both one bullet, Jared. Both of them, one bullet. Team kill, Ben's one bullet. On the right, one bullet. Ben. Get a scrap. I got bombardment. Bomb in now, just wait.
Underpass.
No, wait. No.
One ball in, one on the pass, one spawned out.
Bomb. Bricks.
Raiden trying to turn things around. He was 10-17, now 21-19. You heard him say he's fully streaked out. Does kill his teammate with 1 for now. They're using it to break this new hard point. And so far, it looks like it might just work. A couple key engagements now about to go down near this back bathroom area. You can see Raiden gets a call out, and Josh with the ERAD has been lights out so far this map. Momo, 28-18.
Yeah, Zero's in a fantastic position here, but he doesn't have the backup. He's going to take down 1. Urban's adding to that as well. He's going to be traded out at a 2-on-2. But Jerd, he's just used the rewind. It's enabled him just to get that extra little bit of space on that hard point. But Rated firing down with the score streaks now, taking down Urban. But you do see the baseball field still in control with Splyce.
You see there the tweet from the community. George says, Splyce win Bance MVP. Simple. He used the hashtag CWL London. Be sure to use it yourself to get a chance to appear on stream. At the end of the second rotation, 193-111, and growing the lead now for Splyce. This was the worry. It's a different team than we saw when Orbit dropped them down to the losers bracket yesterday. They look absolutely fierce right now, led by Josh.
Okay, one thing I do want to point out as well, if you're a little bit newer, you'll see these white circles next to the play names in the top right. Of course, that being their payload. We've just seen Zero unlock his. He's got the reactive armor when ready. Rated, though, he's nearly got the camo.
He most certainly does. One more engagement win, and he'll have that, a beautiful tool to break in towards a new hard point for his team. They're still within striking distance. One solid 60-second hold, and they're back within 10. Right now, they actually have a good setup as well to lock down a majority of this remaining time on the train platform. This could be a key swing momentum opportunity for Orbit, as they're now back within a minute.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of points here off this train tracks. Urban, the quick sensitivity there, nearly takes him down, but no, Zero's gonna fall as well.
That's a trade, they just need a win.
It is, but I will say it's scrap points for Splyce. This time, Orbit, for the first time, get the rotations onto Barn.
And the last couple times, it was Splyce who were breaking so easily and locking down this hard point. What can Rated do? He's got 2 players pressuring from bottom grannies, and he loses a first gunfight to Josh. Again, now Josh's 31st kill. Zero gonna pop reactive. He says, we need this time. He knows how important it is. They will stop the first push for the moment, but already on your minimap, Splyce players so close to this hill again.
Yeah, let's go on board, actually. Bance is just around the corner. He's gonna pop forward. He has the reactive armor. Not gonna use it just yet. 24 and 26 for him. Josh is spawning out, so let's hop on board with Urban, who's a little bit closer to the action.
Urban now just playing this off angle, and the hard point Rated continuing to pick it up, man. Night and day from how he started this one. There goes the reactive armor for nothing. Completely burned inside the hard point. 216 to 172. 18 seconds of scrap time left here as well. They're about to be back within 30. Do not count Orbit out yet.
Rated still has camo. It's influential in so many ways in hardpoint. Get the spawn, get a double kill, use it how you like. Let's see how we see this active camo used going into the bike path. This is massive.
Here come the kills on rotation, immediately being traded on out. 2 players up for either squad near this new hard point. It's being contested now, as you can see on your minimap, so no one getting time. The only thing going down is the game clock. These next few kills going to be so important. Splyce getting the majority, then they wipe Orbit off the map. An absolute disaster.
Okay, well, for the Splyce boys, one player is definitely standing out. Josh in the Slate department and the objective work here. 34 kills, 90 points for his team as well. They're 20 points away from taking this, Courage.
You saw camo used right there by Rated. He slides on through and actually pre-fires the wrong side. So Josh just shoots him in the back right there. Easy cleanup for the side of Splyce. And these 19 seconds cannot be given up by Orbit. They have to stay and contest. Mad Cat wins the 1v1, and now Orbit are left in an awkward position. Do we let Splyce get within 5 seconds of winning this game, or do we fully set up for this new hard point? It looks like they'll go for the latter, as this is basically it for this entire game.
Well, I've got to go on board with Madcap because he does have, in fact, I thought it was the camo, it's not. The Centurion, of course, isn't as effective, but it may actually play a part. Banty's going to be the one to break this, though. He's going to contest it for now. 2 players face, and he takes down 1. The trade should come in. It may come in. No, Joe, he fires back 2.
There's a 1v1 near this hard point right now between Jerd and Zero, and it looks like Jerd will win it. He's just buying time for his team. 243 to 200. The game not done yet, but Splyce are knocking on the door of a map 1 victory. It's all up to Zero and Rated to try to stay alive in this game. Zero with the 2-piece. Rated still alive there. Just gonna hang on by the skin of his teeth. There he is. So yes, he still is in the hard point. This game not done yet.
Absolutely, you know, 7 points is so close but feels so far away right now. The Centurion has been popped down. You know what? Splyce may back off. They may rotate here, but he's back to the middle.
Wow.
This is not a hard point that you can guarantee points on. You've got to say, Splyce have not won yet.
They most certainly haven't. There's another cleanup. They're rotating back towards the top train. They're now within 10 seconds of each other as you're seeing payloads being used all over. Splyce, where did your lead go? It's absolutely fallen apart. Orbit in full control. Splyce have one opportunity for a break. They get the entry kill. Now Rated answers with one of his own. You can see players trying to go for whatever pinch they can, and Urban recognizes it immediately.
Oh no!
This is the 1v1 against Bance. Players still in the hard point for Orbit. This might be a total collapse for Splyce. Orbit with the comeback will take map number 1.
Wow! We saw them 7 points away for maybe a minute and a half right there. Orbit, the composure, the structure, the discipline that comes into a team like that, and you can see it from the reactions on their face. They know they just clutched up.
I'm loving the energy in the arena right now, Momo. It's why these two teams are the best in Europe, the closest hard point we've seen throughout the entire weekend, and there They just stopped whatever traction Splyce had coming from that loser's bracket. I will tell you the two players right there, Momo, that stood out and made that comeback possible. It's Rated and Zero, the two heroes throughout the weekend. Zero finishes 38-30, and Rated was -9 at one point, ends +4, gets fully streaked out, and look at those defense.
Well, from zero to hero, he clutches up map number 1. They only need one best of 5. They come from the winner bracket. They've done it before. Are they gonna do it again?
It looks like it's absolutely possible. That's just map 1 of a potential 2 best of 5 series, folks. Get yourself some Nando's, go out, grab a pint with your mates, right? Yep, they do. Okay, good.
I'll give you that one.
And get prepared for what should be a fantastic final. If that sets the tone for the rest, this is going to be something pretty.
Whew. I mean, you know, going into that one, Splyce had it. It was all Splyce for maybe the first 60-70% of that game.
Yep.
Orbit, I almost can't put my finger on it. I almost think it was when we went for the listening. We went to that Rated, just went off.
Oh, he earned the full streaks. While, yes, that did help, at a certain point, you just saw perfect play from Orbit in the final 2 hills. And now I'm looking at the 2 different booths on the screens. You could see Zero quite happy with the performance he had right there. On the other side, Jerd, he doesn't look like a happy camper.
That's a tough loss.
Yeah,
that is a real tough loss.
That is, and that can absolutely send a team reeling. But these 2 squads, they've been in situations like this before. They're in the grand finals for a reason. That man right there, Josh, we've complimented his communication all weekend. Well, now he needs to help his team regain in the biggest of ways.
Splyce have come off a loser bracket run, 12 maps to 1. You know, these have just been winning and winning. That's all they know right now. But the team that put them there
still has their number.
They're wanting to put the nail in the coffin right now. They are out for blood. You saw the pre-game interview there, ex-teammates going head-to-head. This is a battle of the beast right now.
The CWL London Invitational Grand Final presented by the PS4. Orbit versus Splyce, your number 1 and number 2 seeds coming into this weekend, with Orbit striking first. Now 2 maps away from being crowned champions and earning 5,000 pro points per player and the largest amount of that $25,000 prize purse. Retaliation, Search and Destroy will be map 2. Momo, I've got to hear your predictions, because here's the worry. In the pregame interview, Bance said he expects his team in this first series to win it 3-1. Lottie then asked, what's the game mode they expect to lose? Search and Destroy. And now we're in that exact scenario. If they do follow through with what they predict, they'll be down 0-2 going into an uplink.
Okay, believe this or not, Jack, I've actually been there on a big comeback, you know? Once, I mean, maybe only once. However, when you get that momentum, that hype, that energy, the 2 teams going into this game now is so crazy difference in mentality. I've got to give this to Orbit.
Really?
I give this map to Orbit purely, not on their S&D through the tournament, not on Splyce's, you know, poor performance sometimes in S&D, but purely on the energy of that map 1.
Bold strategy. We'll have to see if it pays off, as Bance will push right towards this top scaffolding area. And he's going to immediately get towards the bomb, but Zero striking first blood. A pacing issue right there as Jerd is flying way ahead of his teammates.
Yeah, and again, Zero, super confident. What he's just done, unthinkable, and he's just backed off. He's taken down another. Let's jump on board with Josh and see if he can duo up with Madcat, a long-lasting teammate for nearly 5 years, I believe. No, not going to happen.
It's a flawless round from Orbit, led by Zero. Zero, you see the smile on his face. He knew exactly what he was doing. He gets that first blood, stays in an area where only his head can be seen behind the cover, and then even when he's escaping, he got out of there alive. He did not die. He waited so long for his teammates to go for the pinch that those 2 players had no opportunity to sneak out that backside towards Cathedral and kind of reset the map positioning. Perfect play, 4 up, 4 dead for Splyce in that round, and now Orbit will go up 1-0 in rounds.
Well, we've got to jump on board with him. He's been doing some stellar stuff so far. He's going to be watching that window. I can see no one's going there, so let's hop on board with Rated a little bit further pushed up.
I don't see how this setup currently favors Orbit. They've got no high ground. They're all stuck on this bottom road, and Splyce know this. They're just tossing in grenades. They've got patio control. You need to see a hero play the play might be to try to push out this player in the back. And yeah, this is, I do not like this setup at all from Orbit.
No, I completely agree. The you know, almost the use of Zero in round 1, they've literally fell for the same plan. They literally have. They're pushed up, they've given it away. Urban is now left in a 1v4. He's already picked up 2 this game, but he's got a big task ahead of him.
Yeah. Well, right there.
And that bomb's down.
If you're going to push down that area, you need to send like 3 to patio and demand control of it. Simple as that. Right there, they're getting watched from the top arched area. You have 2 players on patio and 1 about to flank you from the back bar side. It was just a ticking time bomb waiting to go off, and you could tell Splyce knew that. Now Urban with so little time left, I think he's now been spotted, and you should see these Splyce arrows just remain in position because they know exactly where the objective is down at. This is going to be a 1-to-1 game.
Yeah, and I think Urban knows that he doesn't want to kind of feed the beast anymore, and he's just going to sit here and wait for the timer to run out. Last-minute challenge, not going to happen though. And the reasoning behind that, he didn't want to just give them a free kill, you know, boost the payload that they're working towards, their score streak.
And you say they don't want to give him a free kill because in the last game, in Black Ops 3, those payloads, those specialists in that game would earn slowly over time. So when you were in these 1v3, 1v4 scenarios, you'd see a lot more players jumping off the map because you didn't want to give the entire enemy team, you know, maybe 15% of their bar by waiting a full minute. In this game, that's not the case. So you can wait, try to play exit kills, try to catch a player, earn yourself that extra score towards your payload. Doesn't happen there, but smart play from both teams as Josh strikes first blood in round 3.
Mad Cat's taken damage in the garage, and actually Josh has just got himself a double. Can he find more? He's going to go back in, and there is 1 player just below him. However, with a 4v2 rated in 0, now have the task to defuse the bomb.
Raider's going to fall back towards his teammate, which I do believe is the right decision here. The issue, though, is 30 seconds remain for this defuse to come in, and they've got an eye on Reedy. You should see this player begin to fly out from patio right now. There it is. They're going to challenge. Nice job by Josh. He's going for the ace.
Yeah, that was a clean.
All right, that was a little bit of a that was an extreme.
That was a little bit too much, but with 17 seconds in a 1v2 now, Mad Cat and Jerd can use the pincer maneuver, come from behind, and again, a nice clean round there. It seemed like, you know, the middle corridor trade, it seemed clinical, and Splyce take the lead.
Beautiful stuff for Mad Cat. Doesn't get much easier than that. It's why having yourself the advantage in numbers is so key in Search and Destroy. From what you've seen so far in this S&D, what do you want to see Orbit change up to come back into this game?
The one thing for Orbit is, I want something different. They seem to have kind of plan A, and if it goes wrong, they just try it again. And you know what? They're doing it right now. They're changing their bomb site. They're doing something different. And look at the minimap. They're completely throwing Splyce off guard. Oh, just what I wanted to see.
They definitely are. And this player that's actually across the map could have a great opportunity for either a flank or catching a player off guard. It looks like it will be a flank opportunity here. Bomb immediately planted, and now it's going to be up to Splyce and crew to retake the site. Look at this cheeky, mate. Cheeky.
Urban catches him out, and he will pay for it as he does get traded out.
Look at the minimap. I'm telling you, this is a ticking time. Right now, Joe has been playing this entire round for this one moment right here. 1 player down on the objective. He's going to spot him. Doesn't actually get the kill.
Oh my!
Still coming in. There's the cleanup, though. So no defuse will happen. 1 versus 1. 0 versus Bance. The challenge coming in. Bance has been seen. 0 just holds the angle. Beautiful stuff from Orbit. 2-2. Got a little scary there if you're an Orbit fan.
For a second, I thought the defuse was coming in. And let's not forget, Orbit have done that before. Twice before to Splyce. They've got on the bomb, diffused it.
The one was throwback last time, right?
Yeah.
I guess indeed.
And now it looked like, you know, Splyce are trying to give them a taste of their own medicine. But we tie things up 2-2, Jack.
We most certainly do. And you said you wanted to see Orbit change things up, go to a different site. Guess what? They do it. It works.
Thanks, Orbit. I appreciate that.
Making Momo look smart. Always got to love that when casting. Bance again will lead the charge towards scaffolding. This time around, though, not entirely sure if he got vision of the player moving towards the arch side. Jerd, beautiful map awareness. They see that they have nobody top patio. They have nobody pushing arches. What's the only other spot they could be in? Flanking us. And they know that exactly now.
Yeah, and Jerd, map awareness there. He's been actually able to not only stay alive here, but probably give some intel. Urban's going to strike first. Vance as well, picks up 1, now a 3-3.
He's got to back down. Beautiful stuff. Just goes ahead and hides for now. Let his teammates try to make a play. I do believe that the next one is developing as of right now, which will be Bance getting that kill. 0 all by himself, and he has to defuse. This does not look pretty.
Oh, nice. Not nice enough, though.
No.
As we see things 3-2 once again. Zero left in a very tricky situation there. I think he was almost waiting for his teammates to push in together, you know, from each angle, but both of them died. You know, the 1v1 they lost, he was like, oh, come on, guys, I needed you there.
Think of this Splyce team. They come off a map where they had a huge lead and wind up throwing it away to Orbit. Now they're in S&D where even they themselves say they're not too confident in their abilities in this game mode this weekend. And now they're up 3-2. This is one that they cannot afford to let slip out of their grasp. As if they take this, they move into 2 respawns, and you've got to feel confident in them there.
I've got to stay on board with there because he's not going to spot 1, he's going to spot 2, and he's out of there. He'll be calling that one out to his teammates, and actually, there is Zero sat back
They
on
can
the
counter-flank this.
Look what they're doing. They're pushing straight through and straight behind. This is clever. This is smart. Joe picks up 1. He finds the second. This round should be in the bag.
They did have Urban all the way across the map, who did wind up getting punished for a little bit of an awkward positioning, but either way, they do hold on to that objective and plant it for the moment. 2 versus 2 now. Bance has earned that reactive armor. 10 and 3. Mad Cat with the help. It's a 1v1, and if I'm Bance, I'm using this 100%.
Yep, this is a guaranteed round. If you can get an engagement
this is
with the reactive armor, you can take him down. Here we go. He's challenging him. He's been spotted. He takes him down. Guaranteed round, I say. Bance laughs in the face of myself. He'll take it, pick up 3, and he'll defuse the bomb too.
Not only will he take the round, get 3 more kills, but now look at the bottom right of your screen. Scarab, Trinity Rocket, and Bombardment all earned. We saw how Splyce earlier on when they earned these streaks knew how to manipulate the map perfectly on Crusher to win them rounds. Expect to see them do it again.
And just thinking back there, Joe got the initial 2 kills, but Bance was the one to trade that instantly. That was the 1 kill that really changed the game. I hate to highlight it, but Jerd is on 0 and 5. Let's give him a little bit of love, see what he can do.
Hey, he's 0 and 5, but his team's still up by 2 rounds, so he's thanking him right now in the booth. As Jerd will be the one peeking towards top patio, gets eyes down on 1 player, and ooh, interesting nade spot. As it should connect with the player, not going to pick up the kill though.
No, it isn't. Josh is going to find 1, and that's going to be Joe who falls. Numerical advantage favors Splyce. Potential 5-2 here. We've got Josh in a very obscure position. We'll be sure to keep an eye out for him, but the bomb, I believe, is going down at A. Let's hop over to Mad Cat, who's teaming up with Jerd right now, pushing forward. And a 4v2. This is looking good for Splyce.
Yeah, they know exactly what they need to do on this map. Stay active right now. Don't give yourselves any opportunity to really be punished for being out of position. Bance down on a 7 streak. You saw the major alert come in Codcaster. Zero does get 1, but still another situation where Zero's left in a 1v3.
And, you know, this isn't a round he can afford just to jump off the map. You know, put him 5-2 up. He's got to go for this. He's really got to put this forward. I will say, he gets 1 kill. He does get reactive armor.
It's so tough in these because from a Codcaster perspective, we're like, they've got to get moving. What's taking him so long? Look at how little time he has. But obviously, this guy has no idea where they're at. So he's checking every corner, trying to make sure he plays it safe. 5-2. Now the round count leads Splyce, looking to tie up the series 1-1.
Well, I couldn't have been more wrong. Jerd with the melee there, back the gun to the face, and he'll take that round number 5. And we're in, you know, we say a safety net, you know, a safety cushion sometimes. This is 4 rounds back-to-back that Orbit need.
With a Scarab, with a Trinity Rocket, with a Bombardment. I don't see how this is thrown away. We'll go ahead and possibly spot if Orbit have anything left in the tank in this map. They do get first blood by Joe, as finally they get some patio control, which I feel like they've been lacking this whole game.
Yep, well, they've got control. They've got 2 kills as well. The bomb goes down, and it's looking good for Orbit for once here.
That was a streak use as well. Bombardment gets called in for nothing.
Yeah, that's a questionable use here. Urban's going to fall. That's to Bance. Urban did have his payload. Nasty Bance had picked up 3, 1 being his own teammate. It's all up to Bance. He'll have to do not only pick up the ace, he'll have actually killed 1 of his own. But don't put it past him.
And 3 already, man. No! What are you doing? Challenges an insane gunfight, wins it, and now he's left in a 1-on-1. He has no idea, though, where this final player is. Joe versus Bance. Joe just going to chase him on down.
Joe spotted him.
This will be a round win for Orbit.
Yep, and you know what? Bance will take that kill. He will take that kill. He would take that ace. And going into this next one, he's going to replenish them score streaks. He's nearly got reactive armor again, Jack.
Well, that was an ace, right?
What can this man not do? I mean, I tell you what, he didn't win the round. Fair play to Orbit. They stay in it. They survive 1 more wave.
They do stay in it. Now the question comes into play. If Orbit bring this to a round 11, what type of kills are we looking at for Bance in this game? He's doing his best impression of Rated from earlier, where Rated went 17 and 6 with 5 plants and a Crusher search and destroy. off the break of this one. We've got to watch Bance. Unfortunately, not looking like anyone's going to be on his screen anytime soon.
Well, someone who might get in the action is Josh. Seen him, that E-Rad, which he's been utilizing so well. A random push. Joe.
What is that, Joe?
I think Joe may have thought Josh may have run away, but no, Josh is here to stay. And he picks up the first blood. And now it looks like they're rotating towards the A. This is the score streaks coming in. This could favor them. We're going to see Urban get caught out. I think Urban, actually, he just used his rewind to get away from him. He's going to be straight in the drink. And now, Bance here to finish this round. 4v2, Jack.
Yeah, they know where the final couple players are. Rated needs to make a hero play happen, and he's trying to make it as he does pop that payload ability. I believe he's using active camo and chase down a player on street. So from a 4v2 with streaks called in to a 2v2, Bance thankfully still alive for Splyce fans, as he's been doing everything for your team this map. And still, they have to plant this objective, but look what he earns when he plants this bomb. I feel like this is how he's going to close out the game with a 2-piece with reactive.
The problem is, let's go
and another bombardment.
Zero is one away. Let me go on board quickly with Rated because he's the one in the thick of the action. He needs to wait. He can't challenge this alone.
No.
Zero gets 1 kill. He gets reactive armor. He can get the double.
This is a perfect scenario, though. And look, they're chasing everywhere. They don't actually have any idea of where these players are down at. But bombardment now called in. This is just awkward. Where is Zero going?
No, I'm not sure. I mean, he thought they'd maybe pushed up to market. Bance has actually used his reactive armor, and now it's a 1 versus 2. He finds 1. The time is against him. Yes, he's got reactive armor, but in all honesty, all he can do is pray.
Imagine right now, if he pops a reactive at the end of this, it might take too many bullets to kill him. No, not going to happen here. 6-3, and you can actually see right there on your screen, Zero looking at his teammates going, what was that?
Yeah.
There was definitely some miscommunications there, as where else could those players have gone from Rated's perspective? I mean, he kind of saw them go in towards Bike Shop.
I would have loved to seen if he actually did pop, you know, that reactive armor. How many? It would have, what, taken 7-8 bullets?
Pants, 17 and 4 plants in a defuse, 2,350 score, which is 1,000 more than the rest of his team combined.
I mean, you look at that.
Show.
He's got 4 more kills than his whole team combined. Yep. He's got 4 more plants than his whole team combined. He defused the only bomb that was possible. I mean, basically did it all.
Yep, he most certainly did. There is your scoreboard. Joe, Urban, Rated, did what they could. Zero really putting the team on his back there at 8 and 7. But in the end, Bance too strong.
Bance with a really, really strong game there. And they needed that. Coming off a super, super tough loss, that hard point, they really, really must have got their composure together, because these guys, if you missed it at home, first of all, you missed one hell of a game, but secondly, they were 2-4-3 to, I'm going to say, roughly around 2-10, 7 points away. Orbit fought their way back in, crawled their way, clawed their way, and they took the victory. Splyce, though, they've just got a very, very big win on that Search and Destroy.
They definitely did. We'll get ready to go into this next game, as I don't know where to call this now. I really don't.
Well, my predictions are out the window.
Yeah, they are. They are, and probably most people are feeling that way. As, oh, look at that fancy camera work. Upside down, twirl around. I've seen it all at this point.
Feeling a bit dizzy.
Yeah, really. As you can see there, a couple of players stepping out to quickly use the restroom. So we'll get into this Frost uplink game as soon as possible. As do want to deliver a message, though. I'm going to pull out my quick notes here in regards to MLG Atlanta coming up. Obviously expect to see a heavy European presence there in the pools, maybe some open bracket teams coming to attend the event. But the note is, any team looking to qualify for MLG Atlanta pool play will need to purchase and have a complete roster on the Team Builder by 3 a.m. Eastern Time on January 30th. That is coming up very quick, in like the next 12 hours or whatever it is. Teambuilder.majorleaguegaming.com. If you do not have a complete roster, you will be seated in the open bracket accordingly. So put your teams on that ASAP.
We also drama before this event. Don't let it happen again. Listen to Uncle Jack.
Listen to your Uncle Jack. I like that.
Grab yourself a ticket.
Yep.
Simple as that.
There you go. The message has been delivered. Be sure to alert your friends and family that are going to be participating at the event. Probably these guys in these booths have to do the same exact thing. Players now beginning to walk back towards their setup so we can get into this Frost uplink. Of the uplink maps, where does Frost stand for you? Is it one that you enjoy?
I really enjoy it.
Okay.
Really, really enjoy it, especially when we get to super top level elite teams, if you like, because where you spawn, the drone obviously placement right in the middle. It's more for me about where the portals are. You spawn very, very close to the portals. So you don't have to just get one wave, easy 1 point. It's like get one wave, then you got to pick up another 2 or 3 kills before you get that. There's not that many fancy 1 point plays, so I really feel like the better team is rewarded. And we saw Splyce put up like 14-0, I think, against who was it? I don't want to put any team in there because it could be anyone.
It just happened.
Yeah, I mean, it was a loser bracket like round 4, round 5. They just wiped the floor with them. So I expect big thing from Splyce. They've looked very strong, not only on Uplink, but on this map in particular.
Well, we've got a tied-up series. Game 1 was close, 7 seconds separating the teams. Game 2, 17 kills from Bance. Decided to put the whole team in his backpack and give his team a shot at glory. Remember, if you are just tuning in, Splyce need to win 2 best-of-5s to earn themselves this grand championship. We're in the first one right now. Orbit only need to win 1. So Orbit are still within 2 maps of taking this, but they just lost arguably their best game mode of the weekend there by dropping that Search and Destroy. Yeah, we talk about Orbit and Rated in particular. You know, he's very, very confident about not only his teams, but his individual Search and Destroy gameplay. And we saw some flaws there. We did, and exploited, I'm not going to say by Splyce, I'm going to say by Bance. He really did turn up masterclass there of how to play it. I think we got a little glimmer of the Bance from COD Champs in that game, right?
We did. We were treated.
And boy, oh boy, what a treat it was. Frost Uplink will be game 3. We will see Breakout Hardpoint in game 4, and historically a weak one for Splyce, I'll put it that way. If we go to game 5, Scorch, Search and Destroy is always a pleasure.
Well, before we get to those maps, and of course, if we need all of them, we'll be heading to Frost Uplink. I've given you my opinion. I mean, what's your thoughts on Frost Uplink?
Frost Uplink, this is one where you know how important it is to control the inside area, but communication is key on this map. And what I mean by that is you need your vocal leader to call out, do we go for the longer route outside the research area? Is it the right time to push the drone forward? There are waves of kills you must get before you can attempt to go for a score on this map, and you need to force the spawns out by the lower cliff side. I think Joe is the player that's going to excel in that. And I think the throws this weekend have always been in favor of Splyce in regards to hitting those 1 point plays. I see the players in the lobby, I see the players in the map, and I see Bance on our screen. I think that's who we're going to be starting with off the break, as both of these teams are looking to get an upper hand in the series.
Yeah, nothing crazy in the rig draft. The game is underway, and I'm watching none other than Benjamin Bance. Let's see if he can continue his Search and Destroy presence into the Uplink.
This guy dabbed on the main stage of Champs in front of 6,000 people in the audience and a hell of a lot more people watching online. Still don't know how I feel about it, but hey, he's quite confident in himself if he does just that. But you know who else is confident? Orbit, because they just got 4 straight kills and they're already pushing forward for a dunk.
Yep, well, they're pushing forward. That's what I talk about. You can't get 1 wave of kills. You've got to get the second 2. And Splyce, they spawn up, they react, and they're back in it. This drone has actually been reset here. And one player who's catching my eye is Bance once again. Very sneaky positioning.
Should have a quick 2. Nope, Rated will cut him down. But either way, pressure now on for Splyce as they're going to move this drone in towards the sub-bay area. He does have a lead blocker in Josh, but he's got to wait. He can't do anything as of yet. He knows how important it is to slay first. That's the call out he's getting, so he will follow suit. He'll let Jerd come from behind and pick up the objective for his team as they now look forward with this drone. Not going to happen here, Joe, the brick wall.
Well, Zero's going to be the one to scoop up that drone. But this time, it looks like he's taking a note out of your book. You said about this longer route round, you know, being patient, maybe getting 2, even 3 waves of kills. However, maybe he's trying to juke them out, cut them inside. He does have Joe in front of him. Joe's going to fall. Bance as well picks up 1. That's a double down.
I wonder if he just hits the lower wall run here, just to buy time. Does he go back and forth? No, he'll just fly on out. Shockwave actually going for the beatdown. Josh doesn't fall victim to it there. Trying to get a little sneaky with that movement. Won't work out that time around, as they do actually buy enough time, though, because he pushed forward with that drone. It forced the Splyce players to fall back towards their side. And look at the positioning Orbit now have. This could be a 1 point play.
Yep, well, he's going for it. The interception is on, and there you go, straight into the hands of Josh. Wow. Well, from one ex-teammate to another. Scoreline still sits at 0-0. 2 minutes in. The deadlock has not been broken just yet.
This has always been a low-scoring map in the CWL from what we've seen this year in Infinite Warfare, and it's not going any different right now When the slaying is even, the game is even. Josh, though, with the beatdown. 4 go dead for the moment, and now Jerd will grab this drone. He's got 3 lead blockers. This is the best push Splyce have had yet.
However, all 4 of those Orbit players are ready and waited. Zero's gonna fall, traded out by Josh. He's gonna go down as well. Look at this, a different route's been taken. He's gonna go for a 1-point play. Maybe, here he goes, he's up, he's straight into the hands again, back to Joe. Oh, I feel like they're playing a different game here. It's like pass the parcel.
You gotta love it, man, as 2 interceptions now coming in for both teams. As we will see which team will strike first in this game. I can't tell yet. It's been 2 back and forth. A combined 6 streak, though, between the duo of Zero and Urban. As I say that, Zero finally meets his demise. Now the drone being pushed on up. This should be a dunk. There it is, 2-0. Orbit on the board.
Well, there is the first score. It's had to take 3 minutes. Bearing in mind, this is 2 sides of 5. But Orbit do strike first. And this could be a huge, huge stepping stone towards that victory. Splyce have just picked up a nice double. Urban's going to answer back, but only Rated can save. But no, Bans now has the drone. He's passing it off.
And through this entire game so far, you've been seeing the first wave of kills come in for Splyce, but they haven't followed it up yet. In this one, finally it does happen. Still very scrappy. They lose all map positioning there, but in the end, they do finally get on the board. But you need to see Splyce get those kills middle map and then get the kills in the opposing team's base. 2-2 with 1 minute and 20 seconds left inside 1.
Well, Joe, he was trying to go for a bit of a different route there, but it didn't work out for him as Madcat and Jerd doubled up. Josh is going to add to that as well, and now maybe this could be a counter coming in from Splyce.
It very well could be. You've got a lead blocker now in Madcat near that front door. He's got a kill. This will absolutely be a dunk. 4-2 lead, and this is where it gets scary. They force the spawns out near the cliffside. They've got a presence inside the helipad. Pass 1, pass 2, dunk it on in. Perfect teamwork from Splyce.
I mean, there's no point in me trying to follow that drone, so I just stayed with Josh. You could see it. He was waiting for it. You know, he could feel it from behind there. And now the drone is going to go in a bit of a reset position. Joe's closest to it, but no one's there. Vance actually could have a potential push here.
And with that hit marker, he will know at least one player from Orbit is pushing the side. They play Ring Around the Rosie for the second around the pillar as he'll drop on back towards middle map and try to stop this drone carrier from going up. If Splyce go into the half at a 6-2 scoreline, I think they're pretty content with it. It's nothing spectacular, but it's absolutely something they can work with. A 2-possession game, possibly even more if they keep getting these kills.
Well, it could have been 3 if he had more ammo in the magazine, but no, it doesn't happen with 7 seconds left. The drone, it still can be played. Do never underestimate the plays of these pro players. Not going to happen, though. We're going to go into the first half. Splyce 6, Orbit 2.
Orbit, for the most part, in the first couple minutes, they were even in slaying. You saw Zero and Urban go on a combined streak there for a little bit. That's how they got their first dunk. But from then on out, it was all drone positioning on the side of Orbit, and they felt the pressure in that back helipad area. Once Splyce got the momentum on their side, they were able to dictate the pace, and they got in 3 quick dunks. Josh, again, 18 and 10, 4 points already to his name.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm looking at that camo so close to it. We're the first to unlock that payload. I think Urban's rocking 1 as well. We'll have to check that out in just a second. But Josh getting straight into the mix. He's shooting the wrong thing there, but Jerd's just picked up 2. Josh can find 1. Madcat finds the 4th. This is a big push, but it is not over.
This should be a dunk. Do they go for the body block, though? They have no idea. Camo's coming in 8-2. Splyce starting to really show up in this game, and this was the worry. Orbit, in the respawns, they dropped that S&D, and now they've got to not only worry about coming back in this game, but then another hard point.
Yeah, and that shows how influential Camo can be, you know? Not only makes the 2-point play, but he makes the kills in the right places. And now this is another potential push. Madcat tries to, but it bounces straight into the hands of an Orbit player.
And he throws it back, and that actually helps out the side of Splyce, as they're going to run right up with this drone. There's a quick dunk, 10-2 now.
And you know what? Bansy's doing work back at the respawn of the drone to fit in. Oh, shot from behind, surely not. Can he get away with this? He's actually just unlocked a Scarab as well. Maybe one closer, not gonna happen. And that drone will not go anywhere, but an 8-point lead. This is so significant on Frost.
Dude, Josh is elite with the ERAD, 23 and 11. 8 points to his name now. How is he still alive? Finally, Zero. It took like 4 people to take him out near that front bulldozer area. And now if you're Orbit, you need to really get kills, not only kills in middle map, but you need to get control of the sub bay. And look at how Josh and crew are playing this. They're distracting and pulling their attention away from that area of the map as much as possible.
Yeah, Madcat's just gonna lay down that drone for a second. They knew they needed to make more kills, and it's gonna be traded out to a piece here. So no push will be made But coming from behind is Jerd. He could find a couple. He's spotted one. He doesn't want to fire too soon. He's going to be churned and burned, and that's going to come from Joe. But Bance, he's been fantastic in the search to destroy. He's already dropping 22 on the uplink now. He's almost chasing Josh for this.
Really fantastic so far in this series. 3 minutes remaining inside number 2. Splyce to still have a 4-possession lead. I just don't see where Orbit begin to come back.
No.
I've seen nothing yet in this game that makes me think it's going to happen.
Well, Madcad is looking pretty slow here, only because he knows that the drone could be coming from either side. He's waiting for that moment. Here he is. He spotted it in the subbase, and he's going to have to react quickly. He's got the teammates to work with. He's going to fall down. Josh with that ERAD. Getting up close and personal, of course. That's where it excels.
Josh going to knock it out with his life there. Again, in the right position is Vance. With this NV4, his shots really impressed me. 4 down on Orbit. If you're Splyce, again, what do? They bring it towards the middle map. They get it towards the cliff side. It's so obvious to see what their play call is on this map. Once they get this lead, how frustrating must this be if you're Orbit? You're having to hit this outer wall run. You're trying to fight from a terrible position. This will be another dunk now, 12-2. This game is done.
Yeah, for me, it's done. It's over. But the Orbit boys will not give up that easy. They're 10 points behind. There's only 2 minutes left. If you take it back to right at the start of the game, you know, it took 3 minutes to make the first push.
It's looking like a bracket reset is absolutely possible. A second best of 5 potentially on the horizon if Splyce can just clutch up this map and one more. Jerd now on a 7 streak. That only counts as 1 point as well for the side of Orbit. Yeah, we can talk all we want about what's going on. It's simple. Splyce are the better uplink team.
They've been fantastic in uplink all week, you know?
They're well practiced. They know exactly what their goal is on each uplink map that I've seen, and they've been hitting the 1-point throws. It's a well-rounded practice, a well-rounded package.
Well, it's fantastic to see, and especially after such a fantastic performance. I mean, coming from Orbit, you know, their hard point, that comeback, that showed guts, that showed determination, and now it's going to be a very hard mountain to climb. They're going into another hard point after this, but let's not rule it out just yet. 1 minute to go. We do see a lead of 9. Drone's in the hands of Rated. He's going to fall as well. That's not going to help anyone.
No. They're just going to reset it. And now we look ahead. If you are Orbit, you're down 2-1. You know you have a second best of 5, but I can promise you they're not playing for a second best of 5. This team in Game 5s has really been lights out so far this weekend. As we saw in that victory up against Elevate just earlier on today in your winner's bracket final. It's how they got here off a 17-6 performance from Rated with 5 plants on Crusher S&D. They've got to now win another hard point, and the first one was closer than any other so far this weekend. What do you want to see Orbit change to make it a little bit more in their favor?
During the hard point, they need to start hot. They really do. Sometimes it's a little bit slow, it's lacking pace, and yes, they pick it up during the game, but for me, they need to start very, very quickly and aggressive.
That will do it for game number 3. Splyce now up 2-1 in what could be our first of 2 series in this grand finals matchup. This is not letting us down at all from what I've seen. Predictions there made a lot of sense. Splyce, definitely the best uplink team I've seen this weekend here at the CWL Gfinity London Invitational presented by the PS4.
And we see another 2 30s dropped from the boys of Splyce. That's coming from Josh and Bance. Bance performing back-to-back maps now.
Yeah.
And you know what? It just doesn't seem to have affected them. That map 1, I just feel like it's in the past for them now.
Yep. It has to be. It has to be. Splyce, they have their best scenario yet versus Orbit so far this weekend. Josh is just... Is Josh the best ERAD player that you've seen this weekend?
I'm trying to think back. You know, PD and Moose had their moments, but a lot of that was with the K-Bar. I'm going to go with yes, Josh.
He put on a show with that map. 4 dunks, as well as a 32 and 22 slaying performance. Overall, his team outslays by something like 20 kills in that game, and that is definitely a way to give your team an advantage.
And one thing I love about Splyce is it's not just one player who's making those objective plays. Whoever's closest, whoever's got the payload available, that's the player that makes the move. Great stuff all around.
Great stuff all around. We're getting ready to go to game 4 breakout hard point I talked about in the past. This is a game mode combination that I'm not really too confident in the side of Splyce. So if I'm Orbit, this is the best map draw I could have gone in this hardpoint game 4.
Well, Orbit, they've beaten Splyce at hardpoint already this event. Let's not forget, in the winner bracket, round 1, they beat Splyce 3-0. It was a wipeout. People were like, is this Splyce? Has someone subbed in? No. Orbit just turned up. Splyce since then have learned, adapted, pushed through this loser bracket, found themselves in the loser bracket final, take down Elevate, back up here in the grand final now once against Orbit. And yes, you know, they're 2-1 up in the series, but it is the first series potentially for them.
You know, while we do have a moment here, while players are getting prepared, setting up their classes for Game 4, I do want to quickly give a shout out to the Gfinity production team, the Gfinity admin team, and everyone else behind the scenes for an incredibly well-run event. Production has been top-notch. The admins have basically made these players listen to their every command. I really do appreciate. And we've been firing through matches. This is series 38 in 4 days. If you're not good at math, that's about 9.35 series per day.
You know what?
I made up the decimal points.
I'll believe you on that one.
I don't think I believe myself.
But on a serious note, it's been fantastic. It's been compact. I know it's been a lot of games crammed in. To, you know, I mean, 4 days is a long time, Jack, but we've really gone through every single game played.
I have learned a lot more about the European scene this weekend than in any of the other events I've done for Gfinity.
100%.
This has been an extremely beneficial opportunity for me, which I'm very grateful for. And I know for a lot of the North American players, it's been nice for them to take some notes on these top EU teams who are going to be participating in pool play at Atlanta.
There's no excuse. It's not like, oh, they weren't on stream. Everyone's been on stream.
There's been every match. If you want to see how Bando play Breakout Hardpoint, guess what? There's definitely a VOD somewhere. I don't know why anyone would, but you never know. Nagafen has a lot of time on his hands.
Yep, that's very true. A lot of these players, you know, this is, on a serious note, this is their job. You know, these guys are playing 8, 10, 12, 14, 16-hour days. It's Call of Duty, Infinite Warfare. They play this for a living. This is what they live for.
There is the crowd. It's a packed house here at the Gfinity Arena. Some of your fellow European pro players are here watching. Thanks for hanging out, guys, supporting your favorite game and the game that everybody loves to be a part of. It's Call of Duty, and it's Game 4, Hardpoint on Breakout. We're watching Bance off the break, and stop showing the map fly through, Michael. Get us to the game.
We're in the game, and Urban's kicking it off straight away with a double. And Bance, you might have gone strong. He's doing this exactly again, too. Make it 3. It seems like he's just in a public right now, but shut down.
He's in a what?
A public game.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what you said for a second. Accent threw me off right there. Jerd staying alive, top central roof. For the most part, I've actually liked the change that's happened to this hardpoint from being in that lower room to now being on top of the roof. I think it's actually added a nice little dynamic to this first hill.
I enjoy it. I much prefer it. It's a good change. That is my opinion.
It's almost like some of the players overreacted when it first came out.
I think it's a minor change. I don't think it will affect it too much. However, Orbit start off strong here.
Orbit do start off strong here as the crowd cheers as the gameplay went away for a second on the big screen. Remember, we're in a movie theater, so this is the largest screen I've seen in a venue to broadcast some Call of Duty on outside of Champs this past year. Orbit currently tripling the score of Splyce as they have won the rotation battle for the moment over towards the Cells hardpoint, but look at the yellow arrows on the minimap. They send 3 towards the spawn, and it looks like it's going to work out perfectly as they look to break this hill.
Yeah, 3 kills back-to-back here. Joe's the only one to answer, but he escapes with his life this time. There's about 6 people crammed into these cell blocks. It's going off, and you're going to see a lot of trades coming in. Madcat, Urban, Rated, all tallying up. This is manic.
Josh is just spinning in circles. He actually winds up dying to his own teammate, so you can see how hectic that gameplay was for a second. I think Splyce are going to forfeit the rest of this time, so they will be down by about 60 seconds in this game, maybe a little bit less. And they're going to set up for this Graveyard Hill, which, what is your ideal setup for this? Because you can absolutely be playing from middle. Do you want 2 players in the hardpoint, 1 player? What do you want to see?
I mean, for me, I think Splyce have pretty much nailed it until, of course, Madcat got taken out there. You've got to have someone in the cave. You've got to have someone close to, of course, that yellow crane. It's got to be tight, and unfortunately, it looks like for Orbit, their break has not paid off, and now, even better, Jerd pushes up.
Let's pull up this minimap for a second to see exactly what Splyce are watching. You can see 1 player inside the hardpoint, 1 playing towards this close science room, and then you have Cave, who's holding the spawns for Splyce, so they're going to keep flooding on in towards this hardpoint. Love having the ability to go a little bit more in depth. Thank you for that, Momo. As we will see from Bance's perspective, the guy's double positive again. He's just not being stopped.
Yeah, and this is what I mean. You know, up close to that crane, you get obviously the power positions, outsmart them, outplay them. And the best thing about Grave as well is if you can have a strong hold, you can back off at maybe 15 seconds. You can go for the rotation. However, it's not been done by Splyce. Orbit will hit second.
And look, Orbit will now give up the rest of the scrap time. And if you take a look at your scoreboard, the full 60 is held by Splyce. The early rotation has paid off. That is one of the benefits of the new way that Infinite Warfare Hardpoint plays. It's much more reminiscent of when everyone fell in love with this game mode back in Black Ops 2. Engagements have gone down, and every gun battle is more important than ever before.
Now, Orbit rotated, yet they lost that hard point straight away. Within the first 5 to 10 seconds there, Orbit, they just got pushed out of it. They got bullied out of this one, Jack.
They definitely did, and Splyce have now held 2 hills perfectly. You see there from Dave, member of Epsilon, he says, show me on stream and I'll buy some Gfinity apparel. Hashtag CWL London. Well, you better go out there and now buy yourself some. I'm an XL. You know where I am. If you want to buy me one too, thank you.
Okay, well, Jack's getting hooked up once again. He's already packed himself
I've
in a
gotten
Fuse jersey.
three new pieces of clothing just from asking on stream this weekend. It's brilliant.
I might try it myself sometime, but more importantly, right now, Splyce, they're looking hot once again on Hardpoint. You know, it's a game mode which benefits the Slayers, and right now, Bance is topping that Slayer score, 12-8.
12-8, Mad Cat now on a 7 streak. All cylinders firing right now for Splyce. And look, he's got every single score streak he could ever want. If you're Orbit, you need to stop the bleeding now. Do not let this lead get too large. Remember, though, in that first hard point, there was a large lead for a team, and it came down to 7 seconds. Jerd somehow making plays happen with the MV4 at the super close range.
Yeah, the slip and slide there finds the double. And you know what?
The slip and slide finds the double. I like it. I never thought I'd hear that, but it's a good little way to put it.
I mean, it somehow works right there. But Splyce, they're only one map away from taking this to a second best of 5. Yep. Just remember that. Then the pressure would really start for Orbit.
That'll put it in a scenario where these two teams will face each other across, what, 10 to 12 maps potentially this weekend between the now 3 series they would have played. That's quite rare for an event. As now Splyce are up to their largest lead of the game. They have players in position for the spawns at cells. I'm not entirely sure. No, they're not actually getting those spawns because of Raiden, who's pushed up that dirt street, blocking that area for his team.
Yeah, Joe's going to be just lingering around. He almost is a bit hesitant to jump in the hard point, but the call comes from the team, and he's going to be the first to fall. It didn't work out well for him, but Zero does have a good rotation. They do have the spawns. This could work well for Orbit.
This is the hole right now in the setup. Is this lower street area? Zero will just stay alive for a second as he's hiding behind green. As it does look like Splyce, their lead slowly dropping down. Don't count Orbit out yet, especially when Zero's firing like that.
All Rated's in the hard point, but there's no one even challenging. Let's go to Urban, who will be challenged outside near the truck. In fact, he's going to dip inside as well. Not going to work.
This is a break.
Jerd and Josh. Oh, Banzad's. It's only Mad Cat missing. Jerd's going to clean up a nice double, and Splyce will get the remaining 15 seconds.
All right, Orbit. Now you've got to rush over towards the graveyard because Splyce already have people on the way, and they have streaks beginning to get called in. Thankfully, that is on the side of Orbit, so that will stop the pressure from coming in for Splyce. Really like the use of that. At the moment, 45 seconds between these two teams. Absolutely still possible for Orbit to come back into this game.
And what I do like about Urban right now, he's not only just gone onto the hard point, he's pushed up, he's snuck himself in a nice corner. He's going to find one, maybe the double.
Yeah, he's going to challenge this NV4. Once he hears Jerd firing at that one, you might as well slide back out and get confident in yourself. Another player coming on in Rewind. Wow! Hey, buddy, I'm right in front of you. He's going for more. Finally, someone stops this man. A Zero on the flank. Does wind up cleaning up one, stops the pressure coming in from Mad Cat. 20 seconds separating these teams. Yet again, this game getting closer.
Well, Splyce are going to use those score streaks right now, and Zero just backing off a little bit.
He's hovering it.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be caught off guard here. And now, he's just slaying, you know, 4-kill streak. Why not make it 5? 2 are jumping up. And you're going to see 13 seconds left. If they gain all of this, they can tie it up. But you've got to think about that next rotation.
Give this up.
Joe's one step ahead of us all. Yeah. He's already there.
Give this up. Orbit now have the spawns. They have the players in the hill. The first gunfights will be by Urban, and he's going to be watching over middle map. Scorchers now come in, again, forcing players out of position. I think that's the last major streak for now, though, as Urban is in such a beautiful spot to make something happen. Challenge the first, wins the gunfight. Bance, though, there to help support his teammate, as it does look like Splyce are currently winning the trades on this map, but then Raiden answers back with 2 of his own. Has Zero been spotted? I do believe so. Here's the worry. Splyce now forcing the spawns out for Orbit. This could spell disaster.
Yeah, it really could, but there's 5 points in this.
Oh my God.
This is not what you want right now. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. There goes one. We see it change. I think Josh, just lost the player, but Mad Cat cleans up the duo that's been together so long.
That all happens because Zero challenges the back spawn, and there's not enough of a focus on it by the guys of Orbit. He's just laying down back there. Splyce saw him. They sent one player to kill him, forced everybody else out from Orbit. Thankfully, this scrap time should be pretty close. Even if Splyce kill him off here, these two teams back within 12. We have ourselves a game.
Well, 2 rotations down. We're going back to the rooftops here. We saw what the likes of Jerd could do last time. I want to see more from Jerd. You know, he's got his payload now, the rewind. Hopefully he'll be able to utilize this, but he's on the hardpoint route. He's nearly tallied up 60 seconds for his squad. However, he's extending the lead.
This is a perfect setup for Splyce. They've got the outer graveyard area watched. They've got a player in the hardpoint. Loading is now covered. A trophy system in the hill. You've obviously got rewind ready to be used. Orbit need to go for a break, and they need to do it quick as this lead is slowly building back up on the side of Orbit.
I love that from Jerd. He pops out, gets the kill, and straight away on the rewind, he knows he's going straight back into that corner in cover.
How has no one seen Josh doing that play?
Josh, he's just snuck through like a ninja, somehow still alive. How? He's got to find another, and he does. Straight up top, finally falls, and this is back and forth, but I will say Splyce have already broke 200. 30-point lead right now, going into the cell blocks. And yes, we do see Splyce with the rotation.
Exactly. More importantly, yes, they have broken 200, but these spawns, this new hill control will come in for Splyce. Orbit maybe have 2 solid pushes they can go for it. The entry kill now for Urban. Bance, though, with the trade for his teammate. You saw the assist pop up on the screen. Mad Cat soaring on in. I do believe Splyce have held off for the moment. Unless somehow these final 2 Orbit players can make a play happen. I do believe there's an opportunity here.
Yeah, there definitely is. One slides in. That's the end of him for Joe. Mad Cat with the beat down. And now Zero answers back Urban, but there's a lot of time still left on this, Jack. 35 seconds. This is game-changing.
And Splyce have to hit this wall run. We've seen every single time this map has come down to this. It is a disaster. This is not going to happen. You just need to see Orbit refocus their attention towards this lower dirt street. One player hops in Laundry. It's okay, though, because Raiden is still there. Doesn't actually clean up the kill. The weakness of the NV4 from that range does show that lower rate of fire costs them in that scenario. And just like that, Splyce should be able to break on in unless Zero continues to be the hero for this Orbit team.
Now, it's all rotation. They're going to get just a little lead, maybe 15 seconds here, but it's all going down to the cave. Zero is very, very close to reactive armor. Josh has just used
Zero needs to move.
He's got camo.
Zero needs to move as fast as possible. Josh breaking on in with camo, the 2-piece there for Splyce. And now they've got the cave spawns. The play that could have saved the game, but Zero now flying in with reactive payloads all over. You need to see Orbit push this out now. They need to not only get these kills, but they need to stop these spawns from coming in. Instead, they'll play passively. These next few engagements will decide this entire game. Will we go to a game 5? Let's find out.
Well, Joe and Zero still left alive. Zero finds one. Joe's finding a second, but it's only Urban left alive. It's a big break for Splyce. There's 26 seconds. They can end it here, Jack.
And they have no payloads. Reactive now out for Bance. One player down. Make it 2 as well. Splyce will reset the bracket and force the second best of 5.
Wow, now 2 hard points. We see the first go down to 7 points. It's nearly as close for this one, and we are treated to one hell of a grand final, Courage.
I'm gonna need a mighty pint after this.
I'll join you for that one.
Let's get into it, baby. A second best of 5. It's what we all wanted. As now we reset everything. You no longer need to know what's going on. All you need to see is the first team to win 1 best of 5 will be your CWL Gfinity London champions. Woo! What a series there between the 2 hard points. A total score of 20 seconds separate the 2 teams.
And you know what? It wasn't really, the slaying ability. It was down to the individual kills, the payload utility, and you know what we saw, reactive armor, camo use, Josh, Bance, it just seemed on point. Jerd with the rewind as well on the rooftops. Splyce narrowly won that one, but 13 points. I mean, between 2 hard points, 20-point difference.
Think of that first hard point, which we can wind up pulling up the scoreboard for this one still, where we saw Rated, who had a slow start in slaying, and when he began to pick it up with the full streaks, that's where his team came in here. Again, 15 and 23. Don't get me wrong, 2.5 minutes in the hard point is great, but this is Rated we're talking about. You put him potentially on your MVP marker for this weekend. And with him struggling this much in a couple of these hard points, you need to see him turn things around in the second best of 5.
Absolutely. Well, in the winner bracket, he gave Splyce the backhand the first time. This time, Splice answer back. So they're going to go into a second best of 5, Jack. Orbit took the first, of course, winner bracket. Now we see Splice answer back. A lot of the guys actually on the death, they did say, you know, Splice would win this this first best of 5. This is where, you know, not only the pressure builds, not only for the players in particular, this is just literally where champions are made.
You know, I said that Splice were going to win 3-1 in my predictions for the first best of 5.
Yep.
Now they're going for a second, and I said Splice in the second best of 5 would go 3-2. I see we have a friend, though, over on the analyst desk. It's Dave, and he's got the Gfinity hoodie. I haven't received mine yet, and guess what? Shameless plug, if you're in the venue, you can go outside right now and go pick up yours before supplies run out.
He bought it. I want to see the receipt, because...
Yeah, actually, can I get some help with that?
Yeah, I want to see the receipt. I want proof. I know Dave.
Cheeky guy?
Yeah.
Cheeky bloke?
Yeah, he is. He is a cheeky bloke.
Did I use that right there?
Okay,
we'll move on.
We'll move on.
We will move on as expected. Players getting a little bit of a breather as we will prepare for our second best of 5. Guys, tweet the stream out there, mlg.tv/Call of Duty, mlg.tv/COD. We have so many events to look forward to, Momo, on the horizon. 2 weeks from now, MLG Atlanta, as we talked about, the pool play information that is coming up. Ooh, wait, go ahead, throw it.
Whoa! Wait, and mine? Wait it?
No, sorry. We ran out. Is this XL?
Anywhere? Nope.
It is. It's good. No, it's perfect. Let's go, baby. I'm living. I actually don't think I could fit this in my suitcase.
I'd just like to make demands on stream. I'll take a helicopter, $1 million.
If it's worked for me, I think it'll work for you.
It clearly isn't. It clearly isn't working. However, luckily for me, I do already have one. I'm sure you'll enjoy that. And, you know, I'm not salty at all.
I'm not salty at all. We talked about the events coming on up. MLG Atlanta on the horizon. Shortly after that, we have ourselves ESWC, where we'll have a heavy North American presence as well out here in Europe. After that, obviously, Dallas, recently announced.
You've got, of course, CWL going into Birmingham.
Yes. I don't even know where that is.
I mean, you Americans call it Birmingham.
Birmingham.
For some reason. I don't know. I mean, you've got so many events back-to-back, and the important thing is, yes, these guys are playing for so much money on the line, but of course, those pro points that these guys have been grinding out for, it's all about getting that seed, getting into pool play, and of course, you know, MLG Atlanta, it's gonna be an interesting one, because there's gonna be so many top teams because of the amount purely forced into open bracket.
Yeah, and $200,000 up for grabs at that event as well. We're always bumping up the prize pool this year, more money on the line than ever before. And with more money come more trophies. That's a good segue, right? You like that?
Yeah, honestly, beautiful. Sometimes I just don't know how you do it.
Neither do I. I don't even know why I'm here, to be honest with you. As there is the trophy, once again, packed venue. Spectators here grabbing a quick bite as we get ready for another best of 5. So now we reset the bracket. Were you ever in a scenario like this back in your career where you had to
in a grand final
for a third series? No, not a grand final. I sure as hell know you did not make it to one of those.
Incorrect.
It was a local land. There was 7 teams.
It was Amsterdam, about 2008.
How many teams?
16, 20 maybe. However, the likes of Tommy beat me. We came from the lower bracket. We had to win 2 best of 5s. We didn't win a map.
No way.
No, we got stomped. But you know, I was happy with the silver. I'd take that right now.
Trust me, I've got many silvers in my career.
On a serious note, I've never been under so much pressure. These guys, it's the amount of money. The pro points are so important as well. And you know more than anyone, these pro points going into the likes of MLG Atlanta, this will separate these two teams, you know, so much.
Yes.
Because it's not like it's, you know, 5,000 pro points per team. It's per player.
And this is also how Orbit wind up catching up to Splice. You know, they win this. It's a couple thousand pro point per player difference.
Yep.
So not only like winning basically an extra 2K.
It's winning an extra 2K each.
Yes, each. So it's a good spot to find yourself in. So as players, they're just waiting for the official word to get into this one. We appreciate your patience. Hopefully, if you're just joining on into the stream, this weekend has been a lot of fun. We've broadcasted about to be 39 Call of Duty Infinite Warfare series in 4 days' time. Gfinity has done an exceptional job running the event. I would actually, I'm gonna make a request right now. I don't even think Michael's ready for it.
Which jersey do you want now? Which jersey?
Can we actually bring back up the bracket? Because some new people might be tuning in. They might be hearing the second best of 5 starting. I didn't even talk to Michael, our director, yet. I just said, can we bring up the bracket? I don't even know if he's here. But we're going to see if it comes up or not. Because we have been on quite a road. I want to show this losers bracket run that Splyce have now gone on because, well, let's think. It's 1, 2, 3, is it 5 or 6 series they've now won in a row?
They were in loser bracket round 1, so I think they went through to loser bracket round 6. They then had to win the loser bracket round final.
There it is.
So
thank you, everybody backstage for dealing with me randomly calling that out. So look where it all began. Splyce losing to Orbit in the top left of your screen. So what happened? Splyce then dropped down to the losers bracket in the bottom quadrant and faced Epsilon. They then beat Epsilon 3-0. They then moved on to 3G and won that one, I believe, 3-1. Then they moved on to face Infused, beat them 3-0. Then they went on to face Elevate, beat them 3-0. Now they beat Orbit in the first series 3-1, and now we go to a second best of 5. That will be 6 straight series in a row to come from the losers bracket to win the grand final. If they can take it, I'm ready. Momo, are you ready?
I'm ready. The final best of 5 out of 39 series right now, Jack. Splyce, Orbit, Seed 1, Seed 2.
This is it. This is it. Here are some highlights if you missed the first series. The players have now begun the redraft on my screen. We'll pull that up for you in just a few brief moments. Use the hashtag CWL London. Get involved in the conversation. Tweet the stream out there. I need another energy drink. I'm going to pull a Jonas and just do what he did. 2 energy drinks in a short amount of time and then just not stop screaming.
Just don't speak French. I can't understand it. Keep it together. They can. I'm sure we can, Jack.
You know what I want to see? I want to see the maps. I want to know exactly what we're going to be playing in this second best of 5 to start it all off. It's Scorch, Hardpoint. Talk about a hectic map as teams will be flying all over the place in this series. Throwback S&D map 2, and Momo, you got something you want to point out?
Yeah, I'm thinking that Scorch Hardpoint straight away. We saw Splyce so dominant on the bridge. They managed to take 40 points every single time off this. They had the rotations on lock. However, Orbit, they're not a team to, be shunned upon. This is a team that can answer back. Rated, I've said, is a potential MVP already. Zero, he's already gone off 38 kills in the last Hardpoint previous to the series. We have got literally titans butting heads.
Look at the game 5. If it goes to game 5, Crusher, Search, and Destroy, the map and game mode of the weekend, Momo.
Do you know what? I've not even got to a game 5. That's a fact. I've seen 3-0s, 3-1s. I have not cast a game 5. I can feel it.
You can?
Yeah.
I said that Splyce were going to win the second series in 5 games in my prediction prior to this.
See, I said Splyce would win the first series 3-0.
Yeah.
They won it 3-0. I then said they'd win the second series 3-0. I don't know. I don't know if they can pull a 3-0 off. I think Orbit have got too much to bounce back at.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It is your CWL London Invitational, second best of 5 in the grand finals. This one could be remembered as one of the best grand finals in all of Infinite Warfare as time goes on. We could be witnessing some history of an age-old battle that soon will be developed between Splyce and Orbit in the year 2017.
It wouldn't surprise me if the very last best of 5 on this game of these two teams here in Europe. There are 8 of the best individual players here. Jack, let's get into it.
Let's go, baby. Grand Final Series 2, we're watching Splyce as they had 2 very close hard points the first time around, and now we're playing a third. He's gonna fly on out, some good shots in. Everybody on Orbit wiped off the map, off the break.
Straight away, this is what I was talking about. Splyce, they gained 40 points last time. They dominated this bridge hardpoint, and it's what they do on it. They don't just control, they push forward. Jerd's giving a prime example right now. He slips back in. Josh comes into trade now. Jerd again, Madcat. Josh, it's everything for Splyce right now. Fantastic start.
A combined 7 streak now between 3 players. Make it 8. The entire kill feed has been yellow for the last minute of gameplay. They are just not missing as Jerd gets around the corner again. 11 straight kills, 32-0. Something about this bridge hardpoint that they just get. They are lights out at the moment. 12 in a row. Finally, Jerd has stopped off his streak.
Well, it's not just Jerd. Madcat and Josh do fall. Maybe this is the answer back. I said 40 points. It's nearly. It's 39, but they're going to go into the rotation. And there's one player who's miles ahead of the game. It's Madcat. He does fall, though. He's been traded, and now we've just seen a complete break from Orbit.
And now it's Orbit's turn to get back into this game. This has been this whole entire series so far. It's how even these two teams are currently with how the meta plays. Orbit in control of Turbine. How do Splyce try to push this? They send 2 players towards the high middle bridge. They send 1 going towards Skybridge, and then 1 on the lower half of the map. Look at this, it's Zero by himself, and he's about to be pinched. He's got to push out a side. He decides to challenge the first one, and there's the trade. Splyce with the clean break.
Yeah, and they will get, I would say, the remaining, but it's not just remaining points now. There's 24 to be gathered, and Splyce are looking to take every single bit of this. They're looking to boost that to maybe a 50-point lead right now, but Jerd on the hard point is accompanied, of course, by Madcat, by Josh, and they're starting to push out. Orbit are running. They're going for the rotation, Jack. I think it's a wise choice.
It definitely makes sense with how little time there is left on the clock, but Zero now jammered. He knows this pressure is going to come in. Does he spot the first player going towards the bottom door? It does appear so, but that's Josh who gets a kill and actually gets out with his life. Thankfully for Zero and Orbit fans, he does clean him on up before more havoc can be wreaked inside the space, but look at the minimap. Splyce spawning up towards the back of the map.
If you saw where he just shot him from there through the grate and he didn't even see it himself, and now Rated still on the hard point, can lock it down, but he's aiming, of course, at that back spawn. These are crucial kills, because if Orbit go down now, they will spawn out. You can see 3 players rotating round, running scared almost. Rated, he's backed up by his teammates. He's going to fall. Can Zero do any better? Yes, he picks up 1. Jerd answers back with a double. Zero gets a double for himself, and now with 8 kills, maybe finds the triple. Not going to happen, though. Splyce are back in this.
But he bought enough time for his team to get back towards this hard point. 18 seconds left on this hill. Now they're just playing for scrap time. If Orbit can get this, they'll take back the lead. If you're just tuning in, this is the second best of 5 in this grand final. I want to keep reminding people, Splyce have now won a series versus Orbit this weekend, and Orbit obviously have won a series versus Splyce. Now is the decider of it all, and it happens to be in the grand finals. Splyce currently in the lead by about 14 seconds. They began to rotate towards this drill area, but they lose control. Let's go listen in on how they communicate to try to bring this back.
In deck. Start working together now. In deck. Okay. We came out front. Got us. That's it. On Negic. But for right. He's still to the right. Reach to the right. Flew.
I dead one more.
Flew. Check. Nice. Let's go. And then he's out. Let's go. Oh my God. I'm watching. I'll dodge when I.
Pick up Bill.
Big kill. He's going to be in control. I got you pinch.
On the right.
I got you pinch. They shouldn't be pinching now. I'm actually going to give it up.
Actually, we got the heady. The 3.
Yeah, the fly. Already close. I'm one shot.
Nice 15.
I'm just testing. Nice, Ben. Let's go. Tag. 2 minutes in. Nice, Ben. Let's go. One more shot on him, Ben.
He's one shot on you. Dead.
Let's fucking go, John. I'm going forward.
I'm sorry, Doctor. One shot. On next. 2 dart, 1 on hill. 2 dart, 1 on hill.
I'm going low.
One's here, Josh.
I spawned out.
One more. I want VDX. That's him. Nice one, baby.
Wait.
No, you're Boji. Yeah, pick him.
Play the corner.
Nice, still. I've got this one, so I've got lamp. I'm going top hanger. Your dart's open, I've got top hanger.
On the right, Reese, on the right.
I think
two white, at least 2.
Yeah, go back, turn around.
I got nailed.
1 shot, 2, 3.
I spawned it,
One's going to pitch, turn around.
Splyce, they are on point, as always, in communication, but even more, they've earned themselves a 30-plus second lead. But as we go out of that, listen and look at the developments now on the minimap. Orbit fully pushed up, forcing the spawns towards back rock, and they're ready for this new Turbine Hill.
Yeah, Orbit have, chosen, the next Turbine for their choosing. They're actually going to get the scrap points as well. However, Splyce are trying to break through the drill, and they will do. Josh, the Erad, we saw him with a triple there over at drill previously. Absolutely remarkable plays. We've said already, best Erad of the week. Can he do any better? Let's go back on board with Josh and see what he can do.
Josh playing from those close quarters inside the factory. This is why he's so good with this weapon, always putting himself in the best position to succeed. Swaps the K-bar or something like this. Oh, hasn't cleaned up the engagement as of yet. Stays alive. He's got help from his teammates. There it is. Splyce break the hill, and now they'll put their focus towards this catwalk side as Orbit look to push on in. There's 40 seconds left on this turbine. Orbit need to push in. They cannot give all this time up. And it looks like now is the green light to go.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult. We have a strong setup from Splyce here. Madcat has actually spawned out as well.
Gosh.
It's a good pinch, and that came from this man. It was Urban. He came from the side and gave them no option. And you know what? With 20 seconds left, it seems like we've got a couple of players still pushing. It's going to be Madcat. He's going to fall. And Orbit are going to close this up. And not only close this up, they may and they will take the lead going into this next hard point.
Another lead change. As you mentioned, Momo, these hard points, only 20 seconds overall separated the first 2 maps. And it's looking like it's going to be something similar here. Hangar will be locked down by Splyce off the break. They've got 2 players currently inside the objective, but look at how Joe is playing this. Pull up the minimap if you can for a second. Look at this route that Joe is going on the bottom of your screen. He is taking all the time in the world. Will it pay off? We'll have to find out as his teammates are still spawning all the way out.
Well, we'll go on board in for now. For my advice, I think he needs to wait for his teammates here. He needs to wait for Rated to push up.
That's what he'll do.
Rated does have a payload as well. Let's see what he does have. Camo.
He did that on purpose. That was awesome.
Here we go. So waiting for it. Rated's going to make the entry kill. It will be traded. Now we want to see Joe push it. This is the attack that they planned. It's precise, it works, and Orbit retake this control. Fantastic stuff, and they should control the last 20.
Momo, it's like you once played professionally with the way you just called that. You're good.
Well, team with 3 of the players on this main stage. They all left me. They moved on to bigger and better things.
And you got stuck with Rel.
Joe is my replacement. It's just all a big sucker punch right now for me.
Do we need to talk after this is done?
It's fine. 169 to 169. Let's get back into the game.
Let's move on as we rotate over towards Drill again. Splyce in early control, but last time Orbit found themselves in this scenario, and they really just walked on right in with ease. 10-second lead earned back for Splyce, but here comes the pinch from all different areas. How prepared are Splyce for this?
Well, they seem pretty prepared. They're set up. Not enough, though. Jerd and Bance go down. Josh falls as well. Madcat is nowhere to be seen. And Orbit not only take control, they can really push out this drill here. And Joe's doing exactly that. He's not sitting back. He's getting aggressive. He finds one with Erad. Could find the second. Not the third, though, as Josh with the reaction kill does bite back. Orbit, though.
186.
It's another lead change.
It's just going back and forth. There's no other way to describe it. What can Splyce do? Well, thankfully for them, they've got this middle hard point, which normally they're very successful at getting time on. We have to show some love, though, to the Orbit boys. They've gotten themselves a lead, but they're going towards their most troubled hard point yet, middle map. Let's listen in on their communications.
Wait, one minute, nice 3. What's going on?
Got me, control Jerd.
I got you, Cave.
Detonated. That's fun.
Ants is 1 shot, there's 2 in lab.
Help me.
2 in lab, 2 coming out now. 3, 4 there, all there.
All four in hell, all 4 in hell.
Got me.
1 shot, there's 2 1 shot.
Wait, Dave.
Nice, good shit.
I'm with you, let's fight now.
Go. Where are we go?
Tag glitch, dead. Last one, Blow me. 4.
Nice, I need help.
Naded.
I'm getting hop.
Jammer naded through.
Make sure they don't flank.
Yeah, one's left,
Could be
one's left.
cave. Nothing hop.
I'm 1 shot. He's gonna kill me.
Yeah, he's pushed left.
Hop, Jude.
Weak.
I've run him.
Dead.
Nice, Steve, go, push through.
Guys.
That's fine.
Dead.
Go, push through.
Push front,
They're gonna spawn hop, turn around. They're gonna play for this P1 scrap.
P1. Back
Low in K.
I'm with you. Looking low door.
I spawned out Drill.
Low door. Get the top door. Like left side door on you, side door.
Absolutely. Nice, dead.
Bomb door.
They're live.
Two more on me.
Have we got any specialists?
I'm one off kinetic.
I'm probably close to camo. No, I'm not. I'm halfway off. I forgot I used it.
Play up, nice, Dave.
Nice, let's go.
Yeah, go top lane.
Kinetic, Ben.
Splyce are not out of this yet, Momo. They absolutely can win off this hard point, and Orbit need to continue to pressure. Bance now on a 5 streak as Splyce have brought it back within 20. Reactive armor, though, used now as Orbit, I do believe, have gotten the break. Joe now on the flank. That should be it for this game.
Yeah, that should be it. They're pushing forward. Oh, there's just 2 players that can make a difference. Jerd's going to go in. Bance gets a double. It's not over yet, Jack. They're going to not only push this forward, Jerd's going to take down Bance. I don't think it's going to matter.
Here's the bigger issue.
The rotates come in. They need to learn. They need to push out right now.
But they have nobody for a pinch towards middle map. Now, finally, they do send one towards that outer wall run. They have 1 push, and that is it. And they've already gotten first blooded. Bance now dead. Urban's there for the second kill. It's Jerd by himself. They're all down. This will be it. Orbit will take map number 1 of the second best of 5 by only 9 seconds.
The first hard point, 7 points. The second, 13, 9. Oh, it's just these teams, they cannot be separated, but we will make sure they do by the end of this one. Second best of 5, Jack. Orbit, they're ready for this.
I don't know how my body's gonna last through all.
Neither do I.
I slept 3 hours last night, but hey, you know what? Call of Duty doesn't some magical things as we see Orbit squeak by again in game 1 by under 10 seconds. And now you've got to wonder again from what we mentioned last time. Splyce, they're not confident against Orbit in their search and destroy from the interview they first had. Does that same thing stick on their mind this time around? Look at your scoreboard. Jerd does whatever he can. 29-21, 202 in the objective time for his team. But again, the Catalyst rated 28-24. When he's there and slaying, Orbit win. When he's not, they lose.
I mean, I couldn't tell during the game, but just popping a scoreboard and yes, kills on everything, but Madcat, of course, 15 and 29. You know, a couple more kills either side. It could have been a different game, you know, so close. Probably the worst I've seen Madcat play throughout the whole tournament, and if that is anything to go by, more of a compliment than anything. He's been absolutely stellar through the whole week. This time, he slips up, and they go one map down.
I love it, man. I love it. I just have a smile on my face because we could easily see this series go the distance for how this has all played out. This is premier European Call of Duty action, and now there's no excuse. You know the North American players have their eyes on what's going on here. These are VODs that players will watch across the world. Very valuable to see how it all will play on out. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from that first map as Orbit narrowly squeaked by with the victory.
The craziest thing about this is how many times we actually see a lead change. It was just back and two, neck and neck all the way. We do see a little bit of a significant lead for either team, you know. We saw, you know, 20, 30, 40-point leads for both of them, but 8 very, very talented young men on that stage right now.
If you think about it, remember when Splyce broke into that hard point in the last hill, your turbine, and Orbit snuck in for about 4 seconds?
Yeah.
And made it mathematically impossible for the side of Splyce to win off that hill? That little break was enough to make it possible for them to rotate towards a new hill, give up the rest of the scrap time, and secure the victory there. So much confidence in themselves to clutch up on the rotation, and now they've earned themselves a 1-0 series lead in the second best of 5.
Well, they were in the same situation in the first best of 5. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. They made a pretty impressive comeback. It was actually on throwback hardpoint on the first best of 5. This time they take Scorch. So Splyce have done it once. I'm sure they're capable of doing it again. But Orbit, have they learned their lesson?
Who knows at this point, man? I'm just here for the ride. I just want to watch. Can we just do a permanent listen-in this next map and just let us watch?
I don't think that's what we're paid to do, Jack.
Yeah, that is true. Wait, you got paid for this?
No. love and passion of the game.
Yes, exactly. Throwback Search and Destroy will be map 2. So talk to me about Throwback for these two teams. Anything that stands out for you from what you've seen from them this weekend?
I've actually seen Splyce play this map twice this weekend, and it was the one map that they looked pretty good at. You know, their S&D has looked a bit shaky either side of things, but, you know, if this was Retaliation, I'd be a bit worried for Splyce. If it was Scorch, I'd be a bit worried for Splyce, but it's not. It's Throwback. So I will say this is, from what I see, probably one of their better search and destroys.
See, now, if I'm Orbit right now, and I got to watch any of the gameplay from what you mentioned when Josh and crew first played this map earlier this weekend, I need to know where Josh is at all times. If you remember some of those rounds, Josh was able to flank through that middle train area, get in towards the bottom ticket window, and flank the players on offense going towards A. It not only happened once or twice, but a few times, and it helped swing rounds in favor of his team. It's the 6th game now of our grand finals, the second series underway. Orbit up 1-0 here at the CWL London event presented by the PS4.
London.
London.
It is the 9th map that these guys have played against each other, of course.
That's
first
insane.
Win a bracket, round 1. Then they find themselves in the first best of 5. Now the second. It is going to be settled, whether they like it or not.
So what is it? The overall map count right now, 5-3 in favor of
It
Orbit?
is 3-0 Orbit, then 3-1 Splyce. Maths is hard at this point.
You just basically added it up and proved my point there, that it's 5-3 in favor of Orbit.
Yep, okay.
Let's go ahead and see how this plays out in Search and Destroy, as already aggression coming out for the side of Orbit. They've sent 2 players on this quick flank, but behind the flank is Madcat. He gets 1 before he's traded on out with Jerd.
Okay, so a very fast-paced start here, and let me just go on board.
What'd I say about Josh?
This E-Rad, man. It is out of control.
It's like he's found out something before the rest of the scene has.
I think he's just got a different one. He's got a Josh Rad.
Josh Rad, I like that. Well, might have to coin that if he continues to impress with this weapon as the year goes on. 2 versus 2, 45 seconds left. The bomb is down. Look at how far apart. Yeah, that was my next point. Look at how far apart the players are of Orbit. Let alone a trade. I mean, can he even get across the map in the time he needs to, it seems like?
I mean, the time is there, 30 seconds. He can do this, but Zero's on the defense. Obviously, that kill was made towards the A-bomb site, but I'll give you a quick glimpse of where it is going down. It's B. I'll go back with Zero. He's got a lot of work to do. It's a 1v2, and you will see the Splice boys, Josh and Jerd, the Double Js, maybe hunting a pack, but they have been spotted. They're going back to pack. What is he doing? This is not what he wanted. Zero! Out of nowhere, he just finds Josh and Jerd almost having a bit of... I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go there.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know